Release that which chapter 896 to chapter 978. 2 weeks later, at the end of the month of midsummer, Roland finally arrived in Hermes. The northern region garrison and the witches welcomed him at the gate of the holy city. He also saw a few nuns dressed in the church's black robes. Although Roland had heard the news from Lightning that the church's higher-ups had all disappeared, he still could not believe it when he walked into the empty fortress on the plateau. The fierce battle he had expected did not happen. Neither the gods' punishment witches nor the new mortars had been put to use. Although this result could not have been better, it still felt like punching cotton. Roland had made the right decision to bring Isabella with him. According to the reports from Eagle Face and Agatha, it was the former Pure Witch who had noticed the abnormality of the church. After taking care of the orphans in the cloister, she proposed to the Northern Region Army to investigate the holy city of Hermes. The result was surprising. The huge city had long been deserted, leaving only some residents in the outer city to maintain the illusion that the church still existed. In fact, they did not know what had happened in the inner city. They only heard that the church was preparing for the final battle. After that, the nuns led by Isabella quickly entered Hermes. Under the guidance of these nuns, the signs of people fleeing to the kingdom of Wolfheart and the kingdom of Everwinter were gradually alleviated. At the very least, there were no more groups of people fleeing to the kingdom of Wolfheart and the kingdom of Everwinter. After all, the sudden change of abandoning the holy city was too dramatic, and the damage to the church's reputation was almost devastating. Compared to those who left without saying goodbye, the nuns who took the initiative to restore order were more like the successors of the church. How did they do it? Since the letter could not be too detailed, the first thing Roland did after entering the holy city was to ask about the whereabouts of the remaining forces of the church. There are thousands of people in the inner city. Don't they need to pass through the outer city wall to leave the plateau? There are many natural tunnels under Hermes, some of which can pass through the city wall. If they evacuated in batches, the residents in the outer city would indeed not notice, Isabella explained. Isabella explained, when they were built, they were designed to be used once and only for exits. I checked several tunnel entrances and found that they had all been destroyed. Where do those tunnels lead to? Only the people who passed by know. She shook her head. If this escape was planned in advance, it would be difficult to track them after a month and a half. So the church was planning to cut off their tail to save their lives and make a comeback? Roland could not help but frown. The problem was that abandoning the holy city was equivalent to abandoning the foundation. It was not as simple as cutting off one's tail. The loss was even more severe than cutting off one's head. Were they that confident that they could find another base to fight against Grey Castle? Or were they planning to break up and harass his territory in batches? The thought of having to be wary of these fanatics in the next few years gave him a headache. Isabella probably saw through his thoughts and smiled. You don't have to worry about the church anymore, they won't be coming back. Roland was stunned. Why do you say that? They left a messenger behind, the other party replied. In a small church in the northern district of the holy city, Roland met the messenger that Isabella mentioned. It was a white-haired old man wearing a brand new red priest robe with golden edges. He held a thick book in his arms as he walked out under the escort of the guards. Although his steps were a little weak, he still held his head high as if he did not want to lose to anyone in terms of momentum. He first glanced at Isabella coldly, then looked at Roland. Are you the king of Grey Castle, His Majesty Roland Wimbledon? That's me. Grey hair and grey eyes, you really look like your father, the old man said slowly. My name is Jacob, the high priest of the holy city. According to the secular classification, I'm probably equivalent to a duke. Of course, I don't have the corresponding fief, nor do I need that many servants. I heard that you insisted on waiting for me here. Roland shrugged. Why, when those people sneaked away, they didn't take you with them? I wanted to stay. He looked solemn as if he was saying his last words. I'm old and can't run anymore. Even if I can walk, I don't have many years to live. Instead of living a new life, it's better to be buried with this city. New life? Roland quickly caught the keywords in Jacob's words. That's right. Let go of all responsibilities and live the rest of your life in peace. There was a hint of sarcasm in Jacob's voice. You've won, Your Majesty. If this is the result you want to see, the the church will no longer oppose you. This city will be handed over to you untouched, and you will soon take over our nightmare. Oh? Roland said noncommittally. Why do you think we're guarding this empty plateau? He raised his voice a little. Look at what you've done. The human race is going to be destroyed because of you. Really? That's a little too serious. I'm not going to take the blame. Hearing this, Roland roughly understood the high priest's intention. The church really didn't want to let him conquer the holy city easily. Even if they couldn't stop him physically, they still wanted to hinder him spiritually. Zero had also played this trick before the final battle, but the original intention was completely different. If he knew nothing about the battle of divine will, he would definitely be so surprised that he could not close his mouth when he heard the news that the demons would soon destroy the human race. If he added oil to the fire and put the classic blame of the destruction of the human race is all your fault on him, the lethality would be no less than spiritual pollution. Blame? Ha! Nonsense. Do you think I'm joking? Young Your Majesty, it seems that the pure witch didn't tell you the truth. Jacob cast a meaningful glance at Isabella. The church is shouldering an unimaginable responsibility, and only a few high-level people know about it. You have no idea what kind of enemy we've been preparing to face for the past hundreds of years. Now that you've ruined everything, you naturally have to bear the consequences. It's useless even if you're unwilling. When fate befalls the human race, all you can do is helplessly accept it and watch your kingdom turn into a sea of fire. It seemed that this guy not only wanted to launch a spiritual attack but also wanted to sow discord between him and Isabella. Unfortunately, he misjudged me and expressed the wrong intention. Looking at the old priest who was speaking righteously, Roland could not help but think of a saying, life is like a play, it all depends on acting. You can choose not to believe me, but the truth is unquestionable. Jacob let out a long sigh and opened the book in his arms and handed it to Roland. This is the Holy Bible of the Church. After reading it, you'll understand what you've done. No, I should say the real enemy of the human race is demons, right? Roland interrupted him casually. The church didn't build the holy city here to defend against demonic beasts, but for the God's stone mine in the mountains. There's a privy council under the cathedral, which is used to mine God's stone and transform the God's punishment army. This is the core of the church. Of course, I don't know if you know this. After all, only the Pope can control the transformation ceremony. Do you want to talk about the battle of divine will or the God's smile? A cycle of war every 400 years wasn't anything new. Devils weren't phantoms that could come and go without a trace. In fact, I dealt with them a long time ago. So, what else do you want to say? Jacob was stunned. He opened his mouth and stammered for a long time, looking as if he would pass out at any time. After a while, he pointed at Isabella, trembling. It's you. Isabella shook her head gently. I didn't tell him this. From the very beginning, he knew far more than we expected. You've underestimated him, or rather, we've all underestimated him. As there were soldiers of the First Army in the church, Roland did not talk about the origin of the Battle of Divine Will. He only briefly told him the history of how the Witch Empire turned into the church. But this information alone was enough to shock the high priest. Every time Roland mentioned the internal secrets of the church, Jacob's eyes would widen until they were almost as big as lanterns. He looked like he wanted to refute, but he could only stammer. Obviously, some of the information was beyond his understanding, but it coincided with the various rumors in the church. Seeing the old priest gasping for breath, Roland temporarily stopped. He did not stop because he had nothing to say, but he was worried that the old priest would die of anger if he continued. Although there was nothing wrong with that, Roland was not satisfied yet. When Jacob caught his breath, Roland continued, "It seems that you don't know much about the nature of the church. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so shocked. You obviously wanted to scold me for talking nonsense, but you found out that there are unquestionable clues. I think everything about the demons and the battle of divine will was passed down from the Pope generation after generation, so that this goal or belief would not be forgotten. However, those who usurped power are naturally afraid of witches. They don't even dare to mention the past 400 years, let alone the last wish of the first pope. They keep saying that they want to fight for humanity, but how many believers in the entire holy city of Hermes know about this? Unfortunately, the kingdom of Grey Castle is different. In the western region of Neverwinter, this kind of information isn't a secret. All of my ministers know about the existence of demons, and the plan to fight against the Battle of Divine Will is also written in the policy outline. From farmers to blacksmiths, all of my subjects are fighting for it. This is the biggest difference between me and you. You can say that as early as a few years ago, I have been preparing to fight against the end of the human race. Roland looked at the old priest's livid face with great interest. The church is the only savior of mankind? You think too highly of yourselves. Regardless of whether I can defeat this powerful enemy, at least I'm sure of one thing. He walked up to the old priest and said word by word, the church can't even defeat me, so how can it have the confidence to save the human race? Stop your wishful thinking. Jacob's expression suddenly froze, and then his face quickly turned from green to white, as if there were thousands of words that could not be as lethal as this one. Clearly, it was not that he had not considered such a problem, but he had been deceiving himself and ignoring it. Now that it was suddenly exposed, his last bit of persistence also collapsed. The old shaman slowly collapsed to the ground, no longer as solemn and arrogant as when he first appeared. Take him back to prison. Roland waved his hand. It's useless to send him to the mines at this age. Let him live well. When the bloody moon comes, let him see with his own eyes how the people of Grey Castle fight against the demons. I hope at that moment, he will still remember how to repent to the gods. Yes, your majesty. The soldier lifted Jacob up by force, clamped his arm, and retreated. Also, you did a good job, Roland looked at Isabella. If it weren't for you, the holy city wouldn't have restored order so quickly. Isabella averted her eyes and said a little hurriedly, You don't mind at all? In the name of the Pope's agent, I issued an order to unify those abandoned people. Roland had learned from the reports of Edith, Eagle-Face, and Isabella about fabricating a new history and completely dividing the church into two. Among them, the Pearl of the Northern region highly praised the idea. She believed that this would not only bring the old and the new holy city under the control of Grey Castle, but also completely absorb the influence of the church that had accumulated for hundreds of years. Even if those fugitives set up a new church, compared to Roland, who actually controlled Hermes, even if it was true, it would still be somewhat false. Roland was more realistic. This plateau was located in the center of the impassable mountain range, opposite to the Big Breach, which was a strategic place that must be defended in the Battle of Divine Will. Originally, he had planned to attack Hermes with the intention of replacing them. Now that he could make use of the existing manpower and thereby save some money, it was naturally a good thing. If it turns out to be effective, why should I mind? He smiled. But even so, you still have to serve your sentence. I've never thought about that. Isabella hurriedly said. Of course, you can't go without a reward. He waved his hand. In the future, if you need to appear as an agent, you can enjoy the treatment that befits your status. How about that? The treatment of an agent? In layman's terms, it should be the Prime Minister or the hand of the King, Roland said with a smile. Of course, it doesn't include the position and power. It's just simple food, accommodation, and transportation. For example, spacious luxury suites, delicious food provided by the royal chef, and chaos drinks that you can drink until you're full. If you don't want these, you can also exchange them for the Golden Dragon reward. No, Your Majesty, Isabella shook her head. The former is fine. I mean, please do as you say. Well, then it's decided, he said cheerfully. As the main force of the First Army joined the search operation, details of this strange city gradually appeared in front of Roland. He was surprised to find that what the old priest said was intact was not an exaggeration. Except for the collapsed Hermes Cathedral, the other buildings were basically intact. The broken parts of the city wall had been repaired, and the catapults erected on it were also preserved. The large number of berserker pills Isabella mentioned were also quietly stored in the secret underground cellar. After counting, there were more than 420,000 pills in total. Thinking of Zero's plan to use millions of berserker soldiers to fight the demons to the death, Roland was glad that she had not taken this step. After counting the number, a big fire was lit on the 10,000-meter-tall city wall and burned all the pills. The remaining residue was pushed down the wall and consolidated with the permafrost soil. At this point, the spreading of the Berserker army, which had worried him so much, had finally come to an end. However, the results of the search report were far more than that. For example, food. For example, weapons. New supplies were found every day, and the number of them was enough to arm several knight regiments of King's City. No wonder Apan Moya, the King of Dawn, and his vassals could not hold back and came all the way here to rob them. Roland found that, except for the gold royals and the jewelry, the top echelons of the church did not take any strategic materials with them when they evacuated. This also confirmed the statement that they would not come back after this trip. They were simply going to live a carefree life after dividing the family property. The behemoth that had occupied the northwest side of Grey Castle had finally disappeared and the dust had settled. Roland was also free. What he needed to do next was to wait for Iron Axe to clear the eastern region, and then lead the army to converge on the border of the neighboring country. Together with the main force, they would launch a two-pronged attack on the Kingdom of Dawn. Since it was rare for him to relax, he planned to take a good look at this territory that had been managed by the church for hundreds of years. After all, in the memory fragments, the holy city of Hermes was not complete. In a sense, the Reflection Church was not only the place for the succession of popes, but also a museum. Just the bust of the church leaders displayed inside was of great historical significance, not to mention the sigil of magic stones that could record important events in history through holographic images. If it became a tourist attraction in the future, the tickets would definitely be sold like hotcakes. However, if Roland wanted to go in now, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Although the Reflection Church was under the old Holy City Church and was arranged in a mirror, the two were not connected. The stone slabs and clay in the middle were more than 10 meters thick, and they were filled with God's stones of retaliation. It would be very troublesome to dig through them manually or use the magic arc to go through them. After asking Isabella for details, he decided to enter through the tunnel under the cloister. After all, these tunnels used to be unimpeded. Although they were later destroyed and blocked, it was not a big problem for the magic Arkansas. More importantly, the abandoned tunnels would not be affected by God's stones. Compared to the pivotal mechanism, which was shrouded in God's stone veins, the former was naturally much safer. In addition, to avoid getting lost, he asked Sylvie to scan the area in advance to determine the best route for this sightseeing trip. Because of these preparations, the witches also heard the news. On the day of departure, Roland found a group of people gathered outside the tent, among which the little girl Lightning was the most excited. "Your Majesty, how could you not call me for such an important adventure?" She pouted as if she had been greatly wronged. "Am I not your chief explorer?" "Coo coo coo. Adventure coo," Maggie said in support of her. This is just a sightseeing trip. It's the place for the succession of the Pope. There's no danger to speak of." "Then I want to go too." "Can I?" the little girl asked with her watery eyes. He could not refuse at all. Since there was a first, there would naturally be a second. "Your Majesty, take me with you," Hummingbird whispered. "I can help you with your luggage. As a member of the Quest Society, how can I miss such a crucial moment?" "Am I right, Your Majesty?" The one who spoke was Agatha. "I also want to go where Sister Anna is going." A crisp voice came from Nana. "It would be troublesome if there is a demonic plague infected being stored in this underground building." "Didn't you say that places with poor ventilation are the easiest places to breed the plague?" Lily said in a deadpan manner. "If it's the Queen of Starfall City, I'd like to see her again." Not only the witches but also number 76 Phyllis came over. "Wait, isn't she an enemy of your tequila?" Roland asked curiously. "But she's also a respectable leader. Without Lady Alice, we wouldn't have been able to hold on until the divergence occurred." In the end, almost everyone got on the free ride to the Reflection Church, just as they had wished. Originally, Roland had only planned to take Anna, Nightingale, Sylvie, and Isabella with him. However, due to the large increase in the number of participants, Maggie had to carry them back and forth several times to bring them all into the abandoned tunnels. Although these complicated tunnels had been sealed for a long time, they were still intact. There was no sign of water seepage or plant root erosion. Apart from the dust, it was very smooth to walk through. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the group successfully arrived at the upper area of the Reflection Church. With Isabella leading the way, the group soon came to a magnificent hall. It was magnificent not because it was spacious, but because the dome was so huge that they could not see the end of it. On both sides of the door stood a row of thick stone pillars, which were also straight and hidden in the darkness. In other words, its height was much higher than its width. As soon as Roland walked into the hall, he immediately felt a strong sense of constraint, as if he was walking on a cliff. Although there were stones of lighting on both sides of the wall, the weak yellow light was only enough to illuminate a very small area at the bottom. This is the prayer room. The portraits of the previous popes are hung on the wall of the hall, Isabella explained while walking. Isabella explained as they walked, on the day of the handover, O'Brien brought Maine here, but the Archbishop did not expect O'Brien to bring another person with him. That person was Zero, Roland said in a low voice. Well, in theory, pure witches aren't allowed to step into this place. The witches who inject magic power into the sigil are all selected from the converts. Once they see those illusions, they will soon be used in the conversion ceremony of the God's punishment army. Isabella nodded. From the moment Zero came here, she became one of the candidates for the Pope. What a disgusting method, Nightingale said angrily. Roland didn't know whether she was talking about the conversion ceremony or Zero. Isabella tactfully closed her mouth. When they walked to the end of the hall, a full-body portrait that occupied the entire wall appeared in front of them. Different from the dim yellow passage, the frame of the portrait was surrounded by stones of lighting, and the soft light vividly displayed every detail of the portrait. Although Roland had heard Agatha and the others mention the appearance of the Queen of Witches many times, when he really saw the portrait, an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. Alice held her sword with both hands and looked straight ahead, as if she was gazing at the unknown future, but also as if she was looking at him. No words could describe her appearance. Softness and firmness, ice and fire seemed to be a perfect combination on her, and it was hard to forget her after seeing her once. If only her facial features were outstanding, it wouldn't have surprised him so much. From Alice, the aura of a leader was overwhelming, almost tangible, as if she was born to be favored by God, and as long as he followed her, he would be able to usher in an inevitable victory. What a beautiful woman, Anna sighed. Fortunately, she's not here anymore. Hey, what do you mean by the second half? Roland gently patted her head. Even if Alice was still alive, would he be so attracted to her? However, looking at Nightingale beside him, he decided not to say this out loud. He definitely had a clear conscience, but what if that fellow came up with some sort of untruthful or half-truth judgment? That would be impossible to explain. After admiring the face of the Queen of Starfall City, they walked into the illusory space hidden behind the giant portrait. There are a total of 9 sigil of magic stones here, and I haven't seen all of them. It seems that some of them were passed down from ancient times. Isabella pressed her hand on the magic stones. If you want to see, I'll activate each of them. Then let's start. Roland nodded. In the darkness, he felt 2 hands grabbing him at the same time. At the same time, Nightingale's vigilant voice rang out. What's going on? The illusion generated by this sigil acts directly on the eyes, Agatha explained. It looks like everyone has disappeared, but in fact, it doesn't affect reality. We're still standing in the same place. If you don't want to see it, just step back and get out of the area of effect of the sigil, Isabella added. Sure enough, after a while, the darkness gradually faded, revealing a transparent glass dome, a marble floor, and a spacious conference table. Then came the witches in the Union's standard robes. The Queen of Starfall City, with her long red hair, was among them. Although more than 400 years had passed, everyone looked so vivid. Even the teacups on the table were steaming. It was as if the frozen moment in history was happening again. If such a thing had existed in his previous life, those historians who stared at the soil and turned it over to look for 1 or 2 fragments of words would have been moved to tears. Seeing that there was no danger, one of her hands let go of Roland, but the other hand did not let go. Instead, it slid down and clasped his fingers tightly. Roland immediately knew who it was. He raised the corner of his mouth, squeezed the soft hand in his hand, and looked at the center of the illusion. Isabella's activation sequence was obviously close first and then far. The location shown in the illusion changed from the escape route to Tequila, and then from Tequila to Starfall City. Apart from Alice, who was getting younger and younger, the witches who appeared on the battlefield had changed batch after batch. It was difficult to see even a few familiar faces. There was no doubt that the Union had suffered a great loss in this long and cruel war. Only a few of the higher-ups were able to survive until the day they had to flee. This was also the flaw of the Witch Empire system. The more powerful the witches were, the higher the status. It sounded like there was no problem, but when the war broke out, the higher-ups had to go to the battlefield in person, instead of commanding the overall situation from the rear. Roland had heard from Agatha that Alice had advanced to a transcendent in an extremely dangerous battle, and she had experienced such battles many times during her reign. In other words, if they were not careful, the history of the Union, or even the entire human race, would have to be rewritten. Even the leader of the three seats was like this, let alone the other higher-ups. But in reality, this was very disadvantageous to the training of leaders. A recruit only needed to survive 1 or 2 battles and lick a few mouthfuls of blood to transform into a veteran, but a general needed several battles and the deaths of thousands of people to truly mature. Leading the charge was indeed the best way to boost morale, but it was a choice that should only be considered when there was no other choice. If everything went smoothly, even if there was no need to boost the morale of the soldiers, they would still fight with high fighting spirit. Generals and soldiers were not equal in value. In the face of an all-out war that required people to be expendable, such a method was not advisable. Roland did not expect to find any earth-shattering secrets from the sigils. The past popes should have repeatedly read the content of these illusions. If there were really records about the origin of the divine will or the essence of the relics of the gods, the Church would not have fallen to such a state. Apart from satisfying his curiosity, the rest of the purpose of his trip was to learn from history and see if he could gain some experience. The actual situation was similar to what he had imagined. Most of the scenes recorded in the images were scenes of important meetings, ceremonies, and war mobilization. Only at such times was it worthwhile to use the sigils of magic stones. According to Agatha, sigils that could last for a long time were very valuable. The illusion soon reached the last one. Alice and the other 2 witches had all disappeared from the image. Instead, they were replaced by a group of elderly witches dressed in a variety of costumes, and the image was no longer as clear as before. Agatha let out a soft sound of surprise. These people are the early founders of the Union? Phyllis continued. Who are they? Roland raised his eyebrows. The extraordinary witches who survived the first battle of Divine Will were the predecessors of the Union. Look at the documents on the table. Is this seen? Phyllis said in surprise. It should be. Agatha's voice was also full of joy. I didn't expect that I could see the famous 3 Kings Oath with my own eyes. Roland was suddenly confused. He also tried to look at the documents carefully, but found that they were all written with magic power. Only witches could read them. Who can explain what this oath is for? Let me do it. Agatha's voice came from the front. It can be regarded as a symbolic event of the Union's transformation from a loose organization to a unified one. Almost every awakened witch has to learn about it. After the end of the first battle of Divine Will, the Union was declared to be under the control of witches. However, at that time, there were still many internal voices, whether it was the way to govern the ordinary people or the strategy to fight against the demons. Such debates lasted for many years until 3 forces stood out and became more and more powerful. In the end, they overwhelmed the other lords and city-states and established the organization structure of the 3 seats, which was proposed by many people and ruled by the 3 seats. They are Starfall City, Tequila, and Arietta? Nightingale asked. Yes. Due to the special nature of these 3 holy cities, their lords were often called queens. Agatha replied, for example, Alice, Queen of Starfall City, Natalia, Queen of Xianxia, and Eleanor, Queen of Moonlight, were the last 3 seats of the Union. I see, Roland thought. For the witches of that era, the 3 Kings Oath was probably as important as the founding of a country. It meant that the Union had changed from a pan-alliance organization to a political entity. No wonder Agatha and Phyllis were so excited. Historically speaking, the Second Battle of Divine Will was also of great significance. Although the Union still failed in the end, without the Three Chiefs system, the Second Battle of Divine Will would have been defeated even faster, and there would not have been so many witches who had taken fighting against the demons and recovering tequila as their lifelong beliefs. However, these things were not so attractive to him. Distracted, Roland shifted his attention to the details in the projection, such as the witches' costumes, the cups, pens, paper, and the furnishings in the hall. Since it was hundreds of years after Alice's era, the furnishings were obviously much shabbier. Obviously, after the defeat of the First Battle of Divine Will, the witches' territories were still in a state of waiting to be rebuilt. On the wall of the conference hall, he saw more than 10 portraits, 2 of which were men, probably outstanding heroes during the war. It was obvious that at that time, the Union had not completely regarded ordinary people as inferior people. Even in such an important conference, he could still see the figures of their male compatriots. Just as Roland was about to ask Agatha if she knew the names of these people, he suddenly felt the blood in his body freeze. An indescribable chill rose from the soles of his feet and instantly ran through his spine. Because of the intense fear, a series of goosebumps appeared on his arms, and his fingertips trembled slightly. "What's wrong?" Anna immediately noticed that something was wrong with him. That painting." Roland swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty. "Painting? The person in the painting. I've seen it before." It took him a long time to finish this sentence. Although the clarity of the illusion was not as good as before, he could still distinguish the outline of the person in the second-to-last painting. It was a middle-aged woman with an ordinary appearance. Her long black hair was coiled on top of her head, and one eye was covered with an eye patch. She was sitting on a high-backed chair with her hands crossed. It had just rained heavily in the jungle, diluting the bloody smell of the corpses. If it was an ordinary hunter, it was likely that he would have missed his target. But for Lorger, the smell mixed in the air after the rain was enough to tell her a lot of information. For example, there was more than one animal corpse, some had a pure bloody smell, while others had a hint of decay, which proved that many animals had died in the same place. Small prey such as rabbits, rats, and foxes could hardly spread their smell to such a far place. Even if they could, it should not be so clear. In other words, the dead animals were basically large, at least not smaller than cows and horses. To be able to drag these big guys to a place, they must have the corresponding strength. The behavior of gathering many corpses was mostly the habit of carnivores to store food. Such places were often the nests of large predators. Of course, the most important point was that Lorger caught an indescribable turbid smell in the fishy smell, which was the unique smell of mixed demonic beast blood. If she did not change into her wolf form, she would only be able to smell the pungent stench. Only after using her ability, she could detect the subtle difference hidden in it. That was the smell of magic. Not every mixed demonic beast could absorb magic, but those with magic in their blood must be mixed demonic beasts, and their strength was also far greater than that of ordinary demonic beasts. This was also one of the improvements she had made after several months of hunting in the jungle. If she could have mastered this skill before the holy duel, the four-winged eagle that launched a surprise attack from the air would not have been able to catch her clothes. Although the climate, environment, and prey in the barbarian wasteland were far different from those in the desert, the hunting skills were the same. In summary, there were only 3 points: caution, meticulousness, and patience. Lorger's target was a burly bear hybrid. When it stood up, it was as tall as 3 people, and at first glance, it looked like a moving iron tower. She did not know which demonic beast it had mixed with, but its skin was like armor, and even sharp wolf teeth could not kill it. What was even more frightening was its head. The bear species actually had 4 eyes, 2 of which were at the back of its head. This made her most adept at attacking from behind, bleeding and cutting throats, lose its usual effectiveness. 5 days ago, Lorger had fought with the bear. After a fierce battle, she had lost 2 of her claws, while the bear had lost half of its front paw. Its stomach was also covered in bloody wounds. It could be said that this was the most troublesome enemy she had encountered since entering the barbarian land. Its strength was roughly equivalent to that of the divine beast of the desert. If she hadn't gone through sufficient training and encountered this fellow from the very beginning, she would have been the one running away. But this was a hunt, not a fair duel. She had the herbs cultivated by Leaf, the purifying water made by Lily, and the powerful recovery ability after the transformation. She did not have to worry about ordinary injuries. These days, apart from healing her wounds, she spent the rest of her time searching for bear breeds. As the smell grew stronger, Lorgar knew that the outcome of the battle would soon be revealed. She gently stepped over a puddle of water. Her pad sank into the moist soil, making almost no sound. She chose to cut into the downwind so that it would be difficult for the bear to detect her presence through the smell. Little by little, she approached the source of the smell. She pricked up her ears and used the sound to locate the direction of the target. At the same time, she raised her claws and slowly pushed away the vines in front of her. The body of a bear hybrid suddenly appeared in her line of sight. The other party had no idea of her arrival. It was engrossed in biting a fat stag. Its cheeks were covered with blood, and its broken limbs were exposed. It looked particularly terrifying. If it were an ordinary animal, it would have been listlessly curled up in a hidden place after suffering such a serious injury. It would not act rashly before it recovered. But it did not seem to care about those wounds, as if filling its stomach was more important than anything else. The wolf girl tightened her hind legs and slightly bent down. This time, she planned to destroy the four eyes of the demonic beast first so that it would have no chance to escape. Just when she was ready to attack, another series of footsteps suddenly came from the depths of the forest. This made Lorgar a little stunned for a moment. Why would there be such rhythmic footsteps in the depths of the barbarian land? The footsteps were very heavy and had no intention of hiding. The alternating footsteps were unique to humans, and there was more than one. Could it be that the hunters of Neverwinter had lost their way? No. She quickly denied this speculation. This place was more than 10 days away from the border of Grey Castle. Considering the dense forest and weeds, it would be even slower to travel on land. Not to mention that after crossing the prairie, there were ferocious beasts, snakes, and insects everywhere. As for the area around the Tequila ruins, it was a place where demonic hybrid beasts roamed. Even if they had lost their way, it was impossible for them to come here alive. Lorgar suddenly thought of an answer. It was a seemingly reasonable and long-awaited answer. At that moment, she felt the hair all over her body stand up and her heart seemed to be pounding. Although she was highly nervous, her body instantly entered the best fighting state. The bear also noticed this unusual sound. It dropped half of the deer leg, turned over, and climbed up. It let out a hoarse, low roar in the direction of the footsteps. The bushes shook, and the intertwined branches were pushed away. Two ferocious monsters came out of the shadows. They had dark brown skin, muscular arms, a fully enclosed beast bone helmet, and a sharp bone spear. They were exactly the same as what Lightning had described. They were demons. She had waited for so long. The moment the demons showed up, the demonic hybrid beast launched an attack. It raised its intact forepaw and jumped towards the uninvited guests who had disturbed its meal. Its speed was so fast that it could not have been done by such a burly body. In addition to the strength of the bear, this attack also carried the impact of its whole body. The effect was no less than the high-altitude dive of a four-winged eagle. If it were Princess Roland, her first reaction would have been to dodge. After all, if she was not an extraordinary, even if she could block this attack, she would have to pay a heavy price. But the enemy did not retreat. One of the demon's arms quickly swelled up and directly met the demonic beast's giant palm. With a muffled sound, the two monsters collided without any buffer. The result was a tie. Whether it was the bear or the demon, they could not take another step forward. But as a single body, the demon was half a head shorter than the opponent, so a stalemate was obviously disadvantageous. However, there was more than one demon at the scene. Another mad demon had taken down the bone spear and aimed it at the demonic hybrid beast. The battle was about to end, and there was not much time left for Lorgar to think. Should she leave or stay? Although the tube on the back is the weakness of the demons, they are not easy to deal with. Lightning's warning suddenly sounded in her mind. If you really encounter an enemy, it is best to retreat immediately and inform His Majesty. Her reason also told her that she should retreat temporarily, but her fighting instinct was boiling in her chest. No, this was not a problem that needed to be considered. Of course, there was danger, but she came here for this, didn't she? And according to the intelligence, after the mad demon's arm swelled up, there would be a period of obvious fatigue. She might be able to gain an advantage in a one-on-two fight. Whoosh, with a sound, the demon threw the bone spear in its hand. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The bone spear streaked across the air and pierced through the bear's chest. It was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. Lorgar was not sure that she could dodge the spear if it was thrown within the visual range. The demon had obviously noticed the giant wolf that suddenly rushed out of the grass, but it was impossible for it to parry or dodge the attack. Its right hand was still entangled with the bear. The only thing it could do, or subconsciously, was to raise its other hand in front of its head. This action saved its throat, but it sent its entire left arm to Princess Lorgar's mouth. Without hesitation, she bit the arm, and a strong smell of blood immediately poured into her mouth. Compared with the bear, which had rough skin and thick flesh, the mad demon's limbs were almost the same as those of a human's, maybe a little harder, but in front of the 3-inch wolf's teeth, its muscles were as soft as a piece of cloth. This touch greatly boosted Lorgar's confidence. The two passed each other. She was unharmed, while one of the enemies had already lost the ability to fight. This was undoubtedly an extremely successful surprise attack. When the hybrid demonic beast fell, the heavily injured mad demon staggered back a few steps and roared at her angrily. However, without its left arm and its right arm completely atrophied, it was difficult for it to maintain its balance, which greatly reduced its deterrence. Lorgar was surprised by the reaction of the other demon. He quickly took out a piece of bull horn and put it in his mouth. Woo! The deep sound of the horn broke the silence of the forest and startled a flock of birds. What does it mean? Are there other demons nearby? But she had clearly checked the situation in the film area. Apart from the beehives and bird nests that Lightning had warned her to mark, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. Lorgar decided not to think too much about it. She had to kill the demon that still had one arm first. Even if they had reinforcements, they would only see the corpses of their companions by the time they arrived. She dashed forward, and in the blink of an eye, she was already in front of the demon who was blowing the horn. The latter dropped the horn, pulled out the stone axe hanging at his waist, and chopped at the wolf girl. If it had been half a year ago, Lorgar would have chosen to avoid the sharp edge, retreat, and then look for opportunities. However, after experiencing the battle with the extraordinary witches, the four-winged eagle, and many hybrid demonic beasts, her skills had made great progress. Tilting her body, Third Princess exerted strength on one side of her limbs and leaped to the side at an almost strange angle. Her body almost flew out horizontally, the axe naturally missed its target. However, this was not a simple dodge. When the demon's attention was completely focused on her mouth and claws, the real attack came quietly. Lorgar curled her huge tail into a hook shape and swept it directly at the back of the demon's head. This attack fully utilized the momentum of her body, like an invisible uppercut. Bang! Along with a muffled sound, the unexpected demon was sent flying and crashed heavily into a tree. The stone axe also flew to one side. Roar! Just as Lorgar was about to take advantage of the situation to pursue the enemy and give the enemy a fatal claw, she suddenly heard a shrill roar behind her. She subconsciously felt that something was wrong. She turned around and swept her claws, which happened to collide with the broken arm mad demon. This palm was completely solid. She could even feel the other party's ribs breaking, and his whole chest deflating a bit. The sharp claws penetrated the leather and directly pierced into the demon's body. This was a completely suicidal attack, as if the other party deliberately used his body to receive her giant palm. Why? As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Lorgar knew the answer. The withered right arm of the broken arm mad demon swelled again. Didn't they say that it would take more than half a quarter of an hour to recover? Lorgar was shocked and wanted to get rid of the opponent, but her claws were tightly held by the enemy as if caught in an iron clamp. This posture, could it be? She quickly looked at the other demon who had been hit by the tail, and her heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Sure enough, the latter's arm also swelled, and there were even bloodstains on the dry skin. Wait. She suddenly remembered what Lightning had said. In the hot air balloon battle in the Great Snow Mountain of the Western region, the mad demon did show the ability to throw the spear twice in a short time, but the power of the second shot would be greatly reduced, and the arm with the magic stone embedded in it would be completely destroyed. It could be said that it was a kind of self-abandoning fighting style, and there was nothing to be afraid of at all. It would be strange. That idiot, she was really the cause of her death. Although this kind of desperate fight had endless consequences, it could cause great trouble to the opponent at the critical moment of life and death. There was a saying among the Sand Nation, "Don't approach the loser," which was the same principle. He no longer cared about what happened behind him, and the last blow must be extremely fierce. The demon that grabbed her arm could not completely imprison her movements. Only an extraordinary could do this, but Lorgar knew that the only purpose of the other party was to make her move slower. Whether she turned around to escape or wait for an opportunity to dodge, she would not survive the next fatal blow. In a few breaths, the mad demon's arm had swelled to its limit, and blue blood splashed from the cracked skin, as if it would explode at any time. It took the last bone spear and aimed it at the wolf girl. She could only take a gamble. Lorgar's eyes widened, and she stared at the enemy's every move. For a moment, the world around her became silent, and she could only hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. The moment the mad demon made its move, she cut off the surging magic power in her body. The wolf quickly shrank, and a large gap suddenly appeared in the originally firm as a handcuff. Not only that, but the huge monster that was almost always hit by the spear thrower suddenly changed its shape. The bone spear that flew straight towards the head of the desert wolf pierced through the demon with the broken arm behind her like lightning. At this time, Norgar had returned to her human form. She won the gamble. The spear thrower obviously did not expect this. It covered its completely withered arm and froze in place until the third princess walked in front of it. It opened its mouth and said 2 words. Ta. Ka. Then Lorgar turned one of her hands into a wolf's claws and crushed its helmet. The red mist dissipated, and the demon collapsed to the ground, breathless. At this time, Lorgar let out a sigh of relief. She won, and it was 1 against 2. It seemed that the demons were only SOSO. Although the power of their strengthened arm was amazing, there was no skill to speak of in the fight. They basically fought by instinct, which could be said to be a waste of their excellent physique and talent. On the path of a warrior, the demons did not go far. She believed that as long as they fought a few more times, this kind of hunting would become easier. The vast barbarian land under her feet would become the best place for her to hone her skills. Then, Lorgar heard a faint tremor, as if something was continuously pressing down on the ground, like the sea swallowing the beach, heavy and vigorous. Russell, how was this possible? She frowned slightly and pricked up her ears toward the source of the sound. This was the inland of Grey Castle, not the southernmost region near the sea, so it should be impossible to hear the sound of waves. Was it a flash flood? But there were no obvious mountains here, so how could there be a flood? Lorgar looked around, found the highest tree, and climbed up. The tremor came from the direction of the Tequila ruins. The next moment, the wolf girl was stunned at the end of the tree trunk. She saw densely packed figures of demons appearing at the border between heaven and earth, slowly moving forward like a black tide. More than 100 devil beasts circled above the tide, moving back and forth in a neat formation. What was even more unbelievable was that there were a few unimaginably huge monsters among the group of devils, and they were walking toward the ruins step by step. They were as high as a 10-story building, and their 4 twisted legs could almost cross the city wall in 1 step. Anyone standing in front of them would look small and powerless. It was difficult to even think of resisting, let alone to initiate an attack. She raised her head to look at the sky. After the rain, the sky looked especially blue. Occasionally, a light breeze would blow by, accompanied by the white clouds. Everything was as usual, quiet and peaceful. Lorgar did not see the bloody moon, which lightning said symbolized the end of the world, nor did she see the gloomy and depressing red mist. "I can see the port." Molly's shout immediately attracted the attention of all the witches on the ship. Where? Where? Hey, are we finally there? We've been drifting for almost a month and a half. That silver-white spot of light is another sailboat, isn't it? Isn't it said that only the charming beauty travels this route? Fishing boat, it's a fishing boat. Everyone leaned over the side of the ship and stood on tiptoe to look in the direction Molly was pointing at. Seeing the lively scene in front of him, the old Captain Jack shook his head with a smile and said to Camilla Derry, who had a grave expression on her face, "You don't look very happy. This is a rare good day." "Why is it good?" Camilla replied somewhat absent-mindedly. It's good to go home. Jack shook his pipe and said, isn't it worth celebrating to be able to return to your homeland after so many years? Don't think that I can't see that you don't regard Sleeping Island as your home. Of course, I don't mean that you hate staying in the fjords, but there's a difference between a refuge and a home. Camilla fell silent. She did not know whether what Jack said was true or not. She only knew that after Her Highness Tilly's letter had been sent back, the number of witches willing to go to the western region of Grey Castle had increased a lot, gradually climbing from the initial 50% to about 80%. If the first batch of witches could be properly settled, she really could not tell how many of them would be willing to stay on Sleeping Island in the end. That was supposed to be their home, there was no hostile secular environment, and there was no frightening church. The living conditions would indeed be much worse at the beginning, and the customs and habits would be very different from those of the kingdoms on land. But as long as they persisted for 10 years or so, Sleeping Island would definitely become better and better. It would not even take a generation for the newly awakened witches to regard the island as their true homeland. After a long time, she said in a low voice, if only it was as you said. Oh? Jack said, stroking his beard. You don't believe in the king? You know? Camilla looked up. Ha, you have I'm worried written all over your face, the old captain laughed. Do you remember what it was like when you first set sail on a ship 3 years ago? 3 years ago, the chief butler pondered for a moment. That was the time when Her Highness Tilly secretly contacted the witches to evacuate from Grey Castle. As one of the few captains who had no prejudice against witches, Jack and his charming beauty risked being reported and put on trial to secretly pick up a large number of witches from the port city. Because of this, Sleeping Island had formed a deep friendship with the one-eyed captain. Am I in a sorry state? She asked hesitantly. Embarrassed? Jack snorted. It's not that simple. At that time, all of you were covered in dirt and your eyes were dull and lifeless. It wouldn't be wrong to say that you were the living dead. Look at the present, don't you feel completely different? Therefore, the past was the past, and the present was the present. It was always right to look forward. Some of them have been to Neverwinter many times. If it was a terrible place, how could they laugh so easily? But the nobles are fickle, including you? The old captain interrupted her. If I remember correctly, you're also a noble, aren't you? The day you left Grey Castle, you were dressed more exquisitely than most of the people who boarded the ship. Ordinary civilians couldn't afford to wear clothes made of silk. Think about it, if I hated the nobles as much as you do, what would have happened? Camilla opened her mouth, but could not answer. Jack slowly exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. I don't think a person can be judged by his identity alone. Apart from the 3 gods, who can decide their own origin? The same goes for witches. Don't you think that simply hating witches because of their identity is not fundamentally different from your prejudice? The chief butler of Sleeping Island suddenly felt his heart tremble. You may say that it's because you're a noble that you know what they are like. But don't forget that as long as one person isn't like them, your prejudice will cause injustice and harm to him. The old captain paused. I'm sorry, child. Perhaps I shouldn't say these words, but I don't want you to be blinded by your past experience, not only on this matter. People always have to look forward. No, no one will say this except him, Camilla thought. Her Highness Tilly must have understood this long ago, so she took the initiative to go to Neverwinter. But she would not say this directly, especially when she said there's no essential difference between the two, which almost sounded like a reproach. It was not because they were estranged, but because they were too close, and even the respect His Highness had for her prevented her from further admonishing him. In the whole of Sleeping Island, perhaps only the old captain would call her child. Camilla heaved a long sigh. Maybe you're right. Am I? Jack chuckled. As you get older, you always encounter similar things. If you don't have an optimistic heart, you won't be able to persist on the sea for so long. But the following days won't be so good. Why? You've all returned to the mainland kingdom. Who else wants to take the charming beauty? I heard from those big chambers of commerce that a new kind of ship without sails will soon replace the existing ships and become the main merchant ships of the fjords. Whether it's carrying capacity or speed, it'll be far better than my old partners. By then, I'm afraid no one will want to use her to transport goods. Maybe I can talk to Her Highness Tilly. Talk about what? Support me for the rest of my life? The old captain waved his pipe. That's too early. I can still run. In fact, I plan to send you all to Grey Castle, and then go to Lord Thunder's expedition to try my luck. Expedition? Camilla said in surprise. Yes. After crossing the Shadow Islands, we'll go to the Untrodden Sea. As long as we find something new, not to mention retirement money, we can even open a new business group. One-Eyed Jack turned around and looked at the sea in high spirits. Don't be fooled by my old age and slow legs. When it comes to judging the direction of the wind, there are few captains in the entire fjords who are more competent than me. Really? Camilla found that she seemed to know this ordinary-looking old man from the fjords for the first time. His expression at this moment was simply the best portrayal of looking forward. Chief, we're almost at the shore. The lookout on the mast shouted. Do you need me to teach you what to do next? Jack looked up and stared at him. Retract the sails and slow down. Camilla looked at the port area and found that there were all kinds of red banners hanging around the pier, all of which read Welcome to Neverwinter. Among the people welcoming them, there were not only witches but also many ordinary people. She even saw a procession of 11 or 12-year-old children, holding a bunch of flowers in their hands, waiting for their arrival by the pier. Is it really okay to do this? Wendy pointed at the ordinary people on the dock and said in a low voice, I mean, if the witches of Sleeping Island knew that they paid people to welcome the witches instead of welcoming them with sincerity, I'm afraid they wouldn't feel comfortable, would they? Then can you find a group of residents who are willing to welcome the witches? Scroll replied in a low voice as well. No. Wendy hesitated for a moment and finally shook her head. In fact, it was difficult to find one or two people, let alone a group. It was true that under the rule of Roland, the people of Neverwinter had greatly accepted the witches, and some witches even received special attention and love. However, the Sleeping Island immigrants were no different from strangers to them. It was almost impossible for the subjects to put down their work and take the initiative to welcome a group of people they had never met before. At present, the only people who could make the people of the Western region do this, except for His Majesty, were the relatives of the First Army. So there's no problem at all with His Majesty's arrangement. Scroll shrugged. The big red flowers, the welcome banners, the family welcome team, these expenses are all included in the activity budget in advance. If you don't use them, won't other departments take them? According to His Majesty's original plan, the scale will be much larger than this. Well, you're right. Wendy wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead. Since Her Highness Tilly told him that the witches of Sleeping Island were about to set off, His Majesty had been excited for many days. In addition to what Scroll had said, he had listed out the welcome team of honor, the song and dance troupe, the fireworks show. Which sounded awesome. If Hill Fox had not informed him that the expedition plan had been carried out ahead of schedule, the welcome ceremony hosted by His Majesty would have been spectacular. So, the best way to recruit them is to use money, Scroll said with a smile. They won't even get a chance to come to ordinary people. Those who can come are all from excellent families with good records in City Hall. You can rest assured. She paused for a moment and then said, the witches are coming. Go and meet them, my Minister of the Union. Scroll. Wendy chided him, then nodded to Her Highness Tilly and walked towards the guests who had come from afar. Hello. When the two groups met, she opened her arms and said in the softest voice, I'm Wendy, the head of the Witch Union. Welcome to Neverwinter. According to the agreement, the witches of Sleeping Island were only considered as subjects of the Western region and were not under the management of the Alliance. Therefore, Wendy planned to take them to the residential area first and do a simple headcount so that the City Hall could allocate food. As for the tour arrangements and work plans, she planned to discuss it with Lady Tilly after everyone settled down. The area specifically built for Sleeping Island had been completed 2 months ago. It was named after the Bounty Guild and was called Sleeping Spell. It was located right next to the Miracle Building. Seeing this magnificent building that had risen from the ground and had already been built to 6 floors, a series of exclamations broke out among the witches. In particular, the unique smooth feeling of the concrete building's surface made it easy for people to feel that it was extraordinary. Are those really rocks? Why do they look so flat? We won't live here, will we? Don't even think about it. It's obviously the Lord's castle. If we can live on the top floor, the scenery must be very beautiful. Seeing that everyone was full of curiosity, Vendi took the opportunity to introduce the building. Now this building is only half built. When it's completely finished, it will eventually reach 55 meters, that is, more than 16 meters high and 5 feet high. But His Majesty doesn't live here. Although his castle only has 3 floors, it's located in the center of Neverwinter. So high. Aren't you afraid that it will collapse? Someone asked in surprise. His Majesty invented a special building material that can turn flowing mucus into solid stones. This is just an experiment. He once said that even a house as high as a mountain can be built with this material. Vendi smiled. Of course, to achieve this, we also need the witch's help. In fact, this building was built by witches and many workers. Am I right, Lotus? Hey, did you really make this? But isn't your ability to raise and lower the ground? The witches all looked at Lotus in the line. Lotus touched her head embarrassedly. I just helped the workers build the slope. When they need to build a new floor, I can raise the surrounding land and attach it to the side of the building to make it convenient for them to do their work. Then, will there be people who show hatred or disgust because you're a witch? Someone asked the key question. Not yet. I think they already treat me as an ordinary person. Lotus waved her hand. Sometimes, if I go there early, the workers will even share pancakes with me. This was exactly what Wendy wanted. Perhaps many of you are still vigilant when you come here. That's normal. After all, Neverwinter is a strange city to you, and the witches' sufferings on this continent over the past 100 years can be described as unbearable. But I can guarantee that all of you will feel at home here, just like the name His Majesty gave to this city. Even if you don't join the Witch Union, as long as you encounter any difficulties in life, no matter how big or small, you can come to me. Well done. Scroll secretly gave her a thumbs up. However, Vendi did not expect that the first trouble would arise when arranging for the witches to register their names, biographies, and abilities. Why do we have to record this? After handing out the forms, a red-haired witch protested. Didn't you say that you wouldn't force us to stay? I'm only going to stay here for 2 days. Let's forget about this. Me too. Her Highness Tilly said that Neverwinter doesn't restrict witches from staying. I want to go back to the eastern region. Since the church is gone, there's no need to leak this information. If someone with bad intentions sees it, it'll be too disadvantageous for us. There were actually quite a few witches in the crowd who objected to the idea. I knew it. It's Ozima again. Ashes frowned. Ozima? Vendi was startled. A group of witches from the eastern region. Sorry, they don't really agree with my leadership, Tilly explained in a low voice. But compared to the Bloodfang Association, they're not bad in nature. Then she looked at the red-haired witch. I can understand that you want to go back and have a look, but now is not a good time. Although the church has been destroyed, most of the people are still hostile to witches, not to mention the nobles. Especially in the eastern region, before Roland officially reclaims it, the situation of witches hasn't changed significantly. How would you know if you haven't been there? Ozima persisted. Or are you just helping your brother? Watch your attitude, Ashes said in a cold voice. What? Do you want to fight here? Like what you did to Heidi and Skyflare? Vendi bit her lip. She did not expect things to become so tricky, but she could not think of a way to appease both sides. At this moment, Scroll stepped forward. What do you want to know? Ozima squinted at her. Scroll. Vendi grabbed her hand worriedly. If Tilly was right, these people did not even come for Neverwinter. Instead, they came for the dissension within the Sleeping Island witches. If it was not handled properly, not only would the Witch Union get involved, but it would also reduce the trust of the newcomers, which would not be worth it. It's all right. The latter raised his eyebrows at her and then pointed to the witch who wanted to return to the eastern region. Since you miss your hometown, you shouldn't have been abandoned by your family. Instead, you were forced to leave the eastern region under the pressure of the church and followed the other refugees to Sleeping Island. Am I right? So what? Ozima answered quickly. The situation in the eastern region is like this. In the face of the red-haired witch's aggressiveness, Scroll didn't care in the slightest. Ever since the Queen of Clearwater, Garcia, looted Xianxia and Valencia, that piece of land has never recovered. First, the demonic plague spread by the church was rampant, and then it was messed up by Timothy. The land was abandoned, and people could not make ends meet. Many people became refugees. The witch looked worried, but Ozima insisted. If we don't see it with our own eyes, we won't know if what you said is true. Since 2 years ago, His Majesty started the refugee shelter program. Now the population of Neverwinter has exceeded 100,000, more than 70% of which are refugees from all over Greycastle, especially from the eastern region and the southern region, Scroll said methodically. Your close relatives are probably among them. Can you tell me where you used to live? Town or village, any unique landscape or production around it. Do you want to find her family with this clue? She was not born in a big city, where every street and alley has a name and every neighbor knows each other's name. Scroll did not answer. She just combed her hair and looked at the witch with encouragement, like a teacher patiently waiting for a student to answer in class. My village doesn't have a name, the man said in a low voice after hesitating for a long time. There are no villages nearby either. It's so far away from Valencia that if I want to sell my wheat, I can only sell it to traveling merchants at a low price. If I have to say, some people who have gone out call it 16. 10. 6? Vendi repeated unconsciously. Because when they returned from Valencia, the 16th village they passed was their home. Scroll closed her eyes and slowly asked, let me think. Behind that village is a tributary of San Juan River, right? In the eastern region, tributaries of San Juan River are everywhere. Ozima snorted. How can the village take root without irrigation? But that one is different. Scroll waved her hand. It's shallow and narrow. Not only is it impossible for boats to pass through, but it will even expose the riverbed during dry periods. This is also the reason why the villages built on it can't transport food by water. But when it reaches the 16th village, the tributary will abruptly stop and turn into a huge lake. Even when the flow stops, the lake will not dry up. That's why the wheat fields in your village are always more luxuriant than those in other villages, right? The witch couldn't help but widen her eyes. You've been there? I've heard someone mention it. Scroll was silent for a moment. That person is now in Neverwinter, but he's not a resident of the 16th village. What do you mean? You'd better ask him yourself. She turned to look at the city hall clerk in charge of registration. What, ID number 002-4578, furnace worker, should be in the North Slope area number 2 recycling waste slag, go and bring him here. Yes, my lord, the latter answered and left. Half an hour later, the clerk led a red-faced man to the residential area. I don't know him. The witch looked at him and shook her head. Now you have nothing to say, right? Ozima sneered. There are so many people in the eastern region. Do you think you can? Could it be, you're Tai Lan's daughter? The big man's joyful voice interrupted her. God bless you, you're still alive and so big. The witch was stunned. The Tai Lan you mentioned is my mother? Who else could it be? Your eyes are so similar to hers, especially the mole at the corner of your eye. It's exactly the same. What shouted? But then again, you're much prettier than your mother. Wait, don't you remember me? No wonder. When I left the village, you were still young. When I came back, you were already gone. At that time, you were called Lanhua, am I right? The names Tai Lan gave you are all names for beautiful flowers. That's just a childhood nickname. The witch said embarrassedly. Now I'm called Doris. Oh, that's a good name. Do you know, when I was digging the canal in the 16th village, people talked about you the most, they all thought you were kidnapped by a witch. And after listening to what's nagging for a while, Vendi finally figured out the ins and outs. It turned out that the red-faced big man lived next to the 16th village, which should be called the 15th village according to the naming convention. The two villages were not far from each other, so they had a close relationship. Because he envied the water source of the neighboring village, he first went to Valencia to learn how to dig canals. After that, he returned to his hometown and gathered a group of villagers, intending to widen the lake to the 15th village. Because of this, he had stayed in the 16th village for a long time. What about my parents and big brother? Are they still in the village? Doris apparently believed What's story. After waiting for him to finish nagging, she asked eagerly, or, did they also come to the western region? Scroll sighed softly. The red-faced big man's face also became gloomy. They didn't make it to Neverwinter. The second prince's army took away our food. When we arrived at the king's city, hungry and thirsty, we encountered a fierce plague. The nobles in the city refused to let us out and let us cry and struggle by the city wall. Almost all the people in several villages died, and only a few people survived until His Majesty sent a rescue team. He paused for a moment and said, "And your family? Didn't survive?" "No." Doris covered her mouth, stood there for a moment, and then wept helplessly. "I'm sorry, child." What suddenly became a little flustered, as if he wanted to comfort her, but did not know what to do. In the end, he walked over and gently pressed his hand on her head. Tai Lan repeatedly mentioned your name before she left. If she knew you were still alive and living a good life, she would be very happy, so. Don't cry. Azima did not feel good about this turn of events. She turned her head away and said nothing. Scroll waited until Doris had calmed down before she spoke again. I believe that many of you are like her, having lost contact with your hometown because of wandering. Even if you have the chance to go back, you will find that your hometown has been turned upside down. This is the purpose of registering your identity. As long as one of them comes to Neverwinter, even if it's just one of them, you'll immediately get the exact news. Some of them may even be your relatives. In addition, the City Hall's shelter team is still active in Grey Castle. This is a long-term process. More and more refugees will come after hearing the news. It's easier to get information by waiting here. Of course, if you need, the shelter team can focus on collecting information about your birthplace. They can even send people to contact you directly. His Majesty is now fully capable of doing this. Are you telling the truth? Azima raised her head and stared at Scroll. Will the big shots in the palace be willing to do this for us? If you're talking about City Hall officials, then I can also be counted as one of them. Scroll spread out her hands and said, in fact, the way Neverwinter operates is completely different from the past aristocratic territories. As long as a witch passes the examination, she can also get involved in the administration and become a member of the kingdom's management system. Her words caused a stir in the crowd. As for your question, the answer is, of course, yes, she continued. Neverwinter never intended to stop you from leaving or restrict your freedom from the very beginning, but it's really not a good time to leave. The war has not subsided and famine has broken out everywhere. Many cities and towns have become deserted places. Not only is it dangerous, but it's also easy to get nothing. His Majesty's army is currently on the way to recover the territory. When Grey Castle is unified and the order of the 4 regions is restored, you can decide where you want to go. At this point, Scroll picked up the registration form again. So, do you still think it's unnecessary to fill in this form? This time, none of the witches objected to it. As expected of Scroll. I didn't even think about it at that time. On the way back to the castle, Vendi couldn't help but sigh. This time, the witch union should leave a deep impression in their hearts. I'm just taking advantage of my position, Scroll smiled. The first batch of witches to arrive is only 46, so we'll be very busy for the next few days. Ugh. Vendi's voice became gloomy. What, you're not going to say that you're not suitable for the position of alliance manager again, are you? Scroll stopped walking. You know, His Majesty chose you because I have strengths that others don't, right? She suddenly laughed. Don't worry. Ever since His Majesty talked to me last time, I've already made up my mind. I was just thinking about how to receive them. In fact, in retrospect, even during the difficult times of the Witch Cooperation Association, I thought about accompanying my sisters to find the holy mountain. Compared to a few years ago, the situation now is like heaven and earth. If I were to say any more discouraging words, I'd be letting down Nightingale's chaos drink last time. That's right, Scroll said with relief. If you hadn't mentioned the drink, I would have forgotten about it. Since I've helped you so much, shouldn't you buy me a drink? How about tonight? I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some roasted mushrooms and fish slices. How about we drink and talk in the room? Just like last time. If it's not enough, Nightingale isn't in Neverwinter anyway. I'll make it up to her later. That's a deal, Scroll said with a smile. By the way, Vendi looked at her forehead curiously. Do you really remember the identities of the 100,000 people in Neverwinter? Don't you feel confused? I don't know how to describe it. Scroll pondered for a moment. At first, it's a bit complicated. If I want to recall something, I have to think from the beginning. For example, when I look up a name, I first think of the registration date of the person, then the registration booklet, and then the page number of the information I want to record. Not only is it complicated, but it also gives me a headache if I think too much. But after a long time, I found that the content gradually became orderly. What does that mean? It's like it's automatically sorted. As long as I start to recall, I can immediately see all the relevant content. Scroll paused for a moment as if she was thinking about how to phrase it. And the strange thing is, there are obviously many items, but I can see them all at the same time. Maybe this is practice makes perfect. I see, Vendi said admiringly. His Majesty once said that a person's memory is far beyond one's imagination. I thought it was incredible, but now I finally believe it. It's really a wonderful feeling. Scroll nodded. It's like I'm omniscient at that moment. When His Majesty unifies Greycastle and popularizes the City Hall system to all territories, I don't know if I can still remember so many things. Vendi could not help but feel a wave in her heart. What does that mean? It means that Scroll will remember the life of every person on this land. She will be history. Just as Vendi was about to say something, a rush of footsteps interrupted her. I've finally found you, Lady Vendi. A young City Hall clerk saluted them and said, a guy has been staying in the hall and refused to leave. He said he wanted to see the person in charge of the Witch Union. We told him that we would record it and pass on the message, but he insisted on telling us face to face. Did he say why he came? What's his name? Scroll asked with a frown. Pozek, the clerk gasped. He did say it, but it's probably a mistake. He said that when he was grazing in the suburbs, he found a woman covered in blood. She looked like a witch, but her consciousness was blurred and she couldn't answer any of our questions. We checked today's work plan and didn't find any arrangement for witches to go out of the city. Do you know about this? She's a native of Border Town with a good record and is one of the first trainers of the agriculture class. I don't think she'll cause trouble for the City Hall, Scroll said doubtfully. Could it be Leaf? That's impossible. Under the protection of the Heart of Forest, no one can hurt her. Vendi immediately denied the clerk's speculation. In terms of fighting ability, Leaf was one of the best in the Witch Union. However, this year's farming plan was very urgent. His Majesty had asked her to plant the seeds of Golden Twos in every territory they conquered. Therefore, she didn't go out with the first army. Instead, she stayed in the misty forest every day to accelerate the ripening of the wheat fields. Even if the enemy really broke into the misty forest under her control, it wouldn't be so quiet. Don't forget that there's a group of workers who are responsible for transporting wheat seeds. Meanwhile, the border guards are monitoring the entire north. If they were attacked, they would have sounded the alarm. So it's a mistake? No matter what, let's see him first. If he's seriously injured, we can help him even if he's not a witch. Although Vendi said so, she felt a vague sense of uneasiness. Walking into the city hall, the citizen who called himself Possacker was brought to the two witches. He was in his 40s and looked like a typical farmer. His skin was dark and his hands and feet were thick. His trousers were stained with dried mud and grass. I know you. The man looked a little nervous. He rubbed his wrinkled hands and bowed his head to Scroll. You're the minister. My daughter is learning how to read in the academy that you run. She's a little stupid, so please don't mind her. Don't be nervous. Scroll smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Before I came here, I was half a farmer. But my field is the ever-changing sea, and my harvest is not as stable as yours. As for knowledge, it doesn't matter who is the learner. As long as you have enough time, even the most stupid person can master it. So, your daughter will graduate successfully. Passacker relaxed a lot and grinned. I switched from farming to herding in the last 2 years because His Majesty said that a new profession would pay more. He bowed to Vendi and said, "You must be the manager of the Witch Union. I thought I wouldn't see you today." Although Vendi was not as influential as Scroll, as the person in charge appointed by His Majesty, she often appeared in all kinds of important ceremonies. With her bright red hair and unforgettable figure, it was not surprising that she was recognized. "Just call me Vendi. You said you found a woman covered in wounds in the suburbs. Why did you think she looked like a witch?" "Because ordinary people can't have parts that only animals have, right?" Passacker scratched his head. "At first, I thought it was just a bloody rag and was going to tear it off and throw it away. I didn't expect it to be connected to the woman. I took a closer look and found that it was actually an animal's tail." "An animal's tail?" Vendi's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly remembered that more than 2 months ago, there was indeed a strange witch who came to Neverwinter. As she had neither joined the Witch Union nor had any close contact with her sisters, all she knew about the witch came from Nightingale. One of the things that Nightingale repeatedly said was that the witch had an inhuman appearance with wolf-like ears and a long tail. Although she looked strange, His Majesty had praised her as beautiful. The witch was named Lorger, a tribal princess from the southernmost region. Was she the witch that Passacker had found? "Where is she?" Vendi asked anxiously. "Take us to her." The farmer did not bring the wounded back home but put them in a temporary rest shed in the pastoral area. Wendy's heart sank when she saw Wolf Girl lying motionless on the bench with her clothes stained red with blood. Judging from the mutilated ears, she should be Lorger. But what had happened to her to make her look like this? It was not an exaggeration to say that she was covered in blood. It was obvious that she had been injured more than a day or 2 ago. Some of the blood had dried up and turned dark brown, while some of the blood was still wet and oozing out slowly. She was covered from head to toe in bandages. Although the wound could not be seen directly, anyone who saw it would know how seriously injured she was. "Sir, she's a witch. Right?" Passacker asked. Wendy was in a daze for a moment and didn't answer. It was Scroll who answered him, "Yes, she's a witch." "You did a good job." "That's good. Didn't His Majesty announce in the announcement that we should report to the City Hall immediately if we find a witch?" Passacker heaved a sigh of relief, but he soon became worried. "Can this girl still be saved?" His words seemed to awaken Vendi. She said in a low voice, "I don't know, but we'll try our best. Scroll, please take care of her for me. I'll go to Her Highness Tilly." "Okay, leave it to me." Now that Nana and Lily were not in the city, Leaf's herbs could help with minor injuries, but Lorger's serious injuries were no different from a death sentence. It was only a matter of time. Fortunately, the first group of migrants from Sleeping Island had just arrived in Neverwinter. If it was that person, he might be able to save her life. Thinking of this, Vendi ran faster. She had to make the most of her remaining time. Although the other party was not a member of the Witch Union, since they had come to Neverwinter, they must have been guided by God. Under this guidance, Lorger had already formed some kind of relationship with them. She did not want to lose any more sisters. 3 days later, Vendi walked into the bedroom with a basin of hot water. The strong smell of medicine immediately hit her nose. "How is she?" "I can only say that she's still alive." Ashes shook her head. "Her injuries have far exceeded the self-healing limit. It was a fluke that she made it back to Neverwinter. If it were a witch with ordinary willpower, she would have died in the wilderness." As the most experienced extraordinary in emergency treatment, Ashes naturally took over the nursing work. After taking off the bloody clothes, she took off the bandages and examined Nightfall's body. It was shocking to see that under the bandages, there were many open wounds, some of which even exposed the bones. It took half a day to clean up these wounds. But you don't have to worry too much, she said, pointing to Nightfall on the other bed. Don't you see that she looks much better than she did yesterday? Really? Nightfall said weakly. Why don't I feel like the situation is getting better? Tonight, we have steamed chicken, fried eggs, salt-baked bird beak mushrooms, and a bottle of chaos drink. Ashes curled her lips. How do you feel now? Nightfall swallowed and said, well, I do feel better. See? Vendi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Nightfall. Thank you for your hard work these days. It's nothing. She forced a smile. After all, you've helped Iffy, which means that you've helped us. Just don't let her die. Otherwise, don't worry. I won't. The first person that Vendi thought of was Nightfall. This former witch of the Bloodfang Association had an incredible ability to live in symbiosis with others through the seed of magic. When the seed was planted, the two lives would form a wonderful link. Not only could they share the pain, but they could also recover. In addition, half of Nightfall's replenishment would be provided to the symbiont, which was the most powerful guarantee to save a dying person. Roland had been in a coma for several months after the Battle of Divine Will. It was Nightfall's ability that kept him alive without food or water. Of course, Nightfall was not the only one who participated in the rescue. Under the order of Princess Tilly, a witch named Pandora stopped the internal and external bleeding of the wolf girl, which greatly relieved the pressure on the symbiont. Pandora was also the main healer of Sleeping Island and played an important role in destroying the rebellion of the Bloodfang Association. Leaf's herbs protected the wound and prevented it from further worsening. In addition, the purified water, which was kept in the castle's basement along with the ice cubes for emergencies, also played a key role in preventing Lorgar from being infected. Everyone had done their best. Whether the wolf girl could survive or not depended on her own perseverance. The animal messengers to the northern region had been released 3 days ago. Waiting for the reply would be the most difficult period. Just when Vendi was about to wipe the wolf girl's body, Lorgar's fingers suddenly moved. She was stunned for a moment and thought it was an illusion. Then she was surprised to see the wolf girl slightly open her mouth. She seemed to want to say something, but her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Vendi suppressed her excitement, bent down and put her ear next to the wolf girl's mouth. This time, she heard the wolf girl's whisper. Demon. She repeated it again. Every dusk, Vader would go out to patrol. Most of the time, he would circle around Neverwinter with 2 or 3 subordinates. Occasionally, he would act alone. Theoretically speaking, he was now the Minister of Police and the third in command of the Kingdom Security Bureau, so he did not need to patrol in person. However, he preferred the feeling of going into battle rather than sitting in the office and making plans. It had been a year and a half since he came to the city of the Western region. He had 2 main impressions. First, the city was expanding at an astonishing speed. Previously, it only took him an hour to circle around the city. Now, it took him at least twice as long, not including the harbor in the south and the farmland in the east. Second, the law and order in Neverwinter could be described as incredible. The most common crimes were theft and brawling, which were also the most serious. Crimes such as murder, robbery, and kidnapping were rarely seen even once a month. It could not be said that there were no crimes at all. Especially after a large number of refugees poured into the city, the law and order had once deteriorated. However, with the concerted efforts of the police department and the Witch Union, the crime trend was soon curbed. His Majesty's emphasis on solving every case was not empty. Faced with Summer's backtracking ability and Vanilla's tracking ability, anyone who violated the law could not escape punishment. Due to the extremely high crime risk and cost, as well as the zero tolerance for black street rats, almost everyone could see the improvement in safety. The reason why he insisted on patrolling every day was because he wanted to experience this kind of peace. Looking at the relaxed expressions on everyone's faces as they walked at night, as well as their eyes that were filled with trust when they saluted him, Vader would always feel an indescribable sense of pride. It turned out that he could also become such a person, a respected law enforcement officer instead of a villain that was cursed by everyone. This was an experience that he had never experienced in his previous patrol team. Although the original intentions of the two teams were exactly the same, and the methods and tasks were also similar, they had created completely different results. In the end, it could only be said that the difference was due to the Lord's talent. "Chief, do you need me to follow you?" Whistle, who had just returned from the team outside, greeted Vader as he passed by the city hall. "Oh? You don't need to accompany that girl today?" "This. You already know." Whistle blushed. "Actually, we don't have to stay together every night." His words caused some onlookers to burst into laughter. "Then you have to be careful. Don't let anyone snatch her away." Shut up." Vader smiled and shook his head. "I'll be going alone today. You should pack up and go home first. Then." "All right, thank you, boss." Looking at Whistle's back, he felt a little emotional. When he left Valencia, he was alone and thought that he might have to live like this for the rest of his life. Who would have thought that he would be able to achieve what he had today? Perhaps after helping Kakuzum's father buy a neighboring house, he should find another companion. However, the moment Vader walked out of the city hall, a mournful alarm suddenly sounded in the sky above the city. Woo, woo, his expression suddenly changed. This sound was completely different from the previous alarm bells. It went from dull to high-pitched, and it would never be forgotten once it was heard. It represented the highest level of alert in Neverwinter, and it had never appeared even once during the long months of demons. In fact, he had only done relevant rehearsals during maneuvers. This was the first time he had heard of it. According to regulations, when the highest level of alert was sounded, Neverwinter would be under martial law. The city gates had to be completely closed, the police would be responsible for clearing the streets, and the First Army would be sent to the defense line. "Boss." Several people, including Whistle, rushed out of the office. Vader turned around and saw that the entire city hall had come to a standstill. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, as if they did not know what to do. His Majesty was now leading the army to recover the Kingdom of Grey Castle, so this could not be a maneuver. What on earth had happened for the garrison to issue such a stern warning? Damn it, it just so happened that Neverwinter's defense was at its weakest. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get moving. Whistle, call all the people on vacation. Firehead, take the rest of the people and follow me to the city wall. Do what you did during the maneuver, understand?" This thunderous rebuke not only woke up the police members, but also the administrative officials in the hall. "Yes, I understand." City Hall immediately became busy, but Vader was not in the mood to care about the group of civil officials. He led a group of police officers and rushed out of the castle district. Seeing the confused faces of the residents on the street, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. As the highest level of alert was a system set this year, it did not even have a citywide maneuver. Perhaps the one who set it, His Majesty, did not expect to encounter such an emergency so soon. But since it had happened, it was obviously a mistake on the garrison's part. If it were him, he would have sounded the alarm at the same time to quickly evacuate the wandering residents on the street. But now was not the time to complain. Vader clapped his hands and focused the attention of the surrounding residents on him. "Everyone, listen up. Go home immediately and don't stay on the street. This is the warning of an enemy attack. I repeat, go home immediately. Go home immediately and don't stay." Firehead and the others followed suit and shouted. Fortunately, the police department was usually trusted by the residents. In addition, the municipal department had repeatedly popularized the routine alarm response method. After hearing the warning, everyone began to move towards the residential area. Just like this, the group of people shouted as they rushed to the border city wall. Soldiers could be seen everywhere on top of the wall, their flags fluttering in the afterglow of the setting sun. The cannons on the high platforms had also taken off their jackets, their long barrels facing the vast grassland in front of them, as if they were waiting to give the enemy a painful blow at any time. Seeing this scene, Vader could not help but calm down a lot. As long as the First Army was here, no matter how many people there were, they would be an impregnable line of defense. This was a result that had been proven in many battles. Soon, the police were involved in the security of the scene and maintaining order. But what puzzled him was that although the highest level of alert was still echoing above the city, why was the western region grassland and the forest completely silent? The enemy, where was he? At the same time, in the conference room of the Lord's castle, another group of people was arguing. According to His Majesty's plan, the City Hall, the Security Bureau, the First Army, and the Witch Union were the 4 agencies of the same level, which formed the main administrative bodies of Grey Castle. Except for the Security Bureau, which was the most special agency, the other 3 agencies had to be cooperated and supported by the relevant departments. The original intention of this set of rules was undoubtedly to better utilize the power of the entire kingdom. Usually, with His Majesty in charge, it would be difficult for anything to go wrong. However, the problem was that when His Majesty was not around, it was very difficult for the 3 parties to reach an agreement in a short period of time. Therefore, when Vendi heard about the demons from Lorgar, the best solution she could think of was to issue a warning, fortify the city, and hold a decision-making meeting. Of course, she knew how much trouble this would cause for the City Hall. The breeding wheat fields in the misty forest produced hundreds of bags of golden twos every day. They needed to be transported to the docks and shipped to the northern region, the Southern Territory, and His Majesty's newly recovered territory. In addition, the collection of wood, mushrooms, and fruits from the forest would be affected, and the animal husbandry on the grassland would come to a standstill. Barov's words were not completely exaggerated. Originally, when the Third Battle of Divine began, a new city wall would appear to the north of the border, covering half of the grassland. Not only would it form multiple checkpoints with the existing city wall, but it would also improve the efficiency of the defense line in the impassable mountain range, making the ore smelting area and factories in the north of the city safer. Even in times of war, the resources from the forest and North Slope Mountain would not be cut off. However, this plan was still on paper. No one had expected the news of the demons to come so soon. Compared to the financial losses, she had to make a more prudent choice. The demons are the basis, mortal. Is it hard to understand? The light curtain on the wall of the conference room rippled, and Elchit's disdainful voice came into everyone's mind. Anything related to the demons can't be taken lightly. They're not stupid demonic beasts. They won't wait until you're fully prepared to attack. I don't think you're aware of how terrifying they are. What a pity. When I saw that mortal king, I thought you guys had improved a lot in the past hundreds of years. As allies against the demons, the tequila survivors and the sleeping spell had the right to attend the meeting. The leaders of both sides, Pasha and Tilly Wimbledon, agreed with Vendi's decision. Barov was so angry that he almost laughed. I don't know how scary the demons are, because they have never appeared in front of me. Do you think they can kill people through the air? You keep saying that we need to be prepared, and I agree with that, but the problem is that we can't even see the shadow of the enemy. To the west is the concealing forest controlled by the witches, and to the east is the sentry tower built on the peak of the impassable land. Between these 2 barriers is a grassland without any cover, and any of the enemy's movements can be detected from miles away. Do we really need to be so cautious? Vendi could see that the director of City Hall was really attentive to the task given by His Majesty. During the last meeting, he did not even dare to breathe in front of the monster-like original carrier, but now he actually dared to retort and even ridicule. I think it's necessary, Asha said. In fact, I suggested it to Vendi. Why? Or is it because of an inexplicable witch's dream? Barov knocked on the table. Don't tell me that you trust her. If she's really trustworthy, or if your relationship is so close, she should have been a member of the Witch Union long ago. That's not the reason. It's based on my judgment of the facts, Ashes explained calmly. I've fought with her before, so I know her strength. If it were just 1 or 2 demonic hybrids, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed. According to the information we have so far, without the support of magic stones, the mad demon's combat ability is similar to that of a medium-sized demonic hybrid. Even if Lorgar can't win, she can still transform into a wolf and easily get rid of the enemy. What are you trying to say? She probably encountered more than 10 demons, and there were flying devil beasts chasing her in the sky. That's why she was so seriously injured. Ashes said word by word. Besides, we found a map on her. If the handwriting is correct, it should be left by lightning. Although we don't know the details, we're sure that after she left Neverwinter, she's been active in the uninhabited wasteland. If such a group of demons suddenly appeared in the barbarian land, we have to be on our guard no matter what they want to do. I also agree with this judgment. Pasha's voice was much gentler than Alka's. It's just a blink of an eye for the devil beasts to travel a few miles. If they really want to attack Neverwinter, I'm afraid that by the time the devil beasts land, the news from the sentry posts might still be on the way back. Moreover, most people don't know what demons are. If they directly rush into the city without any precautions, the impact will be absolutely incalculable. Tilly also added, at least the alarm can let them go home to hide, and to a certain extent, it can prevent the spread of fear. But. Barav was speechless. Compared with the previous few people, Princess Tilly's words were obviously more authoritative. It was not because she was the leader of the Sleeping Island witches, but because she had the blood of the Wimbledon family flowing in her veins. As a member of the royal family and the sister of the current king, the old director undoubtedly had a lot of concerns. He turned to look at the person in charge of the army, a taciturn middle-aged hunter, who seemed to be trying to win over a supporter. However, the latter was still staring straight ahead, as if he did not care about the debate at all. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little tense, Vendi encouraged herself, stood up and said, I've already sent the message to the northern region, and I believe His Majesty will give the order as soon as possible. Also, Lorgar may wake up at any time, so please don't worry too much, Sir Director. After all, as long as we get more accurate information, the martial law can be adjusted at any time. Therefore, before that, it's better to be cautious. She paused and said, as for the task given by His Majesty, we can also make up for it in other ways. Barav frowned and asked, such as? Perhaps we can use the devouring worms to transport the wheat from the misty forest to the third border city. Vendi looked at the tequila survivors on the light screen and said, in this way, even if the workers don't leave the city, they can still load the wheat seeds onto the cargo ships. Huh? Alka said unhappily, we're warriors, not porters, but for the sake of our ally, we can do this. Pasha stretched out her tentacles and curled them around Alka's body, although she did not seem to have a mouth at all. Vendi nodded gratefully and continued, and the livestock can be transported in the same way. Honey is quite good at manipulating animals, so you don't have to worry about them being scared by Fran. There is no shortage of grasslands in the western region, and there are many undeveloped areas along the Redwater River that can be temporarily used for grazing. Although Barav was still not very satisfied, his eyebrows had eased a lot. In the following week, the atmosphere in the castle was extremely serious. The heads of the major departments had to hold an hour-long meeting every day to report on their respective situations. What? Haven't you found any traces of the demons? Barav sipped his tea and looked around. Perhaps Vendi's promise to take all the responsibility had eased the old director's worries, or the Golden Two's transfer plan was gradually coming to fruition, but he looked much more relaxed than he had in the first few days. The sentries of the First Army have pushed the cordon to the border of the grassland, but they still haven't found anything, the head of the garrison army replied concisely. Further north is the barbarian land with dense forests. Without enough logistical supplies, it's difficult to further expand the search area. This is the limit of mortals' abilities. Not to mention demons and demonic beasts, even the insects and ants living there can easily kill you. Alchak seemed unwilling to let go of any opportunity to ridicule. Leave this task to us. The gods' punishment witches are in groups of 10 and have advanced to the Pearl Lake area, 30 miles from the fertile plains. They have set up a small sentry point there. Pearl Lake? Vendi asked. It's the place marked on the Wolf Girl's map with many nests. It used to be a dense spring lake, but now it's almost become a swamp. Will they be in danger? We have much more experience in dealing with demons than you do. A god's punishment which can handle 3 to 4 mad demons at the same time. As long as there are 5 of them, they can even wipe out a small patrol team of demons. Alchak said confidently. Of course, if the Wolf Girl really encountered a small patrol team, the enemy's main force is probably not far from us. Can't they act alone? Barav asked curiously. Their demand for the red mist means they can't go too far from the supply point. After all, demons can't be self-sufficient like humans. So, they're so far away from Neverwinter. Why can't they lift the alert? Unless we set up a sentry point every 3 to 4 miles and surround Neverwinter like a net, we can't guarantee that the enemy won't sneak in. Even so, it doesn't make much sense, another High Witch, Celine, added. Without the support of the sigil of listening, the moment the search team noticed the devil beasts, it was already too late to send the news back. Hearing this, Vendi could not help but sigh in her heart. The complicated environment of the barbarian land was like an invisible barrier that limited Neverwinter's line of sight to the south of the grassland. The entire northwest was like a mystic realm shrouded in fog. All they could do was slowly search for traces of the enemy in this chaos. Lorger's news came at a bad time. If only Sylvie, Lightning, Maggie, and Nightingale were still here before His Majesty left for the expedition. Even if they wanted to find out the situation in the entire north, it would only take them 1 or 2 days to do so. Her ability was too weak in such a situation. Although you may think that I'm being nosy, but Mr. Director, can you tell me how the people are reacting these days? Tilly suddenly asked. Are they afraid or panicking? Don't mention it. Barav quickly put down his teacup and bowed to Princess Tilly with his hand on his chest. Everything in the city is under the control of City Hall. Recently, our clerks have received a lot of inquiries, but most of them are about the whereabouts of the enemy and whether the First Military needs help. That is to say, not only are they not panicking, but they are also full of fighting spirit. Even the efficiency of the night shift has increased a lot. Please rest assured that absolutely no one will associate this matter with the witches of Sleeping Island. Is that so? That's good. Of course, there are still complaints. At least the price of bird beak mushrooms and pine cones has risen. The old director glanced at Vendi. If we don't lift the alert as soon as possible, the eggs will soon follow in their footsteps. We can put this aside for now, but I think it's better to publicize the demons as soon as possible. After all, they are completely different from the previous enemies. Tilly said worriedly, if someone found the flames and brought up the demon's minions again, I'm afraid that it would cause an irreparable blow to the trust between witches and ordinary people. This. Barav hesitated. I have to ask His Majesty. Then write it down in today's record. Tilly looked at Vendi. I understand. The latter nodded. When she was about to summarize the contents of each report, a series of rapid footsteps came into the conference hall. Before they could see anyone, Belle's voice rang out, Lady Wendy, Miss Wolf, she's awake. What? Everyone suddenly stood up. Vendi could not wait to say, I'm going. Ahem, I'll go and have a. Look, Barav was about to follow, but Ashes stopped him. That's a girl's bedroom. You'd better wait here for the news. When Vendi walked into the room, Lorger was struggling to get up from the bed. Her face was pale, and only half of her long ears were left. They drooped softly on the top of her head, and her hair looked dull. Just this small action caused her forehead to be covered in sweat. I didn't expect. I'm still alive. She gasped and turned to look at the crowd that had rushed into the room. How long have I been unconscious? It's been 10 days since we found you. Vendi gently pressed her back on the bed. Don't move. Your limbs, bones, and even internal organs have suffered serious injuries. 10 days is not enough for them to recover. You're still alive because of Nightfall's seed of symbiosis. Before Nana comes back, it's better for you to continue to rest. After learning the function of the seed of symbiosis, Lorger bowed slightly to Nightfall, who was lying on the other bed. Thank you. Actually, it's nothing. Nightfall shrugged, pretending to be indifferent. I think it's not bad to lie here and drink chaos drinks every day. What did you encounter in the depths of the barbarian land? Ashes asked in a low voice. When you were unconscious, you mentioned the demons many times. Indeed. And there was more than one. Lorger closed her eyes, as if recalling the scene at that time. At that time I was tracking a hybrid demonic beast, and then I encountered 2 demons alone. They might be sentinels, or they might just be hunting demonic beasts. She took a deep breath. I killed them, but I didn't expect that it was just a drop of water in the army of demons. More demons swarmed to the Tequila ruins. Their numbers were incalculable, and there were some incredible giants among them. After discovering the enemy's main force, Lorger knew that it was time to retreat. Just as the great Chief Roland and Lightning had said, she could not deal with such an opponent alone. It was more important for her to send the news back to Neverwinter. B3 She had already proved herself in the previous battle. If the demons took root here, she would have many opportunities to fight with them in the future. Although she had made a decision in her mind, she did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, she planned to find a high point and observe the demons' movements. She had only said I saw many demons, which could easily make people think that she had fled back. If she could bring back more information, even the great chief would have to owe her a favor. In this way, no matter whether the other party's words were out of concern or sarcasm, it would be self-defeating. What she wanted was not an apology, but recognition. Even in a battle of life and death, she could still play an important role. To put it simply, it was her personal glory. To put it more deeply, it would greatly improve the importance of the Wildflame clan in the great chief's heart. So she did it. Of course, she would not say these thoughts out loud. She simply described it as curiosity. Soon, Lorgar found an abandoned stone tower not far from the Tequila ruins. Although the tower was almost half destroyed and covered with moss and vines, it was still the best observation point nearby. To make it easier for her to retreat, she did not put on clothes. Instead, she carried her bag on her back and climbed to the top of the tower in a cloak. The big hole at the top was just enough for her to hide. Coupled with the curtain-like vines, the devil beasts that flew over her several times failed to find her. Then, she finally saw the true face of the giant monsters. They were not living creatures. They're not alive? Hearing this, Vendi could not help but break the silence and ask. I can only think so, Lorgar said in a low voice. They don't look like living creatures at all. Instead, they look like... What do they look like? The iron bridge you built over the Redwater River. Everyone looked at each other, finding it hard to understand. Bridge? At that time, I also felt that it was unbelievable, but it was the truth. She coughed weakly. It had a straight torso like the deck of a bridge, and 4 long legs were distributed on both sides of its body like bridge piers, but, whether it was the torso or the limbs, they were not covered with any flesh. Through the hollow bones and metal pieces, I could clearly see the scene behind the monster. Vendi couldn't help but gasp. A steel bridge that could move by itself? Was this something created by the devil? Lorgar paused for a moment before continuing. Each skeleton monster is at least 8 to 9 feet tall, and there are many demons fixed on top of it. From afar, it looks like layers upon layers of insect eggs. There's a large skin pouch hanging from its abdomen, as if it's an organ peeled off from something. Not only can you feel its pulse, but you can also see the dark red mist surging inside through the skin. She clenched her fists and gently placed them on her chest. 3 gods above, those monsters look extremely evil. Ashes frowned. And then? Then they crouched around the ruins, and hundreds of tubes dropped from the skin pouch and inserted into the ground, causing the surrounding land to become dark brown caked. The weeds and trees quickly withered, as if they were sucked dry of life. Most of the demons also sank into the ground, leaving only hundreds of mad demons and a dozen devil beasts to continue to move around the ruins. They should be responsible for patrolling and investigating tasks. Did you see a kind of demon with countless eyeballs and tentacles? Vendi asked while recording the wolf girl's findings. They tend to stay in high places, and at first glance, they look like a wriggling mass of sarcomas. The multi-eyed demon? Lorgar shook her head. Lightning mentioned its danger to me, but I didn't see it among the demon army. Then your injury is, I underestimated the enemy. She looked a little depressed. I hid at the top of the tower for 3 days, and the devil beasts flew over this area many times, but there was no sign that they wanted to thoroughly investigate this place. I thought the horn sounded by the mad demons didn't attract the attention of the main army, but when I retreated, I found that several groups of demons had already been lurking nearby. Wait, they can do this kind of thing? Nightfall asked in surprise. You used to say that demons are strong but simple-minded beasts, right? That's true for the demons at the bottom, but it's different when there's someone commanding them, Tilly said thoughtfully. There's probably a senior demon among them. There's no perfect way to deal with unknown enemies. Ashes patted her on the shoulder. It's already very rare that you could escape from danger with your willpower and return to Neverwinter alive. This was the first time Vendi had heard such a formal praise from an extraordinary. Maybe. Fortunately, that guy didn't come to me personally. Lorgar squeezed out a smile weakly. When my whereabouts were exposed, I immediately transformed into a wolf and fled under the cover of the night, which made them lose their aim. I didn't know how many demons there were, but I knew that there were always devil beasts hovering over my head. You killed all the demons? Tilly asked doubtfully. Vendi also had a trace of doubt. If the wolf girl could not get rid of the enemy, she would have been chased and intercepted endlessly, which was proved by her serious injuries. Moreover, she could only be beaten passively, so it seemed that she was in a desperate situation at that time. No, they gave up chasing me. Lorgar replied. I don't understand why. If they chased me for another day, I would have been the first to give up, but they chose to retreat. Red mist. Tilly quickly came to her senses. The demons must have run out of red mist. Do you still remember where they retreated? She rubbed her forehead and thought for a while. About 5 or 6 miles away from the grassland. Where's the map? Give me a map. Seeing Tilly draw the distance on the map, Vendi also understood what she meant. Those skeleton monsters were probably a magic machine that transported red mist, just like the siege beast shown by the church. Lorgar's description indirectly proved this point. Whether it was the army sinking into the ground or the land polluted by red mist, it was exactly the same as the scene in the Devil's Town behind the snow mountain. If the devil beasts from the ruins could only reach the edge of the barbarian land, did it mean that Neverwinter was still in a relatively safe place? After understanding the general situation, Lorgar looked exhausted, and the bandage around her wound oozed blood. Back in the conference hall, Vendi repeated the newly acquired information from beginning to end. When it came to the safe distance, Urcha rudely interrupted her. There is no real safe distance in front of the demons. The tequila only realized this after paying a heavy price. It is extremely dangerous to determine the battle zone based on the consumption of the red mist. For example, the devil beasts can carry multiple gas tanks, which greatly increases the distance of the surprise attack. Or they can bury a batch of gas tanks in advance and replace them during the march. Of course, the most direct method would be to build outposts and use these outposts as springboards to increase the range of our attacks. Fighting over the outposts would be the main theme of the entire Battle of Divine Will. Unfortunately, it would be difficult for us to find all the hidden outposts in the vast plains. Don't forget, the demons are more cunning than you think. Wendy could not help but imagine the scene described by the demon army. The overwhelming demon army launched a frontal attack while setting up outposts everywhere that could store red mist. Once the outposts were completed, the area would soon be occupied by a steady stream of demons, and the Union would lose the corresponding intelligence and resource supply, causing the surrounding areas to be in danger. In the end, it would be like a rolling snowball. The more land they lost, the more difficult it would be to move forward, until they could no longer resist the demons' attack. Then what do you think the probability of them attacking Neverwinter is? Tilly asked calmly. I have to say that you are lucky, or rather, we are all very lucky, Urcha muttered as she spread her tentacles. Although the red mist can't determine the enemy's limit, at least it can determine their intentions. In a short period of time, I don't think the possibility of the demons launching a large-scale attack on Neverwinter is high. Can you elaborate? It's still the red mist. The ancient witch nodded her warty head. All the demons' actions depend on the delivery of the red mist. Sinking into the ground means that they don't have enough supplies. Leaving only patrols instead of building a camp also proves this. Even if the demons attack the border, it should only be a small number of troops. Of course, whether there will be any subsequent changes depends on the situation at the scene. Tilly shifted her gaze to Pasha. Urcha's judgment is trustworthy, the latter waved her main tentacle. In the era of the Union, the blessed army team led by her won many victories and surprise attacks on Devil's Town. But she has a bad temper. My patience is only used on things that are worth paying attention to, Urcha snapped. Compared to the devil beast's long-range attacks, I'm more worried about those new war machines. I want to ask, how did the demons transport the red mist? Bear finally found a chance to speak. Similar to us, Pasha sighed. inferior demons, trailers, enslaved hybrids, or modified siege beasts. The time it took for them to plan a war was similar to ours. Every time a war was about to begin, more than 10 red lines could be seen on the fertile plains. In order to intercept the red mist and the transportation, the blessed army, the ordinary combat witches, and even the common army must go all out. If we encountered a heavily guarded transport team, our blood would often dye the entire road red, so those red lines were not only the blood of the demons, but also the line of life and death for us. Xianxia added. The last sentence caused the atmosphere to freeze for a moment. Although they had not officially fought with the demon army, everyone could feel the pressure that the powerful alien race had exerted on human beings more than 400 years ago. Under the influence of His Majesty, even Vendi knew the importance of logistics, and the means of transportation was undoubtedly the standard to measure the level of logistics. If the demons had the ability to build such a large machine to transport the red mist, it meant that they could provide a large amount of supplies to the front line with fewer troops. The reduction of the red lines would make every transport team more guarded. Perhaps what Lorger saw would become the norm for the demons in the future. If it were not for Roland Wimbledon, she really did not know how to fight the fourth battle of divine will. The demons had probably undergone earth-shaking changes in the past hundreds of years, and the senior demons that acted alone and the huge skeleton monsters were proof of that. However, except for Neverwinter, the power of the other human kingdoms seemed to be much weaker than in the era of the Union. She did not even dare to imagine the scene of those noble knights charging fearlessly into the demon army. All in all, the current situation is very close to one of our previous inferences, except that the time doesn't match. Xianxia probably realized that overemphasizing the difficulty of the war would hurt their morale, so he coughed and changed the topic. The black stone spire that can produce red mist needs to be built on a god stone vein. It's not surprising that the demons would choose to seize the holy city ruins. After all, Tequila is the easternmost gathering place of god stones on the fertile plains. Once the spire is erected, the red mist will directly cover the impassable mountain range. By then, all resistance will be meaningless. No one objected. The demons could attack from all directions without being restricted. Flying devil beasts were much more mobile than hydrogen balloons. As long as they left the city, they could be attacked. In this situation, human beings would not be able to hold on for more than a few years before collapsing. Although Vendi was not very good at war, she had participated in relevant meetings many times. She knew that both His Majesty and the Church of Hermes had formulated a plan to prevent the demons from seizing the Tequila ruins. It seemed that all three parties had the same idea. Fortunately, the demons have revealed their intentions in advance. There are at least 3 to 5 years before the bloody moon comes. We can be fully prepared and launch Thunder's attack. Xianxia continued, even if we fail, the demons' closest black stone spire to the fertile plains is hundreds of miles north of Dragon's Pine Mountain. They won't have an advantage in terms of attrition. But one thing is for sure, the war has come. Vendi suddenly felt a lot of pressure on her shoulders. Wait. Barav suddenly shouted. I don't care how you fight, but you can't keep the city gate closed, can you? Now that we know that the demons are still far away from Neverwinter and won't attack for the time being, can we lift the alert and let the livestock farms operate? I also think Neverwinter needs a more reliable early warning system, the head of the garrison army said, which was rare for him. His Majesty once said that the more profound the defense line is, the more mistakes the defenders can make. Can we ask Miss Lotus to set up a few beacon towers at the border of the grassland? Of course, it would be better if it's the communication device that can connect dozens of miles in an instant, like what Sir Carter mentioned. In this way, the work of City Hall won't be delayed. The former was easy, but the latter was impossible without Anna and Roland. Besides, could the speed of the beacon towers really keep up with the Devil Beast's raid? Vendi hesitated for a moment and was about to answer when Pasha's voice sounded in her mind. Just leave it to us. Oh? What are you going to do? Ashes raised her eyebrows. Now that we know where the demons are stationed, things will be easier. Pasha stretched out her tentacles and put them in front of the light curtain. With this, we can create a more comprehensive view to monitor the demons, just like this light curtain. In her hand was a dazzling 5-colored stone. Vendi immediately thought of what number 76 Phyllis had done. Are you going to use it to locate the phantom instrument? Yes, as long as you crush it, the magic core will open the light curtain in the corresponding position. But this kind of magic stone is extremely limited. It's also the key to find the chosen one's key, so I can only use it in the most important place. But she suddenly thought of another problem. We need to send people to the Tequila ruins, right? But the demons have already. Don't worry, we don't need to trouble you. Since it's our idea, we'll do it. Tequila can't do such a cowardly thing as coming up with a plan and then throwing it to someone else to implement. Besides, this is not a big deal. Every god's punishment which is ready to sacrifice themselves. His Majesty. Roland? The voice seemed to come from far away, slow and soft. It wasn't until he felt a slight itch in his ear that Roland suddenly came back to his senses. You're distracted again. Nightingale leaned over the long table and looked him in the eyes. She supported her slightly tilted chin with one hand and shook her white index finger with the other. Obviously, she had used this finger to play with his ear. Really? Roland cleared his throat and pretended to look at the seized statistical report. Maybe it's because today's weather is especially suitable for a nap. But this isn't the first day. Nightingale flashed back to the reclining chair at the side of the tent. It's been like this since we came back from the Reflection Church. What happened? Roland subconsciously wanted to deny it, but the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. Lies were ineffective against Nightingale, and he couldn't lie to himself. Even though almost a week had passed, he still couldn't figure it out. I did find something wrong. But it's too strange, and I don't know how to explain it. If it's not easy to explain, you don't have to tell me. Nightingale held the back of her head and looked up at the sky. My brain isn't as good as yours anyway. Even if I tell you, it's unlikely that it'll help. If it's Anna, she should be able to help. I didn't tell her either. Roland shook his head with a bitter smile. Really? Nightingale immediately turned over from the reclining chair. Why? Because the degree of strangeness of this matter is beyond the scope of my understanding, he said bluntly. But it just doesn't affect anything. In other words, it's just my personal trouble. Telling her won't make any sense other than adding to her troubles. I see. Nightingale blinked and showed a look of sudden realization, but Roland knew that she didn't understand at all. She just didn't understand. So, don't mention to her that I'm always in a daze, he said. No one can solve this problem except me. Hey, of course. For some reason, Nightingale suddenly became happy. She first patted her chest, then took out a piece of grilled fish from her bag and threw it into her mouth, looking satisfied. After stabilizing the other party, Roland secretly sighed. Although his eyes were looking at the statistics, he could not focus at all. The scene in the secret chamber of the church kept floating in his mind. Why would a fictional character appear in the early days of the Union? In fact, judging from the portrait, she had existed even earlier. Afterward, Roland asked Isabella, Agatha, and Phyllis, but all the answers he got were no. That period of history was too distant for Tequila, and no one could tell who the person in the background was. They could only infer that she used to be famous. He had always thought that there were two kinds of people in the dream world. One was the defeated people who had been devoured by Zero. They were bound to the soul building and were still inextricably linked to this world. The most obvious characteristic was that they had almost the same appearance and the memory fragments in their residences. The other kind were fictional people who came from the background of the dream world. Part of them was extracted from his brain, and the other part was fabricated by the world itself. But now, his understanding was shaken. According to Isabella, Zero's lifespan was roughly between 200 and 250 years old, and there were corresponding records of her service to the Pope. This should not be wrong. But the problem was that this pure witch who never aged could not devour a person from 800 years ago. Her age might be very shocking for ordinary people, but it was nothing in the long river of history. After all, she was still a person born in the era of the Church. In terms of seniority, Agatha and the others could be her grandmother. So did the person in the portrait run into the dream world by herself? This idea was even more unbelievable. How could an ancient person survive in modern society and disguise herself flawlessly? Moreover, Before the dream world appeared, where did her soul reside? In addition, the appearance of Lan could also refute this conjecture. She could be said to have an extraordinary temperament, but she was definitely not beautiful. This showed that she was not a witch. Without her strange ability, no matter how outstanding a person was when they were alive, they would only turn into dust after 100 years of death. Putting aside the above two ideas, the most reasonable explanation was the most bland one, which was that the two of them just met face to face, and everything was purely a coincidence. If he adopted this idea, it would save him a lot of trouble, but in his heart, Roland still could not convince himself, was this really a pure coincidence? If he wanted to further find the answer, he was afraid that he would have to find the person herself. Whenever I thought about the dream world that was becoming more and more unfathomable, I would subconsciously resist it. However, being troubled by an unknown secret didn't feel good either. After nearly a week of hesitation, Roland finally made up his mind to choose the lesser of two evils. Of course, what helped him to make up his mind was the tequila god's punishment witches who begged him in every possible way, as well as the rather idle waiting time after touring the holy city of Hermes. The process of entering the dream world was still very familiar. When he opened his eyes, the time was still fixed at the time when he left last time. Although it had been more than a month since the last time, the surroundings had not changed at all. On the bedside table was a group photo of trainees, as if he had just returned from the headquarters of the Martialist Association. Roland took out his cell phone, scrolled to the column of Garcia's number, and pressed the dial button. The phone was quickly connected, and there was even breathing coming from the other side of the phone. Hello? He looked out of the window. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Are you doing morning exercises? If you know, then don't talk nonsense. Garcia's tone was still very disdainful, but at least compared to before, it was not cold and unapproachable. What's up? Well, I have a question to discuss with you. How about now? I'll come to you right away and treat you to breakfast. So urgent? Garcia was silent for a moment. Then come down. I'm in the alley in front of the tube-shaped apartment. Wait for me. Roland hung up the phone, put on his clothes as fast as he could, and rushed out of the room. When he passed by the living room, he saw Zero, who was disheveled and had a sleepy face. Apparently, she had just gotten out of bed. Her wrinkled pajamas had slid down to one side, revealing half of her white and tender shoulders. She was wearing a pair of oversized men's slippers, which undoubtedly belonged to him. He put his hand on his forehead and shook his head. He had to stop and turn around to help the little girl fix her collar. Oh, wait. I'll go boil water later. Zero said vaguely. Here you are. 2 bowls of braised beef vermicelli. The owner brought the vermicelli to the table with a ready face and wiped the table with a towel. Apparently, he was very proud of the Martialist's visit. After all, Garcia was the star of this apartment. Thank you. And 1 more fried egg. Roland took out 2 pairs of chopsticks and said, 1 for each of us. Okay. If I were you, I wouldn't invite a woman to have breakfast here. Garcia rolled her eyes. No wonder you're still single. This is slander. If it were not for his sense of responsibility, those God's punishment witches would have already, well, Zero has to go to school later. I have to send breakfast back. If it's too far. I know, so don't do it again. Garcia interrupted him. She skillfully opened the disposable chopsticks and stirred the shallots and beef on the vermicelli. Soon, the bowl of vermicelli turned into an attractive reddish-brown color. The first bite was slightly cold. Instead of chewing slowly, she directly swallowed the vermicelli like a continuous ribbon, making a slight slurping sound. Roland's appetite was whetted just by hearing this sound. What? He curled his lips. Isn't your way of eating very authentic? I thought you weren't used to street snacks. That's your illusion, said Garcia, shrugging her shoulders. I've been here nearly 10 years. Which restaurant haven't I eaten in? It's just that a clean and spacious restaurant is a courtesy, and I don't like to be stared at all the time. Roland found that it was true. Not only the other customers in the stall, but also the passers-by would look in their direction curiously. After all, Garcia's silver-gray hair and well-proportioned figure were somewhat eye-catching. This Is my oversight. So hurry up and get down to business. Garcia stared at him. Why are you so anxious to see me? The Martialist Association won't help you do anything illegal. Why does this girl look so alert? She just came back from the headquarters yesterday. How could she do anything illegal? Besides, is there anything more illegal than a hunting license? Roland hesitated for a moment. I want to see your master. Can you help me make an appointment? What? Garcia did not respond immediately. Your teacher. Lady Lon. He casually made up an excuse. I feel very guilty for standing her up last time. I want to apologize to her in person. Garcia looked at him for a long time as if she didn't know him. Finally, she waved her hand and said, Oh? Now you know how important it is to get my master's recommendation? But save it, she won't see you again. Maybe Lady Lon doesn't hate me as much as you think. Do you still want to say that she kindly explained a lot of things to you at the newcomers' assembly? Garcia said disapprovingly. Don't be delusional. Missed opportunities will not come back. Master will never take care of a person who is not punctual, let alone meet her. Let's try calling first, Roland insisted. You. Garcia seemed to notice something. You don't really want to apologize to her, do you? It would be nice if you could ask me about some martial arts training, he said, putting on a serious face. The corner of her mouth twitched. She probably wanted him to completely give up on this unrealistic idea, but in the end, she still took out her phone. By the way, your master's number is, it's useless to tell you. If you don't have the association's data card, you can't call the headquarters. Garcia gestured for him to keep quiet. Hello, it's me. The call only lasted for less than 3 minutes before she hung up. I knew it would be like this. How did it go? Of course she refused. She even blamed me, Garcia said grumpily. Your image in her mind is completely ruined. Every time she mentioned you, her voice dropped at least an octave. How could this be? Roland couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. According to her attitude at the newcomers' assembly, Lon apparently didn't care about him standing her up. Instead, she seemed to think highly of him. He originally thought that Lan's secret language was a way to use the force of nature to a high level, so it was not surprising that Garcia didn't know about it. Now it seemed that he really heard it wrong. At first, he didn't insist on knowing the answer to the riddle, and he even hesitated to enter the dream world. Now that he had encountered a setback, he didn't want to give up. Okay. Roland drank a mouthful of soup. When can we go to the headquarters again? When you solve the erosion by yourself and become an official martialist. Right now, you're just a newcomer. This condition is surprisingly easy, Roland thought. However, he remained calm and said, I'll look forward to that day. By the way, do you still remember Ms. Land's opening speech when we first arrived at the underground world? What's wrong? What did she mean when she said the Battle of Divine Will was not far away? Well, Garcia said helplessly, my master liked a book written half a century ago called Raison d'être and recommended me to read it. The book made some conjectures about the emergence and evolution of civilization, calling it the choice of God. Of course, this God isn't a personified character, but a kind of rule, or the purpose of the continuation of all things. But these things are too far away and have nothing to do with us. Besides, the book is only circulated in the Martialist Association, so almost no one knows about it. Hearing this, Roland's interest was piqued. There was no doubt that this was another book that he had never seen before, which meant it was created by the dream world itself. Can I have a look? The book is in the headquarters. I'll borrow it from the library when I report next month. Garcia looked at him strangely. If I still remember this. Seeing that Garcia was getting suspicious, Roland hurriedly finished the noodles and excused himself to leave the shop. When the dream world ended the next day, he heaved a sigh of relief. If he had not been in contact with the Martialist Association, everything in the dream world would have seemed normal. However, as long as he was in contact with them, strange things would happen one after another. Although the exploration this time was not very smooth, it was not in vain. Moreover, the long-awaited God's punishment witches had once again regained their senses. Seeing their joyful faces, this trip was not in vain. When Roland was planning to open the dream world a few more times to speed up the time, Lightning flew into his tent with a swallow-tailed eagle in her arms. "Your Majesty, there's an urgent secret letter for you," the little girl muttered. "It's from Neverwinter." "Directly from the western region? That's not a short journey. Did something happen in Neverwinter?" "To save messengers' resources." The less urgent messages were sent to the Old King's city by ship, and Theo and the others were responsible for forwarding them, such as government reports. The swallow-tailed eagle was the largest of the animal messengers and consumed the most resources. Its advantage was that it was at the top of the food chain and was very safe, but its disadvantage was that it would take up a considerable part of the witch's control. Driving a swallow-tailed eagle was equivalent to driving 3 gray eagles, which was quite strenuous for Honey. Roland stroked the listless animal messenger and untied the seal from its feet. The moment he unfolded the letter, he could not help but be stunned. 4 days later, all the senior officials of the northern region and Hermes gathered in the camp on the outskirts of the Holy City. The emergency assembly order had obviously aroused everyone's concern, but no one showed panic. Whether it was the general staff or the officers of the Western Front Army, they were just guessing whether His Majesty had a new target. Such discussions did not stop until His Majesty walked into the tent with a sullen face. "I called you here because I have something important to tell you." Roland knocked on the table. "We have to return to Neverwinter." This brief order instantly caused a commotion among the crowd. When he first received the secret letter, he had not made up his mind. After all the information mentioned in the letter was obtained through Lorgar Burnflame alone. Although it was shocking, there was no other proof. As for the cause and effect of the encounter with the demons, there was not much description in the letter. Moreover, the direction of the demon army was unknown, and changing the battle plan involved a lot of things, so he could not make up his mind for a while. However, in the next few days, Roland received several direct letters from the western region. Looking at the various animal messengers, he realized that this matter was probably not trivial. As expected, the second and third letters recorded the news of Lorgar's injury and rescue, the talking demon and the alarm in Neverwinter. The fourth and fifth letters were about the arrival of the witches on Sleeping Island and the internal strife. Each of them was a key event worthy of reporting. According to the order of delivery, the messengers should have arrived first, but the actual situation was completely reversed. From this, it could be seen that with the increasing urgency of the information, the messengers responsible for delivering the messages were also more and more advanced, so that the recently sent secret letters were the first to arrive. Combining these letters, Roland finally had a general understanding of the whole situation. And the special map of lightning mentioned in the third secret letter also confirmed to him that Lorgar had indeed gone to the Tequila ruins and planned to hone her skills there by fighting demons and demonic beasts. In this way, the reliability of the information was guaranteed. At the same time, he could not help but feel a little emotional about the wolf girl's persistence. Could it be that my persuasive tone when we first met was too harsh and agitated her? Fortunately, the result was good. The seed of symbiosis of Nightfall successfully saved Lorgar's life, and the demon's whereabouts were known in advance. If they had waited until late autumn to return to Neverwinter, the demons would have already established a foothold in the barbarian land. Based on this contribution alone, it would not be an exaggeration to award her with an Outstanding Contribution Award. Perhaps when he returned, he should satisfy this combat fanatic's wish and arm her into a self-propelled heavy firepower unit. This would at least be much faster than honing her skills. This is the cause of the matter. After Roland explained the key information in the secret letter, he glanced at the people present solemnly. Due to the change in the situation, the two-pronged attack plan can only be stopped in advance. From today onwards, all troops were to be prepared to evacuate from the sacred city in batches. I will depart in advance and try to return to Neverwinter as soon as possible. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Although most of the people present had long heard about the demons and knew that they were the biggest enemy of the entire Grey Castle and even the human race, they had never fought with the demons. They were a little confused by the sudden edict and did not know how to respond. Roland also knew that the news was too shocking and unexpected, so he did not urge them but quietly waited for them to digest and think. After a long while, Sir Schilt of the Advisor Department raised his hand and asked, "Your Majesty, is this reliable?" Whether it is Soroya's layer mark or Honey's animal messenger, they are not things that can be easily forged, Roland said affirmatively. Although we didn't conduct a second confirmation, considering that it is not easy to approach the demons, we can treat it as a special case. Then, what about the Kingdom of Dawn? The Duke of Evernight asked the key question. We must save him. Grey Castle will never give up on any of its allies. Roland looked at the worried Andrea. In addition, the King of Dawn must also pay the price. Wimbledon's wrath may be late, but it will never be absent. However, this matter has nothing to do with the First Army, so I will make other arrangements after the meeting. Seeing that he had made up his mind, no one said anything. The next step was for him to give specific orders, the advisor department to formulate a plan, and the others to carry it out. The First Army was no stranger to an emergency march. It was not a battle for the purpose of plundering, so the army could attack and retreat in an orderly manner. Even if Roland left first, there was no need to worry too much. The transportation of materials and personnel between the new and old holy cities was jointly undertaken by the newly established second-class City Hall of the Northern Region and Duke Comte. Isabella would also stay until the transportation was completed. With her and the new nun committee in charge, as well as the protection of the Northern Region garrison, the remnants of the church basically had no chance to encroach on this place. The Hermes Plateau had already become a part of Greycastle's territory. As for this new organization named by Roland, which had been instilled with a series of words such as the Archbishop is a usurper, the traitor broke the covenant, the witches were framed, the demons are the real enemy, and so on to revise the history of the church, such as the Archbishop is a usurper, the traitor broke the covenant, the witches were framed, and the devil is the real enemy, it could be left to be seen in the future. His top priority was to restore the order of the Holy City so that it would not become a dead land before the battle of divine will. The above instructions had more or less been implemented before the secret letter arrived, and now it was just a matter of speeding up the process. The only thing that needed to be explained in detail was the attack on the Kingdom of Dawn. After the meeting, Roland asked Andrea to stay. The main force of the First Army has to go back to defend Neverwinter, so the plan has to be slightly modified, he said directly. Please rest assured. With Her Highness Tilly and the Sleeping Island sisters around, Neverwinter will be safe and sound. The blonde witch was worried, but she still comforted him first. Besides, you've tried your best. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. You're wrong. Roland shook his head. If the First Army doesn't move, this matter will only be solved faster. Do you think that if I want Aben Moya's head, his castle, and the knight can save him? Besides, I can't sit back and watch Otto Luashi die in vain. Solve it faster? Andrea was stunned. Do you want to? But it's never been a problem to deal with the King of Dawn. The problem is how to control the order of the Kingdom of Dawn. If the successor in power is still the Moya family or the people who support the royal family, then this operation won't achieve its goal. You should know this very well. Roland looked straight into Andrea's eyes and continued, originally, my intervention would have justified this purge, but now, I'm afraid that the three major families will have to step forward. The reason was simple. Someone had to take over the chaotic political situation in the city of Glow after the fall of Aben Moya. The title of the King of Grey Castle and the strength of the First Army were enough to deter all the nobles who were eager to take action. Even if Earl Quinn became the regent, he would be regarded as the spokesman supported by the Wimbledon royal family. However, in the new plan, the major premise of the intervention of Grey Castle was difficult to achieve. The gods' punishment witches themselves were not political forces, so they could only be classified under the name of the three families. Otherwise, the diplomatic war would become a revenge assassination, which Roland absolutely wanted to avoid. This plan had both advantages and disadvantages for the Quinn family. The disadvantage was that they would become the target of public criticism, while the advantage was that their prestige would increase exponentially. If he could take this opportunity to control the city of Glow, the representative of the regent would have the opportunity to become the real new King of Dawn. Considering Earl Quinn's ability, the advantages should far outweigh the disadvantages. Andrea hesitated for a moment and quickly figured out the key point. But this. The benefits you'll get will be very limited. It's better than letting Appen continue to oppose me. At the very least, it can save Otto's life. Roland was non-committal. As I said in the meeting, I won't easily give up anyone who has contributed to Grey Castle. I see. I see. Her expression relaxed, and there was gratitude in her eyes. Miss Edith was right. You are indeed a benevolent king. What? Roland was slightly stunned. Edith Kant? What did she say? Well, she said the same thing as you. Before the expedition, she knew that you would definitely lend a helping hand to Sir Otto. In fact, if it weren't for the Pearl of the Northern Region, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made the decision so quickly. Was there such a thing? Roland pretended to be calm and nodded. If that's the case, I'll write a letter to Earl Quinn. Other than the action steps, it also represents the covenant of Grey Castle. Although most people will make the right choice, I want this result to be 100% certain. Therefore, you have to follow the god's punishment witches to the City of Glow to ensure that he acts according to my plan. To be honest, I trust you, not your father, Earl Quinn, so I can only let you stay here for a while. Of course, once the problem is solved, you can return to Neverwinter with the witches. After letting go of her worries, Andrea regained her aristocratic elegance. She lifted the corner of her skirt and bowed slightly. Since you've already done this much, I naturally can't refuse any more. Also, I have a letter for Her Highness Tilly. Please pass it on for me. It's nothing, Roland replied with a smile. After Andrea left, Nightingale frowned. What the hell is that guy doing? Are you talking about Edith? Roland rubbed his chin. Well, maybe they just talked about it while chatting. After all, both of them attended the decision-making meeting before the expedition. Why, can't she think that I'm a kind person? I don't think she would praise you like this even if you were the best in the world. Nightingale shrugged. She doesn't seem like a person who would talk about kindness. When Roland was about to say something, the guard outside the tent lifted the curtain and reported, Your Majesty, Lady Edith Kant wants to see you. Oh? That's interesting. He exchanged a look with Nightingale and then promised, let her in. Yes. The Pearl of the Northern Region walked into the tent and bowed. Your Majesty, I hope you can change your mind and stop interfering in the Kingdom of Dawn. Roland frowned. If you have any ideas, you should have brought them up in the meeting. Now that the decision has been made, if I go back on my word, wouldn't I be treating the order as a child's play? That's why I reported to you alone after the meeting, Edith said slowly. The plan can be carried out as long as some details are changed. In this way, in the eyes of outsiders, you didn't break your promise, but because of some unexpected factors, the mission couldn't be carried out as scheduled. Hearing this, Nightingale could not help but show herself. What on earth are you up to? First, you persuaded Andrea to come to Your Majesty for help, and now you're telling us not to interfere in the affairs of the Kingdom of Dawn. It's hard to believe that there's no conspiracy behind this. Most people would feel a little embarrassed or hesitant when their contradictory statements were exposed, but Edith was not moved at all, as if she had already expected this scene. Because the situation has changed, she said frankly. You can tell lies, right? Then you should be able to tell that everything I said is true. Tell me your reason. Roland's interest was piqued. The unstoppable attack from both sides will let the whole Kingdom of Dawn know your name. Even if Earl Quinn is the regent, the civilians will know who the real master behind the scenes is. When the demon's threat weakens, you can slowly influence the policy of the Kingdom of Dawn and even turn it into your fief. Under the powerful constraints of the First Army, you only need to spare a small part of your energy to achieve this. But now, this foundation is gone. The invasion of Grey Castle's army and Earl Quinn's coup are essentially two different things. The latter will only greatly increase the Earl's prestige. Whether the other nobles are deterred, subdued, or secretly opposed, it has nothing to do with you. And then you just let Appenmoya and Grey Castle become enemies? Nightingale questioned. Even if His Majesty doesn't do anything, it will be very difficult for him to keep the throne. At least, he won't be able to call on his vassals to work for him. After the Battle of the Old Holy City, Appen no longer has enough power and prestige to rule the kingdom. The Kingdom of Dawn will soon be in chaos. Edith's tone was as if she was stating a fact. In this chaos, Earl Quinn may still rise to the throne, but his influence will not spread throughout the kingdom. If he's lucky enough, Ottoluashi can survive. Even if he doesn't, Andrea won't blame it on you because it's not your fault, Your Majesty, she emphasized. Andrea had considered this step, which was why she had hesitated to remind Roland that the benefits you will get will be very limited. Roland was also clear about this. Compared with these gains and losses, he preferred a more stable ally. Even if Earl Quinn would not wholeheartedly support him at the beginning, the Battle of Divine Will would eliminate all the barriers between human beings. In the face of this enemy who would determine the fate of the civilization, the most important thing was to unite against the enemy. The Pearl of the Northern region should not have missed this point. In his impression, Edith was by no means a short-sighted person. Roland looked at Edith after he expressed his thoughts. Do you really think Earl Quinn is worse than a corrupt neighboring country in charge of the Kingdom of Dawn? Edith did not look surprised at his question. In fact, I think both of them are about the same in the short term. A stable ally can provide you with resources, population, and help you in the Battle of Divine Will. This may be unpredictable for other nobles, but Earl Quinn has Andrea as his safeguard, so he's quite confident about this. Did she admit this? Roland did not understand. He thought Edith would argue that the nobles were not trustworthy. Besides, what did she mean by the short term? On the other hand, when the Kingdom of Dawn falls into chaos, it needs to be rebuilt with blood and fire, which will lead to the weakening of the kingdom. If the demons invade, the neighboring country will become like the eastern and southern borders of Grey Castle, with refugees and weeds everywhere. By then, with a little preparation, Grey Castle will have a large population. Unlike the previous situation, these people will belong to you forever. But didn't you just say that allies can provide resources and war assistance in addition to population? Nightingale said unhappily. Let's not talk about how one benefit is comparable to 3 benefits. Haven't you considered how many refugees will die helplessly in the process of migration due to lack of food and clothing? Edith said tit for tat, 3 benefits seem to be greater than 1, but there's a precondition. In order to make full use of the Allies' resources, His Majesty needs to invest certain bargaining chips, such as steam engines, golden tools, and even gunpowder and firearms. Without these, it would be impossible for the Kingdom of Dawn to fight against the demons on its own, let alone support Grey Castle on the battlefield. This was a considerable expenditure. Although it could be exchanged for more benefits, the weight of the bargaining chip could not be ignored when Neverwinter's own needs had not been met. Therefore, I think the 2 benefits are basically equal. Roland could not help but raise his eyebrows. In the entire kingdom of Grey Castle, there were very few people who could benefit from providing assistance. If it were Berev, he would definitely not agree to send his own goods and technology to neighboring countries as support. Since the benefits are basically equal, why do you still insist that the chaotic Kingdom of Dawn is better? Because of the witches, Your Majesty. Edith's answer surprised both of them. Witches? Roland was surprised. The Pearl of the Northern region stretched out a finger and said, yes, please imagine that the new Kingdom of Dawn will no longer take the persecution of witches as a matter of course. Earl Quinn will be influenced by Andrea to support witches and imitate your policies, allowing them to participate in production and construction. Without the pressure to survive, the newly awakened witches will no longer migrate to Grey Castle. This has already caused you a loss, this is the first. Secondly, the location of the Kingdom of Dawn is more advantageous than that of Grey Castle. Whether it's the demons' invasion of the Kingdom of Wolfheart and the Kingdom of Everwinter, or the Church's fugitives, all of these will push the witches to the south. Once the Kingdom of Dawn is stable, will they continue to migrate to Grey Castle? The answer is obviously not. Maybe in a few decades, the neighboring countries will have more witches than Grey Castle. Compared to the former, this trend makes me feel more uneasy. Isn't it good that everyone can live well? What's there to be uneasy about? Nightingale's tone was not as imposing as before. Edith did not look at Nightingale. Instead, she raised her head and looked directly at Roland. Have you ever thought of the possibility that one or several witches with incredible abilities can instantly change the gap between kingdoms? Like Anna? Yes, like Anna, like Agatha, like Soroya. Their abilities can be said to be incredible. The moment you had them, the gap between Neverwinter and the other nobles' territories was widened. This is also the reason why you can reach where you are today, Edith said slowly. Edith said slowly, in addition, your knowledge and vision are unparalleled. As long as you're still in power and all the members of the Witch Union remain, it'll be difficult for Grey Castle to meet any challengers except demons. She paused for a moment. But what about after that? After more than 100 years, the neighboring countries are no different from Grey Castle. Witches work in all fields, and your knowledge can't be limited to Neverwinter. They can learn how to make machines and master everything you teach. Then, as long as a witch of the Kingdom of Dawn awakens an irreplaceable ability, I'm afraid Grey Castle will fall behind. This can't. Nightingale subconsciously wanted to refute, but she stopped halfway. What's more, this is only based on the magical ability of Anna. Can you guarantee that Anna is the top of all witches? Edith asked word by word. If the other party's ability is even more amazing than Anna's, will the successor of the Kingdom of Dawn still be willing to ally with Grey Castle? Roland almost wanted to clap his hands at these words. It turned out that Edith was not thinking too far, but thinking too far. Ordinary people could only see the changes in recent years, but Edith had already set her sights on 100 years in the future. If that was all, it would not be a big deal. However, in her words, Roland actually heard a hint of technological explosion. As an experienced person, he naturally knew that the advancement of human technology was constantly increasing. From apes to bonfires, and then from steam power to the information age, a person in the modern society could witness changes that could not be seen in the past tens of thousands of years in a short lifetime. Now that witches had joined the process, this process might be further shortened. The emergence of one or two key witches was likely to lead to a technological revolution. In fact, just as the other party said, if Anna had awakened in the City of Glow instead of Border Town, it would still be a question mark how far he could go. When the members of the Witch Union grew old and new key witches appeared in the Kingdom of Dawn, the result was almost self-evident. This was also the reason why Edith insisted that if she could not control the Kingdom of Dawn, it would be better to let them fall into chaos. Roland believed that if he was a native lord, he would undoubtedly be convinced by Edith at this moment. Every king hoped that their country could last for thousands of generations and last for eternity. They also hoped that their descendants could continue to carry on their glory. For example, it was absolutely necessary to put an end to cultivating an opponent that might threaten the kingdom. It was not too late for him to change his mind. The price he had to pay was just a small breach of contract and deception, and then leave Otto to his fate. But he was not. The country that Roland cared about was not here. Apart from that, he did not care about what the kingdom would be like after his death. Compared with establishing a ruler that would last for thousands of generations, he was more inclined to see the progress of the entire human race. No matter who the successor of Grey Castle was, he had no responsibility or obligation to protect him. As long as he could improve the development of this country as much as possible and solve the mystery of the Battle of Divine Will, he would feel that this trip was not in vain. As for which of the four kingdoms would be stronger in the future, it was their own choice. Finally, there was a seemingly small but unignorable obsession in his heart. Easily erasing the agreement for the sake of benefits and turning lies into bargaining chips, when he realized this reflexive conflict, he clearly understood that he would never be able to become a real politician in this life. Wonderful deduction. Roland looked at Edith with satisfaction. But I won't take back my order. Your Majesty, Edith said in surprise. I know what you want to say. For example, a real king should put his own interests first, or that deception is common in the royal family. He interrupted her. But what I want to say is, besides the king, there are other rulers in this world. Other rulers? Edith repeated in confusion. After dealing with the affairs of the Kingdom of Dawn, Roland returned to his residence, a manor located deep in the camp. This place should have belonged to a wealthy businessman. Not only did it have several connected two-story stone houses, but it also had a large front yard and backyard. However, Hermes's turmoil had caused the original owner to disappear, so he used this place as a temporary residence. Walking into the main room in the middle, Anna was sitting at the table, carefully reading the books he found in the dream world. Sunlight shone through the window, turning her bangs into a beautiful golden color. At the same time, it left a line of light on the outline of her fair face. Hearing the noise, she turned her head and asked with a smile, "Is the meeting over?" Yes, I've told them everything. Nana and the others have to leave first thing in the morning. Soak your feet first. Anna got up and brought a basin of water, put it on the low stool beside the bed, and then bent over to help him take off his shoes and socks. In this era, the leather boots used on the plateau were not only hard, but also extremely airtight. Therefore, every time he returned to his bedroom, the first thing he did was to soak his feet and relax, and then put on a pair of light soft-soled cloth shoes. At first, Roland insisted on doing it himself, but in the end, he could not resist Anna's stubbornness. How's the water temperature? Anna sank the black fire into the water. A little hotter. Ah, this is just right. Feeling a warmth enveloping his feet, Roland could not help but let out a long sigh. Not only that, but the black fire would also turn into the shape of a ball and press on his insteps and soles like a massager. Finally, it would cover his entire feet and dry off any remaining water. This kind of life was really easy to indulge in. What about you? Anna sat down beside him. Are you leaving with Nana tomorrow? No, the other person is Sylvie. Her monitoring ability is irreplaceable for the garrison. Roland held her hand. Although I can play a role in calming people down, they will have to get used to dealing with problems on their own without me. Besides, the main force of the First Army is not in place, so my role is very limited. When Maggie is done with the two of them, it will be your turn and my turn. Since Hummingbird's ability couldn't work on living things, Maggie could only carry around 2 people at a time. The number of people that could be carried depended on the weight of the passengers. Lightning could also carry 1 person on her back, but the altitude would be greatly reduced. Basically, she could only fly close to the treetops. It was fine for emergencies, but it was too unsafe for long-distance voyages. It was a long journey from Hermes to Neverwinter. Even if Maggie could continue flying after sunset and did not have to spend time looking for food every day, it would still take her nearly 3 days to reach Neverwinter. He could only transport the witches in batches according to the urgency of the situation. Fortunately, the army would gradually advance south along the river, and the interval between each batch of personnel would be shortened accordingly. It would be great if there was a faster transportation method. Anna raised her head. For example, a machine that can fly in the sky. That's not easy, unless, Roland wanted to say that it was impossible to build a real aircraft without an internal combustion engine, but an idea suddenly flashed across his mind and he subconsciously changed his words. Wait, maybe it's not impossible. How should we do it? Anna's light blue eyes suddenly sparkled. Using Vendi's and Mystery Moon's abilities, Roland said thoughtfully. If it's just for carrying people. It might work if we combine the two. This was also the inspiration he got from Maggie's bombing plan. If they did not pursue mass production or versatility, the witch's ability could be equivalent to that of a machine in many ways. After 3 years of accumulation, Neverwinter now had lightweight aluminum, an arithmetic academy that could perform large-scale calculations, and a central carrier for verifying results. Therefore, a glider without power, or in other words, with weak power, was not an unattainable goal. Of course, the most important thing was Bendy's wind-controlling skill and the electric motor of Dawn Eye. To put it simply, the reason why a plane could fly was that the engine provided the backward thrust, so that the wings could move forward against the wind, and the air pressure difference between the upper and lower parts of the wings could be used to obtain lift force. According to the current technology in Neverwinter, the power of an electric motor was far from enough to pull up a plane, but he did not need to obtain lift force from the movement. Vendi's wind could directly act on the air pressure difference below the wings. The electric motor only needed to provide a portion of the horizontal force, just like how lightning adjusted the direction of a bomb in the air. She only needed to apply a small force, and the plane could soar into the air. In order to obtain an efficient hovering ability, its wings should be as long as possible. Roland became more excited as he recalled the appearance of the gliders in his previous life. But to maximize the lift force before takeoff, it must have a wide wing route that can cover the entire range of Vendi's wind-controlling skill. And a well-designed glider could use thermal airflow to increase the gliding distance. However, in Neverwinter, the witches could provide upward airflow at any time, which meant that as long as the magic power was not exhausted, it could fly forever. In other words, as long as a runway was built at the destination, the glider could carry 10 or more people at once. Even the slowest glider had a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour, which was almost 3 times the speed of Maggie after transforming into a devil beast. It could reach any city in Grey Castle within a day. Of course, whether it was the prototype manufacturing or the pilot training, it was a step-by-step process. Even if they started now, by the time they could fly, the witches and the First Army would have already returned to Neverwinter. However, this idea still excited them for a long time. Flying had always been the biggest temptation for humans who were born and died on the ground. Unlike the clumsy hydrogen balloon, the glider could truly soar with the wind. If Edith could surprise Roland in terms of governance, the only one who could communicate with him on the same level in terms of technology was Anna. By the way, she carefully put away the results of the discussion and the model sketch. Did you hear any good news in today's meeting? You haven't been so relaxed since you received the letter from Neverwinter. Sort of. Roland smiled and briefly told her about the private meeting with the Pearl of the Northern region. When she heard Edith's reason, Anna could not help laughing. What's wrong? Roland asked curiously. I want to say that she's a little too confident in everyone. Learn everything you've taught them? It's already difficult to learn advanced mathematics, not to mention physics and chemistry. Anna made a face. I don't think I can understand all those orange books even if I spend 100 years. Haha. Roland also laughed. There are many books like this in the dream world. And I don't think the world will be like what she said. Oh? What do you think it will be like? Of course not. Roland tapped her forehead affectionately. And this idea is very much like your style. Then why are you happy about Edith's words? Anna was puzzled. What I'm glad about isn't her speculations, because history itself is full of all kinds of possibilities, Roland said with a smile. It's hard enough to see the past clearly, let alone predict the future. For example, the Third Battle of Divine will may be successfully passed, but the Fourth Battle of Divine will be completely destroyed a few hundred years later. Or, the enemies hiding in the sea are far more powerful than we can imagine, and the people on land can only be separated, surrounded, and destroyed. At that time, not to mention the immortality of the kingdom, even the continuation of the human race will be a problem. This guess is indeed your style, Anna said, mimicking his tone. Then why are you so happy? From her perspective, Roland spread out his hands. When she said those words, Edith had already changed from a noble official to a state official. State officials? Anna repeated this somewhat awkward word. That's right. She's no longer looking at the northern region. Instead, she's looking at Grey Castle as a whole. It's very rare for people in this era to speculate on the direction of the kingdom as a whole. Even Berev can't do this. In the mind of the City Hall director, he always weighs the gains and losses from the perspective of Neverwinter. This was a drastic change. From the beginning, Edith Kant still considered herself a member of the nobility in the north. Her words and deeds, as well as her advice, were not only to assist her superiors, but also to fight for benefits for the north. This was the most common thought among the feudal nobles. They believed that only the territory where their family resided was their only home. Even if they were loyal to the king, the interests of the territory were above the king's orders. There's another point, which is her view of witches. Roland went on to say, being able to comprehend witches can bring about a leap in technology, and from this point alone, it can be seen that she is ahead of most people. Following orders on the surface and knowing the reason for doing so were two completely different things. Although Roland had mentioned in his textbook that technology was the primary productive force and witches were the best catalysts for technology, most of the City Hall officials did not understand the significance of giving preferential treatment to witches. They only did so because of His Majesty's order. The common people also didn't understand that they were getting along well with the witches because some of the witches had brought convenience to their lives, nothing more. This coexistence was as fragile as a layer of bubble. When there was a major conflict or setback, it was extremely easy for both sides to regress. Only when the idea that witches were indispensable was deeply rooted in people's hearts could this problem be fundamentally solved. It could be said that this point satisfied Roland even more than the former. After all, with the acceleration of centralization of power and the disappearance of feudal differences, more and more officials would accept the idea of one country, one rule. However, it would probably take a long time for them to understand the nature of witches' ability. Of course, Edith was not without shortcomings. Although her vision was better than most people's, it was still not ahead of the times. In her mind, she still envisioned an immortal Grey Castle kingdom. However, considering that she was now about the same age as Nightingale, it was not surprising that she had such an idea. Roland was looking forward to what kind of consul she would become in 20 or 30 years under his guidance. After the general explanation, Anna tilted her head and said, "Since the future is unpredictable and you're not thinking about Grey Castle after you die, what do you plan to do if we survive the Battle of Divine Will?" "You already know, don't you?" Roland stared at her rippling eyes and said. Similar topics had been mentioned more than once during the night when they hugged each other to sleep. Crossing the fertile plains to go to the land of dawn and even to the demon's territory, crossing the sea lane and leaving human footprints on the other side of the sea, unveiling the veil of God and understanding the truth of this world. For this purpose, he would use all available resources, not only the kingdom of Grey Castle, but also everyone living on this continent would contribute to this exploration. Any stubborn person who tried to stop him would be his enemy. "Remember to take me with you." Anna grinned and said, "I don't want to miss such a scene." "Yes, I'll definitely go with you, even if it means going to the end of the world." Roland kissed her lips. City of Neverwinter, third border city. Tilly guarded in front of the magic core, watching its every change. The surging magic power was like the blue sea, causing the outer skeleton to expand and contract rhythmically, as if it was breathing. A yellow ball of light flashed in the center of the pyramid, like a gem washed by waves. At the same time, it attracted all her attention. As long as the ball of light was still shining, it meant that the five-colored magic stone was still intact. "If you're tired, it's better to take a rest." Suddenly, Pasha's words rang in her mind, and at the same time, she heard a rustling sound behind her. "If there's any news here, I'll inform you immediately." Tilly turned around and saw a huge sarcoma hanging down from the top of her head. Although the transformed senior witches all looked the same, after these days of getting along with them, she found that she could faintly tell the difference between them. "I'm not tired. It's only been 5 days." She could not help but yawn. "I'm just a little sleepy. When I'm still conscious, there's no difference between sleepiness and fatigue." Pasha waved her tentacles. "Don't worry, the magic stone is not broken, which means that the witches are still safe. If they really encounter demons, they will definitely crush the stone." Tilly also understood this, but she still couldn't feel at ease. "If I had known this would happen, I would have gone with them," she thought with some annoyance. She did not expect that she would be persuaded by that idiot Ashes. In theory, this trip would not be too dangerous. The selected witches were all outstanding witches who had fought against the church, and the way they sneaked in was similar to the way they attacked the church at the fjords. Lotus was responsible for creating a sinking hole in the ground, and then using the track to open up a short distance passage, so that everyone could go back and forth between the two holes in the blink of an eye. For the enemy, even if they found something strange underground, they would only be able to see a closed hole after digging up the soil. The key was the last step. In order to give the phantom instrument a wider field of vision, the position where the magic stone was crushed should be as high as possible. Tilly originally planned to use the stone of flight to complete the positioning, but in the end, Ashes took over the task. "I used to be like you." After a moment of silence, Pasha suddenly said, "Every time my companions went to war, I would guard the city gate. The Union also built a tower there for everyone to rest. If a team came back, we would know immediately." "Do you mean Tequila?" Tilly asked. "Yes, but a few years later, except for the garrison, few people went there." "Do you know why?" She did not answer, but she had already guessed the answer in her heart. "Because in the end, we always get disappointed and sad." Pasha put her tentacles on Wendy's shoulder. "The recognition between witches is beyond the bloodline. It's the magic power that connects us. Whether it's an ordinary combat witch or a member of the blessed army, as long as we get along for a while, most of us will become like brothers." However, this kind of relationship also filled the tower with negative emotions, especially when they waited for the day of return, only to see corpses being transported back. When the outer defense line was gradually reduced and no one needed to go to war anymore, the Union ordered the tower to be demolished. Are you trying to say that waiting is unnecessary? On the contrary, what I want to say is, don't be resistant to waiting, because it proves that you haven't really experienced the feeling of loss. Pasha's tone was slow and gentle. I also hope that you will never become like me, indifferent to sacrifice as a normal thing. I have lost before. Whether it was when I left the palace or went to Sleeping Island, I made many decisions. Many of them were about gains and losses, and I even gave up some of my own kind. As long as I can walk in the right direction, I won't hesitate too much. But some people are different. There are always one or two special people who make me upset. Tilly grasped the lightning magic stone ring in her hand. If it was her, she could easily control the two magic stones alternately. However, ashes could only fly up and down in a straight line, so the ring was left in her hand. But she did not say these thoughts out loud. She just nodded slightly and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome. I'm going to check the progress of the defense line. There's a lounge at the entrance of the hall. If you want to sleep, you can go there anytime." I see. After Pasha left, Tilly suddenly felt a chill in her palm. She opened her hand and saw that a corner of the magic stone fixed on the ring had been peeled off and pierced into her skin, leaving behind a tiny drop of blood. Today is the 5th day, why haven't I seen the shadow of the ruins yet? Lotus muttered, I've been cooped up underground every day, I'm going to go moldy. How should I know? Anyway, I'll go wherever you dig. A girl with a head full of braids shrugged and threw a piece of jerky into the air. She then opened her mouth and saw the jerky disappear in a flash of blue light. Her cheeks puffed up. Well, life in Neverwinter is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Even the dried food here is so delicious. Hole? Do you take me for a mole? It's more or less the same. Well, you'd better eat sparingly. Iffy sighed. I don't want to go hungry when I go back. Humph, I don't want to listen to the witches of the Bloodfang Association either. Iffy tilted her head and said, I heard that you guys once had designs on Her Highness Tilly. If it were me, I wouldn't even give you wheat cakes, let alone jerky. Iffy immediately rolled her eyes. Enough, Ashes said helplessly. It's not their fault to join the Bloodfang Association. If Tilly hears this, she'll definitely teach you a lesson. Okay. She only calmed down when Iffy mentioned Princess Tilly. Another one with too much energy. Ashes sighed in her heart. Judging from her appearance, this troublesome witch was Orbit, but she was an indispensable part of this operation. Orbit's ability was incredible. Before she was an adult, she could use magic power to create an invisible passage connecting two places. The passage could not be seen by the naked eye and had no distance. In other words, she could go from one place to another in an instant. If there was a door or wall between the two places, Orbit would suddenly disappear. As long as her ability was not interrupted, the passage would always exist. However, the range of magic power still existed. The distance between the two places could not exceed 20 steps. If she used herself as the starting point, the distance would be shortened to 10 steps. After she became an adult, Orbit's awakened branch ability, Magic Imprint, greatly increased the practicality and range of application of the passage. By giving the imprint, she could let others see and use the passage. People without the imprint could not stop her from moving freely even if they knew where the passage was. Of course, this ability also had a certain degree of danger. For example, if the enemy entered the passage after giving the imprint, she could cancel the ability before the enemy completely crossed the passage. Then, she would get 2/2 of her body in 2 different places. Relying on the cooperation between Lotus and Orbit, she could open up a bridge-like passage in the underground without anyone noticing. This was exactly the plan formulated by Tilly. Even if the enemy could find a hole in the ground, they would not be able to locate the witches through it. By the time the demons realized that there were many such holes, they would have already escaped several miles away. Therefore, in theory, it was an absolutely safe plan. The route of the group of people's movement was starting from the concealing forest. Using Agatha's stone tower as the starting point, they would move northeast. The advantage was that the forest near Neverwinter was completely under Leaf's control, so they did not have to worry about the threat of demonic hybrids. However, when it came to actual operation, Ashes found a thorny problem. During the practice, the distance of a few hundred feet was almost the same, but after the distance was stretched dozens of times, it was difficult for them to confirm their position. Although they corrected the direction through the stars every night, in the end, no one knew whether it was correct or not. Should we check the map that Lorgar brought back? Lotus looked at Ashes. Maybe we can find 1 or 2 landmark locations. As long as we can determine the location, we can know how far the ruins are from us. Ashes nodded, but in her heart, she did not have much hope. Were the bird nests, beehives, and bear caves drawn on the map really used to point the way? Perhaps only Lightning and Maggie could find the right direction according to the map. Shoo! Iffy suddenly made a gesture to keep quiet. The 3 of them immediately quieted down. Soon, they heard heavy footsteps coming from above. The footsteps were very messy, indicating that there were at least 4 or 5 people. Considering that demonic hybrids rarely moved in groups, the source of the sound was very likely to be the demons' patrol team. After a while, the footsteps were far away from them. Obviously, the enemies did not notice the mystery hidden underground. This was the 2nd time today. Probably, the attack of the wolf girls had made them increase the number of guards. Iffy did not breathe a sigh of relief until the sound completely disappeared. At least this proves that we're in the right general direction. The problem is that we can't accurately place the light curtain without seeing the ruins of the city. Lotus shook her head. If we want to use the phantom instrument as a warning, the light curtain should be 5 or 6 miles southwest of the ruins. In this way, as long as there are devil beasts flying to the western region, they will be seen by the tequila witches. The demons aren't blind. Iffy immediately objected. You can see the tequila with the help of the setting sun, so they can definitely see you. Do you want to be a live target without any cover in the air? I also think it's too risky, Lotus added. Lady Tilly said you can only fly up and down with the stone of flight. If you're discovered, you won't be able to escape. Can't we go up and have a look in the middle of the night? Hearing their advice, especially the Bloodfang Association's witches, Ashes felt a little emotional. A year ago, they were still enemies. Heidi Morgan even wanted to kill her and Tilly. If it were not for Tilly's insistence on forbearance, Ashes would have already attacked the Bloodfang Association. She had thought that this was an unresolvable rift on Sleeping Island, but she did not expect that things would take such a turn. Now, they were on the same side. Moreover, the tactic she envisioned also needed everyone's cooperation to be realized. We can't see anything except darkness at night. The ruins are now overgrown with vines. Without enough light, it's hard to find where it is. Therefore, dusk is the best time. Ashes insisted. Maybe we didn't deviate from the predetermined direction. The ruins may be behind a dense forest or a low slope. All I need to do is fly up and crush the magic stone. What if some flying demons find you? Lotus frowned. I'm afraid you can't even use 1/10 of your fighting ability in the air, right? As for the countermeasures, I've already figured them out. Ashes held up 3 fingers calmly. According to different situations, I have 3 plans. Oh? Orbit came over curiously. Isn't this what Lady Tilly always said? Really? Lotus's expression changed a little. Tell me about it. Listen carefully. During the observation period in the air, the only devil beasts that can find me are mad demons. Therefore, the 3 situations are, 1 devil beast, 2 devil beasts, and 3 devil beasts. If there are more than 3 devil beasts, I'll deal with it as 3 devil beasts. This way, I'll be absolutely safe. Oh my. Lotus covered her forehead helplessly. Even Iffy could not help but laugh. Hey, aren't you guys going to listen to the specific battle plan for the 3 situations before expressing your opinion? If I were Maggie, I would definitely raise both my hands in approval, Orbit said seriously. Now I finally know why that guy used to like working with you the most. But in the end, Ashes still managed to convince everyone. According to Lotus, although the first half of the hypothesis sounded very unreliable, the countermeasures were surprisingly good. Ify's view was the instinct of a beast accumulated through thousands of battles. Of course, the most important thing was that they could not think of a better solution. After continuing to travel underground for a day, the light seen through the ventilation holes had gradually dimmed. The pure white clouds seemed to have been ignited, merging into one with the dim yellow dome. Obviously, the sun was gradually disappearing into the end of the fertile plains. It was time to act according to plan. As orbit left a mark on Ashes, a blue light spot appeared out of thin air above her head. It looked like a puddle, with soft light swaying in the water. It was as if the three of them were standing under the water, looking up at the blue sky above the water through the undulating ripples. Ashes knew that this was just the inherent shape of the passage, and not the real scene at the other end. After confirming that there were no demon patrols around the hiding place, she nodded to the three of them and poured her magic into the ring. Then, an indescribable feeling surrounded her, as if she had an extra hand or a foot, and Tilly called it wings. If one had never tried flying, one would naturally not know how a bird felt. One could only imagine the difficulty of controlling a part that did not belong to oneself. In fact, the only person on Sleeping Island who could use the stone of flight so naturally was Tilly. Ashes closed her eyes, imagined herself flapping her wings and then leaping up. In an instant, fresh air hit her face, and she heard the rustling of the trees. In addition, there were the cries of birds returning to their nests, the buzzing of insects, and the whistling of the evening wind. The unchanging underground space suddenly became very rich. She opened her eyes, and the whole world suddenly became bright. The earth quickly shrank under her feet, and the exit of the passage soon turned into a tiny light spot. This kind of feeling. Maybe it's not bad to experience it once in a while. Ashes stopped enjoying the scenery and looked to the north. Her heart suddenly sank. Even as far as the eye could see, she did not find a place that looked like a ruin, let alone the skeleton monster that the wolf girl had mentioned. There was nothing except the undergrowth and grass that were dyed red by the afterglow. Are we looking in the wrong direction? She turned around, trying to determine her current position from the direction of the impassable mountain range, but she was suddenly startled. She saw that in the southeast of the forest, there were several huge behemoths, and they were only a few miles away from her. And under those obviously unnatural demonic creations was a broken wall. It was the ruins of the holy city of Tequila. It turned out that they did not go far enough, but the accumulated deviation caused them to cross the ruins from the east. If placed on the map, this position and the predetermined route would only be 1 or 2 degrees, but in reality, the deviation was the difference between the front and the back of Tequila. If she turned around and headed south now, it would probably take her another 2 or 3 days. She could also fly directly to the south, complete the positioning, and then fly back, which would only take half a day at most, but except for straight up and down, she had never tried to fly horizontally. What should I do? However, before Ashes could make a decision, a dull horn sound came from the direction of Tequila. With this sound, a dozen devil beasts suddenly jumped up from the skeleton monster and rushed toward her position. At the same time, a dark mass of mad demons drilled out of the land around the ruins and surrounded the holy city. Well, it seems that they are quite vigilant, Xianxia thought to herself. If there were more than 3, it would be counted as 3. This seemed to be the worst-case scenario. Without hesitation, Ashes took out the 5-colored magic stone and crushed it into powder. Then, she jumped down from the sky. The most important ability of a warrior was to judge the situation and then make corresponding countermeasures, capture 1 devil beast alive, kill 2 devil beasts, and retreat when there were 3 or more devil beasts. It was not because she was not confident that she could deal with so many demons, but because she could not make sure that they would all shut up before they sounded the alarm. As for the current situation, there was no doubt that the risk of using the broken bridge to approach the ruins of Tequila had greatly increased. Therefore, although the position was not very ideal, she had to give up. Indeed, she was not as talented as Tilly, who could control the wings as if they were her own arms, but she had her own way to fly faster. That was to instill more magic power into the magic stone. With the continuous increase of magic power, Ashes could feel that the invisible wings on her back had expanded to the limit. Every time they flapped in her imagination, a gust of wind would be stirred up. She fell to the ground almost as fast as lightning. Her speed was 3 or 4 times faster than when she rose up. Even the mad demon's accurate spear throw could not hurt her in such a state. However, the extremely high speed brought about a great momentum. Due to the length of the passage, Lotus could at most create a hole that was 10 steps high. With such a short distance, it was impossible for her to stop the momentum on her own. The only thing she could do now was to trust her companions. After a short while, the blue light spot that symbolized the entrance of the passage appeared in front of Ashes again along with the rapidly approaching ground. She crossed her hands over her head, tightened her muscles, and plunged straight into the passage. Almost at the same time, several purple halos appeared out of nowhere and firmly bound her. It was Iffy's magic prison. Her falling speed was reduced in an instant. When she completely stopped, her hands were only an arm's length away from the ground. "You're really heavy," Iffy said with a shrug, still holding her hands. "Now do you know where we are?" 3 days later, when Tilly saw the exhausted faces of the 4 people, her heart that had been hanging in suspense finally calmed down. Judging from their disheveled faces and their forced smiles, it was obvious that the journey had been a safe one despite the many accidents and thrills. They were lucky enough to escape unscathed after going in the wrong direction and being discovered by a large number of demons. But looking at the unrepentant Ashes, her heart was filled with anger. Even the comforting words on the tip of her tongue turned into a stiff rebuke. "I didn't expect someone who claimed to be a veteran in the wild couldn't even tell the direction," Princess Tilly said angrily. "How did you run from Hermes to the king city of Grey Castle? It's really strange that he didn't stray straight to the southernmost region." At that time, there were often pursuers from the church. "We'll know once we catch them and interrogate them." Ashes spread out her hands. "And this time I don't think it's too far off. At least we can see the Tequila ruins. If they're out on a large scale, they should be able to notice. Without enough red mist, they won't be able to move out in large numbers. What we need to guard against is the surprise attack of the devil beasts, and from this perspective, we can only see their tails. It would be ideal if everyone is safe and sound, and this position might not be as bad as we thought. His Majesty sent back the first batch of witches yesterday, and Sylvie was one of them. If we can solve the problem of early warning, this rear view can help us determine the size of the enemy and their reinforcements. So, please go back and have a good rest." "Oh? Is there any news from the northern lands?" Ashes raised her eyebrows. "Otherwise, it won't be as simple as me scolding you." Tilly snorted. "Seriously. Let's go." "Wait," Ashes paused and glanced at Pasha first. Then, a faint smile appeared on her face before she rushed over to Pasha. "What happened?" "No, nothing." Ashes curled her lips. Back at the witch building, as soon as Tilly closed the door, she was hugged from behind. "Sorry to make you worry. Did Pasha tell you that?" Tilly asked without turning her head. You guessed it?" The latter froze for a moment. "Looking at your expression, I know what's going on." She pushed Ashes's arm away and said, "If I'm not mistaken, Pasha must be saying that I haven't had a good rest these days and I've been guarding the magic core most of the time. She's asking you not to mind my attitude and to comfort me when you come back." "Amazing, you got everything right." Ashes sighed in amazement. "Well, what about the apology?" She turned around. "No." The extraordinary shook her head. "No?" Tilly's eyes widened. "So it's right for me to worry? No matter what, I can't let you go to danger yourself. This is the decision I made a long time ago." "Ashes, you don't understand anything." Tilly suddenly gnashed her teeth in anger. "Risks can be calculated, measured, and avoided. The executor is part of it. No matter how perfect the plan is, a bad executor will make the situation a mess. Do you understand? If it were me, the broken bridge operation wouldn't be dangerous at all. Calculation, measurement, avoidance. You're becoming more and more like Roland Wimbledon," Ashes said with a shrug. "Don't change the subject." Princess Tilly was unmoved. "Isn't that the truth? But accidents can't be predicted. Even if the probability of it happening is very small, I still want to be the one to bear it. After all, there are too many accidents in my life." Ashes leaned over and put her hands on Tilly's shoulders. Because of the height difference, this was the only way she could look at Tilly at the same level. You have a good reason not to apologize. Since I've chosen to stay here and fight the demons, I'll be in danger more and more often. If I can't come back, won't I owe a lot of apologies? Hey. Listen to me. Ash's expression was extremely serious. Compared to your brother, there's not much I can do. It's too difficult for me to think about the future of witches. So this is the only thing I'm sure is right. If you're willing to return to Sleeping Island, I can promise that I won't let you worry anymore. But not here. Of course, if you make me worry, I won't let you apologize. Tilly found that she didn't know what to say. Looking at the black-haired and golden-eyed Ashes, she felt that she was inexplicably reliable at this moment. It shouldn't be like this. Ahem. She tilted her head. Forget it this time. Tell me the whole thing in detail later. I want to find out what the problem is. Now go take a bath. The smell on your body is killing me. I know. Ashes let out a long breath. Do you want to take a bath with me? No way. Looking at the extraordinary leaving, Tilly stretched out her right hand and opened her palm. The place where the ring had pierced her hand had completely healed. There was almost no trace of the injury, but the sudden stinging pain was still fresh in her memory. Fortunately, the situation she worried about did not happen. Maybe I'm just worrying too much, she thought. When Lorgar woke up from a long sleep, she felt an indescribable comfort all over her body. It was like soaking in a warm spring. The dizziness and pain were gone. Yes, Nana Pine is back. She vaguely remembered what happened before she fell asleep. The lovely little girl ran into the room breathlessly. It seemed that she hadn't rested all the way. The first thing she said when she saw her was, "Sleep well. You'll be back to normal when you wake up." In addition to her, there were also her companions in the adventurer group. They talked a lot at the bedside, but she couldn't remember a single word. After all, the feeling when Nana's magic flowed through her body was too comfortable. So now I'm all right? I have to thank her. When Lorgar opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a gray-haired man. She was stunned. Great, Chief? That's me. Roland nodded. How does it feel to be healed? I can't tell. She tried to move her fingers. It was a little jerky, but her thoughts were conveyed without any hindrance. There seems to be no problem. How long did I sleep? Where's Nana? And, your hand? Oh, I just found it interesting. Don't worry about it. Roland withdrew his hand from Lorgar's ear. I've always been curious about how they feel when I touch them. Do they make you feel, especially itchy? No, they're just ears, Lorgar said strangely. If you don't mind them being weird, I'm fine with it. After saying that, she even shook her long ears. That's enough for now. The chief coughed twice. You've slept for about 3 days. This is the normal time for your body to adapt after recovering from serious injuries. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't sleep. You'll just feel extra tired and uncomfortable. Lorgar was slightly surprised. 3 days, if nightfall didn't remove the seed of symbiosis, you could have slept longer. Roland smiled. You woke up because your body reminded you. You should feel hungry later. Oh, and Miss Nightfall. I have to go and thank them. The wolf girl wanted to get up, but Roland gently pressed her down. Now do you agree that I have the ability to fight against the demons? Lorgar suddenly became spirited. I've never denied that you're qualified to fight against them. In fact, even a weak, ordinary woman will participate in this huge war behind the defense line, Roland reiterated. What I'm against is fighting against them alone. If the Sleeping Island witches had come a little later this time, without the seed of symbiosis with Nightfall, I'm afraid you would have been buried in the Western Cemetery. But if I didn't do that, Neverwinter wouldn't have discovered the demon army, Lorgar stubbornly said. I can reward you for a good result, but I can't affirm the wrong approach just because of a good result. Roland shook his head. The best thing you did was to bring the news back to Neverwinter instead of staying in the barbarian land to fight against the demons. If you were to ask me the same question now, my answer would still be no. I don't want you to fight the devil alone, and this time I'll make the guards watch you more closely, so that you won't come back half dead again. Huh? This is the chief's order. Roland was not swayed. Let's talk about the reward first. The great chieftain's expression wasn't this serious when he touched her ear just now. All right then. There are 3 kinds of rewards. You can choose one. Simply put, it's a golden dragon, chaos drinks, and a custom-made equipment. The first 2 were easy to understand, but what was the last one? Was it an iron claw or a steel tooth specially for the wolf form? She had considered this problem when she was in the Wildflame clan, but she had to change back to her original form, and those custom-made weapons would easily become a burden. Lorgar asked the question in her mind. I haven't figured out the specific plan yet, but it's generally a powerful firearm that can greatly improve your fighting ability. Roland explained, I heard from Ashes that you can keep part of your body in the wolf form, and in this case, your strength is equivalent to half of a god's punishment warrior. This set of equipment is specially designed for god's punishment witches, but I think it will also be useful for you. Was he talking about the weapons used by the first army that had easily defeated the Oasis watchdogs? She remembered that lightning also had one. Its power was indeed amazing, but it also depended on the ability of the user. Moreover, the crossbow used was very special and could only be produced in Neverwinter. According to what the great chieftain had said, since she was not allowed to leave the city alone, he would definitely not give her the corresponding crossbow. If she only had the firearm itself, it could only be placed in the house and not be of much use. More importantly, she trusted her own body and fangs more than external forces. Can I choose to join the Witch Union? Lorgar asked after thinking for a moment. The other party probably didn't expect such an answer from her. Slightly stunned, he said, but I can, but weren't you? I changed my mind. The wolf girl wagged her tail. The golden dragon will run out one day, and the chaos drinks will run out one day. I'm not good at anything except fighting, so it's better for me to join the Witch Union. If I become a member of the Union, I'll get the golden dragon and chaos drinks every month, right? Yes, that's right. In addition, I promised Lightning and Maggie that I'll explore the entire barbarian land with them. Since they're all members of the Witch Union, it'll be more convenient for me to join them. By the way, if I go with them, you won't stop me from going into the depths of the barbarian land, right? Ahem, in theory, yes, but I still have to prioritize safety. Then this is the reward I want, Lorgar said with her head held high. After all, I once refused your kindness. Phew. Roland finally spread out his hands. If you've decided. Yes, do I need to sign a contract? She looked serious. Of course. Vendi will explain everything to you later. The great chief stood up. I'll ask the kitchen to send you something to eat. Have a good rest. As for thanking Nana and the others, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Watching him leave, Lorgar lowered her ears and lay back on the pillow. There was one thing she didn't explain to the great chief. The golden dragon and the chaos drinks were not the key. The main reason why she decided to join the Witch Union was the hidden secret in her heart. For the Sand Nation, facts spoke louder than words. She had always suspected that Roland wouldn't fulfill his promise to the Majins, and it was difficult for her to completely trust a noble from the Northern Kingdom. If he broke his promise, she would eventually return to Wildflame and become an enemy of the Northern Kingdom. Therefore, Lorgar was quite resistant to the great chief's words, and she didn't think he would really care about a divine lady of a foreign race. Later, although the resistance gradually subsided, her doubts still existed. Until this serious injury. During the symbiosis period, she was told that the Witch Union had sent many letters of help to Roland Wimbledon. As long as she persisted for a while, she would be able to get treatment from Miss Nana. However, when she learned that the great chief was now in the northern region of Grey Castle, busy recovering his territory, she didn't have much hope. The Northern Kingdom was several times larger than the southernmost region. It was an extremely long journey from Iron Sand City to Endless Cape, let alone from the northern border to Neverwinter. Even if it was to deal with the demons, it would take at least 1 or 2 months. However, the great chief had sent Nana back, and she was the first witch to be sent back. Lorgar knew how important a healer was to the army. It would be too harsh to say that he didn't care about this treatment. Besides, if she remembered correctly, even Maggie needed about 3 days to go back and forth from the northern region. If the great chief didn't lie to her, it meant that he came to see her as soon as he arrived in Neverwinter. In the southernmost region, this kind of kindness was worthy of any warrior's loyalty. She wasn't a pure warrior, but a pure Majin Sandman. Since that was the case, why not trust him more? After leaving the bedroom, Roland went straight downstairs and went straight to the reception hall on the first floor. The guards at the door pushed open the door. The hall was already full of people. When they saw the king, they all stood up in unison. Before he arrived at the western region, lightning had brought the summon order to Neverwinter. He looked at the people's expressions as he slowly walked to the main seat. The ministers of the city hall, the person in charge of the garrison force of the First Army, the representatives of the Witch Union, the representatives of the Sleeping Spell, the manager of the Longsong area, and the Tequila Witches all had different expressions on their faces. Some of them were confused about the enemy, some of them hated the demons, but most of them looked serious and solemn. Not until Roland sat down did the others bow and take their seats. From the remote town to the rapidly expanding core city, Roland had become a flag in everyone's mind. He could clearly feel this in the eyes of the participants. Unlike the time when they stood on the platform in elementary school and gave speeches or explained plans to clients, they were not only listening but also preparing. They were ready to carry out his every order and intention. This was the team he had accumulated after coming to this world for 3 years. Whenever he thought of the lonely figures in the castle at the beginning, as well as the taunts and sneers of the local nobles, he felt a sincere sense of satisfaction from the bottom of his heart. Neverwinter can't allow the demons to take root on the fertile plains, especially in a place so close to the border. Although the demons came a little early, we didn't slow down either. Grey Castle has basically been pacified, so we can focus on dealing with them. Roland went straight to the point and said, Neverwinter can't allow the demons to take root on the fertile plains, especially in a place so close to the border. He paused, looked around, and said word by word, our next goal is to drive the demons out of the Tequila ruins. Do you have any questions? Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone said in unison. Even Barav, who was the most concerned about mobilizing the army, did not raise any objection. The rapid development of Neverwinter was based on the stable order and the confidence of the people. A city protected by a powerful king and a territory that had never been invaded by war were the main factors that attracted the refugees to come to Neverwinter. If the demons used the Tequila ruins as a stronghold and constantly harassed Neverwinter, causing panic and even causing people to flee, the future development of Neverwinter would be impossible. The eastern and southern regions, which had been abandoned because of the continuous battles for the throne, were the best proof. Then let's talk about the specific plan. If any department has any ideas, please speak. Your Majesty, I think the most important thing now is to move the industries in the north as soon as possible. Barav was the first to stand up and reply. If the demons invade the western region, the first people to be affected will be those who are not protected by the city wall. Even if the new city wall is built, the cattle and sheep grazing will still disturb your army. The previous citywide alert is an example. Speaking of this, he glanced at Bendy. Due to the closure of the city gate, the transportation of wheat seeds and a variety of forest resources was blocked. Fortunately, the city hall was operating at full capacity, so the impact was minimized. Roland had already found out about this matter from the letter. When he heard the old manager mention it again, he couldn't help but look at Bendy. He noticed that the latter had a calm expression and didn't have the slightest intention to argue. Obviously, the words "I'll take full responsibility" weren't said out of anger. Wheat seeds, mushrooms, and other resources can be collected by paddle steamers and transported into the city from the west side of the Redwater River, but the North Slope mine can't be moved, and the cost of rebuilding the furnace district is too high, so it can't be generalized. He thought for a moment and said, these places will be heavily guarded, so that they will be able to resist the Devil Beast's surprise attacks. Also, I didn't explain in detail about the alert. Now, I'll make it clear that the evacuation during the martial law is only for the people still wandering in the streets, markets, and other places, not all residents. From today on, I request that no factory will stop working under any circumstances until I give new orders. Then, I'll count the industries that can be moved and give them to you for review. Probably realizing that Roland didn't want to hold him responsible, Barav immediately changed his tone. Also, plan the new land. Roland tapped on the map behind him. The threat from the Great Snow Mountain has been eliminated, so the area in the west can be used. As long as Leaf is here, the misty forest will be a natural barrier for the left wing. On the map, the dense misty forest was like an inverted triangle, occupying a small part of the barbarian land. Its apex was the Snow Mountain in the western region. One side extended along the foot of the mountain to the north, leading to Dragon's Pine Ridge, and the other side accompanied the Redwater River to the border of Neverwinter. These two ends were connected, forming a huge buffer zone. To put it simply, if the barbarian land was divided into three parts, the leftmost part would be the forest area, while the rightmost part would be the Neverwinter grassland and the impassable mountain range. The area under Leaf's control now covered the entire western section of the Redwater River, so the safety of the cement fleet could be guaranteed, whether it was transporting coal or forest resources. Yes, Your Majesty. Barav was also aware of this point, so he quickly agreed. Your Majesty, I think the origin of the demons should be made public to the people as soon as possible, Vendi said. Otherwise, when they suddenly appear in front of everyone, it will easily cause panic. And you often say that propaganda is the most important part of governance. If we don't control it, it's very likely that some people with ulterior motives will take advantage of it. I also agree with this statement, Urcha echoed through the light screen. Although the abilities of mortals are very limited, when put together, it is still a force. At least it is better than nothing. Besides, fear is like a whip, it often makes people afraid, but when it's waved properly, it can force people to move forward. Originally, the propaganda work would be carried out after the unification of Grey Castle and the king's ascension to the throne, but the demon's early appearance disrupted this plan. Roland threw this task to Barav. You decide the content of the propaganda and how to do it. Make sure the people understand that the demons are the mortal enemies of mankind and we won't stop until we are destroyed. At the same time, emphasize that they are just like demonic beasts. Although they look ferocious and scary, they are no different from guns. As for those who take advantage of the situation to spread rumors and create chaos, Roland sneered and looked at the two people in charge of the police department, Vader and Ren Med. I don't think I need to remind you how to deal with them, right? The two hurriedly lowered their heads. Of course, Your Majesty. After confirming the wartime order and relevant plans in Neverwinter, Pasha brought up the question that everyone was most concerned about. How do you plan to attack the demons near the Tequila ruins? The safest way is to set up artillery positions and destroy their red mist supply devices from a distance. Roland roughly measured on the map with his finger. The Longsong cannons produced now have a shooting range of more than 10 kilometers. If we improve them a little, they can shoot even farther. Without the red mist, the demons who stay here will die. He was not bragging. Considering the use and transportation conditions of the first generation of Longsong cannon, except for the glorious 152mm caliber, the other standards were far lower than the 152mm caliber. Even if he did not modify the barrel, carriage and other parts, he only needed to enlarge the chamber and replace the whole cartridge with the small cartridge to immediately increase the shooting range. I see. The Tequila witches are willing to open up this position for you. There was no doubt that the Tequila camp was the most enthusiastic about the Battle of Divine Will in the conference hall. As long as they could defeat the demons, they did not mind taking the lead. In the North Slope mine of Neverwinter, a new road connecting the ore yard and the furnace area was undergoing the final cleaning. Different from the ironclad wooden rails in the mine, it was not only wider, but also wider. In particular, the two rails were all made of steel, so one could imagine how heavy it was just by looking at it. If it were any other lord, he would definitely be shocked by such a waste. How many sets of armor and swords would it take to forge so much iron? Even if it was a conservative estimate, it was enough to arm a sizable group of knights. But now, it was buried in the ground, exposed to the wind and rain, rusting and gathering dust. What a spendthrift. When Roland led the participants into the yard, there was a commotion in the crowd. Not every department knew the ins and outs of the new road, especially the officials from the Longsong area. They opened their mouths in surprise and could not take their eyes off the straight rails. The natural uniformity of the rails always gave people a silent power. Even if they did not understand its function, they would still be subdued by its power. After several years of shock training, they did not think that their king was a spendthrift, but the way he did it still made most of the participants tremble. At first glance, laying the cast steel bars on the ground was no different from using golden dragon to pave the road. That was the best material. As long as it was transported out, it could be exchanged for a lot of money in any city. In fact, only Neverwinter could afford such a consumption. Since the official production of blast furnace ironmaking and converter steelmaking, the cornerstone of all industries, iron and steel smelting had finally achieved witch-like to a certain extent. Although the latter needed Anna to start the ignition, compared to the original Star of Steel, this production process could be regarded as a miracle in this era. In addition, the transformation of the North Slope mine had further improved the smelting industry. With the bold planning of the Ministry of Construction and Lotus's cooperation, the dome of the shallow mine was blown up several times, turning part of the mine into an open-air mine, and the iron mine was the largest mining area. Since last year, Neverwinter's steel production had made a huge leap. The amount of steel produced in a month was more than that of all the other cities in Greycastle combined. But in Roland's view, this was a matter of course. If industrial production could not crush the steel that was tempered by blacksmiths, then there was no point in him wasting his time on these things. As for the tracks in front of him, it was part of the experimental railway that connected the mining area, the smelting area, and the docks. Since there was no significant difference in materials and load capacity between the broad and narrow rails, he deliberately used 1.5 meters as the standard distance between the railways. Not only was the number easy to remember, but the width of the two tracks plus the roadbed was also basically within the range of Lotus's ability. The sleepers were cut from logs, and the stone was taken from the debris of the mine after the explosion. If one did not look at the vehicles, these rails were exactly the same as the modern ones. However, with the start of the war to unify the country, the construction work was temporarily suspended. After all, what he wanted to make was still in the experimental stage, and it was impossible to build a factory before the final design was finalized. Therefore, both the processing and the installation of the rails were all done by Anna. Without Blackfire, the second half of the road was naturally impossible. Of course, these new roads alone could not satisfy everyone's curiosity. Under Roland's instruction, the workers uncovered a canvas shed at the end of the track. When the canvas, covered with dust and fallen leaves, fell to the ground, a black steel car appeared in front of everyone. "Your Majesty, is this a steam barrow?" Perrault, the governor of the Longsong area, asked in surprise. It was no wonder that he thought so. As the main part of the vehicle, the barrel-shaped steam engine mounted on the steel beam immediately attracted everyone's attention. As more and more steam engines were put into use in Neverwinter, the officials had gradually become familiar with this seemingly clumsy but infinitely powerful machine. Even in some traditional fields that required a lot of manpower, they would actively consider using the steam engine to achieve their goals, such as farmland irrigation, dock unloading and so on. It could be said that in the beginning, the factories that manufactured the steam engine and related supporting equipment would only receive production orders from Roland, but now they would occasionally produce special machines for the needs of the city hall. Even if the same gears, brackets and transmission rods were used, they could achieve completely different results with a slight combination. This was a very good sign. It meant that people had begun to change from passive production to active creation. For Perrault, since the cement boats driven by steam engines in the river were called paddle steamers, it was very reasonable for the car to be called a steam barrow. Of course, Roland did not want to sit back and watch the naming rights fall into someone else's hands. After all, this was an epoch-making means of transportation. Since the day it was born, the world ushered in a drastic change. Even though the speed of the prototype was not as fast as a horse carriage, even though it had been modified into all kinds of strange shapes, and even its power source had been changed several times, the original name was still deeply engraved in the history of human development. Train, Roland corrected. It's the key to solving the transportation problem. You want to build such a track on the prairie and then use it for the train? Berev read out this new word in a tongue twister. What if the demons attack the workers and obstruct the construction of the track? First of all, there must be at least 2 tracks to ensure that people can come and go at the same time. Secondly, I don't plan to cross the prairie. Instead, I'll set off from the misty forest until the nearest location to the Tequila ruins and then advance eastward. Roland told him the plan he had in mind. In this way, even if the months of demons come, Leaf can protect the track from demonic beasts. As for the demons, it's a battle of spears and shields. There's not only one position, but wherever the railway is built, the cannons will be set up. Even if they can tear down the railway under fire, as long as we build it faster, it'll be fine. Before returning to Neverwinter, he had discussed this with the general staff. Although the misty forest route seemed to be farther than the grassland route, the construction speed was much faster. The weeds and vines would automatically give way and form a natural drainage slope, which was a headache for most development projects. Under the command of Leaf, the forest could also take the initiative to carry construction materials, which could greatly reduce the burden of the hummingbirds. 6 months. To build this kind of track to the depths of the barbarian land? After hearing Roland's plan, Barav, who had seen many miracles, widened his eyes in disbelief. But it took the Ministry of Construction more than half a year to build an ordinary road connecting the border and Longsong stronghold. Now the distance of this road is at least 5 times that of Kingdom Avenue. Are you sure Mr. Carr can do it? There was a lot of whispers on the scene. Kingdom Avenue was the first super-large project started by Roland after he took over Longsong stronghold. It involved as many as 2,000 workers, which was regarded as a pointless project at that time. The new road needed to be further developed. Coupled with the time limit, even all the workers in Neverwinter would not be able to meet the requirements. Carr van Bate, the Minister of Construction, did not say a word, as if he was thinking about the feasibility of the plan. Roland knew what these officials were worried about. After all, there were still many construction projects in the city, and it was impossible to invest all the resources in the railway. But in fact, compared with the cement gravel road, which needed to be graded and repeatedly rolled, the laying of the roadbed was much more convenient. As for the installation of the railway, which seemed complicated, it was actually the fastest part. He had seen Anna's demonstration of welding with black fire. It took her less than 10 seconds on average to connect the 2 broken points of a part like the railway. Compared with the traditional bolts or hot melt connections, the quality was better, and a lot of manpower and materials could be saved. Except for the lack of the nostalgic clanging sound of the old trains, it could be described as perfect. In fact, the experimental track in front of them was a quasi-seamless track. Except for the joints left by the heat stress of the steel, the whole top surface formed a smooth straight line. When the wheels rolled on it, there was almost no vibration. At that time, Anna only took half a day to complete this process. This was also the reason why Roland was confident in setting such a short time limit. In other words, if the workers spent 10 days laying the road foundation, it might take Leaf 5 days to place the sleepers and rails, and Anna only needed 1 day to weld them all. If he didn't deliberately accumulate the number, he would take the Maggie in the morning and return to the castle for lunch at noon. However, he did not explain in detail. After all, not everyone knew the abilities of a witch like the back of their hand. The other half a year was just a rough estimate. As soon as he arrived in Neverwinter, he went straight to the wolf girl and the meeting. He did not even have time to ask Tilly which witches had come to the sinking sleeping island. If there were suitable witches, the railway might have been built faster. Seeing that Roland didn't say anything else, the officials turned their attention back to the train. Compared to the modern railway, the train itself was undoubtedly a lot more antique. A complete locomotive was divided into 2 parts. The front part was mainly composed of the 4th-generation steam engine and transmission device, while the back part was the coal storage car. The driver's cab was located in the middle. Other than controlling the speed and sounding the steam whistle, it was also the driver's duty to manually add coal to the boiler. Although the train was still in the semi-finished stage due to the war, it was still much better than the first steam locomotive in the other world. For example, the steam worked directly on the crankshaft instead of the flywheel belt. Also, the wheels on both sides were equipped with a linkage mechanism without dead points, instead of relying on a single gear set to drive the wheels. During the design, Roland simplified all kinds of cumbersome functions and almost directly pieced several main parts together. From the perspective of the future, it had many shortcomings. The brake needed to be manually twisted by the winch, the driver's cab was rigidly connected to the girder, the driver could fully feel the agitation of the steam engine when it was working, there was no electrical equipment, and the crew needed to be notified by the whistle or the voice, etc. But in this case, it was already the best solution that could be solved with the current technology in Neverwinter. Just like the first-generation steam engine, he had to solve the problems first and then improve step by step. Your Majesty, this thing can carry a lot of goods? Xianxia, the Minister of Chemical Industry, asked curiously, how is it compared with those cement boats in the river? I think it shouldn't be a problem to transport 5 or 6 boats at a time, Roland said proudly when he saw the surprised look on the people's faces again. But this is just the beginning. With the improvement of technology, it won't be a problem to transport 100 cement boats in the future. 100 boats? Barav swallowed. As the director of City Hall, he completely understood what this number meant. Then, what about the speed? Perrault's voice trembled slightly. It's hard to say. It depends on the actual test results, but it won't be slower than the cement boats. However, in their eyes, the paddle-wheel cement boat that moved without any wind was already an extremely fast means of transportation. One had to know that in this era, land transportation was mainly carried by horse carriages or livestock. On the uneven and soft surface, one could well imagine the efficiency of transportation. If the cars ran a little faster, the axles of the cars without any shock absorber system would break and fall apart. Therefore, ships were the main means of transportation in the Kingdom of Grey Castle. In the inland rivers, the steamboats, which did not need to rely on wind, obviously had an advantage over sailing boats. When they heard that the train's carrying capacity would only be greater and its speed wouldn't decrease, the group of people fell into a complete silence. Roland could not help but laugh in his heart. If he had said this 2 years ago, he would have been regarded as a lunatic. Looking at these officials who subconsciously wanted to deny it, but also had an expression of what if it was true, he could not help but feel quite happy. Although those descriptions were based on the fact that the ship technology was stagnant, now that the war was imminent, it was good to strengthen people's confidence. Moreover, he was not speaking without thinking. This was only an industrial product with the first generation of source power. When the second generation of source power, which was the internal combustion engine, came out, this epoch-making means of transportation would become the king of land transportation. Your Majesty, can you show it to us? The old director asked after a while. Not for the time being. It's currently missing several key parts, so it's not really completed. It'll probably take about a week for everything to be debugged. Roland shook his head. Before the war, you gave the Ministry of Construction a plan to connect the mine and the dock with the track, right? Barav asked again. What's wrong? Roland sensed that Barav seemed to have something to say. If it's really as you said, it will certainly have a positive impact on the City Hall's war propaganda. Barav voiced out his thoughts one by one. Can you let your subjects witness this incredible scene with their own eyes on the day of the train's departure? Roland immediately understood the director's intention. It seemed that the old director had also realized the importance of guiding the people in the past few years. Just when everyone was looking around the train, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the west. Woo, woo, everyone could not help but be stunned in place. It was the highest level of alarm. Vendi was the first to react. Your Majesty, please return to the castle immediately. To Roland's surprise, Tilly and Ashes quickly came to his side. The extraordinaire stood in front of them, and Tilly grabbed his wrist. He suddenly felt a cold metal touch on his wrist. He looked down and saw that the ring on Tilly's finger was full of blue light. Obviously, if the situation went wrong, she would fly him directly to the mining area. For some reason, although it was a critical moment, he felt a little absent-minded and paid more attention to the owner of this hand. Unlike Nightingale, who trusted him wholeheartedly, he knew that Tilly did not really treat him as a brother. It was difficult to hide a lie from a smart person. Even if she would call him that, it was just to maintain the current relationship. In fact, the relationship between the two of them had always been like covered with a layer of gauze, so vague that it was difficult to define, not to mention that Ashes had always been lukewarm towards him. Although he had nothing to do with the grudges formed in the palace, it was impossible to explain this black pot even if he wanted to. Since he lied to her first, he could not ask for more. Now he could not help but feel that the dust had been lifted. Perhaps for Tilly, even if they were not blood-related, as an ally, it was enough to be trusted and affirmed. Yes, this place is too close to the border wall. Please leave quickly. Guards, where are the guards? Come and clear the way for His Majesty. At this time, the others also came to their senses and shouted. With the echoing alarm in the air, the scene was quite chaotic for a while. Infected by the nervous atmosphere, Roland finally came to his senses. He could not help but frown. Did the guards find the traces of the demons? He looked to the west of the North Slope mine. Now that Sylvie was in charge of the defense, the possibility of a false alarm was very low. It was most likely the demons that made the border guards sound the highest alarm. But weren't they in a dormant state because they lacked the red mist? Or did the Tequila Ruins send new supplies? Although he wanted to personally go to the city wall to take a look, now that Nightingale was not here, and the main force of the First Army was still on the way back, it was better not to increase the burden of the defenders. On the way down the mountain, he called Vendi and instructed, no matter what happens at the city wall, inform me immediately if there is any news. Yes, the latter replied with a solemn expression. Sylvie stared at the approaching enemy, her palms involuntarily sweating. This was not the first time she had seen a demon, but the oppressive feeling it gave her was like a shadow following her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a total of 6 devil beasts lined up and rushed toward Neverwinter from the direction of the grassland. Under the observation of the magic eyes, every detail of the enemy was clearly discernible. Just as Urcha had mentioned, not every devil beast carried a mad demon on its back. 2 of the devil beasts carried a pile of bone containers that looked like dirt bags on their backs. They looked like pack horses. If she zoomed in, she could see the surging red mist in the containers. Obviously, they were carrying enough gas tanks to carry out this long-distance attack. But why did the demons attack so quickly? Shouldn't they be guarding around the God's Stone mine in the ruins, waiting for the arrival of the Bloody Moon? To Sylvie's relief, the First Army responded quickly after hearing the alarm. The cannons on the city wall took off their jackets and several teams of soldiers also entered the battle zone. If the enemies did not suddenly change their direction, the two sides would meet in about 7 minutes. Miss Sylvie, the people over there asked if you could predict the blocks that the enemies might pass through if they intend to invade the city, the guard in charge of communication said. To facilitate the transmission of the enemy's information, Roland moved the prototype handset from the backyard of the North Slope mountain to the city wall. Apart from the direct line to Longsong Stronghold, this was also the first handset in Neverwinter to be put into use. However, due to the length of the line, the other end of the handset could only be set up at the entrance of the third border city. Therefore, in addition to a special contact person, Sylvie also arranged for 2 God's Punishment witches to protect the handset. Road number 5 or road number 9? Sylvie wiped the sweat off her hands. But they may also be heading toward the square. The people there haven't been completely evacuated yet. If the devil beasts rushed into the market, the consequences would be unimaginable. I see, the guard repeated into the phone. Wait. Sylvie's voice suddenly changed. They're climbing higher. Are they going to cross the city wall? The guard also became nervous. But the devil beasts are also slowing down. The people on the city wall should be able to see them from this distance. Before the guard's voice died away, the faint sound of gunfire came from the receiver. The soldiers on the city wall were undoubtedly the elites of the First Army. Most of them had participated in the exploration of the Snow Mountain, so they did not panic when facing the demons. Several teams took turns to open fire, and at the same time they maintained a relatively low firing rate. They did not shoot all the bullets in their hands at once. However, Sylvie soon found a problem. It was much more difficult to hit a target in the air than to shoot down a demonic beast or a God's Punishment army charging at them. The soldiers did not know how to adjust the angle of the devil beast's attacks. After several rounds of shooting, the devil beasts remained unscathed and were only about 150 meters away from the city wall. The height of the devil beasts had also climbed to more than 100 meters. The soldiers of the First Army had to raise their spears to aim at the enemies. Although the gunfire became more intense, they still could not achieve any results. At this moment, the devil beast stopped moving and hovered in the air like a giant bat. The mad demon's arms also rapidly expanded. No! Sylvie could not help but scream. Ask them to retreat from the city wall. What? The guard was stunned. Retreat? However, it was too late. The demons instantly threw the bone spears in their hands. For white shadows fell from the sky and pierced through the defenseless soldiers on the city wall in the blink of an eye. Once the attacks came from the air, the earthen wall raised by Lotus lost its purpose. Unexpectedly, the demons did not continue to attack. After their arms withered, the mad demon uttered a series of strange cries and threw several animal skins to the ground. Then it turned around and flew back to the grassland. The attack ended as quickly as it started. After a while, the demons disappeared under the skyline. Sylvie could not help but look at the city wall. The soldiers who had been hit by the bone spears had already lost all signs of life. No matter how hard their comrades shook them, they could not open their eyes. The blood flowing from their chests gradually formed a dark red pool under their bodies. The animal skins slowly fell to the ground. They were not empty, but there were several crude patterns drawn on them. What does this mean? Roland asked in a low voice as he looked at the animal skin spread on the table expressionlessly. He was furious. The demons not only left after launching the attack, but also left a declaration of revenge, which was a blatant provocation to Neverwinter. However, he knew that he had to restrain himself at times like this. The officials looked at each other, but no one dared to answer. In addition to the fact that they did not want to face the king's wrath, the meaning of the patterns on the animal skins was also obvious. The giant wolf-shaped creature was undoubtedly Lorgar. The other drawings were of kneeling humans, bound witches, burning city walls, and corpses and ruins. Although the lines were very simple, they were very easy to understand when they were put together. It was a threatening letter expressed by the patterns. Hand over the wolf girl, lay down your weapons, surrender, protect the murderer, and resist to the death. Roland glanced at the officials in the hall and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Although not everyone showed an expression of unwillingness to give up, and some even showed fear, but fortunately, no one proposed to hand over the witches to the devil. Your Majesty, the message that the demons want to convey is not simple intimidation or persuasion, but a trap. In this oppressive silence, a light curtain unfolded on the wall, and Pasha's voice came into his mind. I've learned what happened from Sylvie. Please don't believe everything the demons say. This is their usual practice. Her tone was a little anxious, as if she was worried that he would make the wrong choice. Roland also sensed something strange. Have you encountered such a thing before? To be exact, it used to be a kingdom of mortals, Pasha said seriously. During the first battle of Divine Will, the demons used this method to divide the relationship between mortals and witches, and gradually nibbled away at the Land of Dawn. Following the ancient witch's description, Roland quickly understood the meaning of the trap. In that era when ordinary humans and witches ruled together, the demons not only were aggressive on the battlefield, but also indirectly pressured their opponents, such as handing over the witches and delaying the attack. Compared with ordinary humans, witches were few in number, and there was no need for them to hide their abilities, so they were easily identified. In order to save their lives, the cities where witches were in a weak position often chose to follow orders. As a result, some witches were captured or killed by their own people when they returned to the camp. Under such circumstances, the estrangement between witches and ordinary people gradually intensified, and what caused the situation to worsen further was an inhumane betrayal. In the middle of the Battle of Divine Will, the lords of two central cities formed a coalition to fight against the demons. The only difference between the two armies was that one was led by witches, while the other was composed entirely of ordinary humans. In the middle of a fierce battle, the lord of the ordinary people suddenly sided with the demons, cutting the retreating witch army in half and using the god stone of retaliation as a weapon. The exhausted witches, who had lost more than half of their forces, made their last stand, but they were still completely annihilated. Their leader was beheaded in public, and the remaining witches, except for a small number who were handed over to the demons, were all reduced to slaves. This betrayal was later called the Twilight Break by the Union, and it was an unforgettable lesson. From that day on, human beings gradually divided into two groups. However, the cities that surrendered to the demons did not exist for long. Handing over the witches was just the beginning. When the demons' outposts kept advancing and they could reach out to the land of the lords, they would not hesitate to raze the cities to the ground. The human Grand Duke who initiated the Twilight Break was no exception. Under the instructions of the demons, he built a mist storage tower in the city, and also sent people to help the enemy build outposts and provide information. Even so, he did not enjoy his old age. It was rumored that he was imprisoned by the demons in the Lord's castle and starved to death. Others said that after knowing that the demons wanted to exterminate human beings, he escaped from his territory, but was killed by a vengeful witch. In short, with the end of the Battle of Divine Will, human beings also lost control of the Land of Dawn. Most of the territories became impassable areas, and the red mist on the skyline was a lingering nightmare for all the runaways. It was this crushing defeat that led to the birth of the Union, which eventually evolved into a huge political entity that ruled the fertile plains for hundreds of years. At the end of the narration, Roland also heard a shocking rumor from Pasha. There are no actual records of this incident, but it is a secret that has been circulated among the upper echelons of the Union. Although the demons' methods of threatening and sowing discord are extremely clumsy, they were learned from human beings. What did you say? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that Pasha's words were only for him to hear. As expected, the officials in the hall were a little surprised, as if they were wondering why he suddenly asked such a question. It is said that before the first battle of Divine Will. No, it should be said that earlier, people had already come into contact with the demons. At that time, they were no different from beasts, and it was a human who imparted knowledge to them, Pasha said in a low voice. A few people thought that this might be the reason why the later senior demons tended to take human forms. However, the three chiefs thought that this was nonsense and forbade people from discussing it in private. Therefore, only the upper-class witches had heard of this rumor. Roland held his breath and tried to communicate with the ancient witch through his mind. Do you believe it? I don't know. Unexpectedly, Pasha did not give a definite answer. If it's true, it only proves that communicating with the devil is tantamount to suicide. Roland thought for a moment and asked about the missing part of the story. Is the rumored human a witch or an ordinary person? The latter sighed softly. Both theories have been circulated before. It seemed that it was really an irresponsible rumor. In addition, the actions of the three chiefs of the Union were understandable. No matter how the demons became the enemy, since their purpose was to destroy mankind, the only way to deal with them was to give them an eye for an eye. He changed the topic. If the threatened kingdom remains indifferent, what will the demons do? The attacks will continue until the Lord surrenders or the army arrives. Pasha replied, this method is very effective for those weak towns. In other words, they will come again, right? Roland sneered. Barav. I'm here. The steward immediately stood up. In fact, one of the key issues that Roland had mentioned before was air defense. As a man who had experienced modern warfare, the importance of air superiority was almost ingrained in his mind. Due to the breadth and depth of the sky, the side with the advantage could choose to attack from any direction and at any time. Before the advent of radar, such an attack could be said to be impossible to defend against. Without reliable air defense, it would be no different from a fool's dream to establish an artillery position under the nose of the demons. Roland was now sure that after Lorgar escaped back to Neverwinter, the demons had approached the border of the western region more than once. Otherwise, they would not have been able to determine that this was a city mainly inhabited by ordinary people and tried to use the threat of the first battle of Divine Will to repeat the same trick. However, neither the sentry posts on the impassable mountain range nor the gods' punishment witches who went out of the defensive line to carry out early warning and reconnaissance were aware of the demons. If Sylvie had not taken over the vigilance work, perhaps the First Army would not have been aware of this round of attack until the demons appeared outside the city wall. This was sufficient proof that, with the current technological conditions, the vast sky would be the biggest loophole in Neverwinter's defensive line. After all, for this era, an air force was really an unimaginable concept. After knowing that the demons had devil beasts that could fly, Roland had been thinking about air defense. Unfortunately, no one had expected that the demons would appear so early, so the planned impassable mountain range defense line, telephone network, and new weapon development had not been completed. He was not surprised that the First Army could not achieve victory. As a transitional weapon, the revolving rifle was used to supplement the blind spots of artillery and machine guns, and it was useful for cleaning up the battlefield. However, its shortcomings were becoming increasingly obvious. The limited chamber pressure led to its low accuracy and short range. If not equipped with specialized loaders, the ammunition capacity of the 5 bullets per unit of time was very limited, which was not good for scattered soldiers. In addition, the shooting in the air had lost the usual stable fulcrum and could not be adjusted by judging the impact point, so it was easy to imagine the hit rate. It was not impossible to improve this situation in a short time. The simplest way was to make changes to the above points. It was already planned to gradually replace the revolving rifles and replace them with brand new bolt rifles. Before that, some parts still needed to be processed by Anna, so only a small team of accurate shooters was equipped. However, as the new generation of machine tools was put into use, the workers gradually became familiar with the new manufacturing methods, so they could process and assemble without relying on witches. Once the conformity rate was guaranteed, it was not difficult to increase the production capacity. However, it was somewhat difficult to rely on a few rifles for air defense. Compared with the revolving rifles, the former would have a higher accuracy and shooting range, but the firing rate would be reduced. Moreover, the complicated tracer bullets were too much for the bullet production line to bear. Even if they started to solve the technical problems now, the production would be stabilized. Therefore, the bolt rifles could only be used as auxiliary weapons. The First Army needed to have an air defense. Roland reckoned that it was basically impossible for him to take the advanced fire control route, so the barrage became his only choice. The most effective method was to modify the Mark I HMG into an anti-aircraft machine gun. This was also a common practice throughout history. There was no need to add any additional burden to the production and logistics. All they needed to do was to design a set of dual-purpose mounts and sights, and they would be able to achieve a certain level of low-altitude defense. Previously, when he designed the Mark I gun, he did not use a water-cooled barrel. Instead, he used a lightweight air-cooled barrel. This was also in consideration of the subsequent modifications. The heavy machine gun had a high firing rate, a long range, and a strong power. It was just enough to deal with the mad demons. If the demons had 2 Mark I Type 1 machine guns that could shoot in the air when they attacked the city wall, the result might have been completely different. After the meeting was over, Roland did not return to his office immediately. Instead, he went to the Arithmetic Academy. This new academy was located at the southern end of the castle district and was connected to the chemistry laboratory next door. Most of its members were members of the Astrology Association. However, with the help of the School of Sages, many citizens who had completed their primary education courses chose to work in the Arithmetic Academy. The number of applicants was even 10 to 20% higher than the number of applicants from the alchemist workshop. Roland speculated that it was probably because of the frequent explosions in the laboratory. Astrologer of Dispersion Star greeted him in the hall. After bowing, the chief astrologer excitedly expressed the profoundness and beauty of mathematics. "Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. The book Analytic Geometry that you gave me was simply a work of God. I never thought that one day the world would be so clear. It has nothing to do with the brightness of one's eyes, but the way one thinks. Even if I become so old that I can no longer look up at the stars, the world is still as clear as before. For example, in my eyes, your curly hair is pure numbers and symbols, and your robe and boots." Seeing that Dispersion Star could not stop, Roland had to interrupt him. "Have you mastered all the contents in the book?" "I can't say for sure, but most of them should be fine." Dispersion Star calmed down. "In the past 6 months, apart from the calculation tasks you gave us, we have been busy with a huge task, which is to re-record all the stars we have observed in the form of equations. For this purpose, we have established the star coordinates and confirmed that the star of extinction, which is the bloody moon you mentioned, has not moved." In the past, Roland had paid attention to the bloody moon. After all, its arrival symbolized the beginning of the battle of divine will. However, now that the demons had appeared, it was meaningless to pay attention to this star, which was a countdown. I have a new calculation task for you to do as soon as possible. Roland went straight to the point. But this time, it's not just simple arithmetic. You also need to cooperate with the First Army to solve a practical problem. Do you mean writing the firing table like last time? It's more complicated. Roland shook his head. With the help of the craftsman, you have to make a device that can predict the target's movement. It is controlled by two interacting equations, one describing the horizontal displacement, and the other describing the vertical displacement. I have a general design idea here, but you have to confirm the specific parameters after you test it. However, the most effective way to deal with the enemy in the air was to use another kind of aerial weapon. During the era of the Union, this task was usually carried out by witches. A few extraordinary witches who could soar in the sky and a few extraordinary witches who wore stones of flight were the most elite fighting force of the Union. Although this force belonged to the Blessed Army, it had a higher status than other combat witches. According to Pasha, all the three chiefs of the Union had come from this force. For ordinary human beings who had neither the ability nor the use of magic stones, the only thing they could rely on was their brains and hands. Replacing wings with machines, they could get rid of the shackles of gravity and lift their heavy bodies into the sky. This was the right way forward. In order to take control of the air, Neverwinter had to build its own flying force. He needed to build a real plane. However, Roland also knew that he still had several difficulties to solve before he could achieve this goal. Even the ancient biplane of the First World War was a complicated thing for him. Unlike the simple power output and braking system of a train, the several movable rudders of a plane were enough to give him a headache. More importantly, he had no experience in operating a plane, so he could not be sure whether the mechanical devices would work or not. Fortunately, the glider project could make up for this gap to some extent. Dendi, who could accurately sense the wind direction and strength changes, was undoubtedly the best test pilot. With the protection of Lightning and Maggie, at least he did not have to fill in a set of operating manuals at the cost of human lives. Your Majesty, Astrologer of Dispersion Stars' reply pulled him out of his thoughts. I've received your order. The Arithmetic Academy will rush to make this instrument for you as soon as possible. Very good. Roland nodded with satisfaction, thinking that it was indeed the right choice to bring the entire Astrology Association to the Western region. He only needed to explain the principle and the astrologer would figure out what he wanted. What was even more worrisome was that the astrologer's hands-on ability was not inferior to their mathematical ability. After all, blacksmiths did not know how to make a perfect astrological telescope. Most of the equipment was assembled by the astrologers themselves, and they ordered the parts themselves. It seemed that as a school of sages, the Astrology Association was not much inferior to the alchemist workshop. Just as he was about to leave, Astrologer of Dispersion Star seemed to have something to say. Is there anything else? Roland took the initiative to ask. It's like this, Your Majesty. The scholar coughed twice. There's something I don't understand. Why is the cover of this analytic geometry and the mathematics book she gave me marked with the word intermediate? He couldn't help but chuckle. That's all. You want to ask? If it's not convenient for me to reveal it, please forgive my rudeness. Unlike Xianxia, Dispersion Star, who had been living in King City since he was born and had served several kings, was obviously much more law-abiding. From his eyes, it could be seen that he was no less curious about this matter than the chief alchemist. Roland could not help but laugh when he thought of how he had once used a book called Intermediate Chemistry to bind Kyle to Neverwinter. He had taught Kyle as an apprentice and became the Minister of Chemical Industry. However, there was no need for someone as polite as Scholar Mishap to keep him in suspense. Because above this, there is another subject called advanced mathematics. It's not just geometry or arithmetic, but a collective term for all advanced mathematical theories. If the elementary and intermediate books I gave you are the tree trunks, then advanced mathematics is the branches and leaves. But this subject is too difficult. So it has another name. What's it? From beginner to giving up, Roland said, spreading out his hands. Dispersion Star's eyes widened. Apparently, he did not understand the joke. Your Majesty. I'll never give up. I won't hesitate even if I have to sacrifice the rest of my life. Can I have a look at it? Somehow, looking at Dispersion Star, Roland suddenly felt a little guilty for dozing off in the advanced mathematics class. He cleared his throat and said, "Of course. When you've finished this task, come to the castle to get the books." "Yes, Your Majesty." Dispersion Star knelt down excitedly. After leaving the Arithmetic Academy, Roland turned around and went to the backyard of North Slope Mountain. In addition to the anti-aircraft machine gun, he planned to buy some equipment for the gods' punishment witches. After several months of living with them, he was sure that the Tequila survivors had a strong desire for revenge against the demons. If Neverwinter was determined to fight against the demons because they would die if they did not resist, then the gods' punishment witches' obsession had gone beyond the scope of survival. In the eyes of the ancient witches, the demons were the source of their suffering for hundreds of years, the enemies of their family and friends, and the nightmares that they wanted to get rid of. It would be a waste for such a group of soldiers with extraordinary strength to fight against the demons with swords and spears. The gods' punishment witches could carry weapons that were difficult for ordinary soldiers, which meant that their combat efficiency was several times higher than that of ordinary people. They could be said to be the best single heavy firepower support unit. Roland's original idea was to design a portable Mark I-type heavy machine gun with a backpack ammunition box. The gods' punishment witches could become mobile turrets that could shoot hundreds of bullets no matter what kind of demons they encountered. But now, he changed his mind. Now, some of the heavy machine guns needed to be used as anti-aircraft machine guns. With the addition of the newly produced Mark I type, it was foreseeable that the bullets would be consumed at a rapid rate in the future. With the current production capacity of Neverwinter, it was impossible for him to distribute bullets as if they cost nothing. If he prepared another 300 guns for the gods' punishment witches, it would be difficult to get enough ammunition. If they had to stop after a few shots to save bullets, it would be equivalent to losing the purpose of mobile turrets. Therefore, it was best for the new weapon to be a large firearm with high power, low consumption, simple structure, and easy maintenance. Roland quickly drew a rough outline of it on the paper. It was an automatic shotgun with a caliber of 40 mm and an air-conducting recoil mechanism. The advantages of the shotgun were very obvious. It did not require accurate shooting, had a wide killing range, had a large caliber, and could effectively increase the shooting distance. The automatic firing strengthened the fierce firepower. It could be used as a supplement to rotary and bolt rifles to quickly eliminate the enemies who broke through the blockade of artillery. It could also be used in surprise attacks to actively approach the target to be ambushed. At least during the Second Battle of Divine Will, the demons' main combat method was close combat. Even in battles, it was very likely that the mad demons would not choose to throw bone spears. Instead, they would rely on close combat to determine the outcome of the battle. At that time, the gods' punishment witches equipped with automatic shotguns would definitely make their opponents suffer. 5 days later, Sylvie once again found traces of devil beasts. The Lord's Castle, the camp of the First Army, and the third border city received the news almost at the same time. In the past few days, Roland had set up 2 more short-distance routes so that the garrison commander and the Tequila survivors could contact him immediately. "That's too fast." Pasha sounded doubtful. Based on previous experience, the second threat should come half a month to a month later, especially for cities like Neverwinter that can't be reached within a day. "Why?" "Why?" asked Roland. "To prevent public opinion from spreading. When the news spreads, no matter what promises the Lord makes, the second attack will further destroy the morale of the common people. Therefore, it's necessary to wait." Pasha explained, "The demons seem to be acting too hastily." "I see. I see." Roland nodded. Indeed, for an ancient city, 5 days' worth of news could only be spread among the underground rats and a few taverns. For those people who busied themselves for the entire day just to have a meal, the degree of information obstruction was not something that modern people could imagine. He now somewhat believed the ancient rumor that Pasha had told him. After all, the demons' actions were too similar to the style of humans. If there was no human guiding them, how could the demons know the human world so well? "What are you going to do?" Alka interrupted. "What else can I do?" "Kill them, of course," Roland said without hesitation. Although it was a rush, the new sights had just been installed on the Mark I the day before, and the machine gun squad selected at the last minute had only done one simulated shooting with a balloon. Many witches had returned. With the help of Nightingale, Lightning, and Maggie, at least this time they would not be in a passive position. He looked at Nightingale and the others. Just follow the plan. Remember, the most important thing is always safety. Lightning understands. The little girl raised her hand. Maggie understands too, Coo. Don't worry, I'll take good care of these two little guys, Nightingale said with a smile. Who's a little guy? Lightning raised her chin defiantly. Of course it's you, Coo. Why? After I transform, I'm bigger than all of you combined. Coo coo. Maggie spread her wings. That's not what I meant, ah. Before the two of them could finish their conversation, Nightingale carried them out of the conference room. Then I'll leave the defense of the city wall to the Sleeping Island witches, Roland said to Tilly. They'll do their best. Very well, I'll stay in front of the phone and wait for your good news, he said word by word. Now, let's move. When only Roland was left in the conference hall, Pasha said in a deep voice, Are you really going to do this? The large number of witches would make the demons revise their previous judgment. This was not a city ruled by mortals, but a city of witches. By then, their countermeasures would be completely different. You've already reminded me of this. Roland let out a sigh of relief. When formulating the defense plan, the ancient witches had said that if the demons thought that Neverwinter was a holy city ruled by the Union, they would raise their defense and attack to a higher level. In other words, they would deal with it as a normal opponent. In other words, the demons did not care about ordinary people at all. I thought the human kingdoms would avoid this war as much as possible. But it will come sooner or later, won't it? He got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking in the direction of the border. In this case, a prepared war is better than no preparation at all. The First Army was not so strong at the beginning. In the beginning, they were just ordinary hunters, miners, and farmers. But now, they are facing a completely different enemy. One more battle experience will give them more confidence. When the real divine will comes, they will not be flustered. The so-called elite soldiers are just people who have one or two life and death experiences. I have to say, your determination moves me. Alka stroked the tentacles all over her body. Just because of this, you are different from most mortals. Mortals are called mortals not because they are incompetent, but because there are too many of them. Roland shook his head. Because of this, their strength is easily overlooked. There are records in the dream world that the immortal beings who underestimated their strength, whether it was the ancient god or the flaming dragon, were all defeated by 40 mortals and became history. There's such a legend? Yes, and with the advancement of technology, only 25 people will be needed. He shrugged and turned around to say seriously, in addition, it's also misleading for the demons to think that Neverwinter is a city of the Union. In this way, they will attribute the strange attack to the witch's ability and ignore the most important point: Neverwinter is neither a lord city nor a part of the Union. Instead, it is an industrial city that combines the two. Fishball stared at the northern grassland with his eyes wide open, for fear of missing any trace of the enemy. Although he had heard about the demons from His Majesty a year ago, the encounter 5 days ago was the first time he saw what a demon looked like. When the demon threw a bone spear and pierced his comrade's chest like a shadow, Fishball had to admit that he felt a long-lost fear. That was definitely not something a human could do. Even demonic beasts could not threaten the city wall at this distance. Ever since he had joined the army, this was the first enemy that could match a flintlock's range of attack. However, the weapon in his hand could not shoot back at the enemy because of the shooting angle. If he continued to stay on the city wall, he would undoubtedly become a live target for the enemy. At that moment, Fishball even wanted to turn around and run away. But his well-trained body forcibly pulled him back. What followed was a strong surge of anger and disgust. He was angry at the death of his comrade, but he was disgusted at himself. He used to be a famous coward in the old district of Border Town. Wherever he went, people would laugh at him. He once thought that he was really a coward, until he joined the militia established by His Majesty at the instigation of Van and the temptation of 2 eggs. Then, everything changed. Although he wet his pants the first time he went up the city wall to fight against the demonic beasts, after he was carried down, no one laughed at him to his face. Now, Vanner had become the commander of the artillery battalion, while he was transferred from the flintlock team to the machine gun team as a team leader. Fishball did not complain or feel jealous. Vanner was much more capable than him. Vanner dared to talk back to His Majesty, which was something that Fishball could never compare with. But it did not mean that he did not want to go further. Since he followed His Majesty, he had seen more things in the past 3 years than he could have imagined in the first half of his life. He had boarded a stone ship that could go upstream without sails, attacked King's City, defeated the arrogant Church of Hermes, and brought the southern desert into the territory of Grey Castle. He had seen so much. Why should he be frightened by the demon? Attention, 10 o'clock. Possible target. The lookout suddenly shouted. At the same time, Fishball also noticed several black spots on the skyline. He pulled down the bolt and raised the muzzle of the Mark I. Although no one knew, he still regarded his cowardice 5 days ago as a humiliation. Target confirmed. The attackers are demons. They're coming. Demons are coming from 2 different directions. 12 o'clock. The lookouts of each squad took turns to observe the targets with their naked eyes and telescopes. Alarms rang out one after another. Fishball fixed his eyes on the second group of demons according to the shooting area. The demons were as small as a leaf in the wind. Only when they flapped their wings could Fishball be sure that they were not ordinary birds. According to the training procedure, Fishball set the targets in the shooting circle and adjusted the course indicator on the sighting device. The new sighting device on top of the machine gun looked very strange. It had 2 parallel rings, one of which was a devil beast model that could rotate around. In the other ring, there were several small holes that were placed side by side. As long as the model was moved, the holes would also rotate. Although Fishball knew nothing about the working principle of the sighting device, he knew that it was designed by His Majesty. As long as it was related to His Majesty, it must be very effective. Therefore, he spent the whole night memorizing every step before shooting. The first step was to move the course indicator, which was the Devil Beast model, to a position parallel to the direction of the target. In this way, the enemies would overlap with the small holes in the shooting circle. Then, he glanced at the model and shouted to his teammate, "A quarter." The ratio of the target to the model was 4-to-1, which meant that the demons had entered the effective shooting range of the Mark I HMG. Scholar of Dispersion Star, who assisted Fishball during the training, had repeatedly emphasized that such a visual result was not accurate and could only roughly estimate the distance of the enemies. Therefore, to ensure that the bullets could cover the enemy's path, they had to report it in a larger range. Fishball knew this very well. If he fired early, he could always hit the target, but if he fired late, it would be a waste of bullets. After completing this step, all he had to do was wait for his teammate to report the result of the lookup table and then pull the trigger. Although this series of actions had only taken a few breaths of time, he felt as if he had gone through a long period of tempering. The surrounding shouts were getting further and further away from him, and for a moment, he could even hear his own rapid heartbeat and breathing. The slightly wet and slippery feeling in his hand told him that the timid Fishball had not left him. However, this made him even more determined. The demons were still approaching the city wall at a fixed speed and slowly increasing their height, as if they wanted to repeat the trick they had used 5 days ago. The devil beasts were at least 800 or 900 meters away from each other. The bodies of the devil beasts were as thin as a piece of paper. Even the sharpshooters of the precision shooting team would find it difficult to hit the flying enemies. But they were different. Fishball didn't understand a word of the many principles the scholar had explained, but he remembered one thing very clearly. If the enemy approaches within the throwing distance, you can shoot at them directly. But before that, you won't be sniping the enemy. Instead, you'll be spraying enough bullets on the enemy's path and waiting for them to run into you. Use the 5th hole. Just then, his teammates shouted from behind him. Fishball took a deep breath, raised the muzzle, and inserted the mad demon he was aiming at into the 5th round hole. Then, he pulled the trigger as hard as he could. The muzzle of the gun spat out flames. The ear-piercing sound of gunfire made time flow again. Almost at the same time, several other squads also opened fire, and the entire top of the wall instantly boiled over. Fishball had to admit that it was a strange feeling. The muzzle of the Mark I model was not aimed at the demons, but at an obviously empty area. No one knew whether they could hit the target or not. Therefore, the only thing the machine gunners could do was to hold the trigger anxiously and expectantly, pouring out all the bullets in the box. Fortunately, it didn't take long. After about a breath's time, an eye-catching red flower suddenly burst out from the group of demons at the 12 o'clock position. Along with the red flower were half of a wing and splashed pieces of flesh. The devil beast that was hit by the bullets suddenly rolled on the ground, as if it had turned from a thin piece of paper into a crumpled rag. Until then, Fishball could roughly see the appearance of the enemy. He didn't find any trace of the mad demon among the scattered objects. Apparently, the first enemy to be shot down was a carrier carrying a bunch of red mist cans. 2 more devil beasts deviated from their course and fell to the ground like stones. Judging from their appearance, it was impossible to tell whether they were fleeing in a hurry or if they were seriously injured. However, they did not fly again until they crashed into the grass. Seeing this, the soldiers, who were greatly encouraged, burst into loud cheers. "Another one! Good job, buddy! Anti-aircraft unit, it's your turn now. Come on, kill all those bastards. Long live His Majesty." The demons seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. Their orderly formation suddenly scattered, but they didn't retreat at all. Instead, they sped up and rushed toward the city wall. 3/4. Fishball grasped the gun handle tightly and kept adjusting the shooting direction. No, 4/4. It was as big as the model, which meant that the enemy also had the ability to fight back. "Fire at will," the lookout shouted. "Everyone, fire at will." The comrades with revolving rifles also joined in the shooting. The sound of gunfire on the city wall suddenly echoed. Although 1/3 of the 12 devil beasts had been shot down, the enemy's accuracy began to drop sharply after they obviously took evasive measures. Just then, Fishball saw a devil beast gliding in an arc and diving straight toward him from the sky. As the deformed monster roared, he vaguely saw the mad demon on its back raise its bone spear, which seemed to be pointing at him. A chill instantly rose from the soles of his feet, and his hands could not help but tremble in fear. The figure of the demon had become even bigger than the model, so he didn't have to estimate the distance anymore. For the Mark I Type 1, this distance was almost equivalent to a straight line. As long as he raised the muzzle and aimed at the demon, he could shoot it full of holes. But at the same time, the bone spear would mercilessly pierce through his body. Run or die. The familiar feeling followed him like a shadow, as if the cowardly Fishball had already grabbed his hands. Ah! The next moment, Fishball roared at the top of his lungs, "Go away, I'm not." At the same time, the barrel of the gun spewed out a deadly flame toward the demon. The bullets that were fired rushed towards the demon, tearing its muscles, shattering its bones, and finally piercing through it. The huge impact caused the demon's body to swell slightly, and the flying bullets stirred up its internal organs into a mess. The moment the mad demon was hit, it also threw the bone spear in its hand. The moment Fishball pressed the trigger, he knew what would happen to him. But he didn't loosen his fingers. Even if fear made him tremble like a sieve, he still didn't take that step. Bang! An almost transparent barrier suddenly appeared in front of Fishball and blocked the bone spears 3 feet away. The spears that hit the barrier shattered into pieces, but the barrier remained intact after a slight flicker. At this moment, Fishball suddenly came to his senses. A short-haired witch had appeared beside the battlement and blocked the attack with an incredible ability. Sylvie, who had been observing the battle, finally heaved a sigh of relief. The demon's first round of spears did not cause any fatal damage like the last time. With the help of the witches from Sleeping Island, the bone spears were either blocked or inexplicably lost their accuracy. Only one spear hit a heavy machine gun, and the splashing debris temporarily silenced the unit. However, with such injuries, as long as the battle was over, Nana would be able to help the soldiers recover. The mad demons had to wait for their arms to recover for the next round of attacks, but the First Army would not stop shooting. The longer the demons stayed within this distance, the higher the chances of them being shot down. The outcome was basically a foregone conclusion. The enemy seemed to be aware of this. With a loud horn, the devil beasts that had not been shot down turned around and began to speed up their escape to the west. Compared to the dazzling attack formation, the opponent's escape route was much clearer. During this process, another devil beast's wings were broken, and it fell into the concealing forest unsteadily. At this point, there were only 5 flying demons left, only 3 of which were carrying mad demons. Sylvie transmitted the information to the last ambusher through the sigil of listening. And they would also be the end of the entire battle plan. Copy that, Lightning. A familiar voice came from the other end of the sigil. I'm going. Please enjoy the performance of the great explorer. Be careful. Before she could finish her words, she heard the whistling of the wind. It was the signal of falling from the sky, and also the omen of the arrival of the Grim Reaper. The demons controlling the devil beasts would never have expected that someone would attack them from above. They were born with the advantage of attacking their enemies from the sky, but this time, they were facing a witch who came from above the clouds. Their advantage no longer existed. Lightning quickly increased her speed to the limit of the windproof goggles. 120 kilometers per hour, it was almost twice as fast as Maggie in her devil beast form. If she went any faster, the violent airflow was likely to directly overturn her goggles. What she needed to do was the same as when she bombed King City. She just needed to adjust the direction and throw the bomb at the flying demons. But this time, the bomb she was carrying was Ashes. The addition of the extraordinary was a last-minute decision. As Ashes could only control the stone of flight to move up and down, she could not fight alone. It would be a waste to leave her on the ground, so she simply let the little girl carry her. This operation was surprisingly smooth. Ashes, who could float in the air on her own, did not burden Lightning at all. At the same time, her extraordinary physical fitness also allowed her to fly at high speeds without being affected at all. After passing through the thick layer of clouds, the scenery in front of the two suddenly became clear. The 5 demons that Sylvie had pointed out also came into view. Until this moment, they still hadn't noticed the abnormality above their heads. Lightning threw Ashes at one of the demons with all her might. The latter unsheathed its long sword and pounced straight at the demon's mask. Hearing the whistling sound of the sharp blade cutting through the air, the demon finally reacted, but it was too late. It swelled its arms and raised the bone spear horizontally, trying to block the witch's attack. But under the unstoppable slash of Ashes, the long sword not only broke the spear shaft, but also went all the way down in the same direction, splitting the helmet, head, and torso into 2. The last image left in the demon's sight was the pair of golden eyes of the extraordinary. The remaining demons screamed in fear. They pulled away from the left and right sides and raised their bone spears at the same time. They did not seem to care about the masterless devil beast at all. However, at this moment, a bone-chilling roar attracted their attention. Roar, roar. The giant devil beast that Maggie had incarnated finally rushed out of the clouds and swooped down toward the demons. Compared with Ashes, who had amazing fighting power, the demons finally focused on the larger Maggie. This could not be a real devil beast, because she was carrying a witch on her back. The 2 spears flew out of the demon's hands and 2 ghostly shadows shot at Maggie. But the next second, the devil beast disappeared without a trace. The 2 spears completely missed their target and did not even touch the skin of their target. In the place where the devil beast used to be, there was only a proud white pigeon left. Coo! In a split second, Nightingale had already landed in front of the demons. The strange characteristics of the misty world limited her movement in the air, so she could not come and go without a trace like on the ground. But when she was only a flash away from the enemy, the result was already decided. After that, Nightingale became the master of the battlefield. Without the Godstone of Retaliation, the demons could not even see where the enemy was. The narrow back of the devil beast was as wide as a square for Nightingale. While shooting the demon with the revolver, she did not forget to pull the reins and fly toward another devil beast that had fallen into a daze. The remaining mad demon made its last struggle. Ignoring the consequences of paralyzing its arm, it continuously threw 2 bone spears at Nightingale. The shining blue magic stone not only drained its magic power, but also withered half of its body. However, Nightingale did not even dodge. She turned the black and white world upside down and turned the sky into the ground. Then, she stood on the belly of the devil beast and let it take all the attacks. Not only that, but the rolling misty world also made them lose track of each other. Caught off guard, the two devil beasts suddenly collided with each other. The misty world instantly shrouded them. This was a world that the demon had never stepped into before. The distorted light and shadows made it momentarily forget to fight back. By the time it regained its senses, the silhouettes that were as thin as silver threads had rolled up like the waves of the sea, covering the sky and covering the earth, pressing down on it. When the enemy appeared again, both the flying devil beasts and the mad demons had become pieces of scattered flesh. Maggie turned back into a giant beast and easily caught Nightingale. On the other side, Ashes, who had just killed her mount, was also pushed over by lightning. 2-1, it's my win, Nightingale said to the extraordinary and made a gesture of 2. Ashes shrugged and did not comment. After the four of them landed steadily, Lightning took out the sigil of listening from her satchel and asked, Sylvie, can you find the other two escaped devil beasts? After a short silence, Wendy said, yes, I saw them. They are about 5 miles northeast of you. Very good. Please guide me in the right direction later. Do you want to go alone? And Maggie? Don't worry. Lightning patted her chest. They are just two ownerless beasts. None of them can run away, coo. Maggie turned back into a pigeon and flew over the little girl's head. She raised her head and said, pay attention to the gas tanks that contain the red mist. Don't stick to them, Nightingale said. If you encounter new enemies, remember to retreat immediately, Ashes added. Got it. Leave it to the explorer. Lightning gave a thumbs up and then took Maggie into the air and chased after the fleeing enemies. An hour and a half later, Roland, who had been waiting by the telephone, finally received the last report. Nightingale and the others, who were responsible for the ambush, not only did not let a single demon escape, but also seized a bunch of gas tanks that stored red mist. In addition to the enemy swept down by the air defense squad and the mad demon that Leaf had captured in the misty forest, this defensive battle could be said to have achieved an unexpected harvest. First of all, the most important thing was to restore the morale of the First Army. Although the enemy was not as easy to deal with as the Night Regiment or the demonic beast Tide, at least they had the strength to fight back. Moreover, the demons in the legends were not as powerful and unpredictable as those in the ancient stories. They were still ordinary people, and once they were hit by firearms, their resistance was not much better than that of the gods' punishment army. Secondly, with the captives, it was easier to carry out the propaganda work in Neverwinter. Roland believed that as long as the migrants saw what the demons looked like, their prejudice against witches would disappear. How could a monster that was so different from human beings and could not speak the language corrupt the witches from thousands of miles away and turn them into the minions of the alien race? The final harvest was the enemy itself. Since the magic blood could not be preserved separately and would quickly lose its vitality after the death of the host, he did not expect to use the enemy's blood to make new sigil. Unexpectedly, when Agatha was not back, Celine took the initiative to take the job of making sigil. According to her, Agatha was indeed the most outstanding in the entire Quest Society, but basic sigil making was a necessary knowledge for the official members of the Quest Society. In addition to the quality of the magic stone and the blood, the carving of the veins was also a major key. Although it was not as important as the first two, for example, a straight line could be drawn with a wooden stick in an emergency. However, the delicate and even multi-segment veins could better display the effect of the magic stone. To achieve this, there was nothing more accurate than tentacles. Whether it was the sense of touch, strength, or quantity, tentacles had incomparable advantages over fingers. Hearing Celine's self-praise, it took Roland a while to reverse his endless thoughts. Fortunately, he could not see these deep thoughts through the mind communication, otherwise he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Of course, this defensive battle did not bring good news. The Mark I HMG could only barely be used against air targets. Looking at the overall situation, it could be seen that the greatest damage to the demons was when the targets were close to the city walls. Since they did not expect to be attacked, the formation of the demons was divided into two groups. They were very close to each other and moved slowly, making them the most ideal targets. In the end, only 4 of the 12 devil beasts were shot down, and none of them were hit when they entered the range of the spears. Fortunately, the mad demon's best throwing distance was about 200 meters, and the Markai's almost straight trajectory increased their accuracy. 3 devil beasts were killed one after another. And the rest of the demons gave up fighting and chose to retreat immediately. In other words, if the enemy's firing range had been a little further, or if they had advanced in a scattered formation from the beginning, this battle would undoubtedly have been much more difficult. After all, in the face of air power that could come and go freely, ground-air defense was inherently at a disadvantage. In the future, the only improvements that could be made to the Markai HMG were to add protective steel plates or simply make it look like a turret to ensure that it was invincible against the enemies in the air. At the same time, the production of the Markai HMG could be further expanded to deal with the formal war after the arrival of the Bloody Moon. But Roland knew that without an air force that could also come and go freely, it would be impossible to really eliminate the threat of the devil beasts. But let's put this aside for the time being. He put down the quill in his hand and heaved a long sigh of relief. He had finally won. No matter how insignificant the victory was, it was the first air defense battle in human history to be won by firearms. Thinking of this, Roland ordered someone to call Bear of Mons over. Hold a celebration ceremony in the central square tonight. According to the standards of Victory Day, make it as lively as possible. This is also part of the publicity, understand? Yes, Your Majesty, the old director said with his hand on his chest. 5 days after the celebration, Snaketooth received a letter from City Hall. Who knocked on the door just now? Tigerclaw asked in a daze. Isn't it off duty today? Don't worry, it's not the foreman. You can go back to sleep. Snaketooth returned to the low table and looked out of the window. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten, as if it was covered with a light blue veil. Although he was still sleepy when he was woken up, he was not sleepy at this moment. Looking at the red seal stamped with the wax seal of City Hall, Snaketooth vaguely guessed what was in the paper bag. Over the past year and a half, his living conditions had obviously changed. Since moving to Border Town, he no longer lived like a rat. Like most people, he began to support himself with his own hands. Before receiving his first full salary, he had thought that this would never happen. Exploitation, embezzlement, and arrears were just the most common tricks used by employers. As an outsider, he was the target of exploitation. However, to his surprise, his monthly salary was not only paid on time, but also without a penny less. In this way, the improvement of his living conditions could be accurately calculated. His monthly salary was 12 silver royals, so he could save more than 1 golden dragon in 9 months, which was also the cheapest price for the down payment of a house in the residential area of Neverwinter. If he took another job, this goal could be shortened a lot. Since he could calculate the days, he had expectations. His Majesty's promise was being fulfilled one by one, and he had more and more expectations. Snaketooth carefully opened the letter and poured the contents on the table. There were 3 pieces of paper of different colors and sizes. The first one was the thickest, about the size of a palm. There were only a few lines of words on it, but it made his heart skip a beat. This was undoubtedly the identity certificate of an official resident of Neverwinter. Compared with the temporary identity card, this piece of paper was wrapped in a layer of transparent hard film and looked very smooth. In addition to his name and date of birth, there was also a lifelike portrait on the card, which showed that it was Snaketooth himself. He had finally become a citizen of this city, a subject recognized by His Majesty. Snaketooth suppressed his excitement and turned his eyes to the second piece of paper. It was a notice. Since he could only attend night classes on weekdays, there were many paragraphs on it that he could not read fluently, but it was not a problem for him to understand the general content. What's this? After some wrestling, Tigerclaw came over, yawning. A letter? Snaketooth quickly pushed Tigerclaw's face away for fear that his saliva would drip on the letter. What's wrong? You're not going to sleep? I'm hungry. I want to eat, Tigerclaw said, rubbing his belly. Then go boil some water and make me a bowl of oatmeal. Oh, Tigerclaw answered. You haven't answered me yet. Snaketooth said helplessly, it's an ID card and an offer letter. Oh? Tigerclaw's eyes lit up and he squeezed his way back to Snaketooth. He hooked his arm around Snaketooth's neck and shook him excitedly. City Hall finally issued you an ID card? Haha. This is worth celebrating. why eat oatmeal? Let's go to the market and buy some dried fish and mushrooms to stew. I'm still saving money. I can lend it to you first, Tiger Claw said carelessly. You've been thinking about it for so long. How can you not have a good meal? Besides, what did you say the day I got my ID card? Now Snaketooth knew he had to agree. Tiger Claw was tall and strong, so he often worked as hard as two workers. He was even more motivated when he had enough food. Later, he was chosen by the foreman to be the model worker of the 3rd engineering team. Not only did he get a raise in salary, but he also received a bonus, which was enough for him to buy a house. As long as immigrants could get a stable place to live, they would be issued an ID card. Therefore, on the day Tiger Claw got his house key and ID card, Snaketooth not only urged him to prepare a sumptuous celebration meal, but also moved his bedding and clothes into his concrete house. I know, he cried. I'll go and buy them later, all right? Hey, it's a deal. Tiger Claw climbed back to the bed proudly and began to rummage for clothes. By the way, what's that notice? An offer letter from the railway engineering team. Snaketooth took a deep breath. I'm going to work in the barbarian land. What? Tiger Claw's hand stopped. When did you apply for this? Why didn't you tell me before? What if you insist on coming with me? Won't there be no one to take care of this house? Who wants to go with you? No, why should I go to such a dangerous place? Tiger Claw raised his voice. It's not like you don't know what happened in the city. There are demons there. For the past few days, the news of the demons attacking the city walls had caused a huge commotion. First, the alarms went off one after another, and then strange monsters fell into the city. Then, the celebration that was suddenly held that night caused everyone to be in an uproar. His Majesty had publicly announced the existence of the alien race's enemies, and emphasized that the so-called barbarian land was not uninhabited from the beginning. It was once inhabited by humans and had a very pleasant name, the Fertile Plains. It was only because of the continuous harassment from demonic beasts and devils that the humans gradually retreated to the current territory of the 4 kingdoms. Some of the fugitives formed the predecessor of the church. They painted the enemy as an omnipotent existence, and even linked the enemy with witches. This in itself was a frightening nonsense. It turned out that, although the demons were cunning and terrifying, they were not invincible. Neverwinter's victory was proof of this. In order to open up new territory and protect Neverwinter from being attacked, His Majesty decided to march to the barbarian land and take back the human homeland. His Majesty's speech caused continuous cheers, and the First Army took advantage of the situation to bring meat porridge and roast meat. The atmosphere in the square immediately reached its peak. In the following 5 days, people could hear people discussing this matter wherever they went, including the engineering team. The hottest topics were whether the demons or demonic beasts were more powerful, and whether Neverwinter should expand to the northwest. At the same time, City Hall announced a series of recruitment announcements, one of which was to go to the Misty Forest to build the railway. Snaketooth did not care about the answers to these questions. He only felt that after listening to His Majesty's explanation, he was suddenly enlightened. In the past, he had never thought about where he came from or where he would go. Now he understood that they all migrated from the barbarian land. Apart from the 4 kingdoms, the world was very, very big. The Fertile Plains alone were several times the size of Grey Castle, and it was not the border. Another thing that attracted him was the generous pay in the recruitment order. You're the one with the most ideas, so I think you should think more clearly than us. Tiger Claw turned around and grabbed Snaketooth's arm. The demons are definitely not as easy to deal with as you think. If they're really vulnerable, how can they drive human beings out of their original habitat? According to His Majesty, there are hundreds of cities and millions of people in them. Of course I know that. That's why I applied to join. Snaketooth remained unmoved, 35 silver royals a month, 6 months' salary in advance, and the right to buy a double room. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I'll get another one. Double room again. Tiger Claw twitched the corner of his mouth. You really care about this? Of course. Snaketooth clenched his fists. Not only can it provide hot water, but it also has separate kitchens and toilets. That's a real house. Although his salary was less than Tiger Claw's, he still had one golden dragon. The reason why he had not bought a house yet was that he had his eyes on a double room in the residential area of the inner city. This idea had taken root in his mind ever since he saw what the foreman's house looked like. However, the deposit for the double room was higher, and he had to pay 3 golden dragons at a time. Most importantly, Snaketooth did not mention it. Unlike a single room where 2 people had to squeeze together to sleep, a double room was enough for the other person to sleep comfortably. Seeing that Tiger Claw was about to say something, Snaketooth shook his head and interrupted him. I know it's a little risky, but when didn't I take risks when I was a rat? The only difference is that even if I took risks in the past, I would probably get nothing out of it. At least now, I can be sure of the return. Although you think I'm smart, it's useless in Neverwinter. If we only want to be safe, why did we come to this strange place in the first place? Anyway, I can't argue with you. Tiger Claw reached out his hand to show his surrender. As long as you think it over carefully. Don't worry. I'm not so greedy that I don't care about the cost. Snaketooth spread out his hands and said, this engineering team will not only be protected by the First Army, but also some witches. Even if we encounter demons, we won't have to rush forward with a pole and shovel. Generally speaking, it's safer. I hope it's as you said, Tiger Claw muttered. I'm going to wash my face. My stomach is growling. Since you applied for a job with a higher salary than mine, I can't be too stingy with this meal. Snaketooth rolled his eyes. While Tiger Claw was washing his face, he unfolded the 3rd piece of paper and was stunned. It was a transfer contract. The general content of the contract was that no matter what happened, City Hall would not embezzle the salary and other rewards that should be paid. In case of any misfortune during a foreign project, the signatory could choose one person to whom the property would be transferred. When the contract came into effect, the other party would receive a notice from City Hall. He closed his eyes, and several figures appeared in his mind one by one: Joe, Sunflower, Tiger Claw. Finally, the image stopped on a thin, fair-skinned girl. Snaketooth picked up a charcoal pen and slowly wrote the name in the blank space of the contract. 1. Horford Quinn stood in front of the French window in his study with a glass of wine in his hand, gazing at the city shrouded in darkness. This was the center of the Kingdom of Dawn, also known as the City That Never Sleeps. With the rising sun avenue as the center, the lights extended to both sides like a luxuriant tree of light. At the top of the tree was the most famous shopping mall in the kingdom. Every day, countless treasures flowed here from all over the world. For merchants, the night was the beginning of their lives. In order to maintain this dazzling brilliance, the king's city consumed an astonishing number of candles, firewood, and lamp oil every day. Fish fat from the eastern harbor and firewood from the northern hills were continuously transported into the city by ships. This industry alone was conservatively estimated to support nearly 10,000 people and more than 100 merchants. And this was just a small part of the commercial trade in the king's city. Usually, one of Horford's greatest joys was to enjoy the night view of the City of Glow. Under the joint governance of the Moya royal family and the 3 major families, the city had turned from a wasteland into a famous and prosperous place today. This was due to the continuous efforts of his ancestors. But today, he felt inexplicably tired. The night view of the City of Glow looked the same as usual, still gorgeous and moving. But beyond the illumination of the Tree of Light, the faint surging undercurrent could no longer be ignored. Even in the face of such a brightly lit territory, he felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Maybe I'm really old. Horford took a sip of wine, and the bitterness in his mouth seemed to be stronger than the sweetness. Father. The door of the study was pushed open, and a young man came in. Baron Alphonse of Beifong City wants to see you. No, Horford said without turning his head. Just say I'm sick. But. He hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand at the old butler beside him. The latter immediately nodded knowingly, turned around, and walked out of the study. Seeing that only the 2 of them were left in the room, the man said worriedly, Father, this is the 12th noble you've refused. Even I know that there's something wrong with the one in the palace. The purpose of these foreign nobles entering the city is obvious. If you do this, I'm afraid they will mistakenly think. Mistakenly think what? I mistakenly thought. He bit his lip. You were still on His Majesty Apen Moya's side. Horn. Earl Quinn turned around and frowned at the heir of the Quinn family. Do you think it's a mistake for the three families of the Glow Light to stand on the side of the King of Dawn? But now His Majesty doesn't need us anymore, Horn said bravely. Ever since the army suffered a crushing defeat in Hermes, he has never consulted you about political affairs. As the Prime Minister, you can't even step into the palace, and even the patrols outside the city have been replaced with mercenaries. Look at the kind of people the king summons into his castle every day. All he needs now are clowns, performers, and courtesans. The count did not answer, but looked at his glass in silence. Horn was only 18 years old. Even he could see the meaning behind the nobles from all over the country flocking to the capital, so it was impossible for the other local nobles not to notice any changes. In fact, when he received the news of the army's defeat, he had already expected this day to come, an army of more than 10,000 people, with most of the cities lords participating, hoping to scrape a piece of meat from the giant that was about to fall. However, in the end, not only did they not get any property, but they also lost their lives. If that was all, it would not have been a big deal. The key was that the King of Dawn came back alive, but his Night Legion was completely destroyed. When Apen returned to the capital in a sorry state, the news spread like wildfire. This was equivalent to satisfying two conditions at the same time: someone needed to be responsible for the failure and the unfulfilled promises, and Apen's power could no longer dispel the other nobles. These nobles who quietly entered the city and visited under the cover of the night was an obvious signal. They undoubtedly wanted to see the reaction of the three families before deciding whether to rely on them or ally with them. However, there was no way that they would maintain the status quo. Horford could guess what the group of people were thinking with his eyes closed. Since they had lost so much in Hermes, they naturally had to find other places to make up for it. Father, seeing that he did not speak, Horn became a little anxious. Things are not like 10 years ago. Apen Moya is no longer the King Moya. Look at the Luashi family. Otto Luashi is still locked up in the palace. You are the Prime Minister and have a very high prestige among the people. As long as you stand up and bring the other two families with you, the nobles will definitely see you as their leader. Stand up? Earl Quinn's eyes narrowed, and there was a hint of danger in his tone. Horn suddenly choked. He lowered his head in fear and murmured as if to answer or defend himself, "You don't have to stand on Apen's side, do you? Otherwise, why would you say that you are sick and unable to see anyone? If it were the old king, you would have personally persuaded the nobles to give priority to the stability of the kingdom." Horford sighed softly. After all, he was still a little too young. Even if that's the case, so what? Do you think Apen Moya can't see this? What? Horn was startled. I bet there are several pairs of eyes watching us outside the mansion now, including who I've met and where I've gone. Apen must know. The Earl returned to the desk and sat down. What do you think he will do to me if I see those nobles? Don't forget, even if he loses the entire Knight Regiment, his control over the King's city will not be weak. From the day Apen ascended the throne, he began to change the guards and castle guards. Openly rebelling under his nose? Do you think those lords will rise up to save me when he puts a noose around my neck? Speaking of indignation, he could not help but slap the table. Why until today, it's always the foreign nobles who come to me, not the Luashi family or the Tokat family. Do you understand now? Horn gasped. Then why don't you go back to your territory first? At least there are your Knight Regiment and mercenaries there, plus the serfs you've recruited. Even if he wants to harm you. The Earl shook his head. The Quinn family has been rooted here for too long. Branches, distant relatives, industries, forces. Even if I can sneak out of the city, I can't take everyone out. As long as there are any signs of trouble, they will not end well. I can't make such a rash move. In fact, my staying in the City of Glow is a guarantee in itself. Saying that I am sick is the limit of what I can do. There is nothing else I can do. Being closely connected to the King's city, which used to be the pride of his family, had now become his fatal weakness. It was ironic. Is that so? But I don't think so. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Horford's face suddenly changed. The speaker was obviously not a servant or a guard in the mansion. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make such an offensive move. Moreover, the housekeeper should be guarding outside the door. Why was there no response from outside when this person spoke? Who is it? Horn was also shocked. He turned around in a panic, trying to find a weapon to defend himself, but in the end, he could only pick up a candlestick. Earl Quinn was so stunned that he did not even notice that the wine glass in his hand had slipped to the ground. The moment he saw her, two names involuntarily appeared in his mind. The former had accompanied him for most of his life, but died of depression because he lost his true love. The latter was the true love that he had lost and would never be able to see again. Even though she had grown a lot taller in the 10 years since they last met, and her appearance was even more outstanding, he could still tell that the two of them were so similar that he almost blurted out the former's name. "Father, do you know her?" Horn's words made him recover from his trance with great difficulty. Horford slowly stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Andrea?" "What? You mean she's the one who has passed away?" Horn's eyes widened as he looked back and forth at the two people who were looking at each other and murmured in disbelief. "Master, it's really the young lady." The old butler looked more excited than anyone else. "I can't be wrong. She has inherited all the characteristics of Madame." "It seems that you still remember me," Andrea said with a blank expression. "Then the rest will be much easier to talk about." Horford's heart skipped a beat. His daughter's awakening as a witch was a secret to most people. Even his wife, Fonte, was kept in the dark. When Andrea's servant reported the incident to him, he made a prompt decision. He pushed the servant who knew about the incident into the river and made it look like an accidental drowning. Then, he used his trusted aides to plan the carriage falling off the cliff. Although he knew that doing so might make Andrea hate him, hatred was also a way to remember someone who had been separated forever. However, when they met again, this indifferent feeling became a sharp thorn. Especially when he wasn't sure if what he did back then was correct, this prickling feeling was even more obvious. But the Earl knew that there were more important things at the moment. Why did Andrea appear in the City of Glow, whether her identity was true or not, and what did she mean when she said "I don't think so"? These were more important than questioning the right and wrong of the past. He suppressed all the doubts and thoughts in his mind and waved to Horn. "You can leave first." "Father," the latter said worriedly. "Do as I say," Horford said in an unquestionable tone. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Horn reluctantly left the room. "Do not disturb the others," continued the Count, addressing the steward, "and close the gates of the court, and put out the lights in the hall. If anyone in the house asks, say that I am drawing up some papers, and that no one is to disturb me. Is that understood?" "I'll do it right away." "But..." The butler scratched his head. "What about the friends that eldest miss brought?" "Friend?" He looked at Andrea suspiciously. "Bring her to the banquet hall and treat her well." "Yes, master." As the door closed with a squeak, the study room suddenly fell into silence. The two of them looked at each other for a long time until the Count could not help but break the silence. "Although you look quite similar to my daughter, I can't be so hasty to say that you must be Andrea. After all, she was only 16 when she left, and it's been almost 10 years. He paused. "I mean, do you have any other way to prove your identity?" In fact, he had already believed in Andrea's origins. He only asked this question to seek confirmation. Even the most perfect disguise could not change a person's inner self. From her every move, the Count could see the shadow of the flower of glow in the past. Andrea did not answer. Instead, she opened her hands, and then a golden magic bow appeared in her hands. The shining longbow gradually condensed and shrank little by little, and finally evolved into a unique appearance. It was a gift that he had specially asked the craftsman to make for his daughter's birthday. At this point, Horford no longer had any doubts in his heart. This bow suitable for beginners had long been destroyed along with the carriage. Now, even he could not accurately describe its appearance. Andrea, who had been particularly interested in archery since childhood, obviously still remembered it. "It's really you." The Count sighed. "Why did you come back?" "The reason I sent you away back then was because I hoped that you could live on unscathed." "That's all?" Andrea put away the longbow. Not because you're afraid of outsiders knowing that the Prime Minister had a daughter who was seduced by the devil? I don't feel like I'm being protected, not abandoned. For a witch, there's no real safe place. If I wasn't lucky enough to meet a group of people who shared the same fate as me, I'm afraid I would have died in a foreign land. He opened his mouth, but could not refute, because this was also one of his concerns at that time. If the fact that Andrea was a witch was exposed, the whole family might be in danger. Not everyone could shackle their loved ones and send them to the hands of the church or other nobles with a clear conscience. Rather than let the Quinn family face this difficult choice, it was better for him to make the decision alone. But that's all in the past. I'm not here to bring up the past, Andrea said seriously. You must be very curious about how I could openly enter the Earl's mansion. After all, the guards won't easily believe my words. After seeing the butler, I deliberately waited for a while outside the door. Is the man who called your father the heir of the family? When did I have a brother like this? He was adopted from a branch. Your mother died of illness a year after you left, and the Quinn family needs an heir, Horford said in a low voice. If it had not been for the accident 10 years ago, this position would have belonged to the eldest daughter. After hearing this news, Andrea was stunned at first, and then her eyes became gloomy. She was silent for a while before she said, in any case, there's no way to change the head of the Quinn family for the time being. His Majesty hopes that you can go further, instead of retreating behind the scenes. In the current situation, he doesn't recognize any representative except for Earl Quinn, the head of the three big families. What do you mean? Horford could not understand the meaning of her words. You mean by His Majesty, what? Are you talking about? Even Earl Quinn, who had seen many things in his life, was shocked by Andrea's words. What surprised him was not the new King of Dawn, but His Majesty, Roland Wimbledon, entrusted me with this mission. The same sentence could be said by many people, but even if they did not change a single word, the meaning would still be different. What Horn had expressed before was similar, but Earl Quinn knew very well that it was impossible to break free from the control of the Moya royal family with the power of his family alone. The so-called stepping forward was just an unrealistic fantasy. However, when the speaker became the King of Grey Castle, the words became powerful. Just as you thought, Andrea's tone was no longer as sharp as before, probably because of the news of her mother's death. His Majesty doesn't want Aben Moya to continue sitting on the throne, nor does he want to see a neighboring country in constant strife. In order to stabilize the situation as soon as possible, it is necessary to support an indisputable new king. After confirming that he had not misheard, the Earl murmured, "Why me? He doesn't know many people in the Kingdom of Dawn, so he chose me at first, but I refused." Just for this reason, because his daughter refused, he threw the throne to his daughter's father? It was like a child's play. But surprisingly, Horford felt that Andrea was not joking. Although Appin forbade anyone from talking about the failure of the Battle of Hermes, there were too many nobles involved, so it was impossible to completely ban it. Horford knew very well that Appin's enemy was not the church, but Grey Castle, which was also looting the Holy City. The 10,000-strong army was defeated almost immediately, and many of the participants could not even tell how they were defeated. Fire and thunder continued to fall from the sky. Whether it was the defenseless serfs or the armored knight, they all turned into ashes in the fire. If the source of the news was right, it meant that the power of Grey Castle was beyond the imagination of the nobles. With such a contrast in strength, it did not seem unreasonable to decide who the next king of a neighboring country was. The only question was, why did he not do it himself? If the nobles of the Kingdom of Dawn are willing to gather all their forces and have a head-on confrontation with him, he will definitely consider this option. Andrea seemed to have known that the Earl would ask such a question. To put it simply, His Majesty has more important enemies to deal with. He doesn't have the time to spend another 3 or 4 years integrating the entire Kingdom of Dawn into the Kingdom of Grey Castle. After all, it's easy to destroy the ruling power of the nobles, but it's a long process to restore order. An even more important enemy? That's right, demon. Andrea said slowly, Otto Luashi should have mentioned to you that everything the church has done is for the news of the Battle of Doomsday, and that is only the tip of the shocking secret. This war is called Divine Will, and it has been going on for nearly 1,000 years. After listening to his daughter's story, Earl Horford felt a layer of cold sweat on his back. It turned out that the prosperous Four Kingdoms, including the Kingdom of Dawn, was actually a corner of the world that was not even worth mentioning. Humans had failed twice in a row, and if they failed again, they would be doomed eternally. How could Roland Wimbledon dare to take on such a heavy responsibility and fight for the ownership of the divine will with an incredibly powerful enemy? How much willpower and courage did it take? Just thinking about it made him feel like he was about to suffocate. Why? The Earl asked in a daze. What's in it for him? Isn't he afraid of failure? I don't know. Andrea sighed. Her Highness Tilly also mentioned this, but her explanation was even more puzzling. What did she say? Rather than saying it's for the sake of humans, it's more like it's for himself. She hesitated. It's as if he's looking for a new challenge, and we're just the beneficiaries of a coincidence. The Earl did not respond because he really did not know what to say. He had seen too many high-ranking nobles, but none of them was similar to Roland Wimbledon. In the end, he had to skip this question and return to the main topic. What do I need to do? Fight for him? No need. Andrea shook her head. You just need to maintain the stability of the Kingdom of Dawn and provide some assistance to Grey Castle, such as population, minerals, and other resources. As for the specific content, he'll send someone to discuss it with you. Horford was relieved to hear that there would be a price. If Andrea only wanted to support the Quinn family, he had to suspect whether there was a huge conspiracy behind it. Of course, even if it was a conspiracy, judging from the current situation of the family, they could only bite the bullet and agree to it. Refusing on the grounds of illness was just a delaying tactic to achieve a balance between Appin and the nobles. If the nobles could really overthrow the Moya family, the Quinn family would undoubtedly be excluded from the power circle of the king's city because of their stance of not taking sides with each other, and this was already the best result. If someone wanted to take advantage of the three big families, it would not be difficult for them to be classified as loyal to the royal family with a little exaggeration. This was a rare opportunity. Moreover, the person who pulled the strings was Andrea. She might hate him, but she would never take the initiative to push the family into the fire pit. Thinking of this, Earl Horford immediately made a decision. Please tell His Majesty Wimbledon that I'm willing to serve the King of Grey Castle, he said seriously. Although he was facing his daughter, she was now the king's messenger, so the Earl meticulously bowed his head in accordance with the noble's salute. When will he take action? If I want to arrange for Grey Castle's army to sneak into the city, I need at least 2 to 3 months to prepare. Even if Appin stripped him of his power to control the patrol team, he was confident that he could quietly let dozens of people in. After all, as the Prime Minister of 2 kings, he still had influence. The Earl believed that the foreign nobles who wanted to rope him in also saw this point. According to the strength that Grey Castle had shown in the war, dozens of people were enough to control a city gate. But Andrea's words still greatly exceeded his expectations. Since you've agreed, we'll act now, she said lightly. His Majesty stressed that this is not a political assassination, but a complete defeat of Appin Moya in front of everyone, not only to let everyone see that the rule of the Moya family has ended, but also to convince all the nobles who are ready to take action. Now? The Earl could not believe his ears for a moment. How is that possible? Do you know how I got here? Andrea spread out her hands. I walked in from the front door. Those guards did want to stop me, but unfortunately, they couldn't do it. Horford immediately realized that the friend she brought was the key. It was not difficult to break into the Earl's mansion in the King's City. After all, this was not his territory. But it was very difficult to do it quietly, which meant that the two sides would be able to determine the winner in an instant. There was no doubt that this was not something that Andrea could do. Those guards all wore God's stones of retaliation. Otto Luashi was awakened by a loud noise. He opened his heavy eyelids and looked around. The candles on the candlesticks were almost out, and the thin flames made the room very dark. He could not see day or night in the dungeon, so the candles were the only thing he had to measure time. Every 6 hours, the candles would be replaced, along with the plates in front of him. But that was in the beginning. Now, whether it was the candles or the food, the delivery time was getting longer and longer. Sometimes he would even wake up hungry and find the dungeon was still dark. How long had he been locked up here? Otto pressed his forehead and shook it, trying to wake himself up. The long period of imprisonment without light had made him mentally and physically exhausted. Especially when he woke up in the darkness where he couldn't even see his own fingers, it made him feel a sense of helplessness, as if he had been forgotten by everyone. But he had to live. Because the fate of his father, and even the entire Luashi family, was in the hands of Appin. Otto propped up his weak body, rolled out of bed, and slowly walked to the railing. In addition to replenishing the plates and water jugs, he also hoped that the guards could give him a razor. The beard that had not been shaved for a long time had grown all over his cheeks. Every time he ate, there would be grease and residue left on it. After a long time, it would naturally emit an unpleasant smell, like moldy and rotten orange peel. If the guards were worried, he could let them shave him. After all, he was a noble and should not be refused when it came to his appearance. Then Otto heard a conversation coming from outside the iron gate. What the hell are those people doing? That's the eldest son of the Luashi family. Judging from the volume, the speaker did not seem to be whispering, as if he did not care about being heard. Teasing and ridiculing. Isn't that what clowns do? They're crazy. If these acrobatic troops dared to offend the Earl's son, I'm afraid they would become fish food at the bottom of the river the next day. They're just a group of homeless people. You also know that it's a normal day? Usually, the eldest son would be locked up in the dungeon. Now His Majesty likes to watch those guys play tricks. Without the permission of the King of Dawn, I don't think they would dare to do such a thing. Bah, you're just guessing. I'm just saying it casually. Believe it or not, it's up to you. By the way, what can you do if you don't believe me? Are you going to change dinner for that big shot in prison? Sigh, forget it. It's just a few mouthfuls of saliva. Eating it won't kill you. Following this sentence, the sound of a bunch of keys colliding with each other rang out. That's right. If this is what His Majesty wants to see, aren't you asking for trouble? Hurry up, I'm still waiting to collect the plates. The iron door made a sour grinding sound, and the warden walked in with a plate of food. Oh, my lord, you're awake? When he saw Ao leaning against the railing, he seemed a little surprised, but the awkwardness on his face was quickly concealed. Just in time, finish your dinner today. I'll change the candles tomorrow. The housekeeper forgot to send new ones over. Otto did not reply. He felt so sad that he even forgot to ask for a shave. Even though there were only a few words, he was able to deduce the truth behind the noise from their conversation. The clown of the acrobatic troupe met the food delivery man and spat a few mouthfuls of saliva into his food in order to please Appin Moya. The humiliation made his cheeks burn as if they were being roasted by fire. The head jailer did not care about his reply. After he finished changing the plates, he quickly left the cell. Although the furnishings and decorations in the cell were as exquisite as those in a duke's mansion, the oppressive atmosphere made no one want to stay here any longer. As the footsteps faded away, silence enveloped Otto. For a moment, he even wanted to shout out loud, to scold the warden for his dereliction of duty, and to scold Appin for his neglect. But he did not do so in the end. Because it was meaningless, the former would only make the next change come later, and the latter might be what his old friend wanted. As for the dinner that was used to humiliate him, he did not even want to touch it. Otto could not help but wonder if what he had done was right. Just as he was about to go back to bed, his body suddenly trembled. From the corner of his eye, he saw that the oatmeal on the plate had turned into a bowl of black water. The eldest son of Luashi rubbed his eyes, slowly moved to the plate, and carefully picked up the oatmeal. It was not his illusion, nor was it the shadow caused by the weak firelight. The oatmeal had really turned black, like sticky ink. In an instant, a flash of light flashed through his mind. The acrobatic troupe, the clown, the trick. Was it all arranged by that person? Yorko said you were an ordinary acrobat. Is it true? How did you know His Majesty? It was just a coincidence. As for why His Majesty liked me, it was probably because I was good at acrobatics. Oh? Can you show me? It doesn't matter. Let's do the simplest cuttlefish spitting ink. Otto stared at the oatmeal for a moment and suddenly put his finger into the bowl. After feeling around for a while, he felt a slightly rough sensation on his fingertips. How? How did you do this? Why did the water suddenly change color? It's not over yet. Look at this gauze. There's nothing on it, right? Now I wet it in water and then dry it with fire. Guess what will happen? There's nothing. Wait, that's writing? Can you tell what it's written? Let me see. This is your name? That's right, Hill Fox. That's my name. Otto gently pinched the rough piece and slowly lifted the surface of the oatmeal. It looked almost transparent and was hard to tell even if it was directly immersed in the oatmeal. Only when he rubbed it with his hand could he feel the existence of the gauze. He held his breath, walked quickly to the candlestick, and unfolded it little by little. The faint black water began to fade, and the candle was about to go out. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! He shouted anxiously in his heart. The swaying shadows seemed to envelop him from all directions, and in his hand was the only light in the world. The moment the words appeared, the candle went out. Darkness swallowed the whole dungeon. Otto couldn't help but chuckle. He held his trembling shoulders and stuffed the gauze into his mouth. Then he crawled back to the railing and swallowed it with the oatmeal. A warm current flowed through his throat and organs, filling his body with strength. But compared to the oatmeal, his heart was warmer. He drank the oatmeal silently, and a tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. His persistence finally paid off. There were only a few words on the gauze. The handwriting was graceful and elegant, with a familiar feeling from his childhood. What did you say? The King of Dawn pushed away the singer in his arms and stood up abruptly. The woman with the pink silk draped over her, her naked body faintly discernible, fell to the ground. It was obvious that the fall was not light, but she did not even dare to cry out in pain. The rest of the servants, performers, and jugglers also lowered their heads in fear. The entire palace hall suddenly became silent. Your Majesty. The minister swallowed his saliva and said, Your Prime Minister has rebelled. Are you sure it's a rebellion and not an attempt to serve those fools outside? Appin did not know whether he should doubt his ears or the incompetent people who exaggerated the words of the Watcher tenfold. It was not that he was not aware of the plans of the nobles from the other territories. Anyone who came back alive from Hermes had basically seen the destruction of the knights in the king's city, as well as his embarrassing appearance when he fled. It was naive to expect them to remain loyal to the royal family at this time. It was normal to have unusual movements and to form cliques. Obviously, the three big families in the king's city were their first choice. Appin had long been on guard against this, but he thought that according to the temperament of the three old ministers, they would probably behave themselves and not come out. After all, the king's city was still in his hands, and any action that annoyed him was tantamount to suicide. He did not expect that the Quinn family would be the first to have a problem. Colluding with a foreign lord was already an affront to his dignity. Perhaps the old earl only wanted to leave a way out, or declare his own position. But no matter what the reason was, such an affront would definitely be punished. Just like Otto Luashi, he had restrained himself enough not to kill his childhood friend on the spot. But what did he mean by rebellion? Earl Quinn was in the city of Glow and had neither subjects nor soldiers. How could he rely on the dozens of guards around him? What a joke. What right did he have to rebel? The earl did contact the foreign nobles. No, but it was not a private meeting. He sent an invitation. The minister wiped the sweat from his forehead. He publicly invited all the nobles to his mansion and persuaded them to serve the Quinn family. Appin was stunned and could hardly understand the news he had heard. This action could indeed be linked to rebellion, but the method was a little too unimaginable. Instead of getting help from the nobles, he wanted them to be loyal to Quinn. Did Horford really know what he was doing? He was already a dangerous ship that could capsize at any time. How could there be nobles who would agree to this proposal? This was undoubtedly making enemies on both sides. The Moya royal family would never tolerate such a serious provocation, and such foolishness would only make the nobles sneer. But then again, was the Prime Minister such an arrogant person in the past? After a long silence, Appin said, Pass on my order. Have Sir Bakoff, the commander of the patrol, bring a team to the Earl's mansion and bring Horford Quinn to see me. As for the rest of the people in the mansion, they were temporarily detained in the prison. If anyone tried to stop them, they could be killed on the spot. I'd like to see how he's going to explain this. Yes, Your Majesty. After hearing the news, he was no longer in the mood to have fun. After driving away everyone in the hall, Appin could not help but lean on the throne. He did not simply want to have fun. It was just that once the surroundings became quiet, the roar of Skyfire would constantly echo in his ears. The war more than a month ago had left an indelible impression in his heart. No, it was not a war, but a one-sided massacre. His army had no power to fight back at all. Whether it was the knight or the serfs, there was no difference in the face of the attack of Grey Castle. After returning to King's City, Appin found that he no longer had the courage to fight against Roland. The setback brought to him by the fiasco was even heavier than the death of his father. What was more desperate was that he knew that the Moya family had lost the entire Kingdom of Dawn. What was the consequence of offending a powerful neighboring country? There was no doubt that sooner or later, the other side would annex the territory he inherited from his father, and he could do nothing about it. When he ascended the throne, he was full of ambition. He wanted to govern the kingdom so that the people could live a stable life and no longer have to worry about the threat of witches, demonic beasts, and other otherworldlings. However, after only 1 year of being on the throne, he had lost all interest in politics and commerce. He could only wait for the enemy's army to come and hang him on the wall. At the thought of this, Appin's hatred for the king of Grey Castle increased day by day, and he could not wait to eat his flesh raw. If it were not for Roland Wimbledon, he would have gone down in history as a wise king. All this was the other side's fault. The new king of Grey Castle had been bewitched by the witches. He slapped the armrest hard and had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. When he caught Earl Quinn, he would definitely let him have a good taste of the wrath of a king. However, in the afternoon, his newly appointed minister ran into the palace with a panicked look on his face. Your Majesty, Sir Bukov is dead. The patrol team was completely wiped out. At? The King of Dawn grabbed the minister's collar in shock. Did they set a trap around the mansion? Or did they hide guards in the mansion? Yes, they hid guards, the minister replied quickly. I saw it with my own eyes. Bukov first asked the Earl to come out, but when he refused, he went straight into the house to catch people, but they were soon killed by his guards. Not only that, but they also rushed out of the courtyard and fought with the patrol team that surrounded the mansion. Those people were simply lunatics. They had all kinds of weapons in their hands, such as boning knives, wooden sticks, and even green bricks. In less than a quarter of an hour, the team was defeated. How many of them were there? About 7 or 8. Bastard. Appin threw the minister to the ground. How can 7 or 8 people be called hiding? Even a businessman in the city of Glow can gather a dozen guards. Are you scared out of your wits? And how could a patrol of 100 or 200 people be defeated by 7 or 8 guards? Even if there were 200 wild boars, they shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Are they not even as good as the pigs in the hunting ground? Your Majesty, those people are not human beings, they are monsters, the minister said with a sad face. Most of the patrol couldn't even take one blow from them. That's not the strength and speed of a human being. Appin's heart suddenly trembled. He seemed to have seen such a description before. Yes, he remembered that the murderer of his father, the 2 church witches who claimed to be pure witches, had shown him the terrible force of the gods' punishment army. Could it be that Earl Quinn colluded with the church? An uncontrollable anger suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Rithers! Appin shouted. A knight quickly came in from outside the hall, knelt down on one knee and said, Your Majesty, what can I do for you? Immediately gather all the mercenaries in the city of Glow, bring heavy crossbows and fire arrows, and burn Earl Quinn's mansion to the ground. He roared, whether they are human beings or monsters, I want them all to be burned to ashes. But that's the inner city, the knight said hesitantly. If it causes a fire, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to deal with. Shut up and do as I say. Appin roared hysterically. If you can't burn him to death, you don't have to come back to see me. Even the gods' punishment army had no chance of winning when faced with an army that was 100 times their size and was armed with heavy crossbows. Those who colluded with the church had only one end, death. The next day, the King of Dawn received news from the Watcher again. The mercenary group that had prepared for a whole night had not arrived at the Earl's mansion. When passing through the Rising Sun Avenue, the mercenary group was attacked by an acrobatic troupe. He was sure that he had not misheard the minister's report. A group of acrobatic performers who were performing on the street suddenly attacked the mercenary group. The mercenary group was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. The fighting style of those performers was exactly the same as that of Earl Quin's guards. In the next few days, the situation changed so fast that it was beyond everyone's expectations. The people of the King's City had never thought that they would see such a scene. The Quin family, who had served the Moya royal family for hundreds of years, openly stood on the opposite side of Apan Moya. This was not a secret plot, nor was there a struggle between the aristocratic families that the civilians could not access. Everything was laid out on the table. The Prime Minister of the City of Glow stood directly in front of everyone and publicly announced his ideals and goals. In short, it was to overthrow the rule of the incompetent tyrant and give the Kingdom of Dawn a better future. In his speech, the Earl cited the signs of the decline of the city in the past year and the stupid tyranny of the new king, and described the inevitable decline of the Kingdom of Dawn with precise data. Since no noble had ever talked about the operating principles and inside stories of the territory to the people, and the speaker was the Prime Minister who had served the king for more than a decade, it caused a sensation. From the auction houses of the Chamber of Commerce to the taverns on Black Street, almost everyone was talking about it. I was wondering why hundreds of people starved to death in the slums last winter. It turns out that it was caused by the reduction of farmland in the outer city. In fact, more people died outside. It's not a problem for His Majesty to take the land to expand the palace, but what about the grain reserves that the Earl said are gradually decreasing? No wonder the grain prices have risen a lot recently. I heard that the farmers in the suburban towns have been forced to go to war. Now, the army is in a mess, and only a few of those who were conscripted can come back. Doesn't that mean the grain prices will rise again? Alas, I hope that we won't starve during the months of demons this year. Why, do you want to support Earl Quin? He promised that if he can achieve his goal, the City of Glow will no longer have to worry about the food problem, and everyone will be able to fill their stomachs in the future. Hey, I didn't say that. The speech of the Imperial Prime Minister quickly spread throughout the City of Glow through such discussions. If a considerable number of people were skeptical about the content of the propaganda, what attracted them to continue to pay attention to this matter was the conflict itself. The great noble families and the Moya royal family opposed each other. How many times could they see such a grand occasion in their lives? For the people, they could only hear rumors or boasting about the nobles in the taverns, which had been modified and exaggerated many times. These days, they felt that it was simply too exciting. This was not a performance, but a real rebellion. King Apan was not indifferent. Several battles broke out between the two sides, but the royal family was defeated every time. Earl Quin's power was beyond everyone's imagination. An incredibly powerful guard became his solid shield. Not only did they defeat His Majesty's troops despite the huge difference in numbers, but they also had more and more people. At the beginning, there were only a dozen of them, but now there were 40 or 50 of them. What was even more exciting was that the Earl openly announced his plan. He would move the front line 500 steps towards the castle district every day until the King of Dawn abdicated the throne, surrendered the crown to him, or was driven off the throne. In other words, the outcome of this confrontation would be decided in 5 days at most. Bang! Bang! Apan smashed everything on the desk onto the carpet until the exquisite room became a mess. Even so, it was unable to alleviate the anger in his heart. Damn it, damn it. When did I ever reduce the farmland in the outer city? Isn't that what my father asked me to investigate? How dare you blame me for the desertion of the suburban villages? It's clearly Roland Wimbledon's doing. He almost roared. It's his witches who killed those people, not me. Your Majesty, please calm down. The minister and the chief knight tried to persuade him. The most important thing now is to stop Horford Quin from moving forward, so as to dispel his arrogance. The foreign nobles are all watching you. I should have put them all in prison from the beginning, Apan thought bitterly. How many people do I have available now? There are still 1,500 knight, guards, squires, and mercenaries in the palace. If the maids and servants are also mobilized, we can add another 2,000 people, the chief knight replied. There's a stone wall outside the castle district for guards. They don't need much training to kill the enemy. Although the wall is not as thick as the main city wall, it's not a problem for people to stand on it. This was originally a trump card he used to deal with the other lords, especially the palace guards. Almost every one of them had the combat ability of a quasi-knight, and their equipment was especially excellent. Before his father passed away, he had begun to train them. But now, he had no choice but to use them in the defense of the palace. Take out all the boxes in the vault and tell the servants that as long as they kill a monster, they can get a reward of 100 golden dragon. Appin gritted his teeth. If they can thwart the enemy's rebellion, I'll grant them a title and a fiefdom. Add another reward for those who have it. Yes. The church's scourge was not invulnerable, which he had confirmed from the pure witch. Even if those monsters were extremely strong, it was impossible for them to tear down the whole stone wall with their bare hands, right? As for the increasing number of monsters, it was just a smokescreen of Earl Quinn. He must have arranged some thugs long ago and then disguised it as an illusion that his strength was growing. No nobleman would believe that such a fierce warrior could be found anywhere in the city of Glow, and it was not until today that he appeared. And it did not matter even if the stupid civilians believed it. Their thoughts had no influence on the situation at all. Has that old guy Horford gotten the support of other nobles? Appin looked at the minister. The latter's face suddenly became a little ugly. Speak. It's rumored that Black Money has begun to contact Earl Quinn, but the specific situation is temporarily unknown, this group of pervasive maggots. Appin clenched his fists. Father even regarded their underground kennel as part of the market. In my opinion, they should have been raided earlier. However, he also knew that this sentence was just to vent his anger. The organizers of Black Money were all rich businessmen in the city of Glow, and their status was no less than that of the great nobles. Moreover, a large part of the wealth accumulated in the Moya family's treasury came from the pockets of these people. In addition, the Tokat family has publicly come together with the Quinn family. The minister swallowed. But Your Majesty, please don't worry too much. I heard that the Luashi family has refused Horford Quinn's invitation several times. These are the three families that father is so proud of. Appin sneered in his heart. Now two families had become traitors and moved faster than the small nobles who were watching on the sidelines. The reason why the last family did not dare to act rashly was that Otto Luashi was still in his hands. But this might be a weapon for him. Send someone to tell Earl Luashi that if he wants to prove his innocence, he should immediately bring the knight and squire of the territory to support the palace. Appin said coldly, otherwise, I will not show mercy to the heir of the family who rebelled. I'll do it now. The minister hurriedly responded. 4 hours later, the King of Dawn received the news that Earl Luashi was willing to pledge allegiance to him, which calmed his anger a little. Compared with the bad news flying all over the sky, he finally pulled the situation back to his side a little. Appin did not care much about the knight of the Luashi family. The most important thing was that he knew the younger generation of the three families were very close. If they knew that going against the king would cost one of their lives, would they still keep in line with the ruler of the family? This was undoubtedly a poisonous thorn that was difficult to remove. When the light of dawn crossed the city wall and shone into the inner city of King's City, the streets and alleys were full of onlookers. The city of Glow had never been as lively as it was today. Unlike the auction that only rich merchants and nobles participated in, this was a carnival that belonged to all the citizens of the city. They had never interacted with the big shots of the upper class. Even the entry-level knight of the nobility was unreachable in the eyes of the public. Now, they had the opportunity to witness the transfer of power at the highest level. Especially when they followed Earl Quinn's team slowly forward, they even had the illusion that they were driving the change of the situation. Today, the talk of rebellion had gradually disappeared and was replaced by fighting for the throne, who would be the new ruler of the Kingdom of Dawn. The answer would be clear after this battle. It seems that your name and reputation are extraordinary in the hearts of the people. Hillfox rode side by side with the Count. I thought that the public's opinion would only change when you occupied the castle district. Maybe it's because I've reorganized the patrol team and handled the internal affairs of King's City for half of my life. The old earl sighed. Is this also the information you collected when you ran the circus? Although the other party was only a civilian without a title, and the status of an acrobatic troupe performer was much lower than that of a free citizen, Horford did not dare to look down on him at all. According to Andrea, he was the agent of the King of Grey Castle in the city of Glow, and his status was even higher than that of the ambassador Yurko. After Yurko's withdrawal, Hill not only did not leave, but he also ran several acrobatic troupes. Without exposing his identity, he spread his eyes and ears to the streets and alleys of the city. In the face of someone who was both capable and trusted by Roland, even though he was an earl, he still had to show basic respect. Moreover, he still needed Hill's help at the moment. The will of the people is very important, Your Excellency. Hill nodded. In the eyes of the great nobles, they may be just an inconspicuous plate of loose sand or lambs to provide tax revenue. But sometimes sand can break teeth, and lambs can also kill herdsmen. If this scene happened in Neverwinter, I'm afraid the result would be very different. What do you think? Earl Tokat, who was riding on the other side of the Prime Minister, asked curiously. As long as there are signs of this, the people will report the plotters to the City Hall before His Majesty does anything. Hill smiled. Mr. Hill, Otto Luashi's good friend, Ora Tokat, coughed and pointed behind him. Did you find the rats behind us? I happen to be friends with their leader, Shir said calmly. What do you think? With this, we'll be much more powerful. The old earl thought to himself. More than 1,000 rats, after changing into the leather armor provided by the Black Money Chamber of Commerce, looked decent at first glance. Otherwise, it would be a little weak to rely on only 40 extraordinary warriors and his and Earl Tokat's attendants. But a rat was a rat after all. Apart from being useless, he, a dignified noble, had to accompany a Black Street rat. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. In addition, they were also famous for their double-dealing and sky-high prices. Only God knew what kind of agreement Hill had reached with them. Aren't you worried that this group of people will mutiny on the spot? Aro obviously could not hold back the words in his heart. You know, betrayal is a common thing for them. That depends on what the bargaining chip is. Hill looked at Earl Quinn. In your name, I promise them the identity of free people. If you can successfully become the King of Dawn, they can bid farewell to their precarious lives and become citizens of the City of Glow under your protection. Horford could not help but frown. Although the rats are indeed hated and spurned by most people, what really makes them fall is poverty and hunger, not recognition. Even if I forgive them of their past sins, if we can't fundamentally change this, then the identity I gave them will be meaningless. Sooner or later, they will become rats again. Since these people are willing to make such a trip for the identity, it shows that they are not stupid or lazy people. Maybe they just lack an opportunity, Hill said in a relaxed tone. As for the reason for their fall, don't worry. When His Majesty's messenger comes again, you'll find that the City of Glow will never be short of jobs to make a living. You don't have to support them all the time, because when the time comes, they will support themselves. After passing through the market area, the mighty procession entered the Rising Sun Avenue. The walls of the castle area were already in sight. Behind the stone wall was the place where the Moya family had lived for generations. Horford suddenly felt a little nervous as he gazed at the palace and the tower that was illuminated by the morning sun. He had been the Prime Minister for more than a decade and had experienced too many twists and turns. Apart from the discovery that his daughter was a witch and the death of Fonte, there was nothing else that could make him feel emotional. But today, by chance, he stood in front of a whole new field. Even if the mastermind behind it was the King of Grey Castle, even if he was only fighting for the throne in name, as long as he went one step further, the Quinn family would ascend to the pinnacle that the nobles could reach, to become a royal family in charge of a country. Although he had violated the admonition of his ancestors, he had given his family the possibility of a metamorphosis. With such a complicated feeling, the old earl could not help but ask, is it really okay to let my daughter participate in this battle? Of course, you may not know this, but Andrea is no longer the noble lady who can't live without your protection. She's now an outstanding combat witch, and the first shot in this siege will be fired by her, Hill said with a smile. Hill smiled. You should also get ready to make your final speech. Not to the extraordinary warriors and rats, but to the people who have accompanied us here. Tell them that the new era of the Kingdom of Dawn is coming soon. Andrea stood on the top floor of the bell tower, facing the wind. This was the only place in the inner city where she could overlook the stone wall of the palace. The distance between the two was about 1,000 steps. Looking from afar, the magnificent palace seemed to be able to be embraced by both arms, and the busy figures inside looked like insignificant ants. For the castle area, this was an absolutely safe distance. Even heavy catapults could not threaten the stone wall here. And here, she would open a gap for the gods' punishment witches to attack the city. At this moment, a red firework appeared in the sky above the rising sun avenue. That was the signal for the start of the battle. She took out the bolt rifle that Miss Anna had personally made for her, pressed 10 bullets into the chamber, opened the scope, and raised the gun. A knight in full armor came into view. Andrea took a deep breath and activated the magic power in her body. It was a wonderful feeling. The magic power seemed to transform into a pair of gentle hands, gently holding her arms, elbows, and fingers. Being wrapped in such a way, she felt that she had entered a mysterious state, where she was as hard as a rock and as light as a feather. The former made the weapon in her hand motionless, while the latter made her become part of the wind, gently swaying with the airflow that caressed her cheeks. The moment the two became one, Andrea pulled the trigger. Andrea did not look at the result at all. Instead, she aimed at the next target. The consumption of magic power for accurate shooting was not constant. Generally speaking, the more difficult the target was, the more magic power it would consume. This meant that the magic power that was enough to support a bow and arrow or a stone weapon for 2 to 4 hours could only last for about 7 minutes at such a long distance. She had to shoot as many bullets as possible. Her ability responded to her will. Andrea felt like she wasn't shooting, but dancing with the wind. Everything was so coordinated. The adjustment of the muzzle, the raising and lowering of the arms, and every movement of the body seemed to be integrated with the world. With a firing rate of 1 shot per breath, Andrea quickly emptied all 10 bullets and reloaded a new clip. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, and it was like a performance that had a well-thought-out plan. However, the people on the stone wall were not so relaxed. The Grim Reaper was racing against time to fly towards Appin's troops, but they still had no idea about it. The knight who commanded the mercenaries to adjust the crossbows became the first victim. The range of these crossbows was more than 200 steps, and the iron arrowheads could easily penetrate the shields and knight's armor within 50 steps. It was the best weapon for defending the palace. In order to resist the powerful monster warriors, Appin moved all the inventory in the warehouse to the wall. A total of 8 crossbows were placed on the section of the wall facing the rising sun avenue. Considering the limited width of the street, no matter how strong the attacker was, it would be difficult to escape the crossbows. The mercenaries only heard a muffled sound and saw that the chest of the knight, who was still giving orders, was dented. At the same time, his body leaned back and fell to the ground without a sound. Sneak attack. There was an immediate warning from the top of the wall. Everyone pulled out their swords, but no one could find out where the attack came from. Then came the second, the third, death swarmed in. The defenders kept falling, but the enemy never showed up. An indescribable fear shrouded their hearts. Dying in battle was not a rare thing for these bloody jackals and wolves, but waiting to be killed was a different matter. This was especially true for the few mercenaries who were particularly confident in their own skills. They found that the skills they had been practicing day in and day out were useless. The other party didn't even give them a chance to fight face to face. Whether it was the clumsy servant or the experienced knight, there was no difference in the face of such a sudden attack. If the battle with Hermes had at least allowed them to see their enemies, this battle was simply waiting for the Grim Reaper to call their names. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than 20 corpses had appeared on the wall. Coupled with the miserable groans of the lucky survivors, most people's willpower was quickly on the verge of collapse. Find cover, there's a witch nearby. At this moment, the chief knight's order brought everyone back to their senses. As long as you hide behind the battlements and wooden blocks, you can avoid the attacks. Also, take out your god's punishment arrows and shoot in every possible direction. Force that bastard out. At this moment, Andrea also noticed the changes on the stone wall. A knight in gold-rimmed armor seemed to be directing this situation at the scene. People kept approaching him, using various obstacles as cover, and blindly throwing arrows around. Some even directly threw the arrows with their hands. Their purpose was self-evident. The enemy's method was not a threat to her, but if she could not completely defeat the enemy, it would hinder the gods' punishment witches who were attacking the city. The position of the commander happened to form a blind spot with the clock tower. She could only faintly see the commander's arm sticking out of the battlements and a small part of his helmet. Usually, it was impossible to hit such a target, but after watching the artillery performance of the First Army, she had a different idea. Andrea constantly stimulated her magic power to fill her arms. Pushed by invisible hands, the gun in her hand kept rising until it pointed to the sky. When the familiar sense of coordination appeared again, she did not hesitate to pull the trigger. At that moment, Andrea seemed to see the trajectory of the bullet. It was thrown high into the air and did not lose all its speed after passing the apex. Instead, with forward inertia, it dived in the direction of the target. Although the distance between the two was only 1,000 steps, it had flown a longer distance in the air, so this bullet took much longer than the previous shots. Then she lowered the muzzle, aimed at the knight's helmet, and fired. The second bullet hit the edge of the battlements accurately. Bricks and stones immediately flew in all directions. The deformed bullet hit the upper part of the helmet and sent it flying. The huge impact caused the knight to fall forward uncontrollably, exposing his soft neck. At the same time, the first bullet hit his skin at an angle and broke his cervical vertebrae into several pieces. The chief knight had no time to react. He only felt a buzzing sound behind his head, and then a cold feeling on his neck. Then he lost all consciousness. This shot almost consumed all of Andrea's remaining magic power. A strong sense of dizziness came over her. Her hands trembled and she could not even hold the butt of the gun. However, the fall of the chief knight also crushed the mercenaries' last defense. The defense line of the stone wall collapsed. They turned around and ran toward the stairs, afraid that they would be the next target of the Grim Reaper. No one paid attention to the wooden blocks, hot oil, and crossbows on the wall anymore. The gods' punishment witches also saw this change. Woo, the horn of the general attack was blown. Elena, who was in charge of the attack team, rushed to the front. In addition to her usual equipment, she also had a bundle of hemp rope in her hand. Just when she was about to reach the foot of the wall, she threw the rope in her hand with force. At the end of the rope, there was a four-cornered hook tightly tied to it. A moment later, there were several hanging ropes on the stone wall that could be climbed. For ordinary people, it would take a lot of effort to climb over the stone wall that was more than 10 feet high. However, in the eyes of the gods' punishment witches, it was just a fence that could be crossed with one leg. Elena easily climbed to the top of the wall along the hemp rope and found that the castle district was in a mess. The supervision team and the reserve team arranged by Appin did not play their due role. Just when the defenders of the stone wall were fleeing, Earl Luashi's men suddenly pulled out their swords and slashed at the guards of the King of Dawn. In addition, the escapees just wanted to leave as soon as possible. The three parties suddenly got into a scuffle. Elena raised the corner of her mouth, took the giant sword from her back, and jumped down from the stone wall. No one could resist her head-on attack. As long as the enemy was included in the range of the giant sword, he would be injured if he touched it, and would die if he touched it. With her own strength, she rushed out of the crowd and created a blank space. Earl Luashi. Damn traitor, how dare he? Appin, who was watching the battle from the top floor of the castle, flew into a rage and said, "I'm going to kill him and his son." "Minister, where is my minister?" "Your Majesty, Lord Cologne said he had to deal with something." After a while, the chief guard replied hesitantly, "But I think he may not come back." "What did you say?" The King of Dawn suddenly turned around and looked at the chief guard, gasping for breath. "You agreed at the time," the chief guard bit the bullet and said, "In addition to Lord Cologne, there are also Lord Wylent and Neil, the Golden Hourglass." "Your Majesty, now there's only me here." It was not until then that Appin noticed that only the chief guard and a few lonely servants were left in the large hall. In an instant, he understood the meaning of the phrase, "I might not come back." Traitors again! The King of Dawn gritted his teeth and smashed his scepter on the ground. "1 or 2 are not enough, I want 3 or 4 more. My career is ruined by these traitors." Their departure had indeed been agreed to by him, but what reason did they use to leave? One said he was going to check the defense of the stone wall, and the other said he was going to the inner court to supervise the maids' preparation for war. These were originally their duties, but now it seemed that they were just excuses. Could it be that his minister had already made preparations to escape before the enemy launched their attack? Your Majesty, those cowards will be punished sooner or later, but now the top priority is to evacuate as soon as possible. The chief guard came forward to persuade him, those mercenaries can't buy too much time. Even the guards can only resist the enemy for about an hour. Any later and it will be too late. No, I want to see the traitors pay the price with my own eyes. Appin pushed him away and said, go to the underground dungeon and bring me Otto Luashi's head. But this is the king's order. He shouted at the top of his voice. Yes, your majesty. The chief guard had to take a step back and bow. After the only subordinate left, Appin felt his fingers tremble slightly, and his eyes seemed to be about to split open. Even his whole vision was dyed with a layer of light red. He slowly sat down on the chair and stared at his hands, wishing he could tear these traitors into pieces with them. Everything was over. When the mercenaries at the top of the city wall inexplicably fled and gave up the stone wall, the defeat was already doomed. Count Luashi's rebellion was just an insignificant stroke. But he did not understand why Earl Luoshi was willing to risk losing his eldest son to betray him. Why did Horford Quinn's ambition receive the unreserved support of the other two families? This was completely unreasonable. Although the three families in the city of Glow were regarded as a whole, their interests were not exactly the same. In a situation where a slight mistake would lead to eternal damnation, he could not think of anyone who could be so trusted by them. Appin realized that whether it was the city or the three big families, they were not as well informed as he thought they were. In the end, he did not manage to wait for the report from his personal guard captain. The ones who pushed open the door of the hall was a group of warriors that Soren had never seen before. The weapons in their hands were still dripping with blood, and there were also many bloodstains on their armor. However, judging from their expressions, there was no trace of fatigue or relaxation after a bloody battle. Instead, they looked relaxed as if they had just experienced a street brawl. The personal guard captain claimed to have resisted for half an hour, but in fact, he could not even hold on for a quarter of an hour. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Then he saw the usurper, Horford Quinn, who had vowed to assist the Moya family forever. In addition to Earl Quinn, there were two other traitors and their successors, Aro Tokat and Otto Luashi. Seeing the latter, Appin knew that it was impossible for him to retaliate. Why is this? Are you surprised that Otto is still alive? Aro interrupted him. It's not too difficult to hide two warriors in the secret passage of the palace, not to mention that ordinary iron gates and fences can't stop them at all. As for how they entered the castle district, you have to ask the guards. I think under the panic, the guards don't care about counting the number of people in the acrobatic troupe. Appin's pupils suddenly shrank. If the other side was not bluffing, wouldn't it mean that they could break into his bedroom at any time? Yes, just as you think. Oro spread out his hands. Aro spread out his hands. If the king of Greycastle didn't need to create a ruckus, I'm afraid you would have been beheaded by them. To be honest, you've disappointed me, your majesty. I thought you imprisoned Otto just because you were angry. I didn't expect you to use him to threaten Earl Luashi and even wanted to kill him. Speaking of this, he sighed. I thought, even if we can't be friends, you won't forget the past. You mean Roland Wimbledon? So all this is a conspiracy planned by him? Appin did not care about the second half of Oro's words at all. He had all his attention on the king of Greycastle. Mentioned by Oro. Do you know what you're doing? You've helped a devil, not only betraying the oath of your ancestors, but also offering your kingdom and people to him. You're so stupid. He pointed angrily at Horford Quinn. And you? Do you really think you can sit on the throne? In fact, you're just a puppet. Haven't you ever thought about the reason why he started this rebellion? If he didn't want to annex the kingdom of Dawn, why would he go against me again and again? Don't forget, these people can easily overthrow me today, and one day, they will easily push you into the abyss. You're wrong. Suddenly a woman's voice sounded outside the door. He did this only for two reasons. One is to save Otto, and the other is to protect the witches. Ridiculous, Appin was about to scold her for her presumptuousness and ignorance, but his voice suddenly got stuck in his throat. You are, the person looked very weak and needed the help of others to barely stand, but even so, it could not hide her outstanding appearance. The long blonde hair and the familiar face reminded him of a person that only existed in his memory. Andrea Quinn. However, the other party's answer confirmed his guess. Long time no see, Appin. In an instant, all the questions in the mind of the King of Dawn were answered. Why the Tokat family would support Earl Quinn so firmly, and why Earl Luashi was willing to take the risk. There was indeed a person who could win the trust of both families at the same time, because their children had fallen in love with each other. The anger in his heart was extinguished, replaced by a sense of despair and helplessness. He murmured for a moment and finally said, Why? Why did you choose them instead of me in the end? It being defeated by Roland Wimbledon was destined. Why did you also betray me? I could have given more than them. If it weren't for that accident, half of the kingdom would have been yours. Appin suddenly froze in place. In other words, the accident many years ago was a hoax deliberately created by Earl Quinn to cover up the news that his daughter had become a witch. Andrea is an evil fallen one, he did not know. But the murderers who murdered his father and stirred up the kingdom were indeed witches. If they did not have such an unreasonable ability, everything would not have become like this. Was it wrong for him to want to avenge his father? Two thoughts collided and tore at each other in Appin's mind, giving him a splitting headache. Your rule ends here. Earl Quinn took a step forward. In any case, the Kingdom of Dawn should not continue to act according to your will. Witches will be rehabilitated and have the same status and rights as ordinary people. They can walk on the streets normally, hold official positions, inherit the family, and even manage the kingdom. Speaking of this, he glanced at Andrea. As for you, what? Do you want to kill a royal noble? Appin covered his forehead and said with a ferocious face, Have you forgotten the oath you made to the ancestors? Have you forgotten my surname? Answer me, Horford Quinn. This sharp question made everyone present take a step back involuntarily, except for Andrea and the God's punishment witches. I am the direct descendant of the Moya royal family and the only heir. Even if I am no longer the king, you will bear the name of the Kingslayer. He hissed, the order of the Kingdom of Dawn will be destroyed in your hands, and those great noble families will no longer trust you. I won't do that, Horford sighed. If it weren't for the family's imminent danger, I wouldn't even want to come to this point. But you must swear, to leave the Kingdom of Dawn forever and never set foot on the land of the kingdom in your lifetime. In this case, you can take the people you can and leave the king's city. Otherwise, I can only lock you in the castle dungeon, just like what you did to the eldest son of the Luashi family. This is the decision made by the three families? The Tokat family has no objection. Earl Tokat put his hand on his chest. The same goes for the Luashi family, Earl Luashi added. We're not as cold-blooded and heartless as you, Oro Tokat snorted. It's also thanks to your late order, otherwise, now, Otto interrupted, that's enough. What a group of considerate people. But in the face of such a huge difference in power, how long can your laughable friendship last? Appin glanced coldly at the nobles in the hall. After a long silence, he said, I choose the former. He could not be imprisoned in a place where he would never see the light of day. As long as his bloodline continued, he would always be a member of the royal family of the Kingdom of Dawn. Whether he went to the Kingdom of Wolfheart or the Kingdom of Everwinter, he would be treated in accordance with his status. Even living under someone else's roof was better than being locked up in a cage. Moreover, neither Horford Quinn nor the King of Greycastle could guarantee that they would not make mistakes. Once there was a dispute, the nobles of other territories would not forget his existence. Then, please take the oath. Earl Quinn nodded. When Appin Moya took the oath in the name of his ancestors, the incident finally came to an end. But only Andrea noticed that when the guards took the King of Dawn out of the hall, Elena, who was supporting her, showed a cold smile. When they left the castle, Otto suddenly called out to Andrea from behind. Miss Quinn. Thank you for saving me. Mr. Hill has told me about what happened in Neverwinter, she said with a chuckle. She chuckled. Are you treating me like an outsider when I'm your savior and childhood friend? No. I just... Otto was a little speechless for a moment, but a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Call me big sister. Aro stepped forward and put his arm around Otto's neck. Don't forget who was the leader of the four at that time. Or do you want to usurp the position? Aro. Otto elbowed the latter in the chest. Ahem, well, I saw that you were too nervous, so I was just joking. Aro pretended to be shocked. But we haven't seen each other for a long time. Now that the flower of glow has come back to life, we must have a good gathering tonight. How about the usual place? Silver Antler Tavern? Andrea raised her eyebrows. That place hasn't closed yet? It's the property of the Luashi family. It won't close so soon, although the manager is indeed terrible. Hey. I'm fine with it. Then it's settled. I'll go first. You guys take your time. Aro waved his hand. And, Andrea. Otto took a deep breath. I want to talk to you alone. Although he did not know why his old friend was willing to give up this opportunity to spend time with Andrea, it was a rare opportunity for him. He did not want to use Oro to say that he missed her, but he could feel that Andrea's attitude had changed a little when they met in Neverwinter. Although she still seemed to be quite resistant to the identity of the Quinn family's eldest daughter, at least she did not show any unfamiliarity with her former playmate, which could be seen from the joke just now. Andrea seemed to think for a while and then nodded. Let's go to the courtyard. Otto felt his heart start to beat faster. The helper did not follow them. The two slowly walked into the courtyard, one in front of the other. Are you all right? Looking at the back of the witch who was staggering, Otto wanted to help her but did not dare to reach out his hand. This was a common thing when they were children. This is just a side effect of using too much magic power. It doesn't have any real effect on the body. On the contrary, we need to use it to increase the capacity of magic power. After a day, we'll be back to normal, so don't worry. Andrea shrugged. Now it's just the two of us. What do you want to talk about? Otto bit his lip and said, Do you remember what I told you in Neverwinter? Every year, Aura will go to your grave to lay flowers. I remember. In fact, there's something I haven't told you. He took a deep breath. I do the same every year, because I can't forget you. When I saw you say I'm coming in the prison, I could hardly describe the joy in my heart. At that moment, I decided that no matter what, I must say this. Andrea, can you stay here? Andrea didn't seem surprised. She just smiled and said, Thank you, but you said it too late. Too late? What do you mean? I already have someone I want to be with, so I won't stay in the City of Glow. She deliberately replied in a light tone. If you said this 10 years ago, I might have agreed. Otto's heart sank. Is it His Majesty? If it's him, he's indeed a much better choice than me. How can I be an enemy of Nightingale? Andrea interrupted. I'm her strongest ally. Huh? No, pretend I didn't say anything. She coughed twice. Anyway, it's not what you think. Otto, witches can't continue the family, and I don't want to be bound by the rules of the nobles. 10 years is too long, and I'm no longer the flower of glow I used to be. So this is good, understand? Otto opened his mouth. He wanted to blurt out I'm willing to give up everything for the nobles, but an invisible force stopped him. He was no longer a willful child who could cast off all responsibilities. That would be the biggest disappointment to his father and sister Belinda. 2 days later. In the palace of the City of Glow. You're leaving today? Can't you stay here a little longer? Horford looked at Andrea, who had come to say goodbye, with mixed feelings in his heart. Otto and the others wouldn't want to say goodbye to you as soon as they meet. I've been away from Neverwinter for a long time. There are still people waiting for me there, Andrea said frankly. And now it's the time for the new king to replace the old one. As the heir of the family, they shouldn't waste their time on banquets and entertainment. Since we're friends, it's enough to see each other once. She is indeed different from before, the Earl thought. She has grown up. About the negotiation with Grey Castle. Do you have any suggestions? Horford pondered for a moment. I'd like to hear your opinion. It's very important for the family's decision-making. I don't know much about government affairs. In Neverwinter, the people in charge of these affairs aren't nobles, but free people who have passed the examination. If you want to know more details, it would be more suitable to talk to Hill Fox. He has always been in contact with the Western region. Andrea paused. If I have to say something, I would say don't make the same mistake as Appin. Horford smiled bitterly. If I still dare to oppose Greycastle after witnessing the power of Roland Wimbledon, I can't even describe my stupidity. It's not just power. Andrea shook her head. The upcoming Battle of Divine will concern the fate of all mankind. At this time, internal strife will only accelerate our demise. Neither Greycastle nor the Kingdom of Dawn can survive alone in this catastrophe. In this case, you should know better than me how to maximize the benefits of the family. The greatest benefit is to continue the family. Horford quickly understood what his daughter meant. And the hope of continuing the family now rests on His Majesty, she said, spreading out her hands. So, control the order of the Kingdom of Dawn, stand firmly on Greycastle's side, and work together to survive the battle of divine will. This is the only advice I can give. Erlquin nodded slowly. I see. Just as Andrea turned around, he could not help but call out to her again. You don't need to send me off. I still have a lot of things to do. You don't have to worry about my safety. The gods' punishment witches will return to Neverwinter with me. No, what I want to say is. I'm sorry, daughter. When he said that, Horford suddenly felt a lot older, but he also felt a lot more relaxed. In fact, there were many things he wanted to talk about. For example, he had indeed sent her away for the sake of the family, but it could not be said that he had no intention of protecting her. He also regretted not discussing this matter with Madame in advance. If he could do it all over again, he might not have done it in such a violent way. And when he heard from Otto that she was still alive and living well, his heart surged with joy. It was just that Erlquin knew that the damage had already been done. Even if he said those words, they would only be excuses to the other party. This was the price of making a choice. Andrea had grown to such an extent, so he couldn't perform too badly. After that, the old Duke closed his eyes. Then I'll be leaving. His daughter's footsteps gradually faded away and finally disappeared in his ears. Although he did not hear the words father that he had been expecting, at the same time, her tone was not as cold as it was a few days ago. At least this time, she did not call him Earl. That was good. He thought that this was just a temporary farewell. There would be a time when they would meet again. Time could make people forget, but it could also heal the pain. The choice he made 10 years ago had made him lose a lot. Horford Quinn planned to use the same amount of time to correct this mistake. After leaving Whitecaps Bay, the ship entered the sea. Appin put down the map in his hand and looked out of the porthole. This route was one of the main trade routes to the Wavering Port in the Kingdom of Wolfheart. From time to time, he could see merchant ships coming and going. Occasionally, a fisherman's boat would approach to sell some fresh fish, vegetables, and fruits. If he were still the king, he would be surrounded by 3-masted ships flying the royal flag. If he wanted to eat fresh food, maids would naturally bring it to him. It was all because of those damn traitors. It had been almost a week since he was ousted from the throne. During this time, he had been thinking about how to make a comeback. Even if he could not do anything to the King of Greycastle, at least he could not let the 3 big families lie comfortably in his city and enjoy the fruits of their rebellion. After careful consideration, Appin finally chose his first foothold, the Thousand-Blade Castle in the Kingdom of Wolfheart. It was close to the border of the Kingdom of Dawn. It was rumored that the lord of the castle had blood relations with the nobles of the Kingdom of Dawn, so he should not be too harsh to the Moya family. The most important thing was that the nobles of the 2 places had a close relationship with each other. If someone wanted to use his identity to do something, they could easily contact him. Although those lords were eager to make trouble before, they were all for their own interests. Now that he was no longer the ruler of the City of Glow, there was naturally no basis for conflict. Not only that, but his bloodline could also become a tool for them to seize new interests. In order to take revenge, Appin decided to temporarily put himself down. When the time was right, those who looked down on him would taste the bitter consequences. Thinking of this, he felt a lot more refreshed. At the same time, there was a pang of hunger in his stomach. He decided to eat some fruit first. Once they left the coastal area of the Kingdom of Dawn, this route would be much more deserted. Moreover, he had just heard the sound of fishing boats docking. Appin shook the thin rope in front of the table. It was connected to a bell outside the room. As long as it rang, the maid would answer and come in. However, there was no response from outside. His brows immediately furrowed. Had he fallen so low that even a maid dared to be lazy and perfunctory? In the blink of an eye, his heart was filled with killing intent. Well, if it was really her negligence, it would be good to use her as a warning example. Apart from the members of the Moya family and the knight who had sworn loyalty to him, the rest of the entourage were indeed getting more and more indecent. He wanted to let those people know that even if they were on a ship, as long as he was there, it should be no different from a palace. Appin got up and walked out of the room, but found no one in the corridor. Not only the maid, but also the sailors, guards, slaves. All had disappeared. The cabin was eerily quiet, and only the sound of the sea lapping against the hull could be heard. The hair on his back suddenly stood up. Something was wrong here. Had he been abandoned? No, that was impossible. Even if the mercenaries and servants wanted to abandon him, the night guards trained by the family would definitely stand up to stop them. There should have been at least some noise when the two sides argued. Appin was going to climb to the deck from the stairs of the master bedroom in the poop building. In any case, there should be sailors there. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a blood-stained dagger against his neck. The person holding the dagger was an extremely ugly woman, but her eyes were as bright as stars. She was not from the ship. Appin immediately realized that it was impossible for such a unique person to not have any impression in his mind. She was an attacker from outside. Who sent you? Do you know what you are doing, untouchable? I am the King of Dawn, the Moya family. His voice stopped abruptly. He found that he could no longer breathe out through his mouth, and the gushing blood had blocked his throat. The tearing pain extended from his neck to his chest, and the coldness that swept through his body robbed him of all his strength. As he fell, he only heard a casual whisper above his head. Have you cleaned it up? Elena asked, looking at Zoe who walked out from below the deck. Yes, it took me some time to find them. She wiped the blood off her face. Fortunately, they're all here. What should we do next? Betty shrugged. Write a report for His Majesty? Let Elena write it. I'm not good at summarizing. Anyway, His Majesty didn't take it seriously. He only said that the overall situation should be stabilized first and the way to deal with it was up to him. Just write him as a man with ulterior motives who was unwilling to fail. For such a person, it's better to die. That's right. Betty looked confident. If he didn't have ulterior motives, why would he choose a border city closest to the Kingdom of Dawn? His Majesty's attitude is casual, but we can't. Elena cleared her throat. I'll list out the causes, consequences, and analysis in this report, including your statements, just like the minutes of the meeting in the city hall. You just want to get his appreciation so that you can go to the dream world a few more times. Zoe rolled her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Hey, can we do that? I didn't think of that. Betty looked at Elena with her eyes shining. Can you teach me how to write a formal report? We'll talk about it later. Elena coughed twice. Now, let's get down to business. That's right. Zoe also put away her teasing look. But don't write this part in the report. I know. Elena turned to look at the other end of the deck and waved at several men in black robes. Come here. The leading old man walked to the three tremblingly with the help of two men. He bowed and said, Oracle, what can I do for you? Since you're willing to come here with us, it means that you're well prepared, right? Elena asked seriously. He was the creator of black money, the legendary businessman of the city of Glow, Banach Lothar. Although the gods' punishment witches were invincible in battle, they still needed the help of mortals for certain things, such as intercepting Appin at sea and making sure that his death had nothing to do with Grey Castle. To a mortal, regicide was an unimaginable crime, especially to end the bloodline of a royal family. No amount of wealth could offset this ridiculous blood worship, which could be seen from Bonnok's trembling shoulders. However, he still took this step. This alone was enough to prove his ambition. Yes. I am willing to serve Lord Oracle. Take it easy. Elena patted his shoulder with satisfaction. In the eyes of God, a mortal's identity is meaningless. So what if you're a king? It was just an empty title. Tell me, what do you plan to do next? Bonnok calmed down a little. Among the 3 plans, I prefer the first one. Disguising it as a shipwreck is the safest. Every year, dozens of ships will sink on this route due to storms, tsunamis, hitting reefs and other reasons. Especially on the border section, there will be a rainstorm in 2 days. As long as we drive the ship deeper into the sea and dig through the bottom of the ship, no one will know what happened here. He took a deep breath and continued, as for disguising it as a pirate raid or a noble's revenge, it can't be flawless. Although it can divert people's suspicion to a specific target, a fake is a fake. As long as we investigate carefully, we can always find some clues. Even if we can't find them, those nobles can make some flaws themselves. If it's a shipwreck, are you sure you can make all the clues disappear? Zoe asked coldly. Yes, Your Excellency, Bonnok said fiercely. The sailors I brought with me will also disappear along with the ship. The people who clean up the mess are silencers trained by black money. They will never leak the news. Silencers? Elena looked at the attendants beside him and asked, are these 2 also silencers? You guessed right. They can neither hear nor speak. They need to give orders through specific gestures, which is why they are called silencers. Then they really put in a lot of effort. Elena naturally knew how troublesome it was to train a deaf-mute into a fighter. Perhaps only 1 out of 10 deaf-mutes could become a fighter, and this was under the condition that they were good seedlings. How could an underground chamber of commerce collect so many deaf-mutes with good seedlings? She was afraid that these people had been deliberately made like this by drugs or other means after they were selected. Of course, she did not care about how the common people treated her. Even in the era of the Union, the common people had never given up bullying the weaker ones. This time, I brought 50 silencers with me. They don't listen to anyone but me. It's more than enough to deal with those sailors. This plan is foolproof, Bonnok said while putting his hand on his chest. Great, let's do it. Elena looked at Zoe and Betty. But I have one more thing for you to do. The old merchant swallowed and said, as long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best. If it was just an accident, there was no need for her to hide it from His Majesty. The following order did not come from Roland but from Pasha. It's very simple. Black money has made contact with Horford Quinn, the new king of the Kingdom of Dawn. The Chamber of Commerce will continue to support him on the surface, but at the same time, put as many spies as possible into his new regime and secretly monitor every move of the Quinn family. Do you understand? But isn't he a puppet supported by you? Bonnok asked confusedly. This is just a precaution. After all, the common people's willpower is short and fragile, especially when the real challenge comes. Who can guarantee that the puppet's performance will be as good as before? Elena paused. And it's not safe to rely on one family to manage the Kingdom of Dawn. I hope your Black Money Chamber of Commerce can also become a part of it. If a man who yearned for power heard this hint, he would be overjoyed, but Bonnok did not show much joy. Instead, he said worriedly, this requires a long-term plan, and only I can stabilize those partners. But, Oracle, you know my body. Elena took out 2 porcelain bottles from her back and put them in front of Bonnok. Take them. You can drink them when you're not feeling well. But remember, you can't drink these 2 bottles consecutively. The interval must be more than 1 month. With 6 more bottles, your body will meet the basic requirements for the transformation. Bonnok's eyes were suddenly filled with ecstasy. He hurriedly took the porcelain bottles and carefully put them in his arms. Then he bowed deeply and replied excitedly, I'll definitely complete the task you've given me. After receiving the news that the rescue operation had been a success, Roland finally felt relieved. Although there were some deviations from the original plan and they failed to conquer the Kingdom of Dawn, the neighboring countries had finally overthrown the Moya family and maintained basic stability. The new Quinn family would be the most loyal ally of Grey Castle until they gained a firm foothold. Moreover, Neverwinter had Andrea. As long as there were no accidents, the alliance with the Kingdom of Dawn would last for another generation. He did not think that the Third War of Divine Will would last for 100 years. It was estimated that Andrea and the God's Punishment Witches would need about a month to return to the western region. He intended to make good use of this time to plan the future development of Grey Castle. After all, with the destruction of the remnants of Timothy's party, the opposition temporarily disappeared, and the kingdom was nominally unified. Although it would still take some time for the secondary city hall to play its role and completely turn Grey Castle into an efficient centralized country, he could start preparing now. When that day came, the strength of Grey Castle would inevitably increase to an unprecedented level, and the gap between it and the other 3 countries would be widened. The most important thing in the development plan was how to make good use of the witches' ability. After all, they were the primary productive force. In the 2 weeks after Anna returned, the city had undergone a series of changes. The most obvious change was in Roland's castle. His mahogany desk had doubled in size, and there were more than 10 hand-cranked telephones on it, which led to the office of the Witch Building, the City Hall, the barracks, the Third Border City, the Longsong area, and other important places. In case of an emergency, he no longer had to rely on the legs of his personal guards to deliver a message. In addition, the first public telephone had appeared in the central square, which connected the city and the misty forest. As the railway construction progressed, it was extended to meet the needs of the workers who could not return home for a long time. Of course, this line was charged on time, and the number of callers per day was limited, so they had to apply in advance. If they did not want to spend too much money, they could choose to send letters by air or by rail, which were cheaper. Thanks to the popularization of primary education, written communication had become more and more common among the citizens of Neverwinter. The department responsible for the operation of these systems was a newly established department in City Hall, the Communications Department. Since its work involved taking care of messengers and delivering letters to people's homes, its subordinate agencies instantly became a behemoth second only to the Ministry of Construction. It provided about 1,000 jobs in Neverwinter, and almost all of the new graduates were employed. From this department, Roland could already vaguely see the outline of a mega-corporation rising in the future. And this was only the power of Anna alone. Therefore, after solving the demon attack, he focused most of his energy on the ability statistics of the Sleeping Island witches. With the arrival of the second batch of migrants, the number of members of the sleeping spell had increased to 96. Dendi and Scroll were extremely busy just testing their abilities. Coupled with the fact that there were a few witches who did not cooperate, the first step was quite difficult. Fortunately, thanks to Tilly's personal prestige and Vendi's conciliatory offensive, the registration part was successfully passed. The black leather book placed in front of Roland now was the preliminary result of the witch's ability survey. He had read it repeatedly for several days and planned the positions of most of the witches. He had to admit that the previous classification of strengthening, summoning, and enchantment types was too general and not suitable for intuitively expressing the scope of their abilities. Therefore, he simply reclassified the witches according to their job categories. For example, those who were good at processing were classified as manufacturing ability, those who were closely related to animals were classified as breeding ability, those who could not find a use for them for the time being were classified as pending. In this way, City Hall could clearly see the number of available witches in the production category. In addition, the nearly 100 witches also showed Roland how amazing the differences in their abilities were. They were all awakened ones, but some could only make flowers grow in the cracks of stones, while some could create burly magic servants. It was no wonder that the Union could not withstand a protracted war. Once a combat witch died, it would take many years to find a replacement. Obviously, the safest way was to place the witches in the factory. Among the 100 people in the list, there were 4 that Roland valued. They were number 26 Dark Cloud, number 43 Ozima, number 44 Doris, and number 89 Slender Wrist. Dark Cloud's ability was dyeing. She could dye any object she came into contact with into any color without changing the original nature of the object. In theory, this should be regarded as a kind of enchantment ability. The duration was limited, and the magic power consumption was greatly affected by the size of the target. After completion, it would not be affected by the God Stone of Retaliation. However, the strength of her ability was that the effective time of dyeing could be extremely long, probably because changing the color had little effect on the object itself. She only needed a little magic power to maintain the effect for several years. In other words, if Dark Cloud used all her strength, she could maintain the color for hundreds of years. However, there was still a limit to the size of the target, and she could not release her ability instantly like Hummingbird. At the same time, she could compress the effective time as much as possible. Therefore, once she encountered a large object that exceeded the upper limit of her magic power, the result would be that her ability would be ineffective. It was still too difficult for her to change the color of the sea in one breath. In fact, according to Vendi's test, she could at most affect an object within the range of her arms, which was about 1.5 square meters. For Roland, such a large dyeing area was enough. After all, objects could be divided and combined. It could be said that Dark Cloud's ability made up for a gap in Neverwinter, the development of dye technology. In this era, the dyeing method was derived from natural extraction, which would definitely be a big selling point in advertisements in the future. However, the fact was that the performance of naturally extracted dyes was terrible. They had a lot of impurities, were easy to fade, had poor antioxidation resistance, and were very rare. As a result, only the nobles could afford colorful clothes, and the latter's effect was mostly made by inlaying gold and silver. Dyes were widely used. In addition to the traditional textile industry, education, printing, chemical industry, biology, and other fields were inseparable from the support of dyes. Moreover, to a certain extent, Dark Cloud could also relieve Soroya's burden. She could be regarded as a versatile person. However, the following witches, number 43 and number 44, gave Roland a slight headache. Ozima and Doris were two of the witches that Vendi mentioned were not very cooperative. When they first met, they had expressed their dissatisfaction with Tilly and wanted to leave Neverwinter as soon as possible. Although this disagreement was temporarily resolved by Scroll, the rift still existed. It was still unknown whether the two were willing to accept the recruitment and devote themselves to work. To put it simply, the former could be traced back to the entirety of a substance that had been stripped from a whole body. It could also be traced back to the point where a large amount of it converged through a certain trace element. For the witches of Sleeping Island, this was undoubtedly a kind of survival ability. For example, as long as Ozima held a drop of fresh water in her hand, she could lead them to a stream or a lake. Another example was that she could determine the location and size of an orchard based on the seeds left in animal excrement. Because of her great contribution to the team, several witches from the eastern region gathered together under her leadership, forming a rather tight small group. However, in Roland's eyes, tracing the origin was undoubtedly a direction to excavate natural resources. It was even more versatile than Sylvie's Eye of Magic. The reason was very simple. When Sylvie used her Eye of Sight, her magic power consumption would increase exponentially, and the distance she could cover would be greatly reduced. She could divide the ore seams in the North Slope mine, but once it was a vein buried deep underground, she would be powerless. In addition, even if it was a shallow resource, it was difficult for her to distinguish the type and size of the target. At most, she could only say that there was something underground, but she could not tell what it was. Ozima did not have this concern at all. Not only could she accurately locate a single resource, but she could also clearly know its quantity. If used together with Lucia's purification ability, she might be able to move the entire periodic table of elements to the map of Grey Castle. When Roland was studying geography, his deepest impression was of a national map full of various resources. Now that Grey Castle had been unified in name, he should also work in this direction and expand the source of raw materials to the whole country, even to the Kingdom of Dawn and the fertile plains. But even if Ozima was unwilling to help, it was not difficult for Neverwinter. After all, the resources would not run away. As long as he had enough time, he would eventually achieve this goal. Doris's demonization was different. Limited by the lack of observation methods, he did not even have a basic understanding of magic power. If he wanted to better control it, witches were the only way. Demonification was such an incredible ability. The description that Vendi wrote in the book was that it could allow the magic attached to dead objects to form a cycle, thus greatly slowing down the exhaustion, making it seem as if it was alive. Roland had reservations about this evaluation. He knew that the witch's statement that inanimate objects couldn't have magic power was just a habitual statement. Although in most cases, this law would be effective, there was an exception, and that was the God's Stone of Retaliation. Isabella and Agatha's joint experiment showed that the God's Stone did indeed possess magic power, or rather, the ability to attract magic power. This was originally an exclusive characteristic of awakened ones. When Isabella wiped out the interference area of the God's Stone, she could see a very subtle magic residue on its surface, but it could only last for a few seconds. During the entire process, there was no third party injecting mana into it, so the remaining mana must have belonged to the God's Stone itself. In other words, although the God's Stone of Retaliation didn't possess a high concentration of magic power that could render other abilities ineffective like he had previously speculated, it did indeed contain magic power. It was just that the amount was extremely small. As for why it could isolate the effects of other abilities, Roland could at least be sure of one thing. The statement that magic power repels inanimate objects was not entirely correct. Considering that the God's Stone would soon become an ordinary stone after Isabella's adjustment, Agatha made a bold conjecture: the magic power of the God's Stone of Retaliation would continue to be lost, but it could constantly absorb new magic power like a living thing, forming a cycle. Just like the gravel on the beach, it absorbed the sunlight during the day to heat up and released it at night. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how Isabella's ability completely changed the nature of the God's Stone, even though it did not involve the structure of the God's Stone of Retaliation. She believed that the God's Stone had been killed by Isabella. Vendy's statement obviously followed Agatha's conclusion. Roland did not take it seriously. He had always believed that the God's Stone vein was a kind of inanimate object. The fact that it could absorb magic power had nothing to do with whether it was alive or dead. The reason why the God's Stone vein was unclear was that humans knew too little about the microscopic world before the invention of the microscope. Therefore, in his eyes, demonization could also be said to be a kind of God petrification. Of course, no matter what the truth was, the effect of this ability was unquestionable. Tests showed that it could be effective on magic stones, sigils, enchanted objects, and other objects, so that the magic power instilled in them would be automatically replenished, which was to say, a cycle. For example, a dawn-eye copper rod filled with magic power could continuously generate electricity for 5 days. When Mystery Moon held the broken sword, the time could be extended to about half a month. But no matter what, the magic power endowed by the rod would always be lost, and it would never stay on the enchanted object. This meant that even if Mystery Moon's magic power was equal to that of Anna's, she could only multiply the power of Dawn-Eye by a few times. Not to mention large-scale application, she could not even meet the needs of the factory's lighting and equipment operation. Dawn-Eye, which had been demonized by Doris, could automatically absorb magic power from everywhere to replenish the consumed gap, so that the effect of magnetic pole conversion could last for a long time. Although the gains and losses were not exactly equal, for a short-term enchantment, the improvement was already amazing enough. It meant that Mystery Moon could get rid of the work of charging and maintenance, and become an energy producer. It meant that many places other than the factory could also use a stable power source. At the same time, many originally useless enchantment abilities would also be reborn because of demonization. Even Agatha and Isabella could get a pile of similar God stones as test subjects, which would be very helpful for further research on magic power. As for the shortcomings such as the long casting time, low efficiency, and the interruption of the magic power circulation by the God Stone, they were nothing compared to the ability itself. Therefore, Roland wanted to keep witches like this, no matter what. After thinking about it, he could only try to use sugar-coated bullets to attack. After all, when it came to seducing people, he had never seen anyone better than himself. The last one, Slender Wrist number 89, lived up to her name. Originally the daughter of a jeweler, she was born to be good at carving. Not only was her wrist slender, but her hands were also very good, so she could carve complex patterns on the ring. After the awakening of her ability, this talent had made great progress. Not only did her carving speed greatly increase, but she could also use it on any material. At first glance, Anna's black fire could also do this easily, but she was after all a genius who had advanced twice. In the union, she belonged to the top senior witches, so she was not at the same level as Roland. Roland closed the book and heaved a sigh of relief. The arrival of a large number of Sleeping Island witches would undoubtedly inject immeasurable vitality into the industrial manufacturing industry of Neverwinter, but there were currently several thorny problems in front of him. The biggest one was the problem of remuneration. They belonged to Sleeping Spell and were, in principle, under the leadership of Tilly. Whether they were willing to accept employment or not depended on their own will. Although Tilly's attitude towards him had changed greatly, Roland felt that it was really hard for him to take back his previous promise and use his relationship with Tilly to order the witches around. In other words, the job planning in the book was only his own plan. How much of it could really be realized depended on how many witches in Sleeping Spell were willing to devote themselves to the tide of production. Nagging them with slogans such as "labor is the most glorious" and "labor changes fate" would certainly have little effect, and saying things like "for home" was even less meaningful. For them, the only place that could be called home was probably Sleeping Island. Roland believed that as long as one lived here for a few years, anyone would fall in love with this city and regard it as their own. But now was not the time. For newcomers, it was normal to subconsciously be vigilant and worried about a strange place. He could not wait for a few years to develop the industry, so in the end, it was still based on the remuneration. In short, there must be a desire to drive them to work. He had previously inquired from Tilly that the witches on Sleeping Island provided bounty services to merchants or explorers in the fjords. The price was quite expensive, and most of the bounty services ranged from dozens to hundreds of golden dragon. Although the money was used by Tilly to purchase basic living necessities, the witches still used the original fixed distribution system and lived in poverty, but it did not mean that they had never seen money. Moreover, now that 30% of the golden dragon earned from the Chaos Drinks trade was at Tilly's disposal, it was foreseeable that she would take out a small part to improve the living standards of her witches. In other words, even if the witches did not work, they would not starve to death, and would even live a much better life than on the island. Therefore, relying on a few golden dragon might not be enough. Moreover, Roland was not afraid of low pay, but he was afraid of competition. Most of the witch union's salaries were between 1 to 3 golden dragon stones. Why should outsiders pay more? Even if the latter salary was raised, it would easily attract criticism. The salary hasn't changed much in almost 2 years, but the Sleeping Island witches have raised it as soon as they came. Does the treatment of the old have to be raised by the newcomers? Even if the alliance members didn't say that, Roland wasn't willing to do that. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Nightingale, who was lying on the recliner and flipping through a comic book. Sensing his gaze, Nightingale turned around slightly. "What's wrong?" "A perfect curve." "No, now is not the time to think about this." Roland cleared his throat. "How long have you been here?" "More than 2 years, 11 months, and 26 days. Nightingale sat up straight. "Why do you ask?" "So precise?" "I remember that you were paid 2 golden dragon stones a month at the beginning, right?" "Ah, at that time." She revealed an ambiguous smile. "Yes, twice as much as Anna, and I refused. Later, you begged me repeatedly, and I reluctantly agreed to be your personal guard." "What begging?" "It's obvious that you saw Anna pass her day of adulthood safely. You went back to dissuade Kara, and then fell out with her, so you decided to stay." Roland secretly rolled his eyes. "During these years, have you ever felt that your efforts weren't proportional to your gains? Have you ever considered leaving? What are you trying to say?" The smile on Nightingale's face suddenly froze and was replaced by a trace of panic. Why should I leave?" "No, it's just an analogy." Roland immediately realized that this sentence could easily cause ambiguity, so he quickly corrected himself. "The point is the first half of the sentence. Will there be witches who think that the salary is too low?" After confirming that he was serious, Nightingale seemed to be relieved and appeared in front of his table. "How is that possible? 1 golden dragon is already half a year's income for ordinary people. We don't work harder than those workers, so naturally, it's not proportional. Besides, even if we get a sum of money, we don't know where to spend it. After all, we don't have to worry about food and clothing. This kind of life is already unimaginable in the past. Perhaps not all witches think so, that's strange. If you don't believe me, you can ask Vendi. Nightingale said confidently. She knows more about the sisters than I do. Okay. Roland shrugged. I also need her opinion on this matter. What matter? She asked curiously. It's a secret, but you'll know soon. Roland smiled. Your Majesty, I've never thought so. Unexpectedly, Vendi's reaction was even more intense after she came. Even if you don't give me a salary, I still want to build this place well. I once said that Neverwinter is the new holy mountain for witches, and the other sisters also have the same expectation to serve you. If City Hall is short of money, I'm willing to give you all the golden dragon I've saved. Well, I'm just collecting opinions. Roland suddenly felt a little touched. He touched his nose and turned his head away. Is there anything in particular that you want? Well. Vendi was stunned for a moment, while Nightingale quickly blinked at her. If I have to say, I think, well, maybe, if I could have one more bottle of chaos drink every month, that would be great. You too? Roland looked at Nightingale. Are you playing a wishing game? Nightingale chuckled. Since you're just saying, I think 2 bottles would be better. As expected, he had a general framework for the reform of witches' remuneration in his mind. If there was anything more precious than money, it would be the things that money could not buy. Although there were many witches patronizing Evelyn's 100 Flavors winehouse, the high prices made most of them flinch, and they would instead choose the cheaper fruit wine. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but their consumption philosophy would prevent them from investing large amounts of gold royals in such luxury goods. Moreover, the chaos drinks sold in the winehouse were all old varieties, and the low sales made it difficult to replace the stock. In terms of freshness, it was not as good as the new products released every month. What if the chaos drinks, which were originally a welfare benefit, became a special purchase item? It could be called a points system or a dual currency system. Witches could get exclusive rewards through work, and then use this reward to exchange for something that Golden Dragon could not buy. Wouldn't the work itself be attractive? At the same time, it could avoid the feeling of disparity caused by raising the salary. In addition, chaos drinks weren't the only special items he could purchase. He had countless ideas in his head that could ensure that they wouldn't be imitated by others as long as they were attractive enough. There was no one else he could find that could do it. After finalizing the payment, Roland planned to tear down another obstacle on the road to great development. That was to formulate standard units. The universal education in Neverwinter had already incorporated millimeters, centimeters, meters, kilometers, and other units into the textbooks to replace the original inches, feet, which was quite effective. Especially in the construction and industrial production departments, measuring instruments made with the new units were more accurate and had been widely accepted. The 1 centimeter standard prototype, which was an iron bar as wide as Roland's fingernail, was kept in the castle study. What he needed to do next was to integrate the other units and promote them to the whole country of Grey Castle. The reason why he took this step now was that the previous production and education levels were not urgent for other new units, and it was difficult to replicate the technology. After all, it was meaningless to have standards. If they could not be made into measuring instruments, people would not be able to use them in real life. But now, these difficulties were no longer a problem. For example, 1 cubic decimeter container was defined as 1 liter, and 1 liter of water was defined as 1 kilogram. Another example was to define 1 meter-long pendulum's period as 1 second. The former could use a hummingbird to accurately replicate a kilogram prototype of the same weight, and the latter could be used to measure time using a pendulum clock. As long as there were prototypes and models, the factories in Neverwinter could produce a large number of replicas. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time and energy to rely on Anna to make all the measuring instruments. When the industrial technology reached a certain level, the popularization of more accurate measurement units became a matter of course. He was not worried that these standards were not pure enough. In fact, the standard prototypes used in human history were constantly changing with the progress of the times. 3 days later, Iron Axe finally led the Eastern Front Army back to Neverwinter. At the same time, Echo, who had been in the port of Clearwater for nearly half a year, arrived. Roland looked at the 2 Sand Nation people who were reporting to him in front of his desk and sighed slightly in his heart. Both of them were originally sinners who had been exiled from their families. One had concealed his identity and wandered to border town, relying on hunting for a living. The other had been sold as a slave and lived a tormented life. But now, they were indispensable members of the senior management of Neverwinter. Iron Axe, who had shouldered the heavy responsibility alone and had been busy outside for several months, did not show any signs of fatigue on his face. On the contrary, he was in high spirits because of the war, and his every movement was like that of a general. Echo's change was even more obvious. The shadow that her life as a slave had cast on her gradually faded away. Her blue-gray eyes were now shining with confidence, and her temperament was more and more in line with her position as the chief of Osha. Sure enough, experience could change a person. Echo's report was very simple. The Wild Flame clan had fulfilled their agreement, and the first batch of migration teams had already settled in the port of Clearwater. Influenced by the #1 clan in Iron Sand City, many other small clans came to her and expressed their willingness to work for the great chief. The whole plan went very smoothly. By the end of the year, the population of the port of Clearwater was estimated to reach 30,000 people, which was already comparable to the population of the old King's City. She also brought a letter from Spear, the Lord of Fallen Dragon Ridge. It was obvious that she was here to ask for food. Spear said that she's just the manager of a small fief and doesn't have any experience in taking care of so many people. She's been under a lot of pressure recently. Echo imitated Spear's tone and said, although the experienced people sent by City Hall are useful, according to their suggestion, we need at least 200 to 300 clerks to accommodate so many migrants. If your Majesty doesn't take care of her, she'll have the urge to throw away her burden and run to Neverwinter to be a common witch. Roland could not help but chuckle. Being a common witch doesn't mean being idle. So Roya and Leaf are waiting for you. If you don't use up your magic power every day, how can you be worthy of the magic channel? I see. I'll give her more of the new officials who pass the review. You've worked hard this time. Take a good rest for a few days. Yes. She bowed and then asked expectantly, by the way, Your Majesty, have you recently composed any new songs? You can sing all of the previous ones? Yes. They're very effective, especially when it comes to inspiring people, Echo replied with a smile. And when I'm confused, I'll sing the songs you taught me. If it weren't for those songs, I'm afraid I wouldn't have lasted until today. It seemed that coordinating relations between clans and maintaining order in the Southern Territory was not as easy as she had reported. But she had borne all the difficulties and setbacks alone. I see, Roland said slowly. I'll have someone copy the new songs and send them to your room. Echo bowed deeply and said, That's great. Thank you. Even if he knew nothing about music, he could still search for it in the dream world. He could not say no to such a request. After Echo left, Roland looked at Iron Axe. You've worked hard too. No, Your Majesty. Iron Axe hurriedly put his hand on his chest and said, It's my duty to fight for you. Not only did I not feel tired, but I actually enjoyed it. Really? Roland smiled and did not deny it. What happened to the nobles who fled to Xianxia? You didn't burn them down again, did you? I wanted to do that, but they ran too fast, Iron Axe said seriously. By the time the First Army cleared Valencia and arrived at Xianxia, the suburbs had become a wasteland. Not only that, but several granaries in the city were also set on fire. Obviously, they would rather destroy the city than hand it over to you intact. This was probably the last revenge of the rebel king's faction. He thought that if the Eastern Front Army hadn't made sufficient preparations and had dozens of cement carriers working day and night to provide supplies, they would have had no choice but to retreat at this point. Otherwise, the city people who lacked food would regard the First Army as a target to loot. Once they fired, it would be difficult to restore order. Where did they escape to? Some to the fjords, and some to the other 3 kingdoms, Iron Axe replied regretfully. It's a pity that the First Army doesn't have ships. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let them go. Don't worry. As long as they dare to use their original surnames, I'll get rid of them sooner or later, Roland said slowly. At least those who fled to the Kingdom of Dawn were no different from flies who threw themselves into a trap. This group of people was probably Timothy's last loyal followers. He was not worried that they would make a comeback. He just felt that they were an eyesore. After asking about the aftermath of the eastern region, Roland suddenly thought of a previous question. By the way, tricking the nobles into prison and then pretending to burn them down. Is this your idea? By the way, let's talk about the update. Some people always say that I write slowly, that I'm arrogant and complacent, that I don't put the readers in my eyes. I'm really June flying snow. I'm wrongly accused. The truth is, I spend 4 to 5 hours a day on writing. It's always hard to satisfy myself by cutting and subtracting, and that doesn't include the time to think. Every time I ask for leave, I'm anxious and uneasy. Every time I'm stuck, I'm mentally exhausted. Especially now that the plot has reached this stage, there are always a lot of things to consider. Naturally, my speed is not as fast as before. I don't want to fail this book, nor do I want to not fill in the gaps. My ability is limited, and I've never written such a long story before. But I still want to write it well, and show this world that I've been imagining for a long time to everyone. I know that this speed is not suitable for the pace of online literature, so I don't want to ask for monthly votes or tips. I only hope that everyone can accompany me to the end. Your Majesty, to Roland's surprise, Iron Axe did not blurt out the answer as he usually did. Instead, he seemed rather hesitant, which was rare for the commander-in-chief of the First Army. Roland had only asked casually, but now he became interested. He didn't think that Iron Axe had any ulterior motives. Moreover, being fully in charge of Iron Axe included the means of punishment, so there was no essential difference between burning or hanging. What he was curious about was that since it wasn't a violation of the order, the other party's hesitation was worth pondering. However, he did not continue to pressure Iron Axe. He just leaned back in his chair and waited for Iron Axe's answer. After hesitating for a while, Iron Axe suddenly knelt down and said, "No, Your Majesty. It was Miss Edith who proposed the plan to eliminate the enemy nobles, but I was the one who carried it out, so I should take full responsibility." Edith? Roland was stunned. Is this the plan of the general staff? No, I did not see anything related to this in the plan, so. Is it a private message? In an instant, he understood the reason for the other party's hesitation. In this era where private soldiers were prevalent, anything related to the army was a taboo for the Lord. It was taboo for outsiders to intervene, even if it was a suggestion or reminder that would help the war. If this had happened in the territory of other nobles, the one who proposed it in private would have been punished. Iron Axe did not want to implicate Edith, nor did he want to cover it up with a lie, so he hesitated. I see. You handled the war on the Eastern Front very well. City Hall will give you a reward according to the results of the war. You can go now. Iron Axe was stunned and asked, Your Majesty, won't you punish me? Roland could not help laughing and asked, Why? Did you violate any of the rules? My order is to eliminate the rebels in the eastern region and bring their cities under my rule. You can act according to the circumstances. He paused. If you heard 2 of your soldiers discussing the war situation while you were patrolling the camp, and you took their advice, should I punish you and these 2 people? Besides, Edith is a member of the general staff, so it's normal for her to have ideas about the war plan. So, you think we're not at fault? Iron Axe couldn't help but raise his head. I didn't say that. Roland shrugged. Just because you don't have any problems doesn't mean Edith doesn't. But what happens next has nothing to do with you. Go back and have a good rest. Iron Axe opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he chose to obey the order under Roland's gaze. Yes, Your Majesty. As soon as the commander-in-chief of the First Army left, Roland immediately called the city hall. Tell Edith to come to the castle. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Pearl of the Northern Region appeared at the office door. Your Majesty, this is my responsibility, Edith said. I'm willing to accept any punishment you give me. Roland looked at her with interest. I haven't even opened my mouth and you already know what I'm going to say? As soon as the Eastern Front Army returns to Neverwinter, the first person you summon will definitely be Iron Axe. If he hadn't reported to you about the burning of the nobles, I don't think you would have summoned me so quickly. It's so easy to talk to smart people, Roland thought. Moreover, looking at her magnanimous appearance, He could not help but feel that she was a loyal minister who was wronged for the country. However, the smarter a person was, the easier it was to fall into a dead end that he had built himself. First of all, I asked him about this. After all, it's not his style to trick the nobles together and then disguise it as a fire scene. Besides, since you feel that you're responsible, what's the problem? I made an informal appointment with the commander-in-chief of the First Army, and I didn't apply to you. Wrong, Roland interrupted her directly. Your problem is that you violated the regulations of the advisor department. According to the regulations, any battle plan must be recorded on paper and submitted to me for review. Edith obviously did not expect him to say this. She could not help but widen her eyes. Your Majesty? Isn't it? But. The Pearl of the Northern Region looked puzzled. Once it's carried out in your name, won't it become your doing in the eyes of other officials? You're right. Roland raised the corner of his mouth. What's the problem? This. Like Iron Axe, Edith also showed a rare look of confusion. Although they're rebels, they're also nobles. In the eyes of some nobles, I'm afraid what you did. I know what you want to say. Roland waved his hand. But if even I can't handle it, do you think you can bear the backlash? Relax, I just want to discuss with you. Do you really think it's right to make your subordinates take the blame when there's a problem? Take the blame? Ahem, you can think of it as shirking responsibility. Roland explained stiffly. Back to this matter, I did it for the Kingdom of Grey Castle. In the end, not only did I not get the honor, but I also had to die because of it. But I felt at ease and even applauded. If other people knew, would those officials still be loyal to me? Edith fell silent. So the king is the most suitable person to take the blame. Only in this way, the subordinates will not have any burden when they do things. Because of this, I need to review the final plan of the advisor department, even if it's something I'm not good at. Do you understand? After a while, the Pearl of the Northern Region nodded and responded, I was too arrogant. The punishment for violating the regulations is that all the credit for this two-front offensive will be revoked, and you could have been promoted. Roland took a sip of tea. This matter ends here. You can continue with your work. Yes, please allow me to leave. Edith placed her hand on her chest and bowed. So. You've worked for nothing this time? Colcant carefully pushed the honey mushroom in front of Edith, and then watched as she stabbed her fork into the mushroom slices. The other colleagues were promoted, but you didn't? Yes, I didn't. The Pearl of the Northern Region chewed on the browned birdbeak mushroom as if she was venting her dissatisfaction with her dinner. Listen to what His Majesty said. If even I can't withstand it, can you withstand it? It's precisely because I can't withstand it that I need an outlet. Of course, if it was a lord like my father, I would never do this. I knew that His Majesty would not ignore it, so I felt that this investment wouldn't be too bad, and the risk was manageable. But with a few words, he dispelled all my plans. He even said that I was thinking too much. Are all idealists so naive? Sister, are you angry? Cole wiped the sweat off his forehead. Why? Can't you tell? Edith stared at him. Cole quickly shrank his neck. It was the first time he saw his sister show such an expression on a non-banquet occasion. After living with her for more than 10 years, Cole clearly knew how much his sister loved power. If it was really as she said, and she had lost a chance to be promoted because of this, it would be normal for her to be angry, resentful, or disappointed. But her expression told him otherwise. It was more like a strange smile mixed with anger. And if he did not get it wrong, this kind of complaint was usually called a coquettish grumble. Thinking of this, Cole could not help but shiver. The Pearl of the Northern Region, who was always indifferent or scheming against her opponents, could actually grumble? And unlike her pretense at the banquet, she seemed to be completely unaware of her current expression. Was this still the Edith Kant he was familiar with? Edith did not get an answer for a long time. She dangerously narrowed her eyes. Cole immediately felt the hair on his back stand up. No, she was still his sister. There was no mistaking it. I just think. His Majesty might have his own considerations? Let him be. The pearl of the northern region put the last piece of mushroom into her mouth. I'd like to see how high an idealist can go. But what? Cole had a vague premonition. The new sleeping spell was not just a single building, but a residential area covering an area of about 7,000 square meters. As a key new residential area, it was not only equipped with artesian running water and heating, but also a 4-story frame house with well-developed concrete casting technology. Its interior division was exactly the same as that of the witch building. In addition, Roland had also built a 2-story conference hall in the center of the community for the witches of Sleeping Island to carry out their activities. In fact, on the night before the migrants arrived in Neverwinter, the welcome banquet was held here. After half a month, the hall was once again full of witches. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tilly walked to the podium and began to read the recruitment order from Roland Wimbledon, as well as a new salary system. This is the current work arrangement. The sleeping spell can get 30% of the income generated by the witches. The money will be used to improve everyone's life, expand the scale of the sleeping spell, and other aspects that will be needed in the future. Princess Tilly smiled and said with fervor and assurance, "At first glance, it seems that I'm being exploited by my brother. After all, when we were on Sleeping Island, the commission paid by the fjord's merchants all belonged to us." But in fact, the merchants would also take the opportunity to put forward many additional conditions, such as buying their food and daily necessities at a high price, and often giving us a discount. But there aren't so many additional conditions here. In addition, the 30% given by Roland is already more than the income of Sleeping Island. In addition, most of the new work only needs to consume magic power, and we don't have to personally go to the unknown sea to take risks, so it's much easier. Comparing the two, we can conclude that I'm not the one being exploited, and it can even be said that I'm taking advantage of my brother. This sentence caused a low burst of laughter. But Tilly suddenly raised her voice, "All this has nothing to do with the remuneration that I'm going to talk about." Previously, no matter how much the remuneration was paid by the fjord's merchants, the sleeping spell, which lacked everything, could only use it as a whole. So in the end, only bread, cotton and other things were distributed uniformly to everyone. But this time, everyone will get a tangible return, instead of a series of invisible and intangible numbers. As for how to use them, it's your freedom. Now, please open the envelopes on your tables. Molly had long noticed the envelope stamped with the seal of the Grey Castle Tower, but she refrained from touching it. Now that she heard Royal Highness Tilly's request, she couldn't wait to tear open the envelope. "This is the new Gwent deck?" Shadow, who was sitting at the side, craned his head over. "You have one too? Go look at yourself." Molly turned her body to the side, blocking his gaze. Tisk, inside the envelope was a piece of paper the size of a palm. It looked extremely smooth, but it was bumpy to the touch. It could be easily bent, but it would not leave creases like ordinary paper. The moment Molly saw it, she fell in love with it. It was a work of art. Although it was similar in size to the popular Gwent cards in the Witch Union, she did not think the two were the same. It was because the latter was simply too exquisite. Not only were the patterns gorgeous, but they were also extremely complicated, as if they were lines drawn with strands of hair. And these lines were not only used to fill the surface of the paper, but also formed a variety of patterns and words. For example, the front of the paper was the emblem of a tower and a spear, and the back was a mountain illuminated by the rising sun. Below the patterns were written the words issued by the royal family of Grey Castle and exclusive for witches, and the other 4 corners were written with 3 tens and an unknown symbol. What Molly loved the most was that when she slowly turned the paper, the patterns on both sides would refract gold under the light, as if the lines were carved out of gold. It doesn't seem to be Gwent." Shadow also noticed the difference. "I remember the numbers on the cards are marked on the same side. Is this a gift from His Majesty?" But Lady Tilly clearly said it was a reward. "Well, yours is the same?" Orbit, who was on the other side, also came over. "It should be the same for everyone. What does this symbol mean?" "I don't know, but I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Whispers rose and fell in the hall. All the witches were attracted by the gorgeous paper in their hands, and only when Tilly spoke again did the discussion slightly subside. "The thing in your hands is called paper money. Just like the name, it has the same function as money, The difference is that this kind of paper money is only issued to witches, and can only be used by witches. You mean, it's a golden dragon made of paper? Someone asked. There's no harm in understanding it that way, but it can be used to buy some things that the golden dragon can't easily buy. Tilly nodded. For example, the $10 paper in your hands can be exchanged for a whole bottle of chaos drink or 5 strawberry ice creams in the Castle District. Molly couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She still deeply remembered the delicious food she had eaten at the welcome banquet. It could be said that she had never imagined the taste of it in her life. Especially the latter, the round pink color, the soft and cold texture, and the sweet and enchanting aroma, almost put together all the beautiful words she could think of. Compared with the ice cream, the fishy salted fish soup on the Fjord Islands could not even be called food. And this beautiful paper money could be exchanged for unforgettable delicious food, and in fact, it was 5 servings. Judging from the lively response in the hall, she was not the only witch who was very interested in this. Of course, the things you can exchange for are not only food, but also daily clothes, things you use. As long as it's a new product made in Neverwinter, it will first appear in the shops in the Castle District. Tilly then said loudly, in short, the paper money is the reward for responding to the recruitment. According to the different working hours, the reward will also vary. I have to point out that it's not a necessity for living. Even if you don't work, you can live a comfortable life. To be precise, it's an embellishment, or a reward to make life richer. Therefore, the choice is up to you, whether you accept the recruitment or not, it's up to you. Unexpectedly, there was no noisy discussion in the hall, probably because they knew that their leader still had something to say, so all the witches focused their attention on Tilly. But my sisters, this matter is not only about enjoyment. Tilly's tone softened. Do you remember the unfair treatment we suffered after we awakened as witches? At that time, I'm afraid that everyone had the same thought. It would be great if there was a place where witches and ordinary people could live together. Molly couldn't help but nod. In the past half a month, what impressed her the most was the attitude of the ordinary citizens towards witches. They were not pretending to be familiar with her, nor were they indifferent to her. Instead, they were half curious and half used to it. A few days ago, when she was wandering in the harbor area, a gust of wind blew down the empty wooden boxes on the pier. She subconsciously summoned her magic servant to catch the falling boxes. Not only did the busy crowd not run away screaming, but they also showed great interest in this transparent legless giant. This was an unprecedented experience for Molly. Even in Sleeping Island, the islanders who had migrated here had never been so close to witches. Although they still followed Princess Tilly's orders on the surface, in fact, witches were still different in their hearts. Most of the fjord's people kept a respectful distance from witches. Only explorers and some businessmen did not mind the power they possessed. As for the mainland of the kingdom, which was deeply influenced by the church, it was even worse for them. When Lotus first brought back the news of the western region of Grey Castle, Molly was still skeptical. It was not until she came here that she realized those stories were too conservative. Especially when she saw Lotus leading a large group of people to climb up and down tall buildings, Evelyn running a tavern that was always very lively at any time, and Candle, who used to be regarded as a useless person, was welcomed by the people in the factory. Molly felt a trace of sincere envy. If it were not for fear of disturbing Princess Tilly, Molly would have taken the initiative to find a job. Anyway, she had never been idle when she was on Sleeping Island. In addition, don't forget that we still have the biggest enemy, the demons. Tilly looked around. You already know the meaning of the Battle of Divine Will. Even the Church of Hermes is not worth mentioning in front of such an enemy. Therefore, not all of you work for your own pleasure. Every note represents your contribution to Neverwinter and even the entire human world. For witches, this will be an honor. Because everyone can use this opportunity to prove to the world that witches are also an indispensable part of the human race, even an important part. She raised her right hand and clenched her fist. Sisters who are willing to be recruited, please come to the stage now. A total of 69 out of 86 jobs have been accepted. This result should be pretty good. After the meeting, Tilly handed the list to Vendi and said, most of the remaining observers are hesitant. If we give them more time, I believe more people will accept Neverwinter's recruitment. It's more than good, Vendi said excitedly. It's beyond His Majesty's expectations. Oh? Tilly asked curiously. How much did he guess? Vendi smiled and held up 3 fingers. 30 people? Tilly said indignantly. He's underestimating the sleeping spell. Rather than saying that he underestimated everyone's enthusiasm, it is better to say that it is your credit. Vendi put away her smile and bowed seriously to Princess Wu. You did not have to say the latter words. If it was just a simple introduction of the recruitment process, 30 people might be an optimistic guess. However, it was Tilly's words of "for the sake of other sisters and to improve the reputation of witches" that moved most of the people present. As a former caretaker of the Witch Cooperation Association, Vendi naturally knew what her companions lacked the most. Apart from a stable place to live, the rest was the recognition of others. After all, they had lived as ordinary people for more than 10 years, and it was not so easy to completely cut off the past. I said that for myself. Tilly smiled and shook her head. I saw a lot of interesting things from Roland, and I also know what an incredible city this is. If we lose the Battle of Divine Will, won't all these things be lost? So even if I want to see more miracles, I have to do my part. Before the doomsday winter comes, it's wise to hug each other tightly to keep warm, isn't it? You're right. Vendi also smiled. It's a pity that not everyone will agree with me. Tilly shrugged helplessly. For example, those witches in the eastern region. It's very likely that they won't accept the recruitment in the end. You mean the small group headed by Ozima? Vendi was puzzled. Since she doesn't get along with you, why did she go to the fjords with you? It wasn't like that at the beginning. Princess Wu sighed. Long before they joined Sleeping Island, they knew the Bloodfang Association. During the escape, the latter helped them many times to repel the church's pursuers. Therefore, Ozima and the others trusted Heidi Morgan very much. This was nothing, but later, as the conflict between the Bloodfang Association and the sleeping spell broke out, a rift appeared. I see. And I directly attacked Heidi without informing everyone, which made Ozima even more resentful. So when they asked to board the Sleeping Beauty to leave Sleeping Island, I agreed. Tilly said slowly, in fact, if it weren't for Scroll, they would probably have left Neverwinter. That's not your fault, Vendi comforted her. Heidi Morgan deserved it. She deceived the witches in the kingdom of Wolfheart. But it's also a fact that she helped Ozima. Tilly did not seem to want to dwell on this. If it were me, I might also have a grudge. After all, they're not bad at heart. Well. Vendi pondered for a moment. I may have a way to persuade them, but... But what? It may help them get rid of the sleeping spell. That's no different from now, Tilly said frankly. If it's good for Roland and them, just do it. Is this really a good idea? After returning to the residential building, Doris looked worried. We've already offended Lady Tilly, and now we've refused the job of the Lord of Neverwinter. If we completely annoy him, I'm afraid we'll all. Several other witches from the eastern region echoed her words. I think Doris is right. Roland Wimbledon isn't an ordinary lord. He's now the king of Greycastle. Even if we can return to the eastern region, it'll already be his territory. And we're not combat witches. Once he attacks us, we won't be able to resist at all. Come on, even if you can fight, can you defeat that lunatic Ashes? I bet she's been sick of us for a long time. Actually, I think the Witch Union is quite nice to us. Don't even think about it. They'll definitely side with the king. We'll be lucky if they don't help His Majesty arrest us. Stop talking. Ozima interrupted their argument. Roland Wimbledon will never use tough means. Otherwise, the image he's built up will be in vain. If we agree to the recruitment order, what's the use of our previous insistence? In the end, we'll have to rely on the sleeping spell. In the eyes of outsiders, we're no different from other witches. While saying this, Ozima felt a little conflicted. In all fairness, the Witch Union had helped them a lot in the past 2 weeks. They didn't bully them as she had expected, but treated them equally. Even the witch named Vendi had come to talk to her several times about the matter. Vendi's kindness really made Ozima feel a sense of home, which she hadn't felt for a long time. but Ozima knew she could only continue to be indifferent. She had a hunch that once she opened her mouth, it would be difficult for her to escape from the sleeping spell. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" She turned around impatiently. After closing the door, Vendi glanced at everyone and finally fixed her eyes on Ozima. "Just say what you want," Ozima said stiffly. "If you're here for today's recruitment order, then don't try to persuade us. We won't change our minds." "Ozima." Doris could not help but whisper. She raised her hand and stopped Doris. "I'll remember your care for us in the past half a month, but they're not the same thing. As I said when I first came to Neverwinter, since the church has been destroyed, I'll leave the western region sooner or later. Compared to this, I want to tell you a piece of good news first." Vendi's gentle expression did not change at all. City Hall received a report that a large group of refugees from the eastern region will arrive in Neverwinter in a week. There are as many as 12,000 of them. And this time, some of your relatives are likely to be among them. The living room suddenly burst into an uproar. Is what you said true?" "Of course. In order to bring them back, the shipping department has spared no effort," Vendi said with a smile. "The Redwater River is full of cement boats bound for the eastern region. They are not only filled with dry materials but also prepared with winter supplies. After all, it's autumn now. I used to live in Archbridge Town. Are there people from this town among the immigrants? What's the situation in Valencia? It must be a mess. I hope my family isn't among them. It was my father who drove me out. He was also bewitched by the church. Maybe he regrets it now." Everyone was talking at the same time. "Don't worry, there are 12,000 people." Vendi clapped her hands and said, "They cover almost all the towns from Valencia to Xianxia. It's hard not to find a fellow countryman. When Scroll finishes the statistics, she can immediately screen out people who are related to you. It doesn't matter even if there is no one in this batch. This migration is just the beginning. There will be more and more people coming to Neverwinter in the future. As long as you stay here, you'll meet them one day." Then she looked at the witch, who looked confused. "It's okay if you don't want to recognize me. But I think it's better to have some news than no news at all, right, White Pear? At least when they regret it, it will give them a chance to make up for it." "You're right." The girl called Bailey lowered her head in embarrassment. "Are you really going to move the entire eastern region to Neverwinter?" Ozima asked in surprise. "It's not just the eastern region." Vendi smiled. "The northern region, the southern region, and the central region of the kingdom are also part of the relocation plan. Only a few big cities will remain in these territories, while the residents of the towns and villages will gather in the cities." "Why, did His Majesty go through so much trouble?" "It's complicated to explain. I think it's called urbanization. In the past, due to food problems, a large area of farmland was needed to support a city, so the population was very scattered. But now, food is no longer a problem, and those villages and towns that occupy the majority of the population are in an administrative blank zone, unable to be effectively organized and utilized. Therefore, we have them move closer to the city, which is more conducive to the power of City Hall." Vendi patiently replied, "Because of this, the western region is no longer the western region in the past. If you leave, what will happen to your companions? Do you want them to leave their families and wander in the deserted hometown with you?" Ozima frowned and did not answer. "To put it bluntly, it's just cowardice." Just then, another cold voice came from behind them. The witch's expression suddenly changed. They turned around and saw a woman shrouded in a black robe appear at the square table in the living room. She leaned forward slightly, crossed her legs, and supported her chin with one hand. She looked at the witches with great interest, as if she did not care about their vigilance at all. "Who are you?" Ozima asked in a low voice. "Nightingale." "What are you talking about?" Vendi said anxiously, "Don't worry, everyone. She means no harm. She's just an alliance witch who is responsible for protecting me secretly." "Am I wrong?" She took off her hood, revealing her beautiful blonde curls. "Why are they hesitating?" "It's just because of the Bloodfang Association that they don't want to work for Princess Tilly anymore. But in fact, they're still relying on the sleeping spell and have no intention of changing. That's nonsense. Ozima could not help clenching her fists. If it weren't for Doris, we would have left long ago. Besides, what do you know about the Bloodfang Association and the Sleeping Island? Really? Nightingale raised her eyebrows. Then why don't you work? What, let's do the math. The travel and food expenses on the way from Neverwinter to the eastern region are about 20 silver royals per person. After arriving at the destination, we'll need to spend 10 to 20 bronze royals on food every day. But don't forget, because of the war and migration, most of the villages there have become wastelands. If you want to live now, the cost will be dozens of times higher than before, which is why the refugees flock to Neverwinter. She said unhurriedly, in other words, it's not easy to leave the sleeping spell without a bag of golden dragon. If it were me, I would definitely seize this opportunity to apply for jobs everywhere and strive to get as much money as possible. This is also the basis for the independent survival of the team. But look at you. What have you done in the past half a month? Not only did you enjoy the food provided by the sleeping spell, but you also waited for Her Highness Tilly to send the travel expenses to you? Ozima was stunned for a moment. She wanted to refute but did not know where to start. Let me say, this is cowardice. So, under the pressure of the church, you turned to the Bloodfang Association. Because of this insignificant relationship, you secretly felt indignant for the destruction of Heidi Morgan, but did not dare to stand out and confront the extraordinary. Nightingale shrugged. I really don't know the relationship between the Bloodfang Association and the Sleeping Island, but the members of the Bloodfang Association know, and they're all in Neverwinter now. Do you really think Heidi treats you as a sister? Nightingale. Enough. Vendi stopped her. If I were in a faraway place, I'd also need to win over the support of the local people, not to mention that your ability is of great help to them. If I don't eliminate the church's spies, I'll inevitably attract more people to besiege me. In short, you were just grasshoppers on a rope. If Heidi really treated you that well, I just want to ask, did she inform you when she planned to overthrow Tilly on the Sleeping Island? Ozima bit her lip. If you really want to prove your determination, you'd better start from the basics. You can find a lot of excuses when you were on the deserted island, but here, the sleeping spell can no longer restrain you. Sorry, she's always been straightforward. She didn't mean any harm, Vendi hurriedly apologized. You don't have to take her words to heart. If you get rid of sleeping spell, you'll live a much more difficult life. However, none of the witches responded, especially Ozima. Her face was extremely pale, and her chest was heaving up and down, showing that she was in a state of intense emotional turmoil. If it was just an ordinary sarcasm, she would have laughed contemptuously or argued with the person who mocked her, but Nightingale's words made her unable to say a single word. Apart from the accusation of cowardice, the other words pierced her heart like nails. When they were still wandering in the eastern region, they had indeed spent a lot of energy in order to survive. Every day, she was like an invisible mouse, holding a copper plate in her hand, looking for other lost copper royals, and then exchanging them for bread and other food. If she were alone, she could live in any town, but she had many companions to take care of. When the harvest was not enough for a day, everyone had to starve. Ozima believed that she was not a coward. Otherwise, she would not have had the courage to leave her home and go to an unknown territory alone. Similarly, she would not have met so many companions and become their leader. However, Nightingale was right. Ever since she met the Bloodfang Association, her group had gradually lost its independence. After all, it was much faster for the combat witches to directly deal with the mice than to rely on their ability to pick up scraps to survive. If they were lucky, the coins they could snatch in one day would be enough to cover half a month of her busy work. They only needed her guidance when they were traveling in the desolate wilderness. Moreover, the strong fighting ability of the sleeping spell had also ensured their safety. As a result, she no longer cared about how many copper royals she had in her pocket, whether it was enough to buy food for the journey, or whether she could support a commission with a caravan. After they reunited with the main force, this situation did not change. After a while, Ozima gritted her teeth and asked, "How hard is it?" "I don't know the specific amount of living funds that sleeping spell will provide in the future, but it should not be lower than the standard of the Witch Union." That is, at least one golden dragon a month, which is already 4 to 5 times that of ordinary people. Vendi said worriedly. Moreover, this income also includes food and accommodation expenses, so there's even less for free spending. Most importantly, even if you break free from the sleeping spell, the Witch Union will not be able to accept you for the time being. The reason is very simple. His Majesty doesn't want a rift between the Witch Union and sleeping spell, and this kind of thing itself is very easy to misunderstand. That's it? She interrupted angrily. 20 silver royals a month, that's 120 for everyone. Does she think I can't do it? Stop joking. I'm not some young lady of noble birth. In order to exchange for a bit of food, I've even rummaged through the sewers and garbage dumps. Why would I be afraid of this little hardship? No, this was nothing at all. If you don't believe me, watch carefully, Nightingale. I know you're still here. Miss Azima. Vendi was about to persuade her again, but Dora stopped her. I know you're doing this for our own good, but I also think what we did before was a little too much. After hearing what Miss Nightingale said, I still feel a little embarrassed. She touched her slightly red cheeks in embarrassment and said in a low voice, perhaps Heidi Morgan really doesn't take us seriously as she said, but we can't go on like this. I support Azima's decision this time. Me too. If Azima is a coward, then what are we? Me too. Everyone nodded. I've made up my mind. I want to leave the sleeping spell. Not only do I want to survive, but I also want to pay back what I owe them. Azima looked around the room and said with hatred, you'll have to swallow your words, Nightingale. Vendi sighed. After a long silence, she said, now that you've made your choice, I'll explain it to Her Highness Tilly. In addition, I'll try my best to apply to His Majesty to keep your special salaries. In this way, when you accept the witch's recruitment, you'll get some special notes. Life will be much easier this way. Azima turned her head stiffly and said, as you wish. Walking out of the community, Vendi could not help but let out a long sigh. What's wrong? Nightingale's voice came from behind. Nothing. I just suddenly feel a little ashamed, she murmured. She muttered, I'm not what they think I am. I want them to work for His Majesty Roland. But you still did it, didn't you? Because you know it's better for everyone. If you continue to maintain the status quo, their resistance will affect Her Highness Tilly, which will be harmful to the sleeping spell. Nightingale appeared. I've seen too many people like this. It's far more effective to beat them up than to persuade them with kind words. Some of the more stubborn ones won't repent until they're at death's door. Vendi could not help but laugh. It seems that asking for your help was the right choice. Azima, who even dared to express her dissatisfaction in front of Tilly, was rendered speechless by you. No wonder you're the shadow killer who once shocked King City. I said it according to your plan. Nightingale twitched the corner of her mouth. At most, my tone was a little harsh. The essence is your tone. Vendi sighed. Even I felt nervous for her at that time. She wasn't acting when she said enough. If it were me, I would have made the same choice. Wait. Why do I feel that it's not a compliment? Nightingale muttered. It's a compliment. Of course it's a compliment. Take the chaos drinks as proof. Vendi smiled and took her hand. Tonight, let's exchange the $10 bills for drinks and have a good drink. What do you think? Okay, I believe you. After reading through Vendi's report, Roland finally felt relieved. Most of the Sleeping Island witches had accepted the recruitment, and a few small groups did not cause too much trouble. Everything was developing in the direction he expected. If everything went well, witches would soon appear in all fields of the production industry. People would be able to see these young and beautiful women active everywhere. It would be a unique scene in Neverwinter. More importantly, the addition of more than 70 new witches would bring a great leap to the industry of Neverwinter. He was looking forward to it. Just then, the phone on the table rang. The signal came from City Hall. He picked up the receiver and heard Barif's voice. When Roland walked into the port surrounded by his guards, 2 three-masted ships with black and white dragon flags were unloading cargo. The officials in the city hall stood in a circle around the stacked wooden boxes and exclaimed from time to time. "Long time no see, Your Majesty." Marjorie quickly came forward and bowed to him with a smile. "Please forgive me for only being able to meet you like this. It's not suitable for me to wear a long dress on the sea. I hope you don't mind." A man beside her also put his hand on his chest and saluted. "Your Majesty, Sandy Osaka from Twin Dragon Island pays his respects to you. I wonder if you're satisfied with my attire?" After that, he blinked and said, "It should be very compatible with the phrase soaring seabird, right?" In fact, Roland had already noticed his conspicuous appearance before he even opened his mouth. Speaking of which, it was hard not to notice a humanoid figure with feathers all over his body. His attire was that of an ordinary fjords merchant, but from the headscarf wrapped around his head to the soft leather shoes on his feet, he could see the tassels made of bird feathers everywhere. However, after a long voyage, many of the feathers had become bare poles, and even the decorations still hanging on his clothes had lost their original luster, which made him think of the phrase drenched chicken. "No, you misunderstood," Roland said while holding his forehead. In his mind, Sandy Osaka was just a very ordinary blue icon. Any man of the same age as him, as well as a few men of the opposite sex, had the experience of eagerly clicking on it. Although you don't want lightning to recognize you, I bet that if you enter the castle with this appearance, you'll definitely be stared at by her inseparable companion, Maggie, Mr. Thunder. In that case, even if you stick a fake beard on your face, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to cover up." "Ha ha ha. Really?" Thunder laughed heartily. "What a pity, I'm quite satisfied with this attire. You may not know, but since I asked a tailor to make this set, it has become popular on several islands." Was this the power of an example? Roland silently rolled his eyes. Besides, the man was indeed the most outstanding explorer in the fjords. He was almost 40 years old, yet he could still maintain such a youthful attitude. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't go through so much trouble for a name that was made up at the last minute. Everything started from the letter before the expedition. After the installation of the steel ship was completed, the next step was the trial sailing phase. Roland, on the other hand, had always kept a respectful distance from the unpredictable sea. At the same time, he was well aware of the level of the first iron ship he had designed. There was no doubt that even though a lot of equipment and functional areas had been reduced, it was still a long way from being a complete product in the true sense. Not a pile of iron that could float and move back and forth could be considered a qualified seagoing ship. Due to the turbulence of the waves, the working environment of the machinery of the ship was completely different from that of a riverboat. In addition, it was the first time that the steam turbine was used, so the reliability of the entire power system was still a question mark. It was not surprising that the ship would break down after leaving the port. What was more troublesome was that he had no idea about the maneuverability of the ship or the interaction between humans and machines. If he encountered any difficulties in mechanical principles, he could go to the dream world to find a solution. But as for how to operate a ship, before the popularization of electronic auxiliary systems, he was afraid that only one type of ship would be able to provide the answer. There was no other way but to explore it himself. Therefore, inviting Thunder to test the ship was the best choice he could think of. Roland was not only an experienced navigator but also the leader of an expedition team. There were as many as 100 excellent sailors under his command, so his feedback would definitely be more valuable. Roland planned to take this opportunity to test and adjust the ship while recording all the data during the long voyage. In this way, when the next ship starts construction, there will undoubtedly be a huge leap forward. And this data would also be a valuable asset to the manufacturing industry in Neverwinter. Because this part might take 2 to 3 months, it was necessary for Thunder to stay in Neverwinter for a while. In order not to expose his identity, Roland casually made up a fake identity for him in the letter, which was Sandy Osaka. Unexpectedly, not only did Roland gladly accept it, but he also added a bunch of settings to this identity. His acting spirit really made the King of Greycastle gasp in amazement. "By the way, Your Majesty, did you really finish the construction of the steamship so quickly?" Thunder changed the topic. In the fjords, even the best craftsmen and the most suitable materials would need several years. This is already considered slow. After all, steel is much easier to process than wood. You don't need to spend time soaking it for preservation, nor do you need to wait for it to dry in the shade. You just need to get the right temperature. Roland shrugged. It's now in the dock of the harbor. If you're interested, we can go and have a look now. That's exactly what I want. Thunder's eyes immediately lit up. I've been thinking about it since we were on the sea. But what about those golden dragons? Roland pointed at the wooden boxes that were being carried off the ship one after another. City Hall seemed to be counting the number of coins in the boxes. As I said before, this ship is priced at cost. Of course, we dare not refuse your kindness, Marjorie replied. Those are the proceeds from the sale of the perfume and chaos drinks. So much? He was a little surprised. It's not the delivery date stipulated in the contract, is it? Because it's on the way, and it can also reduce the burden of the next delivery. Marjorie covered her mouth and laughed. Besides, you guessed right, Your Majesty. These two products are very popular in the fjords, especially the chaos drinks. They're selling like crazy. The best tasting variety can be sold at 10 times the original price after a few exchanges, and some people are willing to collect the slightly inferior variety. In short, the chaos drinks have become a symbol of strength in the banquets of the major chambers of commerce. Roland could not help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that it was really a good choice to let a professional reseller do this business. Your Majesty, there's a magic reaction in the crowd. Suddenly, he heard nightingales whisper. Is there a witch in their team? Only then did he notice that not far behind Marjorie, a woman seemed to be looking in their direction. Most of her body was hidden behind a maid, and only half of her head was exposed. When their eyes met, she quickly shrank her head back and panicked like a frightened rabbit. Roland vaguely remembered that the female merchant had mentioned this in her previous letter. Is that person your former witch friend? She can go ashore now. Roland said with great interest. I remember you once said that after she chose to live in the sea, she had no contact with human beings for a long time. Thanks to the help of Her Highness Tilly and Lady Camilla, Marjorie replied with a sigh. Without the ability to communicate directly through consciousness, I'm afraid she wouldn't have been able to adapt to a normal life. Besides, Joan has completely forgotten how to speak. Lord Thunder has found several scholars for her, but they haven't been very effective. Now she can only speak a few words and can't even have a complete conversation. Speaking of this, Karina paused for a moment as if she wanted to say something. What's wrong? Roland could not help asking. I don't know if it's because of the long period of transformation, but some parts of her body have become different from a human's. Margaret bit her lip. According to my understanding of witches, when they don't use their magic, they should be no different from ordinary people. But Joan can't completely return to her previous appearance. Her cheeks, neck, arms, and legs are covered with blue scales, just like those. Sea ghosts. Roland immediately thought of Lorger's long ears. Well. The scaly skin seems to have a unique charm. Ahem, no, now is not the time to think about this. Even Princess Lorger of the Wild Flame clan's harmless ears are feared by the Sand Nation, so Joan's situation can only be worse. Did someone maliciously hurt her? We tried our best to prevent it, but it's inevitable that someone will spread the news. Marjorie sighed. If we want to teach her to adapt to human life, we can't avoid contact with others. Thunder's voice was also quite helpless. Even in the fjords, there are only a few people who can accept her appearance. Since she came to the mansion, 3 maids and 2 scholars have been scared away. There are even rumors that I raised a sea ghost in the mansion. Maybe the sea is more suitable for her. If my friend hated life on land, I wouldn't force her to stay on the island, Karina said. But from the process of Joan's contact with other people, I can see that she doesn't hate this change. Although she still spends several hours in the sea every week, she is happy to get along with the maids who accept her. Besides, compared to raw fish, she now prefers to eat roasted fish. However, this kind of environment was only limited to Thunder's mansion. Roland understood what Karina meant, but he could not think of a good solution at the moment. It was a long process to change people's minds, especially for Joan. In fact, her problems were even more serious than those of ordinary witches. For a long time in history, witches with beastification, deformities, or inhuman appearances had been the target of discrimination and exclusion. "She'll get better," he could only comfort her. "Can I see her up close?" If the problem was really serious, he had to make do with it first. For example, like Lorger's ears, she would basically look like a normal person after wearing a hat. "Of course," said Margaret, waving her hand in Joan's direction. "Come here, my dear." But Joan just poked her head out to take a look and then hid it again. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. She may not be used to so many people." Marjorie bowed embarrassedly. "It seems that you scared her," Nightingale said gloatingly. Roland glared at the empty space beside him and coughed twice. "It's okay. She'll be in Neverwinter for a while anyway. She'll get used to it. Let's go to the dock first." In order to build the steel ship, Roland deliberately marked out an area of nearly 100 acres in the southwest corner of the shallow beach. He asked Lotus to raise earth walls around it to form a barrier to block people's sight. Not only were there sentry posts at the four corners, but the First Army was also stationed on the walls. Therefore, except for the workers involved in the construction, not many people knew what the ship looked like. When they passed through the earth walls and walked down the Z-shaped stairs to the bottom of the dock, there was a burst of irrepressible exclamations. Everyone's attention was drawn to the gigantic object in front of them. It was definitely not an exaggeration. When admiring the ship from below, the first thing they saw was the towering hull. Different from the round three-masted sailboat, the freeboard of the ship was almost perpendicular to the ground and the belly was extremely flat. There was no keel protruding from the hull at all. With the limited view, they felt as if they were standing under a towering steel wall. One could imagine the pressure. Three gods. I'm not dreaming, am I? How heavy can it be? I'm afraid it's more than 20,000 tons. Even the largest three-masted sailboat probably can't withstand a collision from it. Not to mention a sailboat, I think the deep-sea giant beast will be scared away at the sight of it. Thunder. No, Lord Flying Bird, you didn't say that we were going to manipulate such a monster. The team immediately lost its order. The sailors ran to the side of the ship and started to touch and knock on the hull of the ship. Their excitement was evident on their faces. They were all the most experienced ship operators in the fjords. Even if they had not seen such a ship before, they could still recognize its extraordinary features. At this moment, Thunder was no less shocked than the others. In fact, he was even more shocked. This was because Roland had mentioned in his letter that the ship from top to bottom was made of steel. At that time, he thought it was an exaggeration. After all, even a conventional wooden ship would only use the best wood for the key parts. Therefore, when he was recruiting his men, he only described the ship as an ocean-going ship without sails with a steel frame that could withstand the huge waves of the Sealine. But the facts in front of him told him that it was not so. Although he knew that Neverwinter was quite good at shipbuilding, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. Not to mention how to splice the hard steel together, just the raw materials used to make it was something that the Fjords Islands couldn't even hope to match. How valuable was steel? Among all kinds of goods, iron ore was not a luxury. A palm-sized ingot of pig iron could be sold for about 30 to 40 silver royals. But if it was forged into steel, the price would increase by 10 to 10 times, so the knight often regarded their armor as a family heirloom and passed it down from generation to generation. More importantly, the process was extremely time-consuming. A blacksmith could only forge 7 or 8 sets of qualified steel armor in his lifetime. In other words, even if all the blacksmiths in the fjords were gathered together and spent decades, it was impossible to gather so much steel. At first, he ordered a steam paddle steamer from Roland. According to the Fjords Chamber of Commerce, the price was about 3,000 to 4,000 golden dragon royals. Therefore, when Roland told him that he would only charge the cost of the ship, he did not care too much, because the value of a new route alone was far more than the cost of the ship itself. Since the King of Greycastle wanted to share information, he could not say that he was taking advantage of Roland. He even planned to pay all the cost of the ship to Roland after the exploration of the Sealine, not for anything else but as a reward for taking care of his daughter. He only hoped that Lightning could live a better life in Neverwinter in the future. But now, Thunder could not help but suspect that even if he only counted the cost of the materials, the price of the ship would probably be astonishing. When Thunder raised the question in his mind, Roland could not help but smile. Roland had to admit that the explorer was really good at seeing the essence of the problem. According to the standards of the manual era, any industrial product could be regarded as sky-high, but he certainly would not charge the blacksmith according to the forging cost, otherwise it would be too hurtful. In fact, if Neverwinter had not built a large number of steelmaking facilities after the success of the converter experiment, it would have been impossible to carry out the two major projects of steel ships and rail trains in a short period of time. Without the witches, the steel mill had now entered a stage of positive development. The whole process, from extracting iron from the high furnace area to extracting charcoal from the coking tower, to refining the molten steel into ingots, had been simplified. In such a large plant, apart from all kinds of workers, the rest were auxiliary machinery driven by steam engines. The rolling water vapor often mixed with the floating dust, forming the unique environment of the North Slope Mountain, gray fog. If one stood at a high place in the city and looked toward the impassable mountain range, they would see a gray cloud that covered the mountainside. When the steel mill was operating at full capacity, the daily output of steel was more than the annual output of a city in the past. This was also the foundation of all industrial projects in Neverwinter. Based on this foundation, everything would undergo a qualitative change, but few people could truly understand the meaning behind it. We can talk about the price later, but I guarantee that it will be much lower than the lowest price you can imagine. Roland smiled slightly. Because that's not the point. As I said, the development of new waters is of great significance to all human beings. As the king of Grey Castle, I'm naturally willing to contribute to this. Thunder was moved. I admire your foresight. Few people are willing to spend money on things they can't see. Even in the fjords, the Chamber of Commerce prefers new routes that can bring profits. Although you can't take the risk yourself, this idea has already surpassed many explorers. Do you think that what I said in the Old King City was just for show? Roland thought indifferently. In terms of the desire to understand this world, I'm afraid no one can compare to me. After all, it may be related to the origin of the battle of divine will and the secrets hidden behind the curtain. Compared to that, let's take a look on the ship first. He smiled and changed the topic. Since you're here, I'll show you around from start to finish. That couldn't be better, Your Majesty. Thunder replied with a grin. Since there was no ready-made information available for reference, the steel ship could be said to be a collection of classic ship types, but it could also be said to be neither fish nor fowl. The front half of the ship was similar to an ironclad. The bow was slanted outwards, and there was a ram below the waterline. The middle section was rapidly widened to achieve as much stability as possible in high sea conditions. The stern was flat, similar to a modern ship, with a total tonnage of about 2,500 tons. Roland had tried to add some advanced technologies to improve the ship's performance, such as a bulbous bow and fin stabilizers. However, the former needed to be designed according to the ship's shape and speed, while the latter required a complex mechanical linkage structure to adjust the angle. Considering factors such as the time limit and reliability, he finally gave up on these options that were far ahead of the times. However, this did not mean that it was an enlarged version of the shallow water gunboat Roland. Its power core, a steam turbine personally assembled by Anna, was already something that Thunder and the others could not understand. Apart from this, handheld telephones were used for the first time in cabin communication. Several lines connected the command post, the engine room, and the watchtower together. Compared to the sound transmission tube, which was sometimes good and sometimes bad, no matter how noisy the sea was, the captain could still clearly hear the reports of the various units. It was also worth mentioning that these hand-operated telephones were equipped with the enchanted mini-dawn power supply, which was enough to support a long exploration. This is incredible. After touring the entire ship, Thunder stood in the bright and clean tower bridge and exclaimed, "I even feel that she's not a ship, but a mobile sea fortress." Roland chuckled to himself. "How is it? I didn't let you down, did I?" "No, Your Majesty, you think too highly of me." The explorer did not hide his satisfaction. "She's the most beautiful ship I've ever seen in my life. She's exceeded my expectations in every aspect. Now I feel that as long as I have her, it won't be a problem to cross the entire swirling sea." Don't jump to conclusions yet, he waved his hand. To be honest, I don't know anything about shipbuilding, so it can only be regarded as a complicated machine, not a real ship. As for how good it can be, we'll have to wait for the next sea trials. You'll need to provide data such as speed, stability, number of sailors, food storage, and so on. If all goes well, you'll be able to set off for the shadow waters after this year's months of demons. Nothing. At all? Thunder clicked his tongue. If those old craftsmen in the fjords know what you said, they'll definitely jump into the sea with hatred. By the way, if you can build such an amazing steel ship even though you know nothing about shipbuilding, then what will the things you know be like? You'll find out tomorrow. Roland kept guessing. But before that, you'd better enjoy tonight's welcome banquet. After nightfall, the castle hall was brightly lit. The candles were replaced by glowing stones that emitted a soft and stable light. The old wooden tables were replaced by round tables covered with white cloths. Champagne towers were formed by wine glasses, and the musicians were playing violins. Since the city hall's treasury was filled up, not only had the castle been renovated, but even the banquet was becoming more and more like the style of King's City. Most of the people invited were the higher-ups of Neverwinter and the Witch Union. Of course, the Witch Union was no exception. The man standing beside His Majesty is the explorer from your hometown? Lorgar looked at him with interest and turned to Lightning. Don't you want to talk to him? His name is Xianxia, right? The little girl shrugged and put a piece of roasted mushroom into the mouth of the pigeon on her head. I've never heard of him. He must be a nobody. There's nothing to talk about. You don't know that there are countless explorers in the fjords, but most of them are captains who have only traveled on remote routes once or twice. They haven't even seen hurricanes and big waves. She paused. By the way, why hasn't Mystery Moon come yet? Didn't he say he was going to challenge our exploration group? But someone who can be received by the Great Chief shouldn't be an ordinary person. For example, me. Lorgar wagged her tail. Maybe he's heard about your father? After joining the Neverwinter exploration group for a while, she had learned more about the past of her two companions. I agree, Ku. Maggie echoed. It's never wrong to ask, Ku. Although she said that she would listen to her companion's good intentions, the little girl did not hold much hope in her heart. His Majesty also knew about this. If she had heard any news about her father, His Majesty would have called her over. Since she had not, she probably knew nothing about it. Well, I'll just show her to the two people who care about me. Walking up to the explorer, Lightning could not help but frown. Isn't this person too pompous, she thought. Judging from his age, this visitor from the fjords, who called himself Xianxia, was only about 30 years old. He wore an eye patch over his right eye, which was embroidered with a bright rose. The branches and green leaves below the flower were tattooed on his face, almost covering half of his cheeks. It made people wonder about his taste. Although a good explorer should not judge a book by its cover, his words and actions were not any better. During the conversation, Xianxia seemed to be telling them about a difficult adventure. His exaggerated words almost made Lightning think that he was passing through the end of the sea or the edge of hell. In fact, the scene he described was just the burning fire archipelago. Of course, it was indeed full of danger. Lava often spewed from the bottom of the sea, forming huge columns of steam clouds. Not only could it obstruct vision, but the scalding water droplets were also a fatal threat to the crew. However, after several generations of exploration, there was a complete sea map of the area. As long as one chose the right route and time to enter according to the sea map, one could basically avoid danger. When she was less than 10 years old, she had already set foot on the main island of the Burning Fire archipelago with her father. For people from the fjords, only those who had discovered new routes, islands, or relics could be called explorers. However, there were at least thousands of islands in the swirling sea. This inevitably led to a situation where the level of explorers was worlds apart. In Lightning's eyes, there were only a few people who could be compared to her father. Obviously, Xianxia was not one of them. For a moment, she was even less interested in greeting him. Just as she was hesitating, someone suddenly took her hand. She looked up and found that it was Aunt Marjorie. Young man, you came just in time. The female merchant smiled warmly. Let me introduce you to Mr. Sandy, the explorer from Twin Dragon Island and the chief of the Dragonhead Chamber of Commerce. He was also one of your father's admirers. His name has already been mentioned before, Lightning thought to herself. But since Aunt Marjorie had started the conversation, she had no choice but to put on a smile and say, Hello, I'm Lightning, also from the fjords, although I wasn't born on the fjords islands. Ah, you're Lord Thunder's daughter? Sandy said happily, I've heard from Lady Marjorie that the daughter of the greatest explorer is now in Grey Castle. I've finally met her in person. He does look a little like Lord Thunder. She was lying. Her father had clearly said that she looked more like her mother, whom she had never met. The corner of Lightning's mouth twitched. Thank you. Do you have any news about him? I've only heard some rumors. Some say that he drifted to an unknown island, while others say that he has actually returned to the fjords. But because of the incredible adventure he encountered after the shipwreck, he didn't tell anyone about it. Instead, he's quietly preparing for a new expedition. As for other theories, especially those malicious rumors, they're not worth mentioning at all. Sandy went on. Of course, I personally prefer the second one. After all, there were several reef islands around the storm. For Lord Thunder, it wasn't an insurmountable danger. In fact, many people in his fleet survived. This judgment was close to what she had guessed, and Roland's appearance was a little more pleasing to the eye. As for whether her father had found her or not, it did not matter. As long as she followed the path of an explorer, she believed that she would meet him again one day. By the way, may I ask, which island did you find? A flash of embarrassment flashed across Sandy's face. In front of His Majesty, I'll tell you the truth. It can be said that it's thanks to your father that I can become an explorer. Since the discovery of the Shadow Islands, it has become a land of exploration for many people, including the Chamber of Commerce. My fleet wanted to deliver a batch of supplies to the transfer island, but we were attacked by sea monsters on the way and deviated from the route. I didn't expect that we would arrive at an island that wasn't marked on the sea map. Well, the last point was confirmed. He was really the kind of lucky person who had only traveled a few remote routes but was exceptionally lucky. I see. This is also one of the charms of exploration, isn't it? Lightning replied, pretending to be serious. Then I won't disturb your conversation with His Majesty. Then she turned to Roland and made a noble salute. Your Majesty, please allow me to take my leave. Roland seemed to be a little distracted. After a while, he came to his senses and said, go ahead. Although His Majesty's expression was a little strange, thinking that he had Nightingale by his side to protect him, Lightning did not take it to heart. After all, she was about to face the first challenge since the establishment of the exploration group. No matter what, she could not lose. Seeing the little girl skipping away, Roland could not help but be stunned. Thunder was simply a drama queen. After a series of performances, the other party actually did not have any doubts. No, if he did not know for sure that the person in front of him was Thunder, it would be difficult for him to associate the current Sandy Asuka with the person who got off the ship. According to his original idea, the welcome banquet was to arrange a reasonable identity for Thunder. The banquet could be divided into two halls, one large and one small, with the small hall for the distinguished guests. This was also a common practice for banquets. Unexpectedly, Thunder thought that there was no need to go through so much trouble and that all of them could be gathered together. Roland did not care. After all, the person who did not want his daughter to recognize him was Thunder. However, when he arrived, he found that Thunder had completely changed. After taking off the feather suit, Thunder had completely changed his appearance. According to Thunder, he had covered his face with a layer of gelatinous substance and supplemented it with pearl powder to achieve the effect of changing his face. Those exaggerated tattoos and eye masks were also decorations, which could distract people's attention and thus weaken the difference between the gelatinous substance and real skin. As for controlling his voice, it was a skill that Thunder had mastered during the exploration. However, in Roland's view, this was not the point. He believed that everyone had their own characteristics, and the person that Thunder wanted to deceive was his daughter who had been with him for more than 10 years. Even if his voice and smile had changed, he could still be recognized. Then, when Thunder began his performance, Roland found that there was really such a talented person. The explorer in his late 40s had disappeared without a trace, and in his place was a rather pompous, boastful young leader of the Dragonhead Chamber of Commerce. "Thank you." When only Marjorie and Nightingale were left, Thunder put away his fake smile and sincerely said to Roland, "Seeing her now, I feel that I made the right choice. I'll leave the rest of my life to you. She's grown up." Marjorie also sighed. "The serious tone of an adult just now made me want to hold her in my arms and love her." "Hey, you've spoken your mind, haven't you?" Roland thought. But she hasn't given up on the road of adventure. Even here, Lightning has formed her own exploration team. Although there are only 3 members. Unless you lock her up, she'll catch up with you one day. If she can't avoid it, that's her fate. Thunder smiled bitterly. But at least not now. Before that day comes, I hope she can get through this peacefully. However, the Battle of Divine Will was close at hand. Even if they were far away from the sea, they might not be safe. This was especially true for Neverwinter, which was the bridgehead. Once it fell, the survival of mankind would be in vain. However, Roland did not say this out loud. Revealing the Divine Will was the most magnificent adventure for Lightning. She would never give up halfway. Since he could not make her quit, saying it out loud would only make her worry. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of her," Roland said slowly as he patted Thunder on the shoulder. "What did he say?" Lorgar put Maggie back on Lightning's head. "Did you find out where your father is?" The little girl shook her head. "Just as I expected, there's no news. But don't worry, this kind of thing is more interesting if you do it yourself, with the strength of our exploration team." "Agreed, Coo." Maggie flapped her wings. "By the way, did Mystery Moon come?" "I didn't see her." "What?" Lightning curled her lips. She looked so confident before, but now she doesn't even dare to show up. "By the way, what exactly does she want to challenge us with?" Lorgar asked curiously. "I don't know, Coo." "What?" "Since it's a challenge, no matter what the content of the competition is, the exploration group will not refuse anyone," Lightning said proudly. "That's right, Coo." Maggie nodded in agreement. "Huh." The Wild Flame Princess held her forehead helplessly. Just what kind of organization had she joined? "Sorry, I'm late." Just then, Mystery Moon's voice came from behind them. Lorgar turned around and saw Mystery Moon trotting over, holding Lily's hand, followed by Summer and Sharon. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come after boasting," Lightning said, crossing her arms. "How could that be?" Riddle shouted. "It's just that it took some time to investigate the matter. This is also a necessary measure to ensure that the challenge can proceed smoothly." "All right," she shrugged indifferently, "then you can tell me what the competition is about now." "Of course, but before that, I want to introduce my team." Mystery Moon opened her arms and pushed the other 3 witches in front of Lightning. "From today on, the Neverwinter Detective Group is officially established. These are my new members." "Huh? Detective Group? What's that, Coo?" "No, I'm not." Upon hearing this, the witches all had different expressions. Lorgar, Maggie, and the others were confused, while Summer and Sharon were confused. Lily even yelled angrily. His Majesty said it." Mystery Moon hurriedly explained, "Sister Vendi told me that His Majesty knew that we went to the school district to look for the mystery of the arson case." Then he mentioned this title, which probably means investigating the unknown and seeking the truth. "Not only that, but he also gave me a special title." "Really?" Lightning expressed her doubt. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Vendi. It seems to be called the Tumble washing machine." Mystery Moon scratched the back of her head. "But she doesn't know what it means." "Seeking the truth of the crime." Sharon pondered for a moment. "If it can help the security of Neverwinter, then I'm willing to join." "Can I also?" Summer pointed to herself. "Miss Nightingale said that I'm already a member of the Security Bureau." "No problem." Mystery Moon gave a thumbs up. "Doesn't Lightning often take on reconnaissance tasks for the First Army?" As long as we complete His Majesty's order first. Sorry, please don't include me, Lily said, rolling her eyes. There are many samples in the lab waiting for me to record, and the mushroom plantation needs to be doubled. I really don't have time for your nonsense. It's useless even if you call me a traitor this time. Traitor? Wait, I was wrong. Please listen to me first, Mystery Moon begged. I'm not fooling around this time. You should all know that His Majesty received a group of guests from the fjords, right? Nonsense, Lily said impatiently. Who do you think this welcome dinner is for? But there's a witch among them. That's the point. She continued. At that time, I happened to be checking the lights at the port. You mean wandering aimlessly? They don't even turn on the lights during the day. Ahem, then I noticed the witch. Mystery Moon tried hard to ignore Lily's sarcasm. I heard that these fjords people would stay in Neverwinter for several months. I thought that witch would naturally be one of them, so I decided to compete with her. Oh? Lightning's interest was aroused. Compete in what? Compete to see who can get her to join the team first. Mystery Moon said solemnly. There are 4 members in the detective group and it's the largest group in the Witch Union. But considering that your group was established earlier, it's considered a draw. The winner of this competition will decide which team is the strongest. Lorgar almost bit her tongue. So the challenge is to see who can get a witch first? Even if it doesn't have to be as serious as a holy duel, it can't be so reckless. To her surprise, both Lightning and Maggie looked serious, especially Maggie. Her raised tail indicated that she had entered the battle preparation state. Is it too late to back out now? Princess Lorgar felt like crying. Although I don't think the number of people can measure the strength of a team, we accept this challenge. Lightning said, patting her chest. Cuckoo. Don't think it's easy. Mystery Moon held out a finger and shook it. First of all, the witch named Joan can hardly speak, so it's difficult for her to communicate with people. Second, she's extremely wary and afraid of strangers, just like us when we were being hunted by the church. So this competition will be a long process. As for the standard, let's see which team she's more willing to work with. What do you think? I have no objection. Lightning nodded. Wait. I have a question. Lorgar tried to make a final resistance. If I heard correctly, even if she'll stay here for a few months, she'll leave sooner or later. So whether she chooses to join the detective group or the exploration group, isn't it meaningless? Of course not, Mystery Moon said seriously. If we can help her walk out of the shadow of the past and become cheerful again, then everything we've done will not be in vain. Perhaps it's nothing for ordinary people, but for her, it'll be a ray of light that shines into the darkness, and this is what His Majesty has been doing since the beginning. In an instant, Lorgar felt her heart skip a beat. Perhaps these people were not as childish as she had imagined. Wait, where did you learn about this? Lily suddenly frowned. Mystery Moon suddenly froze. Could it be? She looked at Mystery Moon and then at Summer, and her face suddenly changed. You asked Summer to use the backtracking ability to eavesdrop on His Majesty's conversation? No. Mystery Moon hurriedly explained. We just restored the scene of the harbor, and those words were said by His Majesty in front of everyone. There's absolutely no confidential content. At this point, she glanced at Lightning uncomfortably and said, I promise in the name of the electromagnetic force. You've gone too far this time. I'm going to tell Sister Vendi. Betray, no, I swear there won't be a second time. I don't believe it. It's true. You lie to me every time. If I lie to you again, I won't have any chaos drinks to drink. Don't go. Just as the detective group was in chaos, Maggie suddenly soared into the air and flew toward a corner of the hall. Except for Lightning, only Lorgar noticed this scene. She saw the pigeon fly across the hall, land in front of a round table, pick up a piece of roast meat, and then jump onto the shoulder of a woman. The latter seemed to be a little panicked at first, but was soon attracted by the pigeon. Not only that, but she also accepted the roast meat from the pigeon. The wolf girl pricked up her ears and aimed at Maggie. After a while, she heard the conversation between the two. But it was undoubtedly a kind of conversation that was difficult to understand. Coo. Yeah. Coo coo, coo. Yeah yeah yeah. Half a quarter of an hour later, Maggie soared into the air and returned to Lightning's head. What's going on over there? During the conversation, Marjorie suddenly showed a hint of surprise. What? What's Joan doing? Roland also noticed the small commotion on one side of the hall. He saw the female merchant's witch friend leave the corner and slowly walk towards Lightning and the others accompanied by her maid. Maggie, on the other hand, was walking back and forth between the two as if she was delivering a message. At first, Joan was very nervous. She almost only stayed behind the maid and would only stick out half of her body when the pigeon approached. But when the two sides met, the situation quickly changed. Not only did she talk to the witches, but she even stretched out her hands and carefully touched Lorger's ears and tail. I see. Roland could not help laughing. Lightning lives up to her name. This is incredible. Marjorie covered her mouth and said, Do you know how long it took us to get Joan out of the water? It took a full 2 months, and with the help of Lady Camilla. How on earth did she do it? Thunder was also quite surprised. She didn't need to do anything. She just needed to take Maggie and Lorger with her. Roland laughed. Joan's psychological defense comes from people's rejection of aliens. But when she's surrounded by aliens, she naturally doesn't need to maintain this kind of defense. Whether it's the pigeon or the wolf girl, I'm afraid they're all the same in her eyes. The same kind? Marjorie repeated. Well, it's not the first time you've seen Maggie, and Lorger is more similar to Joan. Roland explained the beastified characteristics of the third princess of the Wild Flame clan. Anyway, you don't have to worry about whether she can blend in with the others in the next few months. That witch called Lorger. Has she never been ostracized by anyone? If she hadn't, she wouldn't have come to Neverwinter. Even in the southernmost region, where witches are regarded as the goddesses of the clans, an obviously different appearance is still considered a bad sign. Roland shook his head. Of course, this kind of conflict also exists in Neverwinter, but it's not so obvious. As for the Witch Union, there's no rejection at all. We're all survivors who have climbed up from the bottom, so we're the clearest about the nature of our abilities. If there's a new sister, they'll be more than happy to welcome her. The unknown is the greatest fear. Thunder sighed. At first, I wanted to become an explorer because I wanted to make a lot of money. But now, I just hope that I can take a few more steps in my lifetime. There are too many mysteries in this world that need to be solved. If we don't go out, people can only curl up in a small piece of land and be bound by fear for the rest of their lives. That's why I decided to support you, Roland said, raising his glass to him. There's an old saying where I come from, people will always become as big as their own thoughts. If you can think like this, you are destined to be remembered by history. Thank you for your praise. Thunder clinked his glass and smiled. I'll do my best on this trip and live up to your expectations. Marjorie gazed at Joan for a long time as if she was thinking about something. After a while, she turned to Roland and said, Your Majesty, I have a presumptuous request. Go ahead. After this expedition, I originally wanted Joan to go back to the fjords and settle down in her birthplace, she said softly. Life on the sea is too lonely, and I don't want her to live alone anymore. But now I've changed my mind. Marjorie paused. Your Majesty, can I entrust her to you? You mean, leave her in Neverwinter? If it were in the fjords, I'm afraid that Joan would only be able to move around in a small area and talk to very few people. But here, at least, she can make real friends. The female merchant nodded. After all, I'm the one who took her away from the familiar sea, so I can't betray her trust. Now, I think there's no better place than here. Of course, no problem. Roland smiled. The Witch Union was established for this purpose. I'm relieved to hear that, Margaret said as she lifted her skirt and saluted with relief. Lily yawned and went back to her bedroom. She hung the wet towel on the hanger and was about to read a biology book before going to bed. Suddenly, she heard Mystery Moon's whisper behind her. We lost. We lost. We lost. She rolled her eyes and pretended that she had not heard anything. She opened the book indifferently. As expected, Mystery Moon's voice immediately became much louder. The detective group lost. The detective group lost. The detective group lost. Are you done? Lily suddenly felt the veins on her forehead throbbing. She suddenly turned around and said, "Go to sleep." But we lost. Mystery Moon hugged her pillow, her face full of unwillingness. Don't you feel heartache? I've thought about how to win her over, but it's all for naught. Looking at the way they communicate, they don't seem to understand each other at all. How did they do it? Did they know each other before? Now the exploration group has the same number of people as the detective group, and the title of the largest group is also. What did it mean by all for naught? It was obvious that she had lost before the other party had done anything. Why should I feel sad? Who's talking about us? Lily interrupted. I'll say it again. The detective group only had 3 people at the beginning. Now that we've lost the challenge and we have fewer people than the other party, it's a complete defeat. You'd better disband as soon as possible. After that, she snorted and turned her eyes back to the book. She decided that no matter how Mystery Moon interfered, she would not respond. But to her surprise, Mystery Moon did not continue to pester her. It was quiet behind her. Something was wrong. Lily felt a little uneasy. Did I go too far? Although Mystery Moon was a little annoying, she had good intentions. If she had not made such a scene, Joan would not have been able to get together with them. Apart from eavesdropping on His Majesty's conversation, she had not caused any other losses. Was she too harsh? Suddenly, a more serious thought leaped into her mind. Mystery Moon was different from her. She used to be very reserved, and because of her lack of ability, she had been scolded by Kara many times. In the Witch Cooperation Association, she was like an invisible person. Now that Mystery Moon had finally become cheerful and lively, would she become depressed again because of her scolding? Thinking of this, Lily suddenly felt a little regretful. She swallowed and slowly turned around. Words of apology were already on the tip of her tongue. However, what she saw was a $10 note. She didn't know when the man had snuck up behind her, but he had both hands raised, respectfully holding the note in front of her. What are you doing? Lily was startled by Mystery Moon's action. Please don't leave the detective group. I'm willing to give you a bottle of chaos drink in exchange. Mystery Moon said with a sad face, if even you leave, the detective group will never have a chance to rise again. I told you I'm not a witch. Can't you listen to me? Lily helplessly put her hand on her forehead and felt a little relieved. Fortunately, Mystery Moon was not as weak as she had imagined. After a long silence, she reached out and took the $10 note from Mystery Moon. You agree? Mystery Moon was overjoyed. No. Lily knocked on the table. I have a lot of things to do. I don't have time to fool around with you. But I can give you a hint, and this note is the reward. In the future, if you don't take up my work time, I can also help you with some ideas for the detective group. At least it's much better than recruiting strange witches. What hint? You shouldn't have come to me if you want to expand the group. Not everyone in the Witch Union is as busy as Soroya. You can target those idlers. Lily suppressed the guilt in her heart and apologized to Mystery Moon. Think about it. Who else accompanied you to the school to look for clues about the arson last time? Well. Do you mean Evelyn? She can't do it. Although she doesn't have much time to use her ability, she still needs to take care of a tavern. Not her. You mean Amy? Mystery Moon hesitated. But she's not a member of Grey Castle, and she has her own companions, isn't that even better? Pulling her into the detective group is equivalent to pulling all the witches in the kingdom of Wolfheart over, Lily said while counting on her fingers. Except for Annie, Hero and Broken Sword aren't too busy, and the latter has a fixed cooperation with you. As for where they come from, does it matter? Joan is a witch from the fjords. Why don't you worry about it? I know. Also, you can consider those combat witches who used to belong to the Bloodfang Association. They're usually very idle. As long as you ask, I think they won't refuse. In this way, the detective group will have several more witches than the exploration group, at least in terms of scale. But remember 2 things. First, don't cause trouble for His Majesty. Second, don't challenge the exploration group at will. Lily warned. I don't know why, but I always feel that you can't defeat them. Because you're biased. Mystery Moon pouted. Of course not. Anyway, that's all I want to say. Go to bed and don't disturb me anymore. She waved her hand. Oh. Mystery Moon took a step forward and then turned back. What's wrong? Lily found that after experiencing the ups and downs of her mood, she was much more patient. Well, just in case. It's better than regretting when something goes wrong. That 10 yuan note is the cost of recruiting you. Mystery Moon hesitated. Since you're not joining the detective group, can you return it to me? Suddenly, Lily heard the sound of glass shattering in her heart. The next day, Neverwinter welcomed the fourth holiday after the beginning of autumn, which was also the first weekend in mid-autumn. Since there were no legends about the creation of a new era in this world, for most people, they had to be busy at all times to fill their stomachs. Ever since Roland announced the rule of having one day off every 7 days, the people had attributed this gratitude to him. Being able to have a complete day of rest without having their wages deducted, what else could they be picky about with such a benevolent and loving lord, especially the refugees from other places? After experiencing the living environment in Neverwinter, all of them were determined to settle down here. Even the propaganda about demons in City Hall could not stop this momentum. Compared to hunger and poverty, even the threat of demons became less important. However, Barev's report showed that after the official promotion of the rest day system, the production of Neverwinter was not affected much. The main reason was that the rest day system was not compulsory, and many people chose to continue working to earn extra pay. On the other hand, the trade activities in the city had increased significantly. Every weekend, the square area was always overcrowded. Not only local businessmen, but also foreign businessmen would choose to set up stalls and sell on that day. The rest of the time, they would buy specialty products of the western region and resell them to other places. A year ago, this kind of weekly flow of goods was unimaginable. But now, with the increasing number of cement ships, the pace of trade became faster and faster. In large inland cities like Redwater City, people could even eat fresh sea fish soaked in ice from the shallow port. In the past, the nobles and merchants there could only eat salted dried fish at most. Because of this, Roland decided to hold important lectures, demonstrations of achievements, and all kinds of award ceremonies on rest days. He wanted to use the habits of the masses to further promote the liveliness of commercial trade. As the saying goes, wool comes from the sheep's back. The extra pay could be completely recovered from the sales tax and consumption. It was a strategy that killed many birds with one stone. Today was no exception. The remaining warmth of summer had not dissipated, and there was a gentle breeze blowing in the cloudless blue sky. Obviously, it was a good weather for traveling. The streets were crowded with people. From the dock area of the inland river to the northern wall of the city, the figures of the subjects could be seen everywhere. The difference was that this time, they were not there to buy a few pounds of good meat from the convenience market, but to witness the king's new invention. It was the first trial run of an unprecedented means of transportation, the train. Jewelry merchant Victor was also one of them. After learning about the promotion in City Hall, he even left a big deal to his subordinates and boarded a cement boat from the old King City to Neverwinter overnight. Victor was undoubtedly one of the people who had been strongly affected by the changes in the western region over the years. When this place was still a remote town, he had already visited the lord of this place. He did not have much of an impression of the person in charge. He only remembered that the person was a middle-aged nobleman with a bloated body, and he was complaining that it was his turn to manage this barren land. If he hadn't occasionally been able to get 1 or 2 high-quality raw gemstones from the other side, he estimated that he would have stopped at Longsong Stronghold. Even so, Victor visited the western region at most once a year. No matter when he came, this border town was almost the same as the previous year, dilapidated and decayed. But in the last 3 years, he came here more frequently, especially after Roland Wimbledon announced the construction of the city, and he basically came here once a month. The western region of Grey Castle seemed to have become another world. Here, a day was no longer a day, but a month was no longer a month, but a year. Otherwise, it was hard for him to explain the rapid changes in Neverwinter. Victor walked into a tavern facing the street, and the owner immediately greeted him with a smile. "I knew you'd come, so I specially reserved a seat on the third floor by the window for you." He took out a silver royal and threw it to the owner. "Take me there." "Yes, please follow me." As a regular customer of this tavern, Victor naturally did not choose to squeeze with the civilians on the street. Although there were many people gathered on the third floor, at least he had a much wider view. The people around him were already in a heated discussion about today's exhibition. "That narrow street is the road the train is going to take? It's too far from the central square and the residential area." "Street? Ignorant. That's called a rail system, which is used in the mining area." Then someone sneered. "Since it's not for people, of course it should be farther away from crowded places." "Do you think the train is a carriage? Are you talking about the stuff laid in the mines of Silver City?" "Yes, it was originally produced here, so it needs to be used with a steam engine." Victor could not help but join in the fun. "I've seen a trailer pulled by a steam engine. Its advantage is that it doesn't care about the terrain. If it's on flat land, mules and horses can completely replace it." "If that's the case, City Hall won't advertise it as a cross-era transportation tool, right? Maybe it's just a gimmick." Another person muttered. "Go away." Immediately there was a burst of uproar. "Is this your first time in Neverwinter? His Majesty never boasted in this aspect." That person was not convinced and wanted to say something more. Suddenly there was a loud whistle in the distance. "Woo, it's coming, it's coming." The room suddenly became noisy. Everyone leaned out of the window and stared unblinkingly at the side street of the castle district. Some of the prepared people even took out a telescope from their bosoms. Victor also looked toward the source of the sound. He saw a long black dragon slowly moving out from behind the blocked houses and gradually reflected in the eyes of the crowd. It was huge, and its head was like an iron barrel on wheels. The top of the barrel was spewing out gray smoke, which was no different from the steam engine. Next to the front of the train, there was a four-wheeled carriage. The carriage was pulled by two groups of horses, and it was moving at the same speed as the train. It looked like they were competing with each other. However, because the carriage was full of oars, it was very difficult for the horses to take a step, which could be seen from the coachman's constant whipping. If not for the iron wheel hub, the carriage would have been crushed. As the full appearance of the train gradually came into view, Victor could not help but feel goosebumps on his back. Behind the front of the train were many carriages. Each of them was almost as big as 4 or 5 carriages, and they were also full of oars. Judging from the weight, it was probably as big as a river sailboat. The problem was that it was pulling several carriages at the same time. People's exclamations could be heard continuously. 4. The fourth one. 5. There can't be more, right? Oh my God, there are 6. It's coming out, the 7th one. The monster-like front of the train dragged a total of 7 carriages at an extremely stable speed through the open space in front of the castle. Victor also had an answer to the question in his heart. A steam engine fixed at the entrance of the mine to pull mining carts in and out was completely different from a steam engine that could move autonomously. The latter meant that wherever the railway was built, a large amount of goods could be transported there. Weight was no longer the bottleneck of land transportation. On the contrary, compared to shipping, its transportation capacity was more powerful. If His Majesty wanted to, he could even empty a city in a short period of time. Victor, who was born in a merchant family, naturally knew the importance of transportation. It was not without reason that most cities were built near rivers. The emergence of such a means of transportation would bring infinite possibilities to the flow of resources. It was not an exaggeration to say that it would transcend time. He felt an indescribable throbbing in his heart, which was both satisfaction and loss. He felt that he was witnessing history, but at the same time, he was abandoned by history. In other kingdoms, the lords were still indulging in sensual pleasures. They still traveled by horse and mule carts, and their roads were still paved with bricks and full of mud. But they were completely unaware of it and were used to it. A thought emerged in Victor's mind. A few days after the train's public debut, Neverwinter was filled with a high spirit. Even sitting in the castle, Roland could feel the high spirits of the people. This was not his speculation but the real data in the City Hall's report. In the past 3 days, we've received 60% more applications than usual. Nearly half of them, or 725 people, are newcomers who have moved for less than 2 months. This means that the average time to submit the application has been shortened from 5 months to 3.5 months. Barav said excitedly, holding a report in his hands. After the demon's attack, there was a slight decrease in the data. Now, not only has the decrease been made up, but the number has also increased significantly. This means that the people don't have to worry about the demons anymore. Your Majesty, this exhibition is a great success. Ever since Roland brought the concept of statistics and comprehensive analysis to the management level, the number of numbers on the report of the City Hall's director had been increasing and becoming more and more specific. It was as if no conclusion could be reached without comparing 2 sets of data. Not only that, but he also created a number of analysis formulas, one of which was arrival fixed interval. According to Barav, it reflected the determination of the newcomers to Neverwinter. Due to the establishment of the identity card system, if a refugee wanted to become an official resident, he or she had to apply to the City Hall. The condition was that he or she had a skill or a fixed residence. In addition, the City Hall would also accept the recommendation of a resident who had passed the review and had lived in Neverwinter for a year without any bad records. For the newcomers, it was almost an instinct to wait and see. Moreover, the time it took for them to save up for the down payment was also different due to different jobs and salaries. Therefore, the average value was used. The shorter the interval, the more loyal they were to the king and the more confidence they had in the new king's city. Roland had a different view on this conclusion. He had never believed in the loyalty of strangers. It was reasonable to say that they were confident, but ultimately, the people were still most concerned about whether their future interests could be protected. Cozying up to someone powerful was always a good choice. Therefore, displaying one's strength at an appropriate time could greatly increase the cohesion of the people. The train is undoubtedly such a tool. Even if most people have no idea of its nature, it does not hinder the huge body, the roaring cylinders, and the oppressive feeling brought by the weight of hundreds of tons. When the train passed the crossing of the castle district with an indomitable spirit, even Thunder was amazed. Unlike sea transportation, the resistance against gravity on the ground had always limited the upper limit of land transportation. The appearance of the train had obviously broken this rule. He even joked that he would move his whole family to Neverwinter when he was too old to go on adventures. After all, there were so many new things here, and settling down here was an adventure in itself. Even the most famous explorer of the fjords was so amazed, not to mention the ordinary people. If he didn't want to stay in such a promising place, where else could he go? In addition, the City Hall has also received many invitations from merchants, including Redwater and Silver Light Chambers of Commerce. Barav continued, they are eager to meet you. They probably want to find out more about the train. Refuse all of them. Roland smiled. The train is not a commodity at present. Even if I'm willing to sell it, the price is not something they can afford. But you can sell them some other goods, such as the first and second generation steam engines from the mine. Today's Neverwinter was no longer the poor border town of the past. Any chamber of commerce could be received by the lord. If there was no special relationship between them, it was enough for the director of the City Hall to deal with them. I see, Barav said, stroking his beard. Since the people are in high spirits, can we carry out the new reserve soldier system? Roland changed the topic. Barav nodded. I think there should be no problem. But, Your Majesty, do you really think we will fight to that point? Just in case. After all, this is a war that will determine the fate of mankind. Shouldn't we be more serious? The new reserve soldier system was a task he gave to the general staff after he returned from the expedition. The main content of the system included popularizing military training and expanding the reserve soldier system. The former required that military training should be included in primary education to cultivate the most basic sense of discipline and combat knowledge. The latter aimed to organize the subjects to undergo various combat training in batches without affecting production. In other words, it was a disguised militia system. Since the new system was mandatory, it was obviously the best time to carry it out while the atmosphere was heated. Once the system was put into operation, the Grey Castle army would become a self-healing organism. When the frontline soldiers were insufficient, they could be directly replenished from the rear. This way, it would not take 2 or 3 months to teach each batch of new soldiers from the beginning, as in the past. As for the Second Army, which was originally the reserve army, Roland also planned to transfer it to Neverwinter. The Longsong area no longer needed to resist the invasion of Timothy and the Church. At the same time, after the previous operation, he felt it was necessary to establish a second army. He could not personally lead an army to the front after the outbreak of the Battle of Divine Will. "You can start preparing for a new round of army recruitment," Roland instructed. "After the end of the months of demons, I hope to see the number of soldiers in the official army surpass 10,000, and we can't fall behind on supporting resources. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Berev agreed immediately. "Very good, you can go now." "Wait." Roland suddenly frowned. "Is there anything else?" The director immediately stopped. At this moment, Roland's attention was completely attracted by Nightingale's words. "Sylvie sent news that the demons have made new moves. The devil beasts seem to have expanded their patrol area, and they seem to be building a new camp. Tell them to come back quickly," Roland whispered and then looked at Berev. "Immediately summon the ministers of all departments to the castle for a meeting. There's trouble in the north." Soon, the castle's conference hall was full of people. It was the first time that Sylvie had participated in such a meeting, so she looked a little nervous. Fortunately, Lightning stepped forward in time and helped her tell the whole story. This was supposed to be a routine investigation that couldn't be more normal. Due to the existence of the flying devil beasts, for safety's sake, Roland forbade Lightning, Maggie, and Lorger to approach the Tequila ruins alone. However, the demons' movements could not be ignored. Therefore, every 3 days, Maggie would carry Sylvie to carry out a border investigation. This was also the problem caused by the Phantom Instrument's failure to accurately locate the demons, so they could only rely on the witch's ability to make up for it. Fortunately, the observation range of the Eye of Magic was far beyond the enemy's range of activity. Apart from the frequent movements, there were no other disadvantages. Basically, they only needed to observe from a safe distance. "What do you think?" Roland looked at the surging light screen on the wall. To understand the demons' intentions, the Tequila survivors were undoubtedly the group of people who had the most say. "Old tricks," Xianxia snorted coldly. "Since threats don't work, it's time to use force. I've said it before. Threatening and pressuring the demons while advancing step by step is a trick they're good at dealing with human lords. If it were a witch city, the demons would choose to annihilate all of them. But the last time you estimated the demons' advance would take about half a year. Ahem, this is based on the average construction time of a large camp. Maybe they're too impatient." Xianxia's voice sounded a little awkward. The latter's voice sounded a little awkward. "Besides, the battle situation is always changing. It's stupid to follow the map. I didn't ask you to let your guard down." Hey, this is a big joke. Of course, it's necessary to keep an eye on them, but the counterattack plan is arranged according to the time node. If the demons needed half a year to establish a foothold, he would be able to lay the railroad tracks on their faces. By then, he would have armored trains and rail cannons at the same time. He didn't believe the demons would have the energy to set up an outpost. Xianxia didn't hide it on purpose. I agreed with her before. The Union paid a heavy price to get the information about the timetable of the expansion of the Red Line. Even until the fall of the Holy City, the information was never wrong. Half a year is the limit for the demons. Agatha seemed to have noticed Roland's doubt and said, "The Union paid a heavy price to get the information about the expansion of the Red Line. So you're saying that the demons have broken through this limit, so the timetable that was exchanged with blood is no longer useful?" Edith spread out her hands. Of course, it's understandable that the ancient information from 400 years ago has lost its effectiveness. Roland could not help but feel his eyebrows twitch. If there were ordinary people present who dared to stand up to the blob monster, the Pearl of the Northern region was undoubtedly one of them. Considering that he was not really an ordinary person, Edith could even be said to be the only one. As expected, Xianxia reacted. "Mortal, you. Maybe the giant skeletons made the Red Line expand faster, or maybe the demons have other purposes. If it wasn't for attacking, the outpost could have been opened earlier. After all, the scale of the outpost depends on the supply of red mist. Therefore, there is no need for you to argue over this matter. As for what to do, it is up to His Majesty the King. Roland nodded to himself. No wonder he is the actual leader of the tequila survivors, Roland thought. His speech not only resolved the possible dispute but also took into consideration his feelings. Speaking is indeed an art. However, there was still a problem in reality. Whether the demons had other intentions or wanted to attack Neverwinter as soon as possible, this change had caused him to lose his surveillance of the ruins of the Holy City. In fact, Neverwinter did not have many countermeasures. If the Phantom Instrument did not make a mistake, he might be able to observe for a while to see what the demons were up to. But now he had to get rid of the obstacle in front of him as soon as possible. Tell the First Army to prepare for battle. Roland took a deep breath and turned to Iron Axe to order. Yes, Your Majesty. The Sand Nation always answered neatly. Bold choice, Alhia praised. Blindfolded when the war comes is tantamount to suicide. We have to know the enemy's movements at all times to be prepared. General Staff, come up with at least one plan before sunset tomorrow. He deliberately glanced at Edith and said, I want to see the detailed process of deduction. Your Majesty, Phil Schilt, the Dawn Knight who had officially retired, said with a troubled look, according to Miss Sylvie, the flying devil beasts have occupied that area. There is almost no way to ensure that the First Army won't be discovered during the march. Once we are exposed, I'm afraid we will be in a difficult situation. Roland was also aware of this, which was why he wanted to get the detailed deduction before setting off. As the designer of the whole army's weapons, he naturally knew that Phil's words were tactful enough. If the anti-aircraft machine guns could not be set up and aimed in advance, the effect would be greatly reduced. At the same time, unlike the defense of the city wall, the enemy could come from all directions, which increased the demand for the barrage by several levels. In addition, if the railway was not in place, the logistics would have to be carried out by foot. If the supply team was intercepted by the devil beasts, the loss would definitely not be small. The distance from Neverwinter to the suspected enemy outpost was about 400 kilometers. Excluding the part where they had to pass through the misty forest, it was still 170 to 180 kilometers, which was impossible to cover in one day. Not only did they have to set up camps along the way, but they would also be exposed to the flying devil beasts, which would become the army's fatal weakness. He did not have enough Sylvie to ensure that each supply team could avoid the demons' attacks. Usually, the logistics team made up of new recruits would be very tenacious after being attacked by the enemy, so Roland did not expect much. If the logistics line collapsed, the First Army might not even be able to retreat in one piece, let alone move an inch. However, it was precisely at this time that he could not show any hesitation. Make a plan first. We'll talk about other things after I read them. Yes, Your Majesty, Phil said with his hand on his chest. One day passed quickly, and the advisor department handed over the plan the next afternoon. And there were 2 copies. It was Edith Kant who reported it. You didn't sleep? Roland noticed that her eyes were slightly swollen. Everyone is rushing. How can I go back to rest alone? Edith shrugged. I'll just take it as atonement for my mistake last time. Is this a bit of a criticism? Roland waved his hand indifferently. Just tell me the conclusion. Yes. She pointed to the plan on the left side of the desk. If we march according to the normal method, the main army will definitely be noticed by the devil beasts. What they can do after that depends on the ability of the commander. Due to the lack of this information, the advisor department directly assumed the worst-case scenario and concluded that the First Army could achieve its goal, but it would be defeated by the demons. About half of the 5,000 troops can escape. The witches aren't in great danger. As long as they don't take risks out of desperation, they should be able to return. This deduction is really harsh. Roland rubbed his forehead. Is there a logistical problem? Yes, Edith said without any hesitation. The supply route was attacked by the demons, so the First Army had to divide its troops to protect it. However, it was impossible to completely contain the demons. With the casualties day after day, the morale of the troops will suffer and the confidence of the front line will be affected. A week later, the attacks of the demons will become more difficult to predict, and the main army will start to attack the demons' camps. This can be said to be the simplest part of the battle. Your army successfully destroyed the demons' outpost, but the rear was on fire. Neverwinter? No, it was a real fire. The demons noticed the abnormal behavior of the misty forest and decided to set it on fire. This will destroy the safe passage built by Miss Leaf, and if the transport route is increased by 3 times, the First Army will completely lose supplies and thus lose the advantage of firepower. Therefore, they can only choose to break through the encirclement and retreat. Edith coughed twice. Of course, we may have set the number of demons to be a little high, but that's still uncertain. Judging from the urgency of their actions, I'm afraid they won't give up the outpost easily. Roland could not help but laugh. It's fine if there are a lot of demons, but which bastard came up with the idea of setting the forest on fire? Your Excellency, the light of dawn, Edith said slowly. But according to our analysis, as long as enough time passes, the probability of the demons finding something wrong with the misty forest will increase, so we can't rule out this possibility. Although Roland was mentally prepared, he was a little depressed to see such a pessimistic deduction for the first time. What about the second one? Don't tell me it's the same result. You've been busy all night just to tell me that it's impossible? However, he also knew that if he wanted to compete with the demons on the fertile plains, he would have to face the problem of land transportation sooner or later. If he could easily send ammunition and food to the frontline soldiers, why would he need to work overtime to build a railway? Oh? Roland raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. Since the tequila-devouring worm can dig a tunnel through the impassable mountain range, then the barbarian underground won't be a problem for them. Edith stretched out 2 fingers. As long as 2 worm carriers work in parallel, they can dig a tunnel big enough for carriages to pass through. I specifically asked Minister Carr about this. His conclusion is that although the mud can't support an underground palace like the one in the 3rd border town, as long as we can ensure a certain depth, it shouldn't be a problem for them to pass through. How do we advance? We'll move at the same time as the main force of the First Army. The tunnel entrance will be located in the center of the camp and will be taken out by a shaft. We can set up tents above it and disguise it as an ordinary camp area. What happens after we evacuate? Close the shaft and restore the surface soil, but leave a ventilation hole for the passage to let in the wind. How long will it take? It'll take about half a month longer than the usual march. However, under the harassment of the demons, it'll be difficult for us to move at the usual speed. The biggest weakness of the First Army will also disappear. Looking down from the sky, the army will look like a fist, which will definitely attract all the demons' attention. Roland could not help but curl up the corner of his mouth. It seemed that after a night of thinking, the plan was quite mature. Did you come up with this idea? Sort of, Edith said frankly. But it was the result of the cooperation of many departments. In addition to the Ministry of Construction, the Arithmetic Academy also participated in it, but they didn't know the specific content of the second plan. Should he say that she was indeed the pearl of the northern region? The most difficult thing about this plan was not that she had come up with an idea, but that she had used all the available resources. It would have been difficult for an ordinary person to consider the monster-like worm carrier. The Arithmetic Academy was a newly established academy less than a year ago. Usually, apart from stargazing, it would only receive tasks from Roland. Edith had already tried to use more professional personnel to calculate the efficiency of the passage supply. This extraordinary field of vision was truly delightful. Also, for some reason, he faintly felt that at this moment, Edith seemed to be more outstanding than before, as if she had shed a layer of cover. Good job, Roland encouraged. Let's implement this plan. Yes. The Pearl of the Northern Region paused for a moment. But I still have something to say. The second plan's result will still result in casualties, and the process will not be as easy as the Church's Battle of Coldwind Ridge. After all, the demons are the ones who have the upper hand. Before the First Army arrives at the destination, it's impossible for them to rely on the preset positions and blockhouses to defend themselves. So, you prefer to bide your time and wait for an opportunity? No, I prefer to bite this bone no matter what, she replied slowly. If the battle of divine will is really as cruel as the tequila people say, then a trial of blood and fire is absolutely necessary for the First Army. As for you, I always feel that you care too much about the lives of your soldiers, so much so that you have to consider every step carefully. But now that the enemy has been changed to an unknown demon, some things are beyond human control, so please be prepared. That's the feeling, Roland thought to himself. If it were in the past, she would not have said such words. If it were any other lord, it would have been considered offensive. Edith was so smart that she would not make such a low-level mistake on such a small detail. Is this a chain reaction from last time? But who cares? As long as she can serve me, everything else is irrelevant. I see. You may leave. Yes, Your Majesty. After Edith bowed and left, Nightingale appeared and said with a dissatisfied look, "Is it wrong to care about the safety of your subordinates? She's overstepping her bounds." "I don't think there's anything wrong with it," Roland said with a smile. "But everyone has their own ideas. Listen to both sides." But in his mind, he had another idea. The reason why he had to be as considerate as possible was that he could not afford any losses at present. These soldiers were not a mob of mercenaries and serfs. Almost every one of them could read and write, not to mention that some of the officers also had the ability to look at pictures and make reports. If they could reduce their losses, they would do their utmost to do so. When Nightingale was about to say something, the sigil of listening hanging on her chest suddenly glowed red. Roland's heart suddenly sank. Did the demons make a new move? The transmission time was very short. She almost immediately replied with her hand pressed on her chest, "No, it's good news. The third batch of witches from Sleeping Island is expected to arrive in Neverwinter tomorrow evening. The leader is Lady Camilla Derry." So it was Tilly who sent the message through magic power. Roland breathed a sigh of relief. "Go and tell Vendy to welcome them according to the reception standards of the first two batches. This should be the last batch of migrants, which accounted for almost half of the total number of witches on Sleeping Island." Now that the framework of sleeping spell had been established, he could rest assured that Vendy would be in charge of the statistics and the recruitment process. As for the rest of the witches, he believed that as time passed, they would sooner or later accept the fact that the Kingdom of Grey Castle had become a new one. No problem. Nightingale seemed to have forgotten about the Pearl of the Northern region. When she was about to escape into the mist, Roland suddenly called her. "Wait, the leader is Camilla? The witch who is going to go to the ceiling with Joan?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Let me think." Roland pondered for a moment. Didn't the previous situation deduction say that the demons always took the initiative? Maybe I can reduce the opponent's mobility advantage a little. Are the two related?" Nightingale asked with a blank face. "I'm not sure yet, but I have to try," Roland said with interest. "When Camilla arrives, I need to talk to her in person." After entering the western region along the Redwater River, both sides of the river gradually turned brownish yellow, which was the color of harvested straw mixed with soil. Judging from the thickness of the straw, this year was another bumper harvest. Andrea stood at the bow of the boat and took a deep breath in the cool autumn wind. The sun-baked farmland exuded a unique smell, which made her feel inexplicably relaxed and satisfied. She did not know whether it was the aftertaste of the bumper harvest or the anticipation of going home. Perhaps it was both. "Don't they collect these things?" A curious voice suddenly came from behind. "They're obviously good kindling." Andrea turned around and found that the person who had spoken was a god's punishment which named Carol. "You know this?" When she was a child, she had asked her father similar questions, such as why farmers collected the harvested straw and tied them into hills. At that time, her father had answered that it was to make a living. At that time, she did not fully understand it. It was not until she was sent out of the city of Glow and went through a wandering journey that she realized the weight of the word life. However, Andrea did not expect to hear this question from the tequila survivors again. "Why? Shouldn't I know?" Carol blinked with a smile. "No, I didn't mean that," Andrea said with slight embarrassment. "I thought you ancient witches never cared about these trivial things. Because there were mortals taking care of everything?" Carol leaned against the railing. In fact, I was no different from those mortals before. Andrea could not help but feel a little surprised. How come? Although there are essential differences between witches and mortals, how could the Union invest too much energy on weak witches? Unlike Phyllis and the others, my ability and magic power were at the lowest level after my awakening, so I was of no help to the tequila. Therefore, I was almost forgotten by the Union in the later stages of the war. She looked at the rolling waves of the river as if she was staring at her past self. During those days when I lost my subsidy, I lived with a group of mortals. After the city was breached, I relied on them to survive until the end. But in the battle in the Kingdom of Dawn, you didn't act like a non-combat witch at all. Even Ashes, an extraordinaire, might not be a match for her. Hundreds of years of training is enough to change everything. Carol spread out her hands and slowly clenched them. In fact, compared to my companions, I even feel a little lucky to become a god's punishment witch. At least it made me stronger, no longer ignored by others, and I have the ability to do something for everyone. Now that I met His Majesty, it's more like a reward. Andrea suddenly realized that Carol might not be talking to her for no reason. Why? Are you telling me this? Carol raised her head. Because I envy you. Andrea was stunned and looked at the god's punishment witch. With your ability, even in the era of the Union, you were a powerful combat witch. You've already awakened at such a young age, so you'll be one of the top tequila witches, the god's punishment witch said casually. You know what? At that time, my biggest desire was to join the Blessed Army and get Lady Natalia's blessing before the battle. You could easily achieve that. Now I've lost the possibility of becoming stronger, but you're still far from your limit. Carol paused for a moment. Although the more powerful you are, the more challenges you will encounter, and you will encounter many setbacks. Don't forget that no matter how bad your situation is, you will already be envied. Hearing this, Andrea suddenly understood. Carol was trying to comfort her. Faced with her father's belated apology, as well as saying goodbye to her childhood playmates and embarking on her return journey alone, she had indeed been exceptionally depressed for a period of time. It was only when she was getting closer to Princess Tilly that she gradually adjusted her mood. The god's punishment witches had obviously noticed this, so they chose to share their past experiences with her at this time. Yes, these twists and turns were nothing to the tequila survivors. As a witch, what she had gained was indeed much more than what she had lost. Thank you, Andrea said softly after a moment of silence. Carol shook her head. I'm just telling the truth. Then she straightened up and turned to walk toward the cabin. By the way, the question you asked before, Andrea said loudly to Carol's back. Stuffing the straw into the soil should be to fertilize the fields. After all, Neverwinter doesn't need it to make fire anymore. The god's punishment which did not look back but made a I understand gesture. Andrea could not help but smile. She turned to the direction of Neverwinter, and the expectation in her heart grew stronger. What is Princess Tilly doing now? Ashes must be around her. Xavi must miss her so much. I'll play cards all night to satisfy my craving. And the last time when I traveled with Lorger, Maggie specially helped me inform them in advance. At this moment, she should still be wandering in the barren land with Lightning, monitoring every move of the demons. Coo! A soft cry came from the sky. Is this an illusion? She seemed to have heard Maggie's cry. As soon as Andrea raised her head, she saw a sturdy pigeon descending from the sky and slapping her in the face. It's true. Except for Maggie, she could not find such a strong pigeon. Ahem, you've become heavier again. Andrea plucked the pigeon and spat out the feather in its mouth. Where are the demons in the northwest? Don't tell me you're slacking again. No, Coo. Maggie argued. His Majesty asked me to take you back, Coo. But I'll be there soon. I don't know, but I'm definitely not slacking. Maggie jumped onto the deck and transformed into a devil beast. The bow of the ship suddenly sank. Hurry up, they're already waiting for you, Coo. Afraid that the ship would capsize in the river, Andrea hurriedly climbed onto Maggie's back. Wait, who? Are they? Countess Spear and Lady Camilla, Coo. Maggie spread her wings and carried her to Neverwinter. The next meeting was not in the witch building or Roland's castle. An hour later, Maggie brought Andrea to the border city wall. Besides Spear Passy and Camilla Derry, Anna, Sylvie, Lightning, and Summer were also waiting for her on the grassland. His Majesty was also there. You asked her to take me back just to test the new weapon? After listening to Roland's explanation, Andrea could not help but put her hand on her forehead. Even if she didn't come, I could still arrive at the river dock tonight. But we can't afford to waste even a day. Roland briefly explained the news of the demon's movements. The First Army will set off tomorrow. Before we reach the entrance of the tunnel, we must adjust this weapon specially made for you to a usable state. Is that so? Andrea frowned slightly. The demons always gave people a sense of impatience. There was still some time before the appearance of the bloody moon, but they seemed a little too active. However, any movement of the demons could not be treated as a trivial matter. It seemed that the all-night card game would have to be postponed temporarily. I see. She turned her head and looked at a strange gun in the crowd. It was too big to call it a gun. The barrel alone was as long as an adult. It did not look like a weapon that could be carried by a person in a march. If it was specially made for ashes, it might be possible. What the hell is this weapon? According to Sylvie's intelligence, the demon reconnaissance team usually consisted of 2 mad demons and 3 devil beasts, and they would fly back and forth in the surveillance area at a certain frequency. There were overlaps between each team, which was similar to the Wall of Eagles in the future. Due to the visual advantage of aerial units, the army would definitely be discovered as soon as they entered the reconnaissance area. What Roland planned to do was to open up a no-fly zone in the sky, a blind spot. At present, it was certain that the mad demons had neither a radar system nor instantaneous calling technology. As long as they did not blow the horn, the disappearance of a small team would not attract any attention. The devil beasts that carried the red mist canisters could enhance the patrol ability of the team, but it would also take a long time for the information to return. By the time the enemy realized that the devil beasts had died, they would most likely have to wait until the night when they returned to their nest. Even so, it was not easy for the demons to immediately locate the attacker without knowing the exact location of the loss. Moreover, the First Army could march at night even though the reconnaissance team could not move at night. As long as the blind spot was built in a reasonable order, it would buy time for the army, which would also weaken the enemy's mobility. Roland did not expect to completely stop the absolute hand. Even if he could delay it for 2 or 3 days, it would still be of great help to the army. After all, the earlier he arrived at the artillery site, the higher his chance of winning. And the anti-Devil Beast sniper rifle was the product of his high hopes. In fact, it was not exactly a gun. In order to ensure long-range lethality and ballistic stability, the caliber was set at 20 mm, which was the dividing line between a gun and a cannon. As for why it was not bigger, it was because Andrea's ability had a distinct feature: it could only be used by hand. This had been tested during the artillery training. Once she let go of the barrel, the soldiers would not be able to fire no matter how hard they tried to adjust. But to forcibly fire under the recoil of the cannon, it would be strange if Tilly did not get angry. However, the name sniper cannon was too awkward, so Roland decided to call it a gun. The new weapon itself did not have any advanced technology. Its structure was much simpler than that of the Mark I HMG, with air conduction recoil, semi-automatic firing, magazine feeding. The only extra part was a muzzle brake to reduce the recoil, which was also used on the main guns of shallow water gunships. It only took 2 days to make it. 1.5 days were spent on selecting materials and post-processing. Lucia had formulated the alloy, Anna had cut it into shape, Candle had solidified it into shape, and Doris had demonized it. With the help of several witches, this weapon could definitely be considered a legendary creation in terms of quality. Not to mention the material and processing precision, as long as the solidification effect existed, the barrel of the sniper rifle would not deform under the high temperature of the gas and the tremendous pressure. This was also the key factor to ensure continuous accurate shooting. Is this a sniper rifle? Andrea looked at it for a while and soon found something wrong. Where's its scope? She asked. No. Roland shrugged. No? She was stunned. I can't hit a target that I can't see. And a normal scope can't play its role, so you need 3 other people to help you, Roland said and looked at Sylvie, Spear, and Camilla. You mean, let Miss Camilla connect me and Sylvie together, and the Countess will be responsible for replenishing magic power? Andrea finally understood what Maggie meant when she said they're waiting for you. Although I don't want to leave Fallen Dragon Ridge at all. Achoo. But for the sake of His Majesty's sincere invitation, I can only reluctantly agree, Countess Spear said, pretending to be helpless. Countess Spear pretended to be helpless. But next time, I hope to inform you in advance, instead of letting Miss Maggie fly me around. I'm old, and my body isn't as healthy as it used to be. I still haven't recovered from the wind. Roland silently rolled his eyes. She had drunk Lily's purifying water and asked him for the next batch of support for City Hall students, but she made it sound like she was doing it for free. After all, he was a regular in politics for many years and was used to acting pitiful. Camilla's reaction was much simpler. Her Highness Tilly wants me to do my best. But I'm not sure if my ability will still work under the observation of the Eye of Magic. Andrea had never considered such a problem before, as the range of throwing stones and arrows was much smaller than the visual range. That's why it's necessary to try, Roland said. Then, let's begin. Carter Lannis paced nervously outside the bedroom door. He had rarely felt so uneasy in his life. No matter how she thought about it, apart from the moment when His Majesty approached the witch Anna without any warning, today was the second. His wife, May, was about to give birth. Just as she said, her status is the same as His Majesty's, Carter thought self-mockingly. Show some courage. Look at what you've become. Isn't it just giving birth to a child? Nana and Lily are here, and the medical center has sent several female nurses. What problem can there be? Even if it's a difficult birth, according to His Majesty, we can cut open the belly and take out the baby, which will save the lives of both of us. But soon after this idea came to him, he was shaken again. Can a person really give birth by cutting open the belly? That's terrible. No, no, no. I hope it's normal. Bastard, how dare you doubt His Majesty's knowledge, but I've never heard of anyone giving birth like this. The two voices argued in the Chief Knight's mind, which almost made his head explode. Don't worry, Your Excellency, Irene comforted him. Sister May will definitely make it, because she's the strongest person I've ever met. The other members of the Star Flower Troupe who came to visit also nodded. Thank you. Although Carter said that, the worry in his heart did not lessen at all. He felt a thin layer of sweat on his forehead as he struggled with all sorts of thoughts. Suddenly, there was a storm of cheers outside the window. He walked to the window and saw that under the cheers of countless people, a group of people wearing new military uniforms slowly walked through the long street, advancing towards the border wall. The brown and green fabric looked messy, but on these soldiers, they gave off a sense of steadiness that was as solid as a rock. The entire army was like a flowing land. Is today the day of the expedition? Carter could not help but ask. Yes, my husband is also in it. Irene smiled reluctantly, but full of pride. He's been looking forward to this revenge battle for a long time. Revenge? He asked. Subconsciously. Yes. To comfort those who died in the hands of the demons. That's what he told me. The former Star Knight would now fight for those ordinary people. The ideal country that His Majesty had mentioned in the past was now becoming a reality. He should have been one of them, and even the first person to fight for His Majesty. But he was getting further and further away from it. For a moment, annoyance replaced the conflict in his mind, and he was a little distracted. Until a childish cry came from the bedroom door. In an instant, all his thoughts became blank. His body reacted faster than his brain. When he came to his senses, he had already pushed open the door and rushed to the bedside. A wrinkled baby was crying beside May's pillow, and the nurses were methodically dealing with the aftermath. Congratulations, sir. It's a very healthy boy, someone said with a smile. Is it? Carr moved step by step to the head of the bed and knelt on one knee. He looked at May, who was sweating under the candlelight. For a moment, he was stunned. The endless cheers mixed with the cries of the children, like an ensemble celebrating the birth of a new child. May opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she was so weak that she could barely make a sound. But Carter still understood what she wanted to say. At that moment, a warm feeling welled up in his eyes. Northwest of Neverwinter, in the hinterland of the misty forest, Snaketooth felt that the past 1.5 months since he joined the railway construction team had been the most incredible period of his life. No. He thought, most was not the right word to describe it. Every once in a while, he would see something incredible. It was as if he had never really known Neverwinter. Snaketooth finally understood why all the workers here had to sign a confidentiality agreement. The agreement required them not to tell anyone about what they saw. It was a crime against the law of the kingdom to report or record what they saw. The lightest punishment would be a fine, confiscation of income, or even forced labor in the North Slope mine. The agreement also emphasized that those who were unwilling to abide by it could quit the construction team, but no one could escape the omnipresent law. The Kingdom Security Bureau was in charge of the inspection, and no one could escape the omnipresent law. Snaketooth had once disapproved of the agreement. It was possible to be caught writing, but how could the oral report be flawless? If he could be arrested for every report, the project would not be able to proceed. But now, he had a completely different view. How many secrets were hidden in the city of Neverwinter under His Majesty's control? It might be far beyond his imagination. Perhaps, in a place that most people could not see, there was an astonishing power surging. What impressed him the most was the witches. Paper was also a witch, but in his eyes, she had always been someone who needed protection. He did not take it seriously when the church claimed that witches were evil people who had inherited the power of the demon. If they were really so powerful, why were they hunted by the church and did not even dare to show their faces? But this idea was changed by a witch named Lady Leaf. Snaketooth had never thought that someone could control the entire forest by herself. The construction team did not seem to enter the misty forest, but the belly of a wild beast. This was especially obvious when they were laying the railway. The vines formed a continuous net above the roadbed, and the rails were wrapped and dragged forward. When they reached the designated place, they dropped to the ground like fruits on vines. Wherever the railway was built, the trees on both sides would automatically separate, saving the effort of cutting down trees. At the same time, the canopy of the surrounding trees would be particularly dense, blocking the entire sky to avoid attracting the attention of the demons. Other than that, the forest could also actively attack the beasts that approached the construction team. If one day they could get a bowl of fresh meat soup, it must be some blind beast that trespassed into Lady Leaf's territory. Snaketooth was fortunate enough to have seen her once, but he was not sure whether Lady Leaf was still a human. Her entire body was a strange green color, and from afar, she looked like a gem. Moreover, it seemed to have no physical body when it moved, and it could freely move through the branches. In the past, he would have screamed in fright. With her ghostly movements and unimaginable appearance, it was not surprising that people would accuse her of being the devil's minions. At the time, the only thought in his mind was, thank goodness paper isn't like this. However, Snaketooth didn't hate her at all. Instead, he admired her from the bottom of his heart. His Majesty had said at the award and honor ceremony that it was thanks to the witch Leaf that he was able to feed everyone in Neverwinter. Every person who was freed from hunger and hardship was a beneficiary of her ability. Just based on this achievement, Leaf should be remembered forever. Snaketooth was naturally one of the beneficiaries. Apart from the witches, the other discovery was probably his personal secret. It happened after the First Army entered the misty forest. Ever since the demons attacked Neverwinter, the call for a counterattack had become louder and louder. Even in the barbarian land, the workers were also discussing this issue. He was not surprised by the arrival of this day. Every day, a large number of soldiers went to the front. Obviously, His Majesty was going to take action. Unlike the cavaliers he had seen before, most of the soldiers on the expedition were acquaintances of the neighborhood, acquaintances of this or that, so that whenever an army passed by, the workmen lined the streets to welcome it, and the scene was very lively. He had thought that building a railway far away from the border would be a cold and dangerous chore, but it was not the case at all. Snaketooth, on the other hand, was much less experienced in this aspect. Therefore, he preferred to watch the train alone, and even climbed up to touch it when it stopped. However, what happened to him 2 weeks ago was horrifying. It was a locomotive with 6 carriages. It stopped at the section that he was responsible for building, which was the latest end of the railway. There were 2 huge objects piled on the roofless flatbed. One of them was more than 20 meters long and covered with a layer of canvas, so he could not tell what it was. This was normal. If the goods had nothing to do with the construction team, then they must be military supplies. He did not intend to find out what they were. However, Snaketooth had a stomachache that day. When he ran out of the tent in the middle of the night to find a place to relieve himself, he was shocked to see the canvas wriggle. Several warriors, who were obviously dressed differently from the soldiers of the First Army, untied the ropes that fastened the canvas, and a strong soft monster climbed out of it. However, what was even more shocking was that the monster actually spoke the human language, and its voice was actually quite pleasant to listen to. The first sentence was, "I'm hungry. Do you have food?" At that moment, Snaketooth felt his hair stand on end. He could almost imagine the warrior's cold reply, "Ah, yes. All the workers in this camp are food. Eat as much as you want." But it did not happen. The warriors hugged it affectionately, and then carried out ham, vegetables, and bread from the last carriage. All of them were packed in barrels as tall as a man. The 2 worms gobbled up the food and then disappeared into the depths of the forest with the warriors. Snaketooth did not even dare to breathe. He hid behind a tree until the footsteps faded away. When he was sure that they had left, his pants were already soaked with sweat. 2 days later, a strange station was built beside the railway. It was an arched building made of cement and bricks, and inside it was a bottomless hole. Although the workers went in and out, no one knew where it led to. Several steam engines were set up on both sides of the hole, constantly blowing air into it. It looked strange no matter how he looked at it. Snaketooth also kept this matter firmly in his heart. Snaketooth had thought that he would be scared and want to quit the railway construction team, but he recovered faster than he had imagined. This was an exciting life. This was the true face of Neverwinter. When he said goodbye to his companions and first came to the forest, he always felt like a bunch of rootless duckweeds, especially when his fellow workers received letters from their families and happily shared them with him. But gradually, he was attracted by all kinds of novel things, such as the perfectly connected smooth railway, the beautiful singing of the forest, the giant desert wolf that could appear and disappear mysteriously but would not be attacked by Lady Leaf, and the man who always came here to pray on certain days. He could not help but feel that he was getting closer to the unknown side of Neverwinter, and that he was gradually becoming one with the city. Snaketooth wanted to keep all these things in mind and wait to tell his friends one day. There was no better proof that he was an old citizen than knowing a city well. Even if he did not have many familiar neighbors, no one could deny it. The term of the confidentiality agreement was only 5 years. 2 weeks after the counterattack plan, named Operation Pinnacle, Roland received a report from Lightning, a scout from the front line. The First Army had successfully completed the first step of the plan and gathered at the Forest No. 2 turning point in the Misty Forest. The turning point was named after the railway mileage marking method. The first half was the planned regional station, and the second half was the revised distance. In other words, the turning point was 1 kilometer and 760 meters ahead of the No. 2 forest track station. The advantage of this marking method was that Roland could accurately see the army's movement path on the big map. It was also the end of the track. From here, the First Army would move on to the second step of the battle, leaving the Misty Forest and marching to the northeast of the barbarian land without Leaf's protection. Whether or not they could destroy the demon's outpost depended on whether or not they could take this step well. As long as the Longsong cannons and machine guns were set up, the First Army would be able to resume the rhythm of the battle. "I see." Roland drew a line at the turning point. "What about the demons? Did they respond?" The sigil of listening replied in a rustling voice. "Sylvie said that they didn't respond at the moment. They're still concentrating on building their outpost. Several blackstone pillars have been set up. In addition, a red line appeared behind the outpost. The general staff thinks that the number of those long-legged monsters is limited." This was good news. Agatha once said that the only thing that prevented the demons from destroying human beings was the red mist. If they could find a way to break through this limitation by the third battle of Divine Will, it would be bad news for everyone. Not to mention other things, the devil beast's extraordinary mobility and the senior demon's amazing fighting strength would make the long border of the four kingdoms almost defenseless. Roland now knew that the stone pillars in the outpost were not the same as the legendary Blackstone Pagoda, although they had many similarities. The former could store the red mist and slowly release it to form a special mist environment for the demons to absorb. In such an environment, the demons' functions and self-healing abilities would be improved, which meant that they were fighting on their home ground. The stone pillar had an amplification effect. It could use one portion of red mist as two portions, but it would still consume its reserves. The Blackrock Tower, on the other hand, could generate red mist on its own. It covered a much larger area and was basically the core of the demon city. In addition, the stone pillars could not be used as soon as they were transported. According to the ancient witch's information, there was a difference between a dead and a living one. Generally, they had to be planted and cultivated for about a month before they could secrete mist clouds. Before that, it could only be used as an enlarged version of the red mist can. Sylvie's observation gave him a little more confidence. No one wanted their opponent to run back home to recuperate for a few days after being injured, and then charge back at them full of vigor with a bunch of reinforcements at the same time. According to the current construction speed, the First Army should be able to attack the stone pillars before they recover. Since that's the case, continue your investigation. Let me know if there's anything new. Remember to put safety first no matter what. Lightning understands. Then, the light from the sigil of listening was extinguished. Roland picked up a ruler and measured it on the map. If everything went according to plan, the First Army would enter the demon scouting circle in 6 days, which was the arrival of autumn. For people who were used to fighting on land, this would be a tough challenge. Why, are you worried? Nightingale put away the sigil and said, "Didn't the test result of the new weapon go well?" But it was a test after all. No one knows what will happen in the war before they experience it. Roland spread out his hands and said, "Besides, when Sylvie focuses all her attention on the sky, the First Army can only rely on themselves to set up the defense. To be able to hit a balloon that's drifting in the wind from 5 kilometers away is already incredible. Andrea will definitely not let this weapon down." Nightingale smiled. "As for Sylvie, there's still Lightning and Maggie. Didn't the First Army always do this?" Roland could not help but raise his eyebrows. "When did you become so good at comforting people?" "I'm telling the truth." Nightingale whistled. "Of course, I'm also very eloquent. Back then, all the nobles who came to my door were convinced by me." That's a blatant threat." "Ahem, you're right." Roland twitched his mouth. "I'm going to take a nap in the office. Don't wake me up if there's no urgent news." Nightingale seemed to realize something. "Here? Don't we need to inform the Tequila Witches?" "No," Roland nodded. "Don't even let them get close to the castle." "I understand." She agreed. "Don't worry. I'll watch over them. No one will walk into the light beam." Roland rarely took naps unless he was extremely tired or for some special reason. For example, this time. It had been a month since he last talked to Garcia in the dream world. It was time for her to return from the headquarters. According to the agreement, she would bring back a book that was written half a century ago and mentioned the Battle of Divine Will. For some reason, Roland always felt that it was better not to let the tequila survivors know about it for the time being. No matter what he found in the book, he would be able to remain calm and unperturbed, while the witches who regarded the divine will as their destiny were unable to do so. Now that the war was coming, it was better to have fewer accidents. At this moment, the dream world was more like a switch in his mind. As long as he thought about it, he could fall asleep in just a few minutes, which saved him the pain of tossing and turning. After Zero went to school, Roland could not wait to pick up the phone. "Hello? Did you get the book? If I say no, will you be disappointed and even want to smash your phone?" Garcia's familiar sarcastic voice came through the phone. "Please, you reminded me 3 days ago. I'm not forgetful, and I'm not as untrustworthy as someone." Roland was relieved. "No, I need to support my family. I can't afford it." "Support your family? Is the basic salary of a martialist not enough for you?" "Hey. You're not on the wrong path, are you? What are you thinking? Roland thought to himself. He was obviously raising a group of gluttons who had lived for hundreds of years. I have to say, although we're familiar, and then you want to sue me for slander? It's a new era now. Please don't use such an old-fashioned joke, okay? Garcia interrupted. Roland almost choked. Being ridiculed by the ancients was the most deadly. He went straight to the point. Okay, where's the book? When they walked into number 0827, Garcia seemed to have just taken a bath. She was wearing a red and white martial arts robe instead of her sportswear. Her cheeks were still rosy from soaking in hot water. Coupled with her excellent appearance inherited from the Wimbledon family and her wet, shoulder-length gray hair, Garcia was a sight to behold. Would you like something to drink? She swirled the glass in her hand. He remembered the first time he came to her house, she still had a cold and distant expression on her face. Of course, it wasn't any gentler now. No, thanks, Roland said curiously. Do you have a match today? Have you ever seen an athlete change his clothes at home? Keeping warm before a match is one of the most important preparations for the athletes. Garcia poured herself a glass of milk and sat down opposite him. No matter how shabby the stadium is, there's always a locker room. Sometimes I wonder if your common sense has been eroded. Haha. Roland laughed awkwardly. I thought martialists were special. In the eyes of the public, it's no different from other sports, except that the process is more exciting and the prize is more generous. She shrugged. I wear this training robe because I need to use my influence as a martialist. Oh? Are you going to shoot a commercial? I'm going to protest. Garcia said grumpily. Don't you read the newspaper? The Clover Group is going to tear down the wall on North Tube Street today. If we don't stop them, their next target will be the tube-shaped apartment. By then, your home will be in ruins. He had almost forgotten about this. Then. I wish you all the best. You. I'm a newbie who hasn't participated in a single match. I have zero fame and don't even have a trial robe. Roland pretended to be regretful. Even if I go, I won't be of much use. You can do anything, understand? Garcia pulled out a list from the tea table and slammed it in front of him. Look at the list. How many of them are martialists? They're all residents of the apartment, but they're still willing to protest with me. If we choose not to speak up because we are not famous, then everyone will ignore our existence. Looking at Garcia's stubborn face, Roland couldn't help but feel a little touched. Whether it was in the face of the invasion of the otherworld or ordinary life, this seemingly cold woman was actually more passionate than most people. Does she lack a place to live? Of course not. She was the daughter of a great family, a famous martialist, and a master of the force of nature. All of these factors were enough for her to easily buy a house in the city center. What she did was not for herself, but for the other residents in this old neighborhood. Most of them were ordinary people who received a meager salary every month, but could enjoy the benefits of the surrounding developed facilities. Once they were moved to the new suburbs, the quality of life would undoubtedly drop by several levels. Although he knew that these were all illusions associated with the dream world and that the residents in the apartment were all defeated people whose souls had been devoured by Zero, he was not sure if his original idea was correct as the world gradually changed in an unknown direction. In a sense, the indistinguishable illusions were no different from reality. For example, it was difficult for him to regard the radiant woman in front of him as an illusory shell. The longer he stayed in the dream world, the stronger this feeling became. Anyway, since he had brought the book back, he could just take it as a thank you gift and accompany her to walk around. When Roland was about to agree, he suddenly saw a familiar name on the list, Baralatzim. That was the name of the resident of Unit 0510, the demon. Among all the information collected by the Tequila Witches, this long string of characters was particularly eye-catching. Roland glanced at it and did not miss this message. Roland's heart skipped a beat. The demon's name on the list meant that it would also leave the apartment and participate in the protest together with the martialist. It seemed to be an excellent opportunity to peek into the memory fragments of the demon. Ahem, I have an appointment with someone else in the afternoon. So I can only support you in spirit. He averted his eyes and pretended not to see the expectant look in her eyes. If it had been an ordinary person, he would have exchanged the right to read the book for the support, but Garcia did not do so. She just stood up angrily and said, "I should have known that talking to you would be a waste of my breath." Then she quickly walked into the inner room and came out holding an old red book. At first, it seemed that she was going to smash the book in front of him, but in the end, she put it down gently because she did not want to. "This is the book that my master always mentioned. Now that you've got it, you can go now." Roland casually flipped the cover and found that there was no name in the column of the author, only the word unknown. Does no one know who wrote this book? Why would it be unknown if they knew? Garcia replied stiffly. Among the many books collected by the association, the most famous thing about this book is not the content, but the person who wrote it. I heard that the person died before he finished writing, and the association couldn't find any records about him. He died while writing? Roland was stunned. Did he die of a sudden disease? He had wanted to have a private chat with her. Half a century was not far away, and if he was lucky, the author should still be alive. But even if he was dead, there should be some news about him. At that time, the file system had been popularized, not to mention that the author was a martialist who had awakened the force of nature. There seemed to be something wrong with this. "What, are you afraid?" Garcia laughed at him. "Are you thinking of those cursed ghost stories? Don't worry, at least there's no evidence that anyone who has read it will die, or else I wouldn't have recommended you to be a martialist. Of course, if you don't dare to read it, I won't make fun of you, let alone publicize it." "No, you definitely will." Roland picked up the book and nodded to her. "Thank you." "Humph." Garcia turned her head away and did not reply. Returning to 0825 as fast as he could, Roland locked the door from the inside as soon as possible. The protest would officially start in the afternoon, so he still had several hours to satisfy his curiosity. The title of the book was just as Garcia had said, The Raison d'être. The cover of the book was made of red craft paper, which seemed to be wrapped in a thin piece of wood, so it looked very solid. Roland had thought that since it was related to God, the content must be mysterious and difficult to understand. Unexpectedly, when he turned to the first page, his eyes were attracted by the neat and beautiful handwriting. On the right were words and sentences, and on the left were photos or abstracts with serial numbers. The two matched each other very accurately, as if this was not a book of predictions, but a rigorous thesis. Most of the photos were yellowed, and the abstracts were basically from newspapers and magazines. Today, with the popularization of the internet, it was very difficult to see handwritten documents and illustrations made with scissors and glue. The entire book exuded an old-fashioned atmosphere, but the content was surprisingly smooth and easy to understand. There was no sense of estrangement when reading it. Roland's heart sank. This opening was similar to the last words of the fugitives from the Union, "Mortals could not defeat demons." Through the handwriting, he could even vaguely feel the author's pessimism and despair. The world is so distorted, but we don't notice it at all. Knowing that the force of nature comes from the erosion of loopholes, most of our kind still regard it as a gift from God, just because it can bring extraordinary. Extraordinary makes us feel lucky to be a part of it, but it also blinds us. It's time to wake up. Although I don't know if everything is too late. The short opening made Roland's eyelids twitch. As the creator of the dream world, he always felt that these words had a hidden meaning. Did someone find out that the world was just an illusory dream and wanted everyone to wake up as soon as possible? The problem was that he could still return to reality after waking up, but where could these people go? As for the description of the force of nature, he felt the same way. The pleasure of becoming an extraordinary was even stronger than holding the power. It was difficult for ordinary people to associate the power they had with disasters. Even if they knew the truth, they would resist thinking about it because they were reluctant to let it go. In the next dozens of pages, the book did not explain the conclusion of the opening, but changed the direction, why only human beings could use the force of nature. The content of the photos and the abstract was basically some modern scientific experiments and archaeological discoveries. The description also returned to the theme of the book. Too much evidence shows that intelligence is not the key to awakening. In the long history of the world, there have been both demented fallen evils and natural martialists. Apart from the intelligence that we are proud of, we are essentially no different from other animals. Our genes are highly similar, and we all have the same origin. In the face of erosion, we should be as inseparable as cold-blooded reptiles basking in the sun. Whether it is frogs, snakes, or lizards, the warm sun will treat them the same, but why is the force of nature different? Is it because human beings are the lucky ones on the road of evolution? As soon as this idea came to Roland, he found that the author seemed to have guessed his thoughts. Most people will use the lucky ones as an excuse, just like the geocentric theory in the past, but in fact, the Earth is not the center of the universe, and human beings are not the only species that can use the force of nature. Looking at history, we can see that the records of civilization always show a gap in development. For example, in the myths that have been passed down to this day, most of the descriptions of supernatural powers are concentrated in the period of 2,000 years ago, far later than the time when humans learned to record. It was as if we were suddenly enlightened and possessed unimaginable power. The descriptions of the enemies also increased correspondingly. There were demons, ancient beasts, monsters, and mutants. They all looked different, but they had one thing in common: mortals were utterly defeated in front of them. Only awakened heroes could fight against them. Although there is no direct evidence, I still believe that those aliens were not created out of thin air by the ancients, but a species that really existed. Their abilities are no different from ours, which is why the myths of that period are so vivid. At this point, some people might think that even the Archean mosquitoes could preserve their corpses in amber, but they didn't. This is too far-fetched. But on the other hand, it is because they disappeared so completely that it is even more strange, isn't it? There are so many unimaginable ruins in the world, many of which are completely opposite to the living habits of humans, and some of which are not even possible for people of that era. But we stubbornly divide them according to which branch of civilization they belong to, and give all the credit to the local aborigines. This is really overestimating ourselves. In order to find the answer, I visited those ruins one by one. During this journey, I made some surprising discoveries. Although those aliens did not leave behind bones or hair, the marks carved on the stone would not disappear. In a secret room in the ruins of a volcano, through the carvings on the wall, I saw the past of a civilization. Turning to this page, Roland could already confirm that this was indeed a book created in the dream world. He had never seen the ancient buildings in the black and white photos. More importantly, the volcanic ruins mentioned by the martialist at the end were quite similar to the style of the demon's Blackrock Tower. It was not a coincidence that they obtained the power of nature and then became enemies with humans. This was like a meeting arranged by God, and they regarded defeating their opponents as a reward for the power bestowed by God. I know it is difficult to describe the specific content of the carvings with words alone, but I can feel it. If humans can learn their language, I think the most suitable word is probably the battle of divine will. Is this the place that Lon was referring to? Roland licked his slightly dry lips and continued to read. But this is not what I want to say. If they obtained power just for a war, then it would have ended long ago. No matter what God is, it has nothing to do with humans. However, some things are worse than we think. According to the description on the carvings, it is not the first time they have done this. The handwriting on the page gradually became less neat, and the number of ink spots and emotional words increased, as if the writer was also hesitating whether to continue writing. These aliens did not originally live on the same planet as us. The outbreak of the war caused a great change in their environment, but they were prepared for it. It was not as simple as degenerating from a forest into a desert, nor was it as gradual as the transformation of nomads into an agricultural civilization. Damn, I do not know how to express this part of the content. To use a perhaps not so appropriate example, such a change is like an atomic transition. Before obtaining energy, it is at a level, and after obtaining energy, it will jump to a higher level. There is no process in between, and there is no intermediate level. It is like teleporting to a higher level in the blink of an eye. To be honest, I do not care how many changes they have experienced, but the problem is, now that they no longer exist, why is the erosion and awakening still continuing? Or, the battle of divine will is not over at all? The more I think about this question, the more frightened I am. What kind of world are we living in? Are the fallen evils really just martialists tempted by power? I feel myself being sucked into a whirlpool. If the answer is no, then what are we facing? The so-called gifts and rewards are all lies. The only difference is that it has changed. The words came to an abrupt end, leaving only a long series of scratches, as if the writer had suddenly lost all his strength and let the pen in his hand fall to the ground. Does no one know who wrote this book? Why did he write it as unknown if he knew? It was said that the writer died before he finished writing it, and the association could not find any record of him. Thinking of the previous conversation, Roland could not help but feel a chill from the soles of his feet. Not to mention, too many parts of this book were filled with a strange atmosphere. Although it was clearly about the dream world, it always gave him a sense of déjà vu. He could not wait to take out his phone and wanted to call Xianxia. In any case, there were too many questions in his mind that he needed her to answer. Just then, his elbow accidentally knocked over the book on the table, and a piece of red paper slid out of it. Roland was stunned for a moment, then he bent down to pick it up. There were 2 rows of small words written on it. The day the divine will appears, the appointed time to meet. Beep. Beep. While he was still in a daze, the call was connected. Hello? Why is it you again? The voice on the other end sounded very impatient. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm going out now. Roland shook his head and forced himself to concentrate. It's like this. I just read this book, and its content is really scary, right? Xianxia seemed to have expected his reaction. People who read it for the first time are usually like this. But after all, it's fictitious. You won't think about it after a good night's sleep. Fictitious? Roland frowned. What do you mean? Literally. A mocking laugh came from the other end of the phone. The Martialist Association investigated the volcanic ruins claimed by the author and found that it was swallowed by magma 200 years ago. It was an active volcano. Although it had never erupted, it had never completely subsided for tens of thousands of years. Unless he could predict the future, or live for 2 centuries, and was not afraid of high temperature and thick smoke. Xianxia's answer surprised him. After a long pause, he asked, so the content in the book was all made up by him? I don't know if it's true or not. I've never been interested in archaeology. Master also said that if he hadn't worn the clothes of a martialist and died in the association's library, this book wouldn't have been included. But the association didn't know his identity. That's why the author is more famous than the book. This is also an unsolved mystery of the association. But don't think that you can figure it out by yourself. I heard from my master that the higher-ups searched the entire archives for this matter, but in the end they still didn't find anything, Xianxia replied. Anyway, that's all about the rumors about this book. Are you done? I'm going to hang up. No, wait. Roland said hurriedly. After you got this book, did you read it again? He wanted to ask about the note directly, but he changed his mind in the end. I flipped through it on the way back. What's wrong? No, nothing. I just wanted to ask. Click. The phone was hung up. Obviously, this teasing question had pushed Xianxia's patience to the limit. Separated by 2 walls, he could hear the sound of 0827 closing the door. Roland couldn't help but sigh softly. If he didn't get straight to the point, such a question would only add to his disgust. First of all, raison d'être was only half written, and the red note was likely to be stuck in the last few blank pages. Even if one read through it, there was no guarantee that one would notice it. Secondly, he had taken the bus back from the association. It was easy to imagine how serious he was when he flipped through the books casually to kill time. No matter how she answered, it was impossible to tell that she had seen the note. No, definitely not. According to Xianxia's character, if she had seen it before, she would definitely not be indifferent. From the looks of it, these 2 messages were either a prank or some kind of message. At this moment, Roland could not help but think that he would rather it was a prank. The latter possibility was too inconceivable. Who was this note for? Did he arrange to meet with anyone who discovered him, or did he have a specific target? Rationally speaking, he was more inclined to the latter. This book was not top-secret information. Most martialists had borrowed it because of its fame, so it was not surprising that one person did not discover it, but it was incredible that so many people did not discover it. Therefore, it was very likely that the note was not in the book from the beginning, but had been put in recently. But it was this kind of rationality that made his hair stand on end. What did this mean? It meant that someone in the dream world, the illusion that he had created, had noticed his difference. It was as if someone in the dream suddenly turned around and gave him a ferocious smile. Roland patted his cheeks and suppressed the chill in his heart. There's nothing to be afraid of, he silently said to himself. Not to mention that these were just speculations, even if they were true, as long as he left this world, the time of the whole world would stop. Who could threaten him then? Moreover, the message on the note said that it was waiting for contact instead of coming to him, which might explain something. As for the location of the Rose Café and the appearance of the Divine Will, he would leave it to the tequila witches to find out. He did not forget that he still had things to do next. He looked up at the clock on the wall to confirm the time, took out the key that he had prepared in the bedroom, closed the door, and went downstairs. In order to explore the memory fragments of the tube-shaped apartment, Roland had done a lot of preparation work since the arrival of the tequila witches. For example, he made a replica of the key to each door and bought a tool to open the door by force from the internet. After all, only he could see the non-existent door of memory, and if he really encountered a locked door, he would have to roll up his sleeves and open it himself. If it were not for the expedition to Grey Castle, this part of the exploration would have been completed a long time ago. Roland went down to the 5th floor and quickly found room 0510. At this time, most people were taking an afternoon nap. The autumn sun shone lazily, and the entire corridor seemed quiet and serene, in stark contrast to the heavy traffic on the other side of the street. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently. The door opened at the sound of his voice. A strange fragrance suddenly rushed into his nose, and he could not help but hold his breath. Although the dream world reserved a place for the demons, it did not modify some details, such as body odor. In order to cover up his own smell, he had to use a lot of perfume. Roland thoroughly searched the room in 2 minutes. After confirming that there was no one, he locked the door, took out the hydraulic shears from his backpack, and went straight to the utility room at the end of the corridor. This iron door was one of the few locked doors. It turned out that although the thing connected to the door was extremely mysterious, the door lock did not show the slightest extraordinary in the face of the holy sword of physics. A few seconds later, the lock quietly broke into 2 pieces. He swallowed and pushed the heavy door open. Then, Roland was completely attracted by the scene in front of him. He seemed to be standing on a bottomless cliff. The top of the cliff was circular, and it was at least more than 10 kilometers long. He could not see the other side at a glance. This strange terrain surrounded an extremely magnificent mountain lake, but what flowed in the lake was not spring water, but dazzling red mist. The difference between the surface of the mist and the top of the mountain was hundreds of meters. Looking down, it was like a sparkling red crystal, so dense that it was almost tangible. If it were not for the occasional mist rushing up from the bottom and straight up with the wind to form a mist pillar that stood in the sky, it would be difficult for him to connect it with the dirty and dark bloody mist in his memory. When the mist pillars that were much thicker than castles and as bright as molten steel appeared one after another, Roland even felt like he was standing on the surface of the sun, enjoying the magnificent scene of a coronal flare. However, it did not emit an unbearably high temperature. As the height increased, the color of the mist would quickly dim, and finally spread into the air, forming a red mist layer that covered the sky. And this was not all he saw. Around the circular cliff, there were towering black stone buildings everywhere. Most of them were tower-shaped, and only the details were different. Because the sun was blocked by the red mist, the whole world seemed particularly dim. Only when there were multiple eruptions at the bottom of the red mist lake would these black towers faintly reflect a trace of light. Is this the city of the demons? Roland could not help but be amazed. He had thought that the memory fragments would lead him to a battlefield, but he did not expect that he would have the opportunity to face the enemy's lair. But the scene in front of him was different from the mirage that the Witch Cooperation Association had seen. At least, he looked around and did not find the most conspicuous main tower, which was the giant obelisk that the tequila witches said was made of God's stone mineral veins and could grow and produce red mist. After all, there were too many towers here. And some of them stood on the cliff, with most of the towers hanging outward, like a pavilion in the air. How did they build such a magnificent building complex? Besides, if this city was not the one Yi and the others saw, where could it be, or was it located in a more distant place? Such is the continent where the demons were rumored to be born. At this moment, Roland noticed that there seemed to be a flickering flame at the bottom of the pit, close to the surface of the red mist lake. Different from the crystal-clear mist, it seemed to be a natural burning flame. He could not help but feel a little surprised. Since the red mist could burn, the demon city should prohibit open fire. Out of curiosity, he decided to go down to the bottom of the pit to have a look. According to the architectural style of the hole in the cliff, there should be a ladder or hanging basket nearby. However, before he had even walked 100 meters, Roland suddenly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, all the muscles in his body tensed up. A group of demons came out from the corner in front of him. Judging from their appearance, they should all be mad demons. They wore bone armor and held short spears in their hands. The two leading demons were wearing gloves. Their burly bodies almost blocked half of Roland's way. And the distance between them was less than 10 steps. Wait, how could there be living creatures in the memory fragments? When he wandered in the Hermes Cathedral, he did not see any judgment army or church priests. This accident caught Roland off guard and he did not know how to react for a while. Should I run away? He had seen the strength and accuracy of the mad demons when they threw their spears. Giving his back to the enemy was undoubtedly a suicidal move. Rush up and kill them? The power of the dream world was still circulating in his body. At this moment, his skills were far superior to those of ordinary people, but compared to these bloodthirsty monsters, his combat skills were basically stuck at the level of a brawl. He might be able to fight one-on-one, but to fight 6 mad demons alone? He felt that his chances of winning were very slim, especially against the Iron Hand Devil, whose powerful electrocution ability was definitely the nemesis of melee combatants. However, before he could make a decision, something surprising happened again. The demon did not seem to notice the presence of the uninvited guest. Instead, it walked past him without the slightest pause. Roland was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously turned around and reached out to touch the arm of the last mad demon. His fingers passed through its skin, but his fingertips did not feel anything. It was as if he was touching an illusion. So, it was like this? He retracted his hand thoughtfully and leaned over to press it against the ground. This time, he could clearly feel the dampness from the black soil eroded by the red mist. Roland vaguely had an answer in his heart. It seemed that the resistance of the devoured not only determined the scope of the memory fragments, but also affected the things displayed in the scene. Obviously, the content preserved in this memory was much more than what Zero had left behind. Following this train of thought, he could not help but have 2 new doubts in his mind. One was the church warriors who deliberately sacrificed themselves to feed Zero. How rich could their memories be? Could it be that they could talk to the dead after going in? The other was Zero's consciousness of resistance, or how strong was her hatred and unwillingness after losing to him? She actually defeated the demons. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an impulse to go back home, hang up the little guy and give her a good spanking. Roland took a deep breath, put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and quickened his pace to his destination. Just as he had expected, there were many ramps and stone stairs leading to the bottom of the circular cliff, and some of them were very spacious, not at all inferior to the main road of Neverwinter. The deeper he went, the more he felt the vastness of the red mist lake. Even if half of the great snow mountain of the western region was flattened, it would probably be no bigger than this. Standing halfway up the slope, he could not help but feel a sense of insignificance. It was as if heaven and earth were moving away from him, leaving only the surging pillar of fog and a faintly discernible suspended stone pagoda in the fog. It was hard to imagine that this giant pit was formed naturally. What was even more unbelievable was that the demons had transformed this place into their permanent residence. How many hundreds of years would it take for them to excavate a circular pit tunnel big enough for carriages to pass through, and to cover it with a layer of hard black flint? If the demons' technical level and social organization were to be measured in this way, they would be an extremely difficult enemy to deal with. Nowadays, there was no chance for human beings to win by luck. To win the battle of divine will, the 4 kingdoms had to go all out. As he moved closer to the firelight, Roland noticed that there were more and more demons on the road. Not all of them carried weapons, and most of them wore animal skins or cloth robes. They had a variety of appearances and body shapes, and it was hard to imagine that they were the same species. Pasha's intelligence also mentioned that the Union had captured some deformed demons without magic power and low combat power, but at that time, it was not clear whether they were a kind of demon or a vassal race enslaved by the demons. However, Roland did not find any superior demons similar to supervisors in the surroundings. Their actions seemed to be completely spontaneous, which meant that the answer should be the former. This kind of division seemed to be more thorough than the division between witches. Not only in terms of ability, but also in form. But at present, it was not clear whether they were born from the same origin, or were born separately, and there was no possibility of them ever changing. Were there male and female demons as well, or, in other words, their reproduction was completely different from that of human beings? With this speculation in mind, Roland finally reached the bottom of the ring pit. He found that the source of the fire was actually a circle of burning bonfire. He saw a stone bridge extending from one side of the cliff, which was connected to a round island in the Red Mist Lake. Although it was an island, there was no support below it. It looked like the slender stone bridge was directly lifted up, which made people worry that it might fall at any time. The bonfire was set up around the island. When the column of mist rose, there would suddenly be a bright flame above the bonfire, as if it was responding to the roar of the Red Mist Lake. Sometimes, the flame could even reach more than 10 meters high, which was why Roland could see the flickering below from the top of the cliff. It seemed that although the red mist could burn, it was not a gas that could be ignited easily. There were at least tens of thousands of demons gathered nearby. They densely occupied all the slopes, platforms, and caves on the cliff. Colorful banners fluttered up and down with the ever-changing wind, and their incomprehensible roars and cries almost covered the roar of the airflow at the bottom of the cave. Roland could not help blinking his eyes. Suddenly, a long series of horns made all the demons shut their mouths, and the red mist at the bottom of the pit surged more cheerfully. The crystal-like lake was rolling like boiling lava. Roland noticed that as the horns sounded, 2 demons walked out of the crowd and set foot on the slender stone bridge. One of them was a mad demon, and the other was somewhat like the Lord of Hell mentioned by Agatha. The former was burly enough, stronger than any mad demon he had seen before, but in front of the reptilian-like Lord of Hell, it was not enough. Both of them were not wearing armor, and they pushed each other along the way. The atmosphere was not harmonious. However, the surrounding demons did not show the slightest surprise. Instead, they seemed extremely excited. What are they going to do? A duel? Roland immediately thought of the card games of the barbarian races, one-on-one battles to show off their bravery. They would not stop until one side fell, and the one who survived to the end would be the hero of the race. He was not being racist, but this kind of self-destructive fighting style looked exciting, but sooner or later, they would play themselves to death. Therefore, the once popular gladiatorial contests on Earth were only held between slaves and beasts. In other words, no one would feel sorry for anyone who died. Of course, sitting on the side of the humans, they would naturally enjoy the show. Roland took advantage of the convenient perspective of the ghost to directly pass through the layers of demons and followed them to the stone bridge. After entering the floating island, he found that this platform, which was about the size of the square in Neverwinter, had already arrived. When Roland saw who it was, he could not help but widen his eyes. It was actually a female demon. No, he could not be sure that she was a literal female, but judging from her appearance, she did have many characteristics of a human female. Moreover, she was quite good-looking, the kind that would definitely cause a wave in the future. Wait, this is not scientific at all. The alarm in his heart suddenly rang loudly. How could an alien race that was completely different from human beings give birth to such a similar individual? Walking upright was one thing. For a predator, a higher field of vision would indeed bring more survival advantages. It could be considered a common skill point on the path of evolution, but even their appearances were so similar. This was a bit too much. Fortunately, the female demon still retained very obvious otherworldling characteristics, such as greenish-black skin, protruding horns, bone spurs all over her shoulders and arms, and a vertical third eye on her forehead. Other than a transmigrator with extensive experience like him, no one else would have the slightest interest in such a horrifying monster. The 2 demons didn't start fighting immediately. Instead, they bowed to the white-robed woman before retreating to the edge of the platform and facing the red mist lake. The female devil also slowly walked to the edge of the island and loudly chanted. The surface of the lake churned even more violently, as if something was about to emerge. Roland realized that this was probably not a simple duel, or rather, they were not challenging each other. As soon as this thought came to his mind, two thick tentacles rushed out of the red mist and swung toward the mad demon and the Lord of Hell. If they were hit by this attack, even if they were not smashed into meat patties, at least their lives would be in danger. However, they did not make any movement to resist. Instead, they eagerly raised their hands. As the female devil shouted, the tentacles seemed to be extremely unwilling to stop above their heads. After wriggling for a moment, they spat out a stream of mucus and a crystal-clear gem. Then, without hesitation, they used their fingers to dig the skin on their chests and pressed the gem hard into their flesh. In an instant, an intense light shot out, making it almost impossible to look directly at it. Roland's heart skipped a beat. Was that a magic stone? Did the combat troops of the demons use this method to obtain supernatural abilities? However, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. The mad demons were the lowest soldiers of the enemy, and there were at least tens of thousands of them in a battle. If even their transformation required such a grand show, this city would not be able to do anything else all day long. After a few minutes, the light gradually faded, and the scene that appeared surprised him. He saw that the arrogant Lord of Hell had curled up into a ball as if it was suffering great pain. The pores on its back had all opened, constantly spurting out bursts of white mist, and its body was also showing signs of melting. The mad demon, on the other hand, was much better off. Although its expression was extremely ferocious, and eye-catching blue veins were bulging on its chest, at least it was still standing. In addition, its body had obviously shrunk a lot, and its arms and legs were not as thick as buckets. Roland did not know whether it was a side effect of embedding the magic stone. Looking at the two devils in completely different situations, Roland could not help but think of the transformation ceremony of the gods' punishment army. Did they have to pay the price of their lives to become soldiers and gain the favor of magic power? However, the next moment, the Lord of Hell let out an ear-piercing scream. It raised its upper body and pressed down on the female devil in the field at lightning speed. With a loud bang, the whole floating island trembled. Roland had thought that he would see a pile of crushed flesh under the demon, but there was nothing but broken bricks. The Lord of Hell, who had lost its target, became even more furious. Its pair of red eyes stared at the mad demon on the other side, its killing intent obvious. So that was it. He roughly understood the reason for this change. The failure of embedding the magic stone would not cause the devil to die, but it would turn them into something else. At least, the Lord of Hell had become more like a reptile monster, and there was no trace of rationality in its movements. It had been an intelligent species before, but now it had degenerated into a downright beast. But to his surprise, the mad demon did not show any signs of dodging. Instead, it fought with the giant reptile with a fanatical look on its face. The magic stone had given it new abilities, and its shrunken body made it more agile. The seemingly powerful four-legged monster was being pushed back by the mad demon's attack. The high-temperature steam it spewed could only burn the corners of its opponent's clothes, but the black waves of light released by the opponent could leave deep wounds on its body that were so deep that the bones could be seen. In less than 5 minutes, the battle came to an end. The last blow was the mad demon's signature throw. It tore off the monster's tail, peeled off the skin and flesh, raised the long tail bone high, and threw it at the dying target. The bone shot out like lightning straight through the head of the Lord of Hell, and the four-legged monster no longer had any signs of life. Roland, who was watching the battle, looked gloomy. He noticed that the winner's arm did not show any signs of withering. After killing its own kind that had lost its rationality, the mad demon walked step by step to the huge corpse, tore off the magic stone, and swallowed it together with the opponent's flesh. The audience suddenly burst into an uproar. Even the female demon, who had returned at some point, raised her eyebrows in surprise. The mad demon showed a painful expression again, and steam came out of its nostrils and ears. But Roland clearly saw that the mad demon grinned in this indescribable torture, as if it could not wait to die. This time, the change lasted much longer. About half an hour later, the mad demon gradually recovered. After tearing off the skin covered with blisters, the mad demon's face had become completely different from before. Roland could not help but gasp. It was undoubtedly a face close to that of a human. Seeing this scene, the demons on the opposite side of the island all shouted wildly. Sharita! No one knew who started it first, but soon this unknown word became a roar that resounded throughout the red mist lake. Sharita! 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 Roland's heart sank to the bottom. He could not help but think of the rumor that Pasha had mentioned. It is said that before the first battle of divine will began. No, it should be said that before that, some people had come into contact with demons. At that time, they were no different from beasts. It was a human who imparted knowledge to them. Even after leaving the dream world, Roland could still feel the chill on his back. Are you all right? Nightingale, who was lying on the desk and munching on snacks, flew to the recliner in a flash when she saw him wake up. Did something happen over there? Seeing her familiar face and concerned expression, the oppressive feeling of being in an alien race instantly dissipated. He heaved a long sigh and forced a smile. No problem, just some new discoveries. Nightingale revealed a suspicious look. Really? You don't look well, she said as she reached out her hand and touched Roland's forehead. Look, you're sweating. Only then did Roland realize that the chill on his back came from his slightly damp inner shirt. You know I'm not lying. It was just a dream after all. However, he was not as confident as he had expected. The dream world was becoming more and more complicated, or rather, it was becoming more and more like a real world. I don't know. Nightingale twitched her mouth. Ah? You need to cast a spell to detect lies. She spread out her hands. You're not only the king of Grey Castle, but also the leader of the Tequila Ancient Witches and the Sleeping Spell. Even the Kingdom of Dawn is willing to listen to your orders. Your status has already surpassed that of an ordinary king. In the future, you'll only know more and more secrets. If I knew everything, I'd feel uncomfortable. She paused. You don't like the feeling of being seen through, do you? Looking at Nightingale, who deliberately averted her gaze, Roland could not help but chuckle. Even the last bit of heaviness in his heart had disappeared. He could roughly guess what she was thinking. Most of the rulers did not want their subordinates to know too much. Being ambiguous and maintaining a sense of mystery was a kind of imperial strategy. No matter in the east or the west, knowing too much usually did not end well. Nightingale must have known that he would not do so, so the only way left was to alienate him. What's so funny? She took 2 bites of dried fish indignantly. I was just worried that you were in trouble. Ahem, Roland stopped smiling and said seriously, indeed, no one likes to be seen through by others, especially those in power. He deliberately paused for a moment, but, you are not others. Moreover, he was not a feudal king in the true sense. It was precisely because he had stood on the river of history and observed the rise and fall of many dynasties that he knew what he truly wanted. This grand undertaking could only be accomplished by a group of people who truly trusted him. Huh? Nightingale could not help but stiffen. If you hadn't come to Border Town, I think I would have already died in the hands of the head maid sent by my third sister. Roland said unhurriedly. Besides, when the Battle of Divine will starts, there will definitely be more dangerous situations, and the kingdom will not be as united as a piece of iron. You still have a lot of work to do. At this point, how can I still treat you as an outsider? This era was not without merits. If it were in the future, his words would at most be met with a supercilious look. Besides, the most terrible lie is not to deceive others, but to deceive yourself. At least I don't have to worry about this with you here. Nightingale tilted her head and muttered, my ability can't stop you from deceiving others and yourself. Of course it can. Can you feel the degree of insincerity in a sentence? For example, a 30% hesitation to cover up, and an outright lie. Yes, the feedback of magic power is different. So, if I pretend to be full of confidence when I'm uncertain, it's tantamount to deceiving myself, and sometimes, the former is even more harmful than the latter. At this time, as long as you remind me, I may be able to correct a big mistake. Roland spread out his hands. How about it? Now you know how important your duty is, don't you? In that case, Nightingale said after a moment of silence, I'll ask you again. This time, I'll use my ability. Roland gestured for her to go ahead. Are you sure you're okay? So, what she most wanted to be sure of was her own safety. Roland replied with a smile, this time I'm really okay. After hearing this, Nightingale was relieved. Then what's the new discovery you mentioned? This is what I'm going to announce to all the commanders of the United Front. He got up, walked to the desk, and picked up the phone to the third border city. I saw the demon's memory. That's what happened. Roland repeated what he saw in the dream world in detail, but he hid the information on the martialist book and the red note. What do you think? Pasha was the first to speak on the light screen. This information is extremely important, Your Majesty. No one has ever been able to go deep into the demon's city and come back alive. You're the first person in history, although it was in the dream world. Based on this information alone, you're worthy of an audience with the 3 chiefs of the Union. Alka did not contradict Roland. Instead, he sounded very excited. So the demons gain power by fusing with magic stones. In this case, many of our previous questions can be answered. That's right, especially when it comes to mastering abilities from magic stones, Celine, who had the deepest understanding of magic power, chimed in. Since the mad demons can undergo such a huge change, we can infer that the senior demons should be born in a similar way. As long as they fuse with a certain number of magic stones, they can transform into a completely different species. This change doesn't come from bloodline inheritance, but a mutation of power. This also explains why the senior demons have so many different abilities. I have a question, Tilly, the leader of the sleeping spell, asked, is there an upper limit to this kind of enhancement? Her words caused a brief silence in the conference hall. After a while, Celine replied, I'm afraid not. Are they even stronger than Transcendence? Wendy furrowed her brows. You can't compare them like that. Celine shook her main tentacle. Do you still remember the last words of the underground civilization? The path of magic power is the path to godhood. One day, we will be no different from God. In other words, as long as we continue to improve our control and understanding of magic power, there will be no limit to our growth, whether it is for witches, demons, or the underground civilization. Fortunately, this path is full of thorns and is not so easy to reach. On the contrary, this news is beneficial to us. The birth of a bloodline means a stable growth. The number of senior demons that can be accumulated in 400 years is definitely a terrifying number, Celine continued. Fortunately, we finally know that they also have to resign themselves to their fate. In addition, according to His Majesty's information, the success rate of promotion should not be too high. Otherwise, the demons would not have reacted so strongly. She is indeed a witch who has fought against demons all her life, Roland thought. She can analyze so much information from such a scene. Compared to the new promoted, I'm more worried about that rumor, Pasha said again in a voice that only he could hear. Your discovery has, in a sense, confirmed it. I feel very uneasy. Why would someone do such a thing? I always feel that the battle of divine will may not be as simple as we think. Roland also replied in his mind, indeed. But no matter what, it has already happened. No matter how worried I am, I can't change it. All I can do is to fight to the end. Your willpower is admirable, Your Majesty, Pasha sighed after a while. After a while, Pasha sighed. Although your identity as a mortal is a little special, the Union has indeed made a mistake. It was not like that from the beginning. He smiled and did not reply. 6 days later, the vanguard of the First Army officially entered the demon's territory. Roland also received a report from the front line. Sylvie reported that she has found traces of the enemy. A group of devil beasts is flying toward the First Army, Nightingale, who was holding the sigil of listening, reported. North of the western region, on the fertile plains. Under the guidance of Sylvie, the sniper team soon arrived at their shooting position, a small forest far away from the First Army. A 5-kilometer shooting range was not safe. Under good weather and with no cover, the devil beasts could still discover the First Army. After all, when a team of thousands of soldiers was moving, even if they were more than 10 kilometers away, they would still be a relatively conspicuous target. Therefore, the advisor department's plan was to intercept them, pause the march, and hide on the spot. On the one hand, they would take advantage of the high mobility of the witches, the Sky Group, composed of Lightning and Maggie, and the Arc Group, with Maggie as the core, to take the initiative to kill the enemies from a safe distance and mislead them. On the other hand, each participant was given a special camouflage uniform called Jungle Camouflage, which was not only dyed with strange colors, but also made of unusual materials. The Sky Group gave the latter a high evaluation. According to the two little girls, once they stopped moving, it was almost impossible to distinguish the wearer's silhouette from the sky, as if they had disappeared into thin air. Now, Andrea was wearing the same uniform. But she did not like it. The straight sleeves and trousers had no sense of design to speak of, and the twisted brownish-green spots were more like graffiti that had been casually smeared on. Not only that, but the material felt as stiff as tree bark. If not for the special lining made by Soroya, the skin would have been worn off. No matter the body shape, they looked the same after wearing it. Andrea did not know where His Majesty found the cloth to make the clothes so rough. Of course, although she had some complaints in her heart, she would not say it out loud. Apart from the reason that nobles should maintain their elegance no matter what happened, Ashes would certainly not let go of the opportunity to laugh at her. What a weak and inexperienced young lady, and the trip to the Kingdom of Dawn had made you return to your original form. Andrea could easily guess a few words, and she could even simulate the tone in her mind. Obviously, she had made a great contribution to the attack on the Kingdom of Dawn, but Ashes was idling around Lady Tilly. The demons are 30 kilometers away from us. We can get ready. Sylvie's voice interrupted her thoughts. Let's go up now. Yes, the arc is rising. The barrier will be lifted in 5 seconds. Everyone, please prepare for impact, Maggie replied. Oh, that's the tone. Lightning clenched her fist. It sounds very professional, you learn fast. Is that so? Thank you. Maggie touched her head shyly. She had probably never received such praise when she was in the church. Andrea, on the other hand, couldn't help but hold her forehead. How was such a blunt way of speaking professional? They were also prepared for the impact. As the ability was dispelled, everyone swayed a little due to the inertia. Then, they landed firmly on the ground. Forget it, this level of vibration was not even as good as Ash's roar. Next, it's the flight team's turn. Lightning gave everyone a thumbs up, pulled down her goggles, and jumped up. The runway is clear. All green lights are on. Lightning, let's go. Maggie, follow, coo. Maggie also transformed into a goshawk and followed closely behind. Soon, the two disappeared into the clouds. What's a runway? Is it a special road for running? Amy looked around in confusion. Where's the green light? Maybe it's a new training method? Phyllis, the protector, tilted her head and said, I once heard His Majesty say the same words in the castle. It seems to be a term specially prepared for flight training. But the strange thing is, at that time, besides these two little guys, there were also Wendy and Lady Anna who listened to his lecture. Huh? Can other people also learn to fly? I'm not sure about that. If I can learn, what should I say? Amy touched her chin and said. Amy, magic supplement? That's a novel word. Sharon's eyes lit up. Help me think of one. Hey, don't disturb Miss Sylvie's observation, Phyllis said with a smile. Got it. Looking at this scene, Andrea could not help but sigh. According to the plan, once the operation started, they would be farther and farther away from the main force in the next week and try to pull the Demons Investigation Center to the northwest. In other words, they would be alone in the enemy's territory. No matter what kind of enemies they encountered, they could only rely on their own strength to avoid or defeat them. The whole sniper team is obviously going to face a difficult battle full of dangers. Why is the atmosphere so lively? Suddenly, someone patted her on the shoulder. Andrea turned around and saw Iffy giving her an I know you look. She could not help but feel a great comfort. That's right, there's no other way. Since long-distance sniping requires a lot of magic power, in addition to the necessary combat personnel, the team also needs to bring many assistant witches to ensure the effectiveness of continuous firing. Idlers like Amy and Sharon are undoubtedly the best choice. Compared to the great nobles who were well versed in the ways of the world, she still lacked a sense of composure. 4. Example, Countess Spear almost never spoke. Let's get started. Andrea took a deep breath. The demons should be here soon, wait a minute. Spear suddenly said in a low voice, I'm old and a little seasick. She was suddenly speechless. Fortunately, it did not take much time to assemble the anti-devil beast sniper rifle. To reduce the installation process as much as possible, His Majesty only disassembled the weapon into 2 parts, the gun body and the frame, which were carried by Ashes and Phyllis respectively. Andrea finished the shooting preparation in the shortest time possible. Compared with the bolt rifle before, this sniper rifle without a scope was easier to operate. After pushing a special bullet as long as a palm into the barrel, she nodded to Chief Steward Camilla Derry. Camilla closed her eyes and reached out her hands to Sylvie and Andrea. All of a sudden, the scene in her field of vision began to fluctuate, and the outline of everything seemed to overlap. Andrea could not tell whether her soul was being pulled out of her body or being squeezed in by another soul. This weird intertwining made her slightly dizzy. However, after repeated training, she was able to control herself to ignore the slight discomfort and focus her attention on something further away. Sylvie instantly sensed her thoughts. Her field of vision zoomed out, or rather, directly changed. The surrounding woods and grass disappeared without a trace, leaving only a sea of white clouds. Distance, 12 kilometers. What about other directions? Safe. In the state of spiritual resonance, the communication process between the two was simplified. As long as Andrea had a question, she could immediately get the answer. It could even be said that the one answering her was not Sylvie, but herself. After getting rid of the initial discomfort, all that was left was freedom and carefree. She had already fallen in love with this kind of feeling. Whether it was the sight of 1,000 miles in a single glance or the merging of consciousness with Sylvie, it made her perception even broader, as if even the world had come alive. She wondered what it would feel like to resonate with Her Highness Tilly. Flight Team Communication, this is Lightning. Arc Team, can you see me? At this time, Lightning's voice came from the other pair of sigil of listening. Andrea focused her mind and pulled her vision back. Found you. How about this height? It should be no problem. Just find a cloud and hide. Understood. Coo. Throughout the entire sniper battle, Lightning and Maggie would be responsible for the final remedial work. Once they failed to achieve an effective kill, or the number of enemies exceeded their expectations, they would dive down from the top of the enemy's head and complete the final blow at close range. When the little girl dived at full speed, her speed was almost 3 times that of a devil beast. With Maggie's unexpected transformation ability, the success rate was almost 100%. But this trick could only be used once. If there were other demons on the battlefield, they could only choose to retreat. Of course, Andrea did not even consider letting them take action. She had enough confidence in her ability. Every shot was her pride as an archer, and it was also the trump card that defeated Ashes with her own strength. She wanted to let these little girls see what real professionalism was. 6 kilometers. Sylvie's voice sounded again. Ah, I'm aiming for it. Andrea closed her eyes and made her vision disappear completely. Then she focused all her attention on the first target. 5 kilometers was not the limit of the range, nor was it the limit of her ability, but her personal limit. In theory, as long as the target was within the killing range of the bullet, she would be able to hit it. But the upper limit of her magic power limited her performance, so she could not really achieve this. If she used up all her magic power in one shot, a witch would also fall into a coma. 5 kilometers could be said to be the best result after repeated tests. With the help of her will, the magic power in her body gushed out and enveloped her whole body. Soon, the imaginary guideline appeared and connected to the devil beast, which was unaware of it. It was difficult to connect this silver thread-like line with the trajectory of the bullet. It was too distorted. At first, it looked like an arch bridge, pointing straight to the empty sky. Then, as the distance increased, it became an undulating polyline. That's right, it was a broken line. This was the first time Andrea had seen such a trajectory since she got her hands on the anti-devil beast sniper rifle. It was constantly changing its shape. The middle part of the line was almost fluttering in the wind, like a strand of broken spider silk. The only difference was that the end of the trajectory was always fixed on the target. She had asked His Majesty about it, but His Majesty's answer was somewhat unexpected. He said that this ability could not be regarded as aiming, because aiming could not predict the things that had happened but had yet to happen. After the bullet left the chamber, its speed would continue to decrease, and the impact of the external environment would increase. For example, a crosswind could cause the bullet's landing point to deviate by more than 100 meters. Therefore, even the most accurate scope could not guarantee a perfect shot. When the distance was extended to 5 kilometers, even a perfect shot became a luxury. Then what is my ability? She asked at that time. It's coin guessing. It seemed that Roland had been waiting for her to ask this question. Although it was a little mysterious, she did not dislike it. If the external conditions are completely the same, then the result will also be fixed. Think about it, as long as you shoot, the bullet will definitely fall somewhere. Then how can you make it fall on the enemy's head? It's like tossing a coin in the sky, and you can pick the one that stands up in advance. Are you sure? Are you sure? But I can't always get the card I want when I play cards. Ahem, these two things are not the same thing. Anyway, do you want to become stronger? There may be a subject that can greatly enhance your ability. Really? What is it? His Majesty smiled. Probability theory. If conditional probability is to analyze the joint impact of different conditions on the result, then your ability is to turn these conditions into constants or simply erase them. Such an ability can be said to have unlimited potential, as long as you can completely master it. Until now, Andrea still clearly remembered the scene when His Majesty handed her the book with a smile. At that time, she was also quite excited, as if a supreme smooth road was slowly unfolding in front of her, and today was the day to surpass the transcendence. However, this feeling only lasted until the evening. After she opened the theory of probability, Lin Sanjiu was shocked. What, this is not something a normal person can understand at all. Click, at the moment when the silver line blended into the background of the world, Andrea pulled the trigger. The roar that was far louder than a bolt rifle hit her chest like a hammer. The flame flashed, and a huge impact arrived at the same time as the airflow. The butt of the gun retreated uncontrollably, and then hit her shoulder. But the multiple soft cushioning coatings on the butt of the gun helped her to absorb most of the force, and the cushioned gun frame further dispersed the impact to the whole body. Before the dust settled, she was ready for the second shot. Then strange magic power flowed into Andrea's body. Everything went as planned in the drill. Except for the witches who were necessary for the sniper and Maggie, the others could provide magic power for her to complete the shot. Including the combat witches who were responsible for protection. How did it go? Did you hit it? Everyone asked with concern. After all, this shot would determine the success or failure of this mission. The bullet will fly for a while, Andrea replied confidently. But it has hit. That's right, just as His Majesty said. She had already chosen the lucky coin that was bound to go up among thousands of coins. Even though Sylvie could not see the bullet, she could still silently tell the life of the bullet. After flying for 4 kilometers, the bullet's altitude was already lower than the flying altitude of the demons. Although its speed was still terrible and lethal, its aim was too far off. At this rate, it would only plunge into the mud. However, a strong wind would change everything. Like a bird riding on the wind, or a tile brushing against the water surface, the bullet flew high again, followed the direction of the wind, bypassed the 2 demons in front, and then drilled into the belly of the devil beast from the side. After the second shot, Andrea did not rush to prepare for the next shot. Instead, she fixed her eyes on the devil beast at the end of the line, her first target. Bang, she said softly. The next moment, the devil beast trembled violently, and a cloud of blood sprayed out from its back. A large mass of internal organs slid out, and its belly deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demon riding it was cut in half, its upper body tossed high into the air, and the mist inside the jar sprayed everywhere. End of chapter 978. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.